Chapter 1. Rebirth. Blue Star. This is no longer a realm for humanity. The landscape is marred and desolate beneath the chaotic, somber gray. The faint outline of a path can still be discerned. Everywhere, remnants of vehicles lay scattered, and the once towering skyscrapers have crumbled into ruins. Razor-sharp steel bars protrude menacingly from the ground, amidst patches of dark crimson that upon closer inspection reveal themselves as a thick layer of dried blood. Suddenly, something approaches. It is a gaunt, skeletal old cat. It darts out from a corner, its hind legs lightly touching the ground, swiveling its head to survey the surroundings with a gaze that is both vigilant and murky. Seemingly reassured by the absence of immediate danger, it begins to paw at the debris. Ha ha ha. A flicker of human-like fear flashes in its eyes. Meow. The cat's cry lasts but a fleeting second, drowned out by the cacophony of monstrous growls. This creature is known by another name, zombie. At that moment, a dazed man stumbles past the horde of monsters, his gait unsteady, eliciting a sense of concern for his safety. Strangely, the zombies appear oblivious to him, continuing their gruesome feast, treating him as if he were invisible. In an instant, the man's figure vanishes. The scene reverts to its former state. Yet, now there lies another dismembered zombie cat among the debris. City H. In a lavish apartment. Baichio stares blankly at his hands, long and slender with pronounced knuckles. Undeniably his. Undeniably once his. He is on the brink of forgetting, on the verge of oblivion. A glimmer of madness and obsession flickers in Baichio's eyes. Suddenly, as if recalling something vital, he frantically reaches for his phone, but in his haste, it slips from his grasp and crashes to the floor. Unfazed, he scrambles to retrieve his bag, his phone. Cradling the device, he is momentarily at a loss as to how to operate it, his hands trembling slightly. Then, cautiously, he places his fingerprint on the screen to unlock it. July 1st, 2025, 3 months prior to the apocalypse. Baichio chuckles deliriously, tears streaming down his face unbeknownst to him, laughing like a madman. No, he is indeed mad. He has lost his sanity. A decade of apocalypse has rendered ordinary people like him worse than weeds, their pride crushed to the ground, desensitized to bloodshed, now viewing zombies as mere commonplace occurrences. He has been driven to madness. Abruptly, his laughter ceases. He recalls a name, articulating it with deliberate precision. Yu Qing. As if unlocking a hidden compartment within himself, Baichio murmurs in solitude within the corner. If anyone were to approach him, they would hear him repeat those 2 words, Yu Qing, Yu Qing, Yu Qing, over and over, sending shivers down the spine. 3 months before the end of the world, how tantalizingly anticipated it is. Yu Qing, are you ready? A pitch-black crystal suddenly drops to the ground, as if materializing from thin air. Baichio furrows his brow. This is. It was the 5th year of the apocalypse, the 4th year since Yu Qing had departed. In the base, ordinary people labored daily for meager rations, just a coarse flatbread, barely enough to stave off hunger. The immense toil consumed what little sustenance they managed to acquire before it could even settle in their stomachs. If one desired to eat their fill, the choice lay in venturing out to slay zombies. Even the empowered faced threats, while for ordinary folks, the probability of survival was a grim 10%. Yet there was an exception, one named Zhang Hu, a towering figure, robust despite the intermittent hunger, inexplicably protective of him. Zhang Hu had accompanied the empowered on several excursions, returning safely each time, often bringing back food, yet he would hoard it for Baichio alone. Until that fateful day, with his endearing grin, still calling him young Master Bai, he joined the group. When he returned, however, he was a blood-soaked specter, his grotesque hand tightly clutching a black crystal, releasing his last breath only after placing it in Baichio's hand. Strangely, there was a glimmer of regret in Zhang Hu's eyes as he passed. A flicker of confusion surged within Baichio. What was the purpose behind this man's sacrifice? Reduced to such destitution, had he nothing left to offer? Even Yu Qing had departed. Yet, despite the myriad thoughts racing through his mind, he gently closed Zhang Hu's eyes, feeling only a fleeting pang of emotion before it vanished without a trace. Baichio observed his own hands, withered and coarse, marred by numerous cracks. The black crystal he held was smeared with blood, enhancing its sinister allure. Was this a crystal core? He had seen low-grade crystal cores pale yellow, murky, yet brimming with energy. But he had never heard of a core with this hue. Alas, as an ordinary person, even if fortune favored him with such a specimen, he would be unable to absorb it. Yet he refused to yield. A ferocious glint ignited in Bai Chio's eyes as he picked up a thin shard of stone, gripping its sharp edge, and with a swift motion, he carved a deep gash into his abdomen. Shisho. The sound of stone slicing through flesh echoed. The excruciating pain elicited a muffled groan. Yet Bai Chio wore a bizarre smile as he gradually inserted the crystal into the wound. His hands were drenched in his own blood. Ha ha ha. What I cannot possess shall not be bestowed upon you. Gazing at the gaping wound on his abdomen, he initially contemplated crudely stitching it shut. Yet to his astonishment, the gash began to heal on its own. He continued to exist in a dazed stupor for 5 more years, until his death, that crystal never resurfacing, and he nearly forgot its existence. Bai Chio held the black crystal aloft, tilting it toward the window, where the blinding sunlight pierced through, casting a kaleidoscope of colors, enhancing its splendor. This is an opportunity. He pinched the crystal and swallowed it whole. Moments later, a violent cramp surged from his abdomen, radiating throughout his body. Bai Chio bit down hard on his lip. The beatings he had endured felt like mere tickles compared to this agony. It was not solely physical, even his very soul seemed to writhe in torment. Curled up on the cold floor, Bai Chio's vision blurred. Am I dying? Despair coiled around his heart like a relentless vine, dense and suffocating. A rare void of clarity enveloped his mind. Ironically, the final image that surfaced in his consciousness was Yu Qing's face, recalling her resolute expression in their last moments together. No, I cannot. I must not die. And with that, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The once vibrant man lay sprawled on the ground, his body motionless, casting doubt as to whether he still lived. Yet, faint wisps of dark mist began to emanate from Bai Chio, swirling around him, refusing to dissipate. Chapter 2. Devouring abilities. It is uncertain how much time had passed when Bai Chio's fingers twitched, and he gradually opened his eyes, revealing a gaze heavy with exhaustion. The air conditioning was set to an extremely low temperature. Yet despite this, his body was drenched in a profusion of cold sweat, his lips pale and lifeless. Bai Chio slowly reached for his phone and made his first call. Jay, have you completed your research? His voice was tinged with a faint weakness. Bai, you shouldn't be involved with it. The voice on the other end did not belittle him. Rather, it was filled with a sense of trepidation. However, Bai Chio merely scoffed at the words. Do you think you can bear the consequences of rejecting me? Jay replied, No, that's not what I meant. Tomorrow? But Bai Chio cut him off, hanging up the phone decisively, that he was confident that Jay would not dare to defy him. As for how it would be delivered, that was a test of Jay's capabilities. The renowned Jay would surely not falter at such a task. This moment, Bai Chio finally had the opportunity to assess his physical condition. Is this an ability? He stared at the swirling mass of black mist that had inexplicably materialized in his hand, confusion flickering in his eyes. Bai Chio directed the mist towards the table, his gaze fixed intently upon it. Closer, it touched. 1 second. 2 seconds. Bai Chio held his breath, not daring to blink, fearful of missing any change. Yet the table remained unchanged, devoid of transformation. Did I ask this not how it's supposed to work? He pondered, scrutinizing the black mist thoughtfully. Suddenly, he stood up and approached the window, where he beheld a terrifyingly large banyan tree below his apartment, its branches sprawling wildly, lush and verdant. The most peculiar aspect was its roots, gnarled and intertwined. Growing alongside the tree, that a strange smile crept across his lips as he watched the entire mass of black mist descend slowly from the air, entering the very center of the tree's canopy, gradually permeating its interior. Indeed, as he felt pure energy coursing back from the tree into himself, the black mist swelled significantly, becoming denser that a smile began to curve at the corners of Bai Chio's mouth. This ability can devour energy, or rather, entities with a spirit that I really wish to experiment with a zombie crystal core, he mused, an idea flitting through his mind, unexpectedly taking root. Yes, isn't a zombie crystal core energy itself? Yet, all of this remained unactionable. The apocalypse had yet to arrive. The energy contained within this banyan tree was evidently abundant, for it was no ordinary tree that in the early days of the apocalypse. Only mindless zombies emerged, but as evolution progressed, they developed intelligence, alongside a plethora of mutated beasts and plants. This tree had stood for countless years, and the apocalypse had bestowed upon it a fortuitous opportunity, allowing it to claim its territory, becoming a well-known forbidden zone in the post-apocalyptic world. Baichio knew this because the tree was among the earliest to awaken, and he had nearly been consumed by it while residing in this very apartment, escaping by a hair's breadth. However, now, he could not allow himself to repeat the mistakes of his past life. Baichio gazed at the banyan tree with a tenderness in his eyes. "You shall obediently serve as my nourishment." As dusk fell, a sorrowful sound seemed to emanate from the enormous tree, mingled with reluctance, before everything faded into silence. Baichio looked at the banyan tree, understanding that it had already met its demise. Even though its exterior remained lush as ever, its interior had long since rotted away to second-level ability, as he felt an unending surge of power coursing through him. Even Baichio could not maintain his composure. This was something his previous self had never possessed. With the increase in rank, the black mist would undoubtedly become easier to control, more formidable, and its devouring speed would accelerate, that if he were to use his ability to devour that tree now, it would require no more than an hour, a fraction of the 4 to 5 hours it would have taken before. In the future, it could potentially be completed in an instant. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. This tree had yet to reach the level it attained in his past life. Indeed, that tree was even comparable to a 7th-level ability user, nourished by the blood of countless beings, whereas this one was merely a king among trees. Abilities and the body complemented each other. Although he was not a power-type ability user, the strength of his abilities would still enhance some aspects of his physical prowess. The apocalypse belonged to the realm of ability users, speed. Strength, wind, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, space, healing. Beyond these, there were many special abilities, some formidable, others feeble, such as conversing with animals or teleportation. Yet there had never been an ability quite like his, a mere mass of mist. This must surely be a gift from that black crystal. "Then let us call you Devour." Baichio's voice, though hoarse, carried an undeniable authority. The black mist seemed to dip slightly, as if expressing affection, or perhaps submission. The following day, Baichio looked at the button-like object in his hand. This was it, capable of emitting a peculiar magnetic field that restricted the brain's domain. The apocalypse had not yet arrived, yet items that could inhibit abilities had begun to surface. Perhaps Jay was unaware of the true application of this object. Jay, a mad yet kind-hearted scientist, dedicated to research at the cerebral level in his previous life. He had known that Jay had developed this before the onset of the apocalypse, but at the time, he had deemed it of little use. After the apocalypse struck, Jay had vanished, and as an ordinary individual, Baichio had no means to contact him. Now he finally had the opportunity to utilize it. The funding for Jay's research had come from Baichio, who supported his various studies with the condition that he would have free access to any finished products. Should Jay refuse, there would be no necessity for his research to continue. Once again, Jay had chosen research over conscience in a dimly lit laboratory. Jay clasped his hands together, silently uttering an apology that a few days later, early one morning, Baichio paid a visit to the Yu family. Yu Hongyuan greeted him with great enthusiasm, even postponing a meeting to spend time with him, deliberately choosing not to go to the company that day. Should outsiders witness this, they would only laud the Yu family patriarch for his affection towards Bai Exine. For even his son was treated with such kindness in pursuit of his first love. Yet, only the three of them understood that all this benevolence came with a caveat. Reflecting on this, Baichio couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart that in truth, who really knew the reality. He was merely the lucky one who had been usurped by Exine. Indeed, he shared no relation with Bai Exine. However, he had come with a purpose. Chapter 3. Meeting Yu Qing. Baichio settled onto the sofa, pouring a cup of tea for Yu Hongyuan. "Uncle Yu, my mother sent me to check on you today, reminding you to take care of your health." Then, as if casually, he inquired, "Is Yu Qing at home?" Just a moment ago, Yu Hongyuan had been immersed in the gentle concern of Bai Exine. Upon hearing the name Yu Qing, however, his expression darkened. Yet, when his gaze landed on Bai Qiu, he seemed to recall something, and his anger dissipated almost instantly, but he looked at Bai Qiu with a mixture of appreciation and lingering ire. Yu Qing is in his room. The coldness with which a father referred to his own son spoke volumes about Yu Hongyuan's disdain for Yu Qing, that a subtle smile tugged at the corners of Bai Qiu's lips. Yu Hongyuan was not without his own torment. Bai Xian had long hesitated to accept his marriage proposal due to his previous marriage to Chu Xiang. Every time he brought it up, her beautiful eyes would fill with tears, her demeanor soft and fragile, leaving him at a loss for words. And his son could not. Bai Qiu observed the complex emotions flitting across Yu Hongyuan's face. Quickly deducing his thoughts to prevent him from uttering any overly sentimental remarks. He chose to close his eyes and feign ignorance, though a hint of derision flickered in his heart. However, over the years, Yu Qing had likely been spoiled to the point of suffocation, had it not been for. With that thought, Bai Qiu's smile deepened. Uncle Yu, may I take a few things upstairs to see Yu Qing? It is evident that Bai Qiu does not appear to be a guest in a house that is not his own. Rather, he exudes an air of comfort akin to that of a host, while those around him seem to have grown accustomed to his presence. After all, Yu Hongyuan's kindness towards Bai Qiu is well documented, even surpassing his affection for Yu Qing, and he has even facilitated Bai Qiu's employment within the Yu family business. Escaping the throng, Bai Qiu ventured into the kitchen, where he casually prepared a cup of milk and noticed a plate of strawberries. Indeed, Yu Qing has always had a penchant for strawberries. Contemplating this, as he gazed at the vibrant red fruits, a shadow crossed his eyes, obscuring his emotions. Yet he quickly regained his composure, though his tongue tingled inexplicably. His gaze meandered slowly, as if he were admiring a piece of exquisite art. After a prolonged moment, Bai Qiu extended his elegantly bony hand, holding the milk and the plate of strawberries, and ambled towards Yu Qing's room, that in an unexpected display of eccentricity. Yu Qing's room was adorned with an array of eclectic items. From bizarrely shaped skulls to wallpaper featuring grotesque designs, even the chair crafted from hollowed, bone-like material. Upon hearing footsteps, Yu Qing turned his head, surprised to find Bai Qiu before him. Noticing the milk and fruit he carried, Yu Qing raised an eyebrow in astonishment, unable to fathom why the son of that woman had come to see him. Although they often crossed paths, their interactions had always been marked by a sharp rivalry. Bai Qiu regarded the youth before him. His hair dyed a striking red, and the diamond stud in his left ear radiated a rebellious spirit, as if challenging anyone who approached. This sight momentarily distracted Bai Qiu, who, at that moment, recognized the stark contrast between this incarnation of Yu Qing and his previous life. All that had transpired in the past had dissipated into nothingness, and now he was embarking on a new existence. A surge of complex emotions welled up within him, nearly overwhelming him and causing him to falter in his grip on the items he held. He felt an urge to seize Yu Qing by the throat and demand answers. Yet the restraint cultivated over a decade of experience kept him from succumbing to such tumultuous feelings. Bai Qiu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Yu Qing, born with a silver spoon, had been deliberately molded into an unruly creature. He had once believed Yu Qing to be his possession, but the arrival of the apocalypse rendered all his efforts futile. Who could have imagined that the very boy before him, upon Yu Hongyuan's demise, would awaken not one, but dual extraordinary abilities? The only alteration was perhaps Yu Qing's dependence on him, which had led to a certain infatuation. Upon realizing Yu Qing's transformation, Bai Qiu felt a rush of joy, understanding that he had likely fallen for this young man. During that period, he truly believed in a mutual affection that could lead to a lifetime of companionship. Yet, in the end, witnessing Yu Qing depart from his life birthed a deep-seated resentment within him. Was he truly so detestable? Was he not worthy? Indeed, Yu Qing had always existed on a pedestal, favored by fate, receiving veneration both before and after the cataclysm. Meanwhile, Bai Qiu was merely an ordinary individual, languishing at the bottom of the societal hierarchy in the base. After Yu Qing's departure, he was subjected to scorn, and due to his family's background, those newly empowered sycophants unleashed a torrent of humiliation upon him, shattering his pride and forcing him to live like a rat in a sewer. This scene felt hauntingly familiar. Years ago, when his mother, Bai Xian, accepted Yu Hongyuan's invitation to visit the Yu household with him in tow. It had unfolded similarly, that he would never forget that lofty boy, adorned like a refined little prince, who had, with innocent words, addressed the imposing man beside him. "Father, who are they? Drive them away. I don't want them in my home." Those words had doused his hopes of forging new friendships with a cold reality, extinguishing the affection he had harbored for that boy, leaving behind only the seeds of discomfort and hatred. However, as that boy matured, his demeanor began to shift. After years of surviving in the apocalypse, Baichio found himself contemplating Yuqing constantly, not with longing, but with a desire to possess that he often mused that if he could bind Yuqing's hands and feet, he would be trapped. If he were to break his legs, perhaps he would remain by his side forever, and why Yuqing's lips would only ever utter his name, and he would ensure Yuqing understood that escape was impossible, forever. Eternally did he yearn to claim Yuqing entirely, to pull him down from his pedestal, controlling every joy and every anger, that why Yuqing was meant to be is why Yuqing. Baichio elongated the name, a strange intonation echoing through his thoughts. "Yuqing, it has been a while. A devil wishes to pull you into hell with me. What is your purpose here?" Yuqing appeared exceedingly impatient, and as he caught sight of Baichio's unwavering gaze, a chill coursed through him. Though a flicker of fear ignited within him, he refused to show weakness, responding with an even fiercer glare, his cheeks puffed in indignation. "What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll have your eyeballs." This man had always been two-faced, harboring unknown intentions. Baichio, undeterred by Yuqing's irritation, slightly bent forward, placing the milk and fruit plate before him. Straightening up, he casually observed the youth before him. Despite his age, Yuqing still bore a youthful countenance. In many ways, he remained the small creature that once fit within Baichio's palm. Seeing that Baichio ignored him only fueled Yuqing's anger further. His eyes seemingly ablaze with miniature flames as he glared daggers at Baichio. Remaining calm, Baichio recalled a recent incident, smiling knowingly as if addressing a younger sibling. "Qing, you've grown up. Even have a girlfriend now." As he uttered these words, Baichio's exterior remained composed, yet jealousy gnawed at his insides. How could Yuqing have a girlfriend? Unbeknownst to him, Yuqing misinterpreted his words. Believing yet another friend had betrayed him, his thoughts racing with names he despised. Ultimately, he cast a disdainful glance at Baichio, his eyes clearly conveying a message. "What business is it of yours?" Observing Yuqing's demeanor, Baichio maintained a serene smile, though a fleeting shadow crossed his gaze as he slowly leaned closer. "Qing, I am merely concerned for you." Upon hearing this, Yuqing erupted, springing to his feet and seizing Baichio by the collar. "How dare you? Who do you think you are, concerned for me? You're just like your hypocritical mother." In his sudden emotional outburst, Yuqing's face flushed crimson. And after regaining a semblance of calm, he continued, though his bravado faltered, "Don't think I'm unaware. Only my father could be deceived by that woman's pretense." As Yuqing's words faded, an abrupt silence enveloped the room. Baichio maintained his smile, seemingly unaffected by Yuqing's tirade. Yet, Yuqing, witnessing Baichio's demeanor, felt a twinge of fear. His hands grew stiff, uncertain whether to release his grip. Noticing the slight redness in Yuqing's eyes, Baichio gently brushed his hand away. In that moment, it seemed as though he heard a soft sigh. "You should calm down. I will take my leave." In the emptiness of the bedroom, Yuqing glanced at his hand, then at the milk, rubbing his eyes. He then picked up the milk glass and poured its contents down the sink. "Tsk, I wouldn't dare drink anything this man has offered." However, when his gaze fell upon the fruit platter, he noticed the strawberries, meticulously selected, plump and glistening with the sheen of having just been washed. Incredibly tempting. They must be sweet, he thought, hesitating momentarily before reaching for one. It was indeed sweet. Another one, perhaps, when the housekeeper arrived to tidy the room. Only an empty cup and a vacant plate remained on the table. Baichio did not drive. He strolled along the sidewalk, leaving a small button in a glass jar in his car. Unsure of why he had chosen not to part with it that moment, he was surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the throngs of people bustling about. It was the height of summer, and with July being a vacation month, the streets were crowded with cheerful faces, most clad in short-sleeved shirts, with bare legs flashing in the warm sunlight. This was a lively world. Baichio gazed upon everything that was destined for destruction. In a world where survival hinged on a mere morsel of food, even the simplest flour-based sustenance was beyond his reach. After a long day's toil, all he earned was a meager yellowish-black flatbread. The ingredients of that bread were a mystery, mixed with wild grasses, coarse and rugged. Consuming it felt like scraping his throat, yet he could not bear to spit it out. Gradually moistening it with saliva, he swallowed, feeling a semblance of fullness in his empty stomach. Did I end the apocalypse? Even food unfit for dogs was regarded as precious. While now, in a time before the world fell apart, a plethora of delectable delights awaited him, and he could indulge in whatever he desired. Yet he found himself devoid of the appetite for such culinary pleasures. Was this what they referred to as the irony of scarcity breeding value? However, the meteor shower 3 months later obliterated everything. Upon his rebirth, Baichio discovered that even though he had returned to life, there existed an unseen force that prevented him from uttering any words related to the apocalypse. Every time this thought crossed his mind, a chill would run through him. As if it were a warning of sorts, that he had a foreboding sense that if he resisted this pressure, he would be annihilated by this unknown power before he could even voice his thoughts. Baichio strolled leisurely ahead, yet the heavens seemed unwilling to grant him tranquility. Wow, that young man is incredibly handsome. Is he a celebrity? Such stunning looks for an ordinary person. His smile radiated warmth. Indeed, that little fresh meat, Lu Zixing, pales in comparison. Though they spoke freely, they quickly added, "Don't mention my brother Zixing. I want to ask for his WeChat ID. Are you all coming with me?" The group of young ladies chattered excitedly, believing their voices to be inaudible, for the desire for beauty is not solely a man's pursuit. Women can be even more fervent. Since acquiring his abilities, Baichio's hearing had heightened to several times that of ordinary people, making those whispers seem as close as a breath away. Annoyed internally, Baichio maintained a facade of gentle composure, betraying none of his irritation. Yet suddenly, a surge of violent emotion welled up within him, a fierce desire to tear them apart. The emergence of such thoughts left Baichio momentarily dazed. Today, I'm losing control more and more that I in recent days. He had frequently experienced such feelings, initially attributing them to emotions carried over from his past life, only to later realize they stemmed from his devouring abilities that moment. Baichio noticed a large supermarket ahead, redirecting his course from the intended right turn, continuing straight ahead at a leisurely pace. Although his speed was steady, the young girls behind felt as though the handsome young man ahead was moving at an incredible pace, quickly disappearing from sight. They gazed at the expansive supermarket before them, sighing and exchanging glances. Moments later, under the puzzled gazes of passers-by, the young ladies all looked skyward at a 45-degree angle, lamenting, "Ah, we should just go back. Such beauty is beyond our reach." Meanwhile, Baichio felt a wave of irritation rising within him. Finding it somewhat amusing that this ability could influence him, so that, of course, he speculated on the reasons behind it. Having refrained from using his powers in recent days meant he hadn't absorbed any energy, suggesting that his powers were urging him. With a clearer understanding of the situation, he felt no urgency. Suddenly, a name popped into his mind. Lu Zixing, the name mentioned by the group of young ladies. Baichio felt a vague familiarity with it, but amidst the multitude of powerful individuals in the post-apocalyptic world, he struggled to recall. Lu Zixing must be a figure from the aftermath of the apocalypse. However, at present, there was nothing that could threaten him that a slight smile played on Baichio's lips. Only then did he take the time to survey the supermarket. His gaze swept over the rows of shelves, observing the myriad items clearly marked with prices, contrasting sharply with the desperation of individuals during the apocalypse who would sell their bodies for a mere bag, or even half a bag, of instant noodles. It was nothing short of a grand irony. Chapter 5. The system appears ding. Pure fresh milk, 1 box for 50 coins. Absolutely a bargain. Who is speaking? The sudden voice in his mind startled Baichio. The voice echoed again. The exchange system is at your service. As soon as the words ended, Baichio noticed a virtual interface materializing in his mind, resembling a shopping interface divided into several sections. Food area, live goods area, potion area, supplies area. With a thought, Baichio entered the food area, where an array of products appeared. Rice, flour, chocolate, chips, and more, all available for browsing, each item accompanied by its price, with the milk section displaying 50 coins. The bottom right corner indicated an account balance, currently glaringly marked as 0. Baichio narrowed his eyes. If this were true, he would have nothing to worry about in the apocalypse, though he wondered if this currency could be exchanged for renminbi and what the exchange rate might be. Baichio returned home at a leisurely pace, his expression still calm, leaving others unable to discern his thoughts. That he was now convinced that this system was genuine, but many functions required careful examination. Given the crowded and chaotic supermarket, it was better to conduct experiments at home. As he walked, he attempted to call out to the system in his mind several times, yet received no response. Only silence. Could this merely be a shopping interface? Or perhaps the voice he heard was just a preset program, a necessary step to activate the system? Bai Qiu pondered thoughtfully. He pulled a bank card from his pocket, watching the interface change with amusement. Still zero. Bai Qiu's finger gently tapped the table as a thought struck him. He silently wished. Recharge 100,000 renminbi. Sure enough, when he looked again, the number had jumped from 0 to 1. 000. However, it seemed that the conversion rate was 100. 1, meaning that those 50 coins for the milk amounted to approximately 5,000 renminbi. Bai Qiu was intrigued, so he exchanged for a box of milk. Feeling a weight in his hand, a box of milk materialized before him, identical to the 5 renminbi milk from the supermarket. Selling a 5 renminbi box of milk for 5,000 was quite the profit. Bai Qiu shook his head with a smile, somewhat bemused by the system's exorbitant markup. Suddenly, he noticed a large question mark appear at the top of the interface, despite his limited gaming experience. He recognized that this symbol likely provided detailed information about the system's various functions. He immersed himself in its contents. When Bai Qiu finally emerged from this exploration, he had gained a general understanding of the system's features. 1.it can exchange for various items. 2. That the currency ratio is 100. 1, meaning 100 renminbi equals 1 system coin. Zombie crystal cores can also be exchanged, with level 1 cores at a rate of 110. And so forth. 3. That the system contains dedicated storage compartments for items purchased within it. 4. Time stands still within the storage compartments. For example, if you exchange for a cup of hot water, regardless of when you retrieve it, it will always be hot. Curious about whether hot water was available in the system, Bai Qiu searched and found hot water 20 coins per cup. Note: the cup is the property of the system and must be returned. Bai Qiu, exiting the food area, he returned to the initial interface and entered the potion area. He had a premonition that he would find a surprise there. The potion area displayed numerous concoctions, the first of which was the ability potion. Ability potion 1,000 coins. Note: can activate latent abilities within the body. Bai Qiu recalled that his devouring ability had arisen from the crystal core of a zombie king. Could he potentially acquire another ability? After all, his devouring power was not easily displayed before others. The second potion was the puppet potion. Puppet potion 2,000 coins. Note: causes the user to be loyal to the system's master, while retaining self-awareness but prioritizing loyalty above all else. The system owner can control the user's life and death. Exchange. Ding. Insufficient balance. Please recharge first. Bai Qiu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at his balance, which displayed a glaring 950. He couldn't afford even a single ability potion, let alone both types. Moreover, it felt as though there was an inexplicable sarcasm in the system's message. Bai Qiu smirked and transferred his entire 5 million into the account. Balance: 5,000,950. Observing this figure, Bai Qiu felt a surge of joy. Exchange. 2 vials of different colored potions appeared in Bai Qiu's hands. Based on the descriptions and images, he easily identified the azure one as the ability potion and the black one as the puppet potion. Gently shaking the vials in his hands, admiring the translucent liquid within, Bai Qiu refrained from drinking them, seemingly content merely to handle them. He then picked up his phone and made a call, the contents of which remained unknown. Chapter 6. Fan Yuan activates his abilities. The door to the apartment was knocked upon. Bai Xiao. The individual who entered was slender, with a sharp face and a look of trepidation directed at Bai Qiu. Good heavens! Why has this esteemed gentleman summoned him? When he learned that the superior had suddenly mentioned that Xiao Qiu sought him, he was utterly terrified. Recalling Bai Qiu's various methods, Fan Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. As one of Bai Qiu's subordinates, he knew well that while Bai Xiao appeared gentle, he could easily make life feel worse than death. Bai Qiu regarded Fan Yuan with a half-smile, causing Fan Yuan to break out in a cold sweat. As he recalled the myriad tasks he had undertaken recently, pondering whether he had offended this esteemed figure in any way, I summoned you this time to discuss a matter. I wonder if you would be willing to. The latter part of Bai Qiu's statement was drawn out, without specifying what he wanted Fan Yuan to do. Fan Yuan was startled by Bai Qiu's sudden voice, but quickly regained his composure, nodding repeatedly and bowing slightly. Whatever it is, Fan Yuan assure you, young Master Bai, that I will handle it splendidly. He took a sip of the potion. Bai Qiu handed him a black vial. It was only then that Fan Yuan noticed that Bai had been holding two vials, one of which had already found its way into his hands. That he glanced at the peculiar potion and then at Bai Qiu, swallowing nervously. Drink it. As long as you do, everything you desire, wealth, women, power, will be yours. At some point, Bai Qiu rose and softly coaxed him beside Fan Yuan. Sigh. If I must die, then so be it. Perhaps influenced by something he heard, and under Bai Qiu's encouragement, Fan Yuan downed the black potion in one gulp. He understood the gravity of his situation. Refusing might mean he could never leave this place, while drinking offered him a glimmer of hope. After all, if Bai Qiu wanted his life, it would be as easy as uttering a command. No need for such convoluted means. That he was acutely aware of his own insignificance, knowing he could not afford to dirty Bai Qiu's hands. Bai Qiu was pleased with Fan Yuan's understanding of the situation. A slight smile gracing his lips as he extended the other vial towards Fan Yuan, the meaning unmistakable. Without hesitation, Fan Yuan accepted and drank again. Having already consumed one vial, drinking a second seemed inconsequential. His current mindset was akin to that of a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Should this be a test from young Master Bai, earning a fraction of his favor would be worthwhile. Surely Bai Qiu would not treat him harshly. Strangely, Fan Yuan felt a surge of loyalty towards Bai Qiu. After consuming both potions, Bai Qiu sensed a faint connection forming and observed Fan Yuan's obliviousness, silently marking the potions as successful. The puppet potion, life and death within his grasp, an S for loyalty. Bai Qiu noted Fan Yuan's expression and had a hunch that even if he commanded Fan Yuan to take his own life, he would do so without hesitation. Yet, for Fan Yuan, there was no discomfort at that moment. However, he soon felt a warmth in his head, a sensation of awareness with an inability to control this heat. As a sudden force coursed through his body, eager to be released, "Da-da!" Fan Yuan shouted, his eyes wide open. Young Master Bai, this. What is this? He stared at the small orb of lightning that had appeared in his palm. Disbelief etched across his face. As I knew well, with an extensive knowledge of various novels, could this possibly be the legendary superpower? His hand trembled slightly, yearning to touch the glowing orb, yet hesitating. Excitement and anticipation filled his gaze as he looked at Bai Qiu. Amused by Fan Yuan's comical expression, Bai Qiu chose not to comment. This was indeed a normal human reaction. However, observing the orb of lightning in Fan Yuan's palm, he was taken aback, recalling that in his previous life, Fan Yuan had awakened a spatial ability in his last life. After Yu Qing's departure and his subordinate's betrayal, Fan Yuan, not knowing how it happened, had been provoked into a fight, dragging along those who had intended to torment him. Bai Qiu regarded the scrawny figure before him and shook his head, surprised that this individual had inadvertently aided him in his past life. He later heard that Fan Yuan had perished during a mission. His entire squad wiped out, and of course, the defenseless spatial ability user had met his demise as well. Naturally, Bai Qiu's interest in Fan Yuan was not rooted in gratitude. In his eyes, it was merely a recognition of past assistance. But more importantly, he believed Fan Yuan to be a spatial ability user, which motivated him to awaken his powers. Before the apocalypse arrived, resource accumulation was of utmost importance. However, with Fan Yuan possessing lightning abilities rather than spatial ones, Bai Qiu's original plan would require alteration. That he fell into contemplation, pondering where to find a spatial ability user. Slowly, Bai Qiu began to piece together the events that transpired during the apocalypse in his previous life. Suddenly, he recalled that Yu Qing had mentioned that his spatial ability was not innate, but rather acquired from a relic of his mother's while at his grandmother's house. That it seemed a jade pendant. Bai Qiu gently closed his eyes, formulating a plan. Turning to the inquisitive Fan Yuan, he remarked with a knowing smile, "You possess lightning abilities, which should grant you formidable offensive power." Bai Qiu stood and patted Fan Yuan on the shoulder. "Do not squander this opportunity." The unspoken words hung heavily in the air. Startled, Fan Yuan knelt on one knee. "Your subordinate shall always follow young Master Bai." Bai Qiu remained silent, having no doubts about Fan Yuan's loyalty after administering the puppet potion. He handed Fan Yuan a bank card, instructing, "Go to the outskirts and purchase a large warehouse. Then procure various supplies. Rice, flour, food utensils, knives, and as much as possible that if funds are insufficient, simply speak to Secretary Wang. He will transfer the money to you. After Fan Yuan departed, Bai Qiu gazed at the night sky, still adorned with countless stars, the galaxy gleaming brilliantly. This world, it seemed, was on the brink of chaos. At that moment, a long-forgotten name suddenly resurfaced in his mind. Lu Zixing? Bai Qiu softly uttered the name. His expression fluctuated between contemplation and uncertainty. If memory served him correctly, this Lu Zixing should be the true son of Bai Xian and Yu Hongyuan. Chapter 7. Obtaining the Jade Pendant in the outskirts of G City. Though G City was not as prosperous as H City, it still boasted the charm of a southern water town. Bustling with visitors that Yu Qing's mother, Chu Xiang, hailed from the prominent Chu family of G City. However, as Chu's grandmother aged and fell ill, Uncle Chu decided to relocate the family to the outskirts, where the scenery was pleasant, providing a better environment for Chu's grandmother to recuperate. Standing before the elegant yet warm villa, Bai Qiu felt no embarrassment at being an unwelcome stepchild. He boldly knocked on the door of the Chu residence. Since it was the weekend, Uncle Chu was home. Initially puzzled by the visitor, upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of a tall and graceful young man, his eyebrows raising in surprise. He had not expected Bai Qiu to be the one at his doorstep, but he had seen Bai Qiu before, during Yu Hongyuan's pursuit of Bai Xian. Concerned for his sister's son, he had rushed over to offer support, wanting Yu Hongyuan to understand that the Chu family was not without its strong members, and that anyone who dared to bully his nephew would face consequences that time. Bai Xian had a son even older than Yu Qing. As Bai Qiu grew, he increasingly appeared in various business magazines, emerging as a rising star in the business world, garnering much attention. Even Uncle Chu could not help but feel a twinge of envy toward Bai Qiu's commercial acumen, lamenting why it had to belong to Bai Xian's child. With these thoughts, Uncle Chu regarded the composed and dignified young man before him, a sense of frustration bubbling within him. Might I inquire why young Master Bai has graced our Chu family with his presence? He asked, his tone cool, placing emphasis on young Master Bai. Bai Qiu, undeterred, maintained his cheerful demeanor. I have come to retrieve something for Yu Qing. Using Yu Qing, his most cherished nephew, as an excuse somewhat alleviated Uncle Chu's suspicion, although he still wondered about the nature of their close relationship. Nevertheless, he felt it unwise to maintain his icy demeanor. However, his attempt to assert dominance had failed, leaving him feeling unsettled at that moment. Aunt Tao Lan approached. She had noticed her husband lingering at the door for an unusually long time and, driven by curiosity, decided to investigate. Upon seeing Bai Qiu outside and observing her husband's sullen demeanor, she quickly grasped the situation. Although she harbored no fondness for Bai Qiu, being the offspring of Bai Xian, she recognized the innocence of children. Besides, it was evident that Bai Qiu was unbothered, leaving only Uncle Chu feeling awkward. With a quick mental shift, she donned a smile and addressed her husband. Old Chu, why are you standing out there? Hurry and let young Master Qiu in. Look how handsome he has become. Uncle Chu realized his wife was trying to defuse the situation. Yet he still felt irked, shooting her a glare before retreating inside. Aunt Tao Lan ignored him, turning her attention back to Bai Qiu. Young Master Qiu, what brings you here? Since you're here, why not stay for a meal and try your Aunt Tao's cooking? Bai Qiu, regarding the woman who sought to welcome him, smiled gently that I only came to retrieve something for Yu Qing. I shall forego the meal. Aunt Tao Lan noted his graceful demeanor, neither servile nor arrogant, which eased her previous displeasure. She couldn't help but think of her own son, feeling a pang of sadness, contemplating how vast the chasm between people could be. With a heavy heart, she beckoned Aunt Li over and retreated to her room to ponder life. Young Master. Aunt Li regarded the refined young man before her, feeling somewhat apprehensive. She was unaware of the complexities surrounding them and merely considered him an esteemed guest deserving of sincere treatment. Indeed, Bai Qiu did not trouble her, allowing Aunt Li to take him to Chu Xiang's room before dismissing her. This did not raise any suspicion, as he was merely retrieving items for Yu Qing. Yet Yu Qing had never resided here. Thus, the items must have been left by Chu Xiang for him. Bai Qiu leisurely closed the door and surveyed Chu Xiang's room, which was predominantly adorned in a soft off-white hue, exuding a tranquil and harmonious atmosphere, maintaining its former appearance with hardly any dust. Indicating that it was regularly clean, he scanned the corners of the room but found no objects resembling a jade pendant. However, as he glanced at one particular spot, a fleeting shadow crossed his eyes, almost like an illusion. Where could it be? Bai Qiu feigned a look of distress and pondered. He spotted a small wooden box on the vanity. Approaching it, he lifted the lid, and indeed, inside lay a glistening jade pendant. Initially, Bai Qiu intended to take the entire box, but after a moment's consideration, he ultimately extracted the jade pendant from the box and gently placed it into his breast pocket. Having acquired the item, it was time to depart. Yet, just as he was about to step out the door, Bai Qiu hesitated and turned back, heading toward the spot he had previously surveyed. There lay a small photograph depicting a chubby little boy with soft hair and bright, clear eyes, displaying a mischievous smile that radiated cleverness. That was his Yu Qing. Bai Qiu pinched the photograph between his fingers, gazing at the image of Yu Qing with darkened eyes, as if a beast within him was ready to roar out. "What shall I do with you, Yu Qing?" Bai Qiu gently tucked the photograph into his pocket, as well. In the hotel, Bai Qiu reclined against the sofa, swirling the red wine in his glass. His eyes slightly closed, obscuring the emotions within. Exchanged at a bottle of ability potion materialized before him. Account balance: for 996, 950. The day he had seen the ability potion, he had contemplated that his current devouring ability stemmed from that black crystal. So, if he consumed the potion, could he possibly acquire another ability? However, he had been distracted by Fan Yuan at the time and had forgotten about it. Chapter 8. Repairing the jade pendant. Bai Qiu set down his wine glass and picked up the potion bottle. Taking a careful sip of the azure liquid. The taste was unremarkable, akin to sweetened mineral water. He tilted his head back and drank it all, observing an ice-blue crystal forming in his hand. He realized that perhaps due to already possessing an ability, the awakening process was devoid of the burning sensation Fan Yuan had experienced at his ice ability. Gazing at the crystal, emitting a slight chill, Bai Qiu was inexplicably reminded of Yu Qing, as one of Yu Qing's abilities in his past life had indeed been ice ability. However, reflecting on the small button he had yet to deliver, he pondered whether, with it, Yu Qing would be unable to awaken his abilities. Bai Qiu felt a sense of confusion. It seemed he had harmed the young boy once more, yet he was quickly reminded of Yu Qing's betrayal in his past life, causing his heart to descend into madness and malice. Perhaps it was better without abilities. Without them, Yu Qing would be unable to escape his grasp. Bai Qiu's demeanor softened again, though all darkness remained buried deep within. Awaiting the opportune moment to erupt, he took out the jade pendant, gently caressing it with a contemplative expression. Then, he picked up a nearby fruit knife and made a small incision on his fingertip. Fresh blood instantly oozing forth, but Bai Qiu's expression remained unchanged as he silently pressed his finger against the jade pendant. Ding, a damaged spatial storage detected. Would you like to proceed with repairs? The sudden voice startled Bai Qiu. A damaged spatial storage. How come he had been unaware of its imperfections in his past life? As if discerning his thoughts, the system spoke again in a formal tone. If not repaired, it will be indistinguishable from an ordinary space. Repair. Ding, repairing the damaged spatial storage, due to significant energy expenditure, deducting 2 million coins. Account balance: 996, 950. Bai Qiu. He confirmed that this was indeed a black system. Having just lost 2 million, it was as if they were being extorted. Nevertheless, Bai Qiu was not angered. In the apocalypse, money would merely turn into worthless paper. However, the liquid assets he could utilize within the company were limited, and he needed to devise a plan to extract funds while they still held value, to inject into this system. The jade pendant, once a vibrant green, had now lost its luster, as if its colors had been drained, revealing numerous cracks and a grayish hue. Bai Qiu's hand moved, and in an instant, the jade pendant disintegrated into a cloud of dust, dissipating into the air. Its fate had always been to reside within this spatial storage. And now that the space had been claimed by someone destined, it had fulfilled its purpose. In the hotel room, now devoid of occupants, Bai Qiu gazed in awe at the expanse before him. The enormity of this space was unfathomable, stretching endlessly, with vast stretches of fertile land. At its center stood a thatched cottage that exuded an air of rustic charm, devoid of decay. Beside the cottage flowed a crystal-clear spring, from which Bai Qiu sensed a rich aura of spirituality. There was also a pond teeming with plump fish swimming about. Though its waters were not as pure as the springs, they too radiated a hint of spiritual energy. More importantly, this space could accommodate living beings. Though Bai Qiu maintained a composed exterior regarding this spatial storage, he felt immense satisfaction within. While future currency would resemble mere waste paper, who wouldn't prefer to spend the same amount for something of greater value? It was then that Baichio comprehended the system's assertion that without repairs, it would be indistinguishable from an ordinary space. Spatial ability users could only store inanimate objects, but the size of the space varied with rank. Yet, this space undoubtedly indicated that it was imbued with life. After conducting experiments, Baichio discovered that not only could he enter with his physical body, but he could also project his spiritual energy into it, proving to be a tremendous asset. The land could host crops and livestock, and due to the spiritual energy it contained, there was no need to worry about sustaining them. Additionally, the open areas could be utilized for stockpiling various resources. In the apocalypse, possessing resources equated to having confidence. Baichio's nature could hardly contain itself. The gloom from his past life evaporated, revealing a hidden ambition to seize control over everything. Young Master Bai. This is it. Fan Yuan had been riding high these days. Ever since he had been summoned by Young Master Bai last time, everyone knew he was the favored one in Baichio's eyes. Moreover, during this period, he had busied himself fulfilling Young Master Bai's tasks, issuing orders to others. Though some felt resentment, they were even more reluctant to offend Fan Yuan. However, there were still many attempting to gather information. Yet Fan Yuan remained tight-lipped, causing them to relent. Baichio nodded in satisfaction as he surveyed the immense warehouse before him and stepped inside, discovering a plethora of various items. Although Fan Yuan was sycophantic, his efficiency in handling matters was commendable. Observing Baichio's approval, Fan Yuan felt a surge of excitement. His efforts over the past few days in acquiring warehouses and resources had not been in vain. After this incident, Young Master Bai would surely acknowledge him and value him even more. He, Fan Yuan, would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of his life, becoming Young Master Bai's right-hand man. While Fan Yuan was lost in dreams of a splendid future, he caught a glimpse of Baichio casting him a glance of mild disdain, causing his heart to race. Immediately, he straightened his posture, chest out, head held high, striving to present himself as upright. Baichio could not be bothered to look at him. The two exited the warehouse, having deliberately chosen a remote location devoid of human presence. With a wave of his hand, Baichio made the entire warehouse vanish without a trace, leaving only a pit measuring over 5,000 square meters on the ground. Within Baichio's spatial storage now lay a warehouse brimming with supplies. Fan Yuan rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again, exclaiming, "My goodness! All the resources I tirelessly sought over the past few days have vanished. Even the supplies are gone." However, upon meeting Baichio's enigmatic gaze, Fan Yuan, being astute, swiftly grasped the situation. Remembering his lightning ability, he felt that there was nothing Baichio could not accomplish. Thus, he slyly approached. Boasting, "Young Master Bai is truly remarkable. With just a wave of your hand, a warehouse disappears." Baichio smiled faintly, remaining silent. The location was so isolated that the disappearance of such a massive warehouse had not even stirred a ripple. Baichio advised Fan Yuan, "You must diligently practice your abilities. Achieve level 2 before the world descends into chaos." Fan Yuan was unsure of what Baichio meant by the world descending into chaos. Yet he understood the underlying implication. His heart trembled with excitement at Young Master Bai's encouragement. He nodded earnestly, saying nothing. He believed that those who understood didn't need to say much, and Young Master Bai was his confidant. "Now let us procure some seeds." "Certainly, Young Master." Chapter 9. A startling surprise for the system as Baichio arrived alone. Fan Yuan temporarily took on the role of a chauffeur. They found themselves at the largest seed market in H City. In fact, among the supplies Fan Yuan had gathered, there were several tons of seeds, grain seeds, fruit seeds, and a myriad of others that it is essential to understand that these are plants. A single seed, when sown, can yield hundreds or even thousands of seeds. Logically, this should suffice. Yet Baichio felt an inexplicable sense of something lacking. Amidst the cacophony of the seed market, Baichio grew increasingly impatient, uncertain of the purpose behind his visit. He contemplated leaving, but a shrewd vendor at the entrance, leisurely fanning himself, caught sight of the distinguished young man whose demeanor starkly contrasted with the bustling market. The vendor, disregarding Fan Yuan, called out to Baichio, "Dear guest, are you in search of seeds? I possess the most comprehensive variety in the entire market." For reasons unknown, Baichio found himself compelled to respond, "Do you have strawberry seeds?" Indeed. I have plenty. 5 yuan per packet containing 200 seeds." How many would you like? Regret washed over Bai Chio the moment he uttered that question, and as the vendor pressed him for an answer, his expression darkened. Fortunately, Fan Yuan, perceptive as ever, noticed Bai Chio's change in demeanor and quickly interjected, "Young Master Bai, why don't you take a moment in the car? I will handle the purchase of the seeds for you." Bai Chio turned and walked away, his heart unsettled, the name Yu Qing echoing in his mind like a haunting refrain. Over 10 minutes later, Fan Yuan returned, respectfully presenting 10 packets of strawberry seeds to Bai Chio. "Young Master Bai, I noticed that the previous batch of seeds I acquired was incomplete, so I purchased some additional varieties from that vendor to rectify the situation. That I also procured some flower seeds, which I shall deliver to your residence this afternoon." Dung. Bai Chio stored 9 packets of strawberry seeds into his personal space, holding on to one packet that he gripped too tightly, causing his fingers to turn pale. His expression wavered, torn between the image of Yu Qing nestled in his embrace and the sight of her resolutely departing from him. "Bai Chio, how can you allow yourself to be soft-hearted? 10 years of apocalypse, and she has been gone for 9 years. Such a person cannot be treated with kindness. Only by breaking her wings will she remain obediently by your side." With this thought, Bai Chio gradually loosened his grip, his demeanor growing nonchalant, though the darkness in his eyes deepened. Unbeknownst to Fan Yuan, who remained oblivious to this transformation, he sensed an even more ominous aura emanating from young Master Bai. With the supplies adequately stocked, the focus now shifted to livestock. Frankly, Bai Chio had a distaste for filthy environments. Even during the apocalypse, having done everything imaginable, it only heightened his aversion. Some experiences should not become commonplace. Rather, the very act of enduring them should incite even more disdain. Would placing livestock into his personal space truly not transform it into a poultry farm, a pigsty, or a cattle ranch? Moreover, the exchange system offered livestock for sale, albeit at a steep price. That a fleeting glance at the cost of live chickens caught his eye. Live chickens, 300 units. Note: roosters and hens may be chosen freely. Eggs laid by hens belong to the system. The note caused Bai Chio to pause, his gaze growing peculiar as he scrutinized the current interface. How absurdly desperate! 300 coins equate to 30,000 yuan, that if this price fell within his threshold of affordability. Then ding! The system has something to convey. Would you like to establish an auxiliary livestock farm within your personal space? Decline, Bai Chio replied coolly. Establishing comes with rewards. A delightful surprise. A delightful surprise? Bai Chio pondered the words. Suppressing his skepticism. Establish. Ding! Congratulations to the system owner for establishing a livestock farm, deducting 1 million coins. That a delightful surprise. Indeed, Bai Chio mused with a sly smile, eager to witness the surprise the system had in store for him. The system seemed to hesitate momentarily. Reward. A supreme, unparalleled moi. As Bai Chio felt an unsettling sensation on his face, he couldn't help but shudder. Account balance. 1,996,950. Chapter 10. Level 5 abilities before long. September arrived, marking the beginning of the academic season. That a surge of students returned to campus, creating a bustling scene. Among them was Yu Qing, preparing to return to school at H University, where Yu Qing was enrolled. Stood as one of the nation's top-tier institutions. However, she did not gain admission through her own merit. It was Yu Hongyuan's generous donation of a laboratory building that secured her a place as a special entrant. Now, Yu Qing strode with an air of arrogance, garnering disdain from her peers, a sentiment not unconnected to Bai Xian's machinations. Even if she remained indifferent, one could not help but admire Bai Xian's cunning. Even outside the Yu family, she managed to subtly exacerbate the conflicts between Yu Hongyuan and Yu Qing. Women wield their daggers without bloodshed. That, of course, Yu Qing's arrogance was also bolstered by the tacit support of those around her, as they were, in essence, rivals. Had it not been for the events that unfolded later, who could have predicted that Yu Qing would end up with him? During the onset of the apocalypse, Yu Qing became especially sensitive. And while he offered her gentle reassurances, she ultimately severed all ties with him. Throughout their upbringing, Bai Xian only taught him how to curry favor with Yu Hongyuan, who cared solely for profit. Ironically, Lu Zixing was Bai Xian's true son. How absurd! In the past 2 months, Bai Chio's personal space overflowed with supplies, while a portion of the seeds had been sown by the system, and the livestock farm began to take shape. However, he had paid the system an exorbitant custodial fee. Fortunately, it was a buyout system. Had it been a daily charge, Bai Chio had no doubt that the greedy system would have raised the price on a whim. System. You slander. I am not that kind of system. This is defamation. Defamation. Truly fragrant. With a mere thought, Bai Chio summoned his devouring ability. Over the past 2 months, having consumed countless precious stones and even visited ancient trees that had endured for millennia, his devouring ability had reached level 5. Level 5, such a terrifying feat. It is worth noting that during the apocalypse, abilities typically began at level 1 upon awakening, gradually improving through training. That IT was only with the emergence of the first person to absorb a zombie crystal core that a new world opened for ability users. It turned out that zombie crystal cores could be consumed. Absorbing a substantial number of zombie crystal cores allowed for advancement, but this was not an instantaneous process. It was gradual. Hence, even 4 years into the apocalypse, there had only been one level 5 ability user who made quite a name for himself alongside his base. Bai Chio recalled that user's name, Long Qingyang, the leader of the Longya base. That AS levels increased. So did the difficulty of advancement. That be why the 10th year of the apocalypse, the highest level achieved was merely 7. Therefore, Bai Chio, at level 5, was in a position to be revered during this period. With a flick of his palm, he summoned his Ice-type ability, level 3. After all, unlike the devouring ability, which could directly absorb life force to upgrade, the Ice-type ability required gradual refinement. That he had brought those precious stones to a glacial expanse at sea, where he honed both his ice and devouring abilities simultaneously to reach this level. At this moment, Fan Yuan's lightning-type ability had also reached level 2. As he recounted, in order to enhance his powers, he had taken to dismantling wires and affixing them to his body, even waiting beneath a crooked tree during thunderstorms, hoping to be struck by lightning. A truly harrowing endeavor. Reflecting on Fan Yuan's self-congratulatory tone, Bai Chio couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, without comparison, one would not recognize the disparity. Now, it was time to pay a visit to Yu Qing. The thought that he had not seen her since their brief return to the Yu family estate 2 months prior stirred a sense of anxiety within him. As if she might have fled once more, that a cold smirk crept upon his lips. H University. Today, H University buzzed with excitement, as the audacious young master, Yu Qing, actually attended class. That it was known that he had a habit of arriving and departing at his whim, treating class attendance as a mere formality. However, no one bothered to care about him. At this moment, Yu Qing and Meng Mu Yu stood facing each other, surrounded by a throng of onlookers, with a head of flamboyant red short hair. Yu Qing awkwardly grasped Meng Mu Yu's hand, the corners of his eyes slightly raised in disdain as he surveyed the crowd. This was precisely the reason others harbored disdain for Yu Qing. Anyone subjected to such scorn day after day would find their temper hard to maintain. Yet, despite being a pariah at H University, Yu Qing still boasted a legion of admirers on campus. No matter how unruly or condescending he might be, he remained the unequivocal heir of the Yu family, and in the eyes of others, the Yu estate ultimately belonged to him. Furthermore, his wealth was such that even a mere trickle of it could sustain their revelry for several months. To become Yu Qing's girlfriend would be akin to ascending to the heavens. Perhaps she could even become the matriarch of the Yu family. Although Yu Qing appeared brash, one could argue that he was merely a sheltered young master. Easily deceived, among the crowd stood Meng Mu Yu, the belle of the art department, clad in a flowing cerulean gown, her beauty striking. Yet, despite her allure, standing beside Yu Qing caused the spectators to be drawn irresistibly to him. It must be said, although Yu Qing's spoiled temperament often erupted in violence, his visage was undeniably captivating, even outshining the beauty of the department's flower, his skin radiant as if aglow, observing the envious gazes of those around them fixed upon Yu Qing. Meng Mu Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of resentment. However, the admiration reflected in their eyes prompted her to subtly curl her lips into a smile. All her painstaking efforts to gather information on Yu Qing and her meticulous plotting to become his girlfriend had not been in vain. Her family was merely an ordinary middle-class household, and witnessing her classmates flaunt their extravagant clothing and accessories, she maintained a facade of indifference, though internally, she was consumed by envy. Alas, no matter how doting her family was, they could not provide her with such lavish funds to squander. The price of a single handbag from others often exceeded her parents' annual income. Yet a friend of hers had suddenly acquired a plethora of luxurious bags. And through her subtle hints, Meng Muyu discovered that she had begun dating a wealthy heir. While she felt a pang of envy, she remained dismissive. These affluent young men were merely playing at romance. Even though a breakup could yield a substantial financial windfall, what she desired was far more profound. She wished to marry into a prominent family. Regrettably, despite her status as the department's belle attracting numerous suitors, she understood that many wealthy heirs merely sought to flaunt her as a trophy, while those who genuinely cared for her were often of modest means, which did not pique her interest. It was not until Yu Qing's arrival that she glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 11. Bai Qiu's wrath. The heir of the Yu family, though seemingly prickly on the surface, was rather naive and easily manipulated. She had discreetly researched Yu Qing's personality and learned of his mother's passing during his childhood, leaving him with a father who had moved on to another love, neglecting his son. Thus, she made a concerted effort to engage him in casual conversation, orchestrating various chance encounters. Yet, inexplicably, their dynamic resembled that of siblings rather than romantic partners, though Yu Qing remained oblivious to this reality. Months prior, he had unexpectedly confessed his feelings to her. Though taken aback, she accepted his proposal. Meng Muyu smiled softly, determined to ensure Yu Qing would have no opportunity for reconsideration. Bai Qiu, having just alighted from his vehicle, witnessed this scene that a delicate maiden stood before Yu Qing. Smiling sweetly, their hands intertwined. Bai Qiu narrowed his eyes, tugged at his tie, and a sardonic smile crept across his lips. How disobedient, my dear T. That moment, Yu Qing seemed to sense the scrutiny and turned to locate its source. His expression darkened, a hint of agitation surfacing. Bai Qiu. The shift in Yu Qing's demeanor startled Meng Muyu, and following his gaze, she beheld a young man exuding an air of aristocracy, his gentle facade concealing a sense of superiority. Her curiosity piqued. Who was he? In stark contrast to Bai Qiu, Yu Qing appeared almost like an unripe child. Should she manage to ensnare this man? Yu Qing was acutely aware of the disparity between his and Bai Qiu's appearances, his expression souring further. Yet he had not anticipated Bai Qiu's visit. What, you say Bai Qiu isn't here to see him? Impossible. That Yu Qing firmly asserted that if Bai Qiu was not seeking him, who else could he be looking for? A girlfriend? Humph. In Yu Qing's eyes, Bai Qiu appeared amiable, yet he suspected there were many convoluted layers beneath that facade. He doubted Bai Qiu even had a girlfriend. Reluctantly, Yu Qing approached the luxurious car Bai Qiu had arrived in, slowly opening the door and sliding inside. Bai Qiu sensed the shift in atmosphere as an unfamiliar presence filled the vehicle, the first thing he noticed being a shock of red hair. He casually pressed a button, and the windows rose, isolating them from the outside world. The Yu Qing felt a sudden unease and feigned calmness, calling out, "What are you doing? Why have you summoned me?" Seemingly emboldened, Yu Qing widened his eyes defiantly, staring at Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu remained silent, merely gazing at him intently. Under Bai Qiu's scrutiny, Yu Qing's bravado dwindled. What do you want?" he stammered. "That if you won't speak, I'm leaving." Yu Qing attempted to push the door open. Suddenly, Bai Qiu tore away his gentle veneer, leaning in and firmly grasping Yu Qing's wrists, pressing him against the corner of the car. With a smirk, he inquired, "Where do you think you're trying to run off to?" Yu Qing's eyes widened in confusion, and only when he felt the heat of Bai Qiu's body did he realize the humiliating position he was in, his eyes reddening with fury as he struggled against his captor. "Let go of me! You scoundrel! Don't touch me!" Upon hearing the term scoundrel, a shadow flickered across Bai Qiu's eyes, and as he felt Yu Qing's frantic struggles beneath him, he suddenly burst into laughter that he forcefully turned Yu Qing's face towards him, maliciously taunting. "Then what does that make you, pinned beneath a scoundrel? How about it? Do you want everyone to know about our relationship?" Yu Qing fell silent. Bai Qiu's calloused fingers began to trace Yu Qing's face. Though there was a layer of clothing between them, the summer heat rendered it almost negligible. Yu Qing felt a shiver run through him at the places Bai Qiu's fingers lingered, a sensation that unnerved him. The confined space allowed Bai Qiu's darker inclinations to fester, his desires growing increasingly greedy that he longed to hear the young man sob and call his name, a thought that seemed exquisitely delightful. "Darling, you belong to me. Do you understand?" Bai Qiu's voice, a low seductive whisper, coiled around Yu Qing's ears. "That I am not yours." Yu Qing retorted defiantly, though the posture he found himself in rendered his argument feeble. Ultimately, Bai Qiu relented, merely brushing against Yu Qing's abdomen through his clothing. As a skilled hunter, patience was paramount, but he had meticulously woven an intricate web, intending for Yu Qing to believe he could escape, only to discover that no matter how he tried, he could not break free. Bai Qiu would gradually dismantle all of Yu Qing's defenses, stripping away his sharp edges to reveal the tender core within, ultimately conveying that he could only rely on Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu kindly returned Yu Qing home, yet Yu Qing offered him no semblance of gratitude. He sat in silence, the remnants of a blush evident at the corners of his eyes. He was engulfed in a profound confusion. His relationship with Bai Qiu had always been lukewarm, yet today the man seemed to have lost his mind. However, he dared not provoke Bai Qiu further. His only desire was to maintain a safe distance, fearing that the rogue might once again spiral into madness. The Yu Qing silently affixed another label of untouchable to Bai Qiu for seeking help from Yu Hongyuan. Yu Qing smirked bitterly. He was not foolish that he understood that Yu Hongyuan harbored disdain for his mother, even for him. And Bai Qiu was the son of Yu Hongyuan's beloved, which made it abundantly clear where Yu Hongyuan's loyalties lay. Surely he had seen enough of that in his daily life. He was merely a pawn, an expendable piece on the board. Not that he was entirely expendable. He still caught the eye of certain individuals. Perhaps reminded of the gentle and noble Bai Xian, a shadow of melancholy crossed Yu Qing's features. Chapter 12. The apocalypse arrives early half a month later. Bai Qiu summoned Fan Yuan to a villa under his name. Xian, a well-known affluent residential area, boasted serene surroundings and exceptional security measures. Merely possessing wealth would not suffice. One required status and power to reside there. Each villa in Xian symbolized strength and influence. As a prominent family, the Yu clan could undoubtedly acquire such a residence, but primarily, Xian was developed by the Yu family. This particular house had been a gift from Yu Hongyuan to win Bai Xian's favor. In recent days, Bai Qiu had liquidated all his real estate holdings, selling or mortgaging them, funneling the proceeds into a conversion system. The current magnitude of the account balance was so vast that he could hardly muster the energy to count it. At this moment, outside Bai Qiu's residence, a man with a sharp nose and gaunt features disdainfully glanced at the nearby villas before maneuvering the last fuel-laden SUV into position. This was Fan Yuan. Once he completed his tasks, he was drenched in sweat, nearly crawling out of the vehicle, and twisted open a bottle of mineral water, gulping it down greedily. Yet he uttered not a single complaint. Naturally, he did not dare to voice any grievances. Over the past few days, Bai Qiu had tasked Fan Yuan with amassing a substantial stockpile of gasoline and weaponry, with the number of SUVs alone exceeding 100. Even Fan Yuan, despite his lack of intellect, realized that something significant was on the horizon. His lightning-based abilities had grown considerably stronger, yet the threshold to reach level 3 remained frustratingly elusive, causing a deep sense of anxiety. Young Master Bai. Fan Yuan exclaimed, ceasing his crude drinking as Bai Qiu emerged. His eyes lit up with eagerness as he called out. Bai Qiu, however, ignored him, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the sky, his expression grave. It was noon, yet the heavens had darkened ominously. This scene mirrored the apocalyptic events he had witnessed in his past life, but there were still 2 weeks to go. Could it be? Bai Qiu picked up his phone to call Yu Qing. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. The sweet, melodic voice cast a shadow over Bai Qiu's heart. His expression fluctuated between light and dark, revealing the tumult of his thoughts. But as a sycophant, Fan Yuan understood that Bai Qiu was clearly irate. Fan Yuan also glanced up at the sky, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Goodness, why is it so dark? At that moment, many people on the streets were also staring at the sky. Some chattering excitedly, while others snapped photographs. There was neither thunder nor rain, nor even clouds. It was supposed to be the sunniest part of the day, yet darkness had descended, creating a truly bizarre sight. He thought about posting these images on social media to share this once-in-a-century phenomenon. Finally, the last glimmer of light was completely consumed. Fortunately, the neon lights on the skyscrapers remained aglow, casting a faint crimson hue through the air. Suddenly, screams erupted. Wang Qian, what's wrong? Wake up! Hurry, call 120. My Yongxin has fainted. Lu Ming, what happened? She was perfectly fine just a moment ago. Similar incidents unfolded everywhere. On the streets, in schools, homes, shops, and supermarkets, where a portion of people suddenly collapsed without warning. Hospitals became inundated with the comatose. their once bustling halls now overcrowded. The cacophony of wails filled the air. Many resorted to sleeping on the hospital floors as space ran out. Amid the silent, pitch-black streets, a solitary man lay unconscious, only to suddenly stir and rise unsteadily. Though he was still the same man, his appearance had drastically changed. His skin had turned an ashen hue, his eyes bulging with a cloudy film. And his nails were black and sharp as he lunged toward the nearest person. Run! Help! Save me! Get away! Don't bite me! I'll give you all my money! Help! Chaos ensued, everything spiraling into disarray, before anyone could comprehend the situation. The spread of the undead had begun on this planet. Bai Chio gently uttered those words. That was the base where he had once resided in his previous life. Although he now possessed an abundance of resources, sufficient to build not just one, but even 10 bases. He found the notion of establishing a base cumbersome and pondered whether it would not be swifter to seize one outright. However, there was no rush. The apocalypse had only just begun. And those bases barely had any semblance of form. That it would be a waste of manpower and resources to construct them, a venture of little return. Bai Chio resolved to embrace a life of seclusion from this day forth. Fan Yuan had been following Bai Chio since the onset of the apocalypse. Now that the end of the world had arrived, Bai Chio found it rather advantageous to have a lackey by his side, thus allowing Fan Yuan to occupy a guest room on the first floor. Fan Yuan had never stayed in such a fine residence, and he was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. He felt that Bai Xiao had summoned him purely for the sake of his own comfort. Coupled with their abundant supplies, while others fought desperately for a morsel of food, they dined lavishly on fish and meat, truly living the life of deities. Bai Chio sipped from the bowl of fish soup, compelled to admit that Fan Yuan's culinary skills were commendable. The soup was prepared with fish from his spatial pond. The meat imbued with spiritual energy, its color a creamy white, sweeter and more delectable than ordinary fish. Fan Yuan shared tea. The enigmatic individual at the center remained in a state of serene contemplation, seemingly indifferent to the events unfolding around him. Yet none dared to underestimate him. In fact, among the four, there was an unspoken acknowledgement of his supremacy. Chapter 15. The uninvited guest on a morning following the apocalypse. Bai Chio and Fan Yuan were sharing breakfast together. Bai Chio's every gesture was a sight to behold, while Fan Yuan appeared considerably more disheveled, akin to a famished ghost. His mouth was still occupied with unchewed morsels as his hands instinctively reached for the next item. However, observing Fan Yuan's ravenous display did provoke an appetite in others. Bai Chio mused quietly to himself. That moment, a sudden knock resonated through the air, its rhythmic cadence intruding upon their peace. Bai Chio's displeasure was evident as his brow furrowed slightly. Fan Yuan, sensing Bai Chio's irritation, felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. His previous fervor for food instantly halted. Bai Xiao, allow me to see who dares to disturb us, he exclaimed. Very well, go ahead, Bai Chio replied curtly. Damn it! I prepared this exquisite breakfast for Bai Xiao, and before I could savor it, this delightful moment has been interrupted. With a slight frame, he shifted from his seat. Turning to open the door, his back to Bai Chio, contorted in frustration. With a swift motion, he threw the door open, revealing not just one, but several figures waiting outside. Who are you? What do you want? If there's nothing pressing, be gone. Wang Kongsheng, Sun Jingji, and their companions had witnessed Fan Yuan's arrival at the villa days prior and had come seeking refuge. However, upon encountering Fan Yuan's unrelenting wrath, they were taken aback. That it was well known that he was a formidable ability user, capable of effortlessly dispatching numerous zombies. A single outburst from him could spell disaster for them. Thus, the group stood before Fan Yuan, visibly anxious. My lord, we merely wish to pay a visit. Yes, a visit, with no ill intent whatsoever. And who do you think you are to pay a visit? Do you possess the qualifications? Fan Yuan's words were laced with venom, darkening the faces of those outside, some even brimming with indignation. Just then, a gentle, languorous voice interjected. Fan Yuan, allow them to enter. Very well. Fan Yuan acquiesced begrudgingly, stepping aside while his gaze remained filled with hostility. This unexpected gesture astonished the group, instilling a sense of trepidation within them. Some had witnessed Fan Yuan's prowess against the undead, while others had merely heard tales. Nevertheless, they regarded this gaunt man as extraordinarily powerful. Yet, to their astonishment, He was not the master of the villa, but rather a subordinate of the man seated within. Cautiously, they entered the villa. At the center of the dining table sat a young man clad in simple white and black attire, exuding an air of nobility, untouched by the grime of the world. However, the visitor's eyes were drawn irresistibly to the opulent breakfast spread before them. Crystal shrimp dumplings, pork-filled siu-mai, custard buns, soup dumplings, steamed ribs, sticky rice cakes, shrimp wontons, along with 2 steaming bowls of congee. From their vantage point, they could even discern the shrimp, shredded eggs, and fish slices floating atop the congee, garnished with a sprinkle of scallions. Truly an enticing sight. This was indeed a feast for breakfast, a veritable bounty laid before them. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had dared not venture outside, subsisting only on the meager rations they had stockpiled before the collapse. Their supplies had dwindled alarmingly, with some resorting to half a pack of instant noodles over 2 days, slurping every last drop of broth and licking their bowls clean. They had never imagined they would witness such abundance again. The sight of such a lavish breakfast made them green with envy. Even in their previous lives, they had never dared to claim such a variety for their morning repast, such delectable food. Baiqiu observed as the ravenous gaze of the group fixated on the table, feeling no surprise, for he too had endured similar trials in his past life. Fan Yuan, observing the group ogling the breakfast, grew increasingly irate and shot them a menacing glare. "What are you staring at? This feast is prepared for my esteemed Baiqiu. Must you drool all over the place?" Fortunately, the seasoned capitalists managed to suppress their hunger. Despite their mouths watering profusely, they turned their attention to the young man at the head of the table, momentarily at a loss for words to that juncture. Sun Jingji broke the silence. "You are Baiqiu?" The name startled the assembly, echoing in their minds. Baiqiu, the rising business tycoon, the son of the woman pursued by Yu Hongyuan. Baiqiu remained silent, a faint smile gracing his lips, though a flicker of disdain danced in his eyes. How utterly oblivious they were to their own positions. Fan Yuan, with no reservations, fixed his icy stare upon them. "Is my Baiqiu, name one you are entitled to utter." "Why you one of them?" Caught off guard by the sudden shout, bristled, but his companion hastily tugged at his sleeve, causing him to break into a cold sweat. After all, this was an ability user. Who were they to retort? "I misspoke. It is Baiqiu." "Yes, Baiqiu," the group echoed, all clamoring to avoid Fan Yuan's wrath. Baiqiu cast a glance at them, an eerie sensation creeping over the group as if they were under the watchful gaze of some ominous entity. With a light scoff, Baiqiu inquired, "Now, what brings you here?" Sun Jingji, having stumbled over his words earlier, dared not speak again. Thus, Wang Kongxing took the lead. Stripped of his usual arrogance, he adopted an excessively sycophantic tone. "It is as follows, Baiqiu. Since the onset of the apocalypse, we have refrained from venturing outside, relying solely on our dwindling supplies. However, we have nearly exhausted our provisions, and we now find ourselves starving." The critical issue is at this point, panic flickered in Wang Kongxing's eyes. The water has been cut off. There is no water in this villa community. As Wang Kongxing spoke, Fan Yuan recognized him. This was the man who had ventured outside for sunlight due to his hunger. Regarding the water shortage, Fan Yuan felt no concern. In his eyes, Baiqiu was omnipotent. Indeed, Baiqiu remained composed as he listened to Wang Kongxing's tale, a smile gracing his lips. And then, Wang Kongxing, noting Baiqiu's lack of engagement, cast a furtive glance before lowering his head once more, explaining, "We heard that several bases have been established, and we had hoped to seek refuge at the nearest Tianyuan base. However, there are too many zombies outside, and we thought." He glanced at Fan Yuan, implying they had initially sought his protection to reach the base. Upon finishing, he looked expectantly at the 2 men before him. Baiqiu remained non-committal, while Fan Yuan bristled at the idea of safeguarding these capitalists that he was enjoying a life of luxury beside Baiqiu. Why should he protect these dubious figures? They had likely fled while he fought off zombies. And some might even stab him in the back. Baiqiu's fingers tapped rhythmically on the table. The others felt their own heartbeats synchronizing with the sound. "Please take your leave," Baiqiu finally uttered after a prolonged silence. Naturally, the group was reluctant to leave empty-handed. Initially, they intended to continue their plea, but Baiqiu's enigmatic smile stifled their words. They had no doubt that any further disturbance could lead to their demise. "Alas, seek out those ability users holed up in the nearby villas. Surely they too are aware of the water shortage. If they could be persuaded with some food, perhaps they might offer protection. Or at the very least, allow us to trail behind them. Chapter 16. The fragrant lamb, a chill wind swept through the air, which might have once caused a shiver in passers-by. Yet, the streets lay desolate, devoid of human presence. Only the zombies roamed, impervious to the cold. Months had passed since the onset of the apocalypse. Inside the villa, with the air conditioning humming, Fan Yuan lounged on the sofa, clad merely in a sweater. Sipping hot tea, and sighed contentedly, this is the life. The villa community was largely abandoned, devoid of food, water, or electricity. It was no longer tenable, and they had to seek a way out. However, Fan Yuan felt none of this. Within these walls, water and power had never faltered. He had even begun to cultivate a sense of tranquility, occasionally contemplating the merits of remaining in this haven, that a voice called from upstairs. Fan Yuan. Pack your things. We're leaving today. Da. Understood. Bai Xiao. Fan Yuan leaped from the sofa, invigorated by the thought that a man ought to have ambitions. Fan Yuan unpacked several enormous backpacks, brimming with an array of daily necessities for Bai Xiao. Alongside various snacks to alleviate Bai Xiao's fatigue, he decided to carry one bag himself, leaving the others in the car. The villa was promptly stowed away into his portable space, while Bai Xiao reclined in the back. Feigning sleep, Fan Yuan demonstrated exceptional driving skills, expertly maneuvering around numerous obstacles on the road without a single bump in the ride. They were currently situated to the north of the Tianyuan base. Heading southward, the brutal principle of survival of the fittest had intensified with each passing day, and during their travels, they encountered numerous survivor groups. Those composed of entirely ordinary individuals were manageable, but in the company of those with supernatural abilities, the lives of ordinary people were as insignificant as weeds. Beautiful men and women, if they were merely ordinary, faced grim fates. Some volunteered, while others were coerced. Some preferred death over submission, yet others eventually acquiesced. For hunger can drive one to madness. Bai Qiu understood that the current horrors were but a fraction of what lay ahead, as the apocalypse had only just commenced a few months prior. After hours on the road, the vehicle finally halted, marking the arrival of Fan Yuan's cherished lunchtime, that he skillfully set up a lounge chair on the ground and retrieved a dainty little table from the car. Unhurriedly, he took out several bottles of mineral water, first washing a selection of fruits to place upon the table, followed by an assortment of dried fruits and jerky. Bai Qiu observed Fan Yuan's attentive preparations without interruption. After all, they had ample provisions to enjoy, so why endure hardships? Why not relish the good life instead of suffering like a fool? Bai Qiu reclined comfortably in the chair, closing his eyes in a feigned slumber. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan busily tended to the meal with fervor. Fortunately, his supernatural ability was of the lightning variety, which, in addition to dispatching zombies, had a unique advantage. This allowed them to keep a mini refrigerator in the car without concern for inadequate power supply. The little refrigerator was packed to the brim with meats and vegetables. What to prepare for Bai Xiao today? Perhaps a mushroom and potato stew with chicken, cumin lamb, tomato beef brisket, and braised pork ribs. As for soup, perhaps a vegetable and shrimp broth? No, that would be too bland. Instead, a black-bone chicken and chestnut soup would do, for Bai Xiao had indeed been worn out from their travels. Fan Yuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, thought, I must ensure Bai Xiao is well-nourished. Additionally, he needed to replenish vitamins, as they are beneficial for one's health. Thus, he decided to stir-fry some greens as well. Fan Yuan commenced by simmering the soup and steaming rice. Before energetically beginning to saute the dishes, after considerable effort, he gazed at the meager spread of 5 dishes and a soup before him, feeling a surge of sorrow wash over him. When had his Bai Xiao ever endured such hardships? Back at the villa, he would prepare at least a dozen dishes daily, along with 2 soups, fearing he might not cater to Bai Xiao's palate. Fan Yuan glanced at the humble setting with a sigh. Bai Xiao, it's time to eat. Bai Qiu opened his eyes to see Fan Yuan's reddened gaze, a hint of curiosity crossing his features. You go ahead and eat first. I'll join you shortly, he replied. Fan Yuan stumbled slightly, feeling confirmed in his fears. Indeed, Bai Xiao found it distasteful. Just then, several vehicles approached from a distance, seemingly unexpected by the newcomers, who halted their advance that a few individuals disembarked from the lead vehicle, warily scrutinizing them. However, realizing they were latecomers and that this was the only flat area to rest, They relaxed and beckoned the others to disembark and prepare a meal. The leaders were relatively well-dressed, while those who followed appeared tattered and expressionless. Fan Yuan disinterestedly withdrew his gaze, preparing to eat. That moment, a woman began to open 3 bags of instant noodles, pouring them into a large pot of boiling water. Today's lunch consisted of instant noodles, a meager fare to be shared among over 10 ordinary individuals, who were left mostly with the broth. Meanwhile, the supernatural beings dined on a different fare, each receiving a packet of instant noodles and a small pack of biscuits. "I smell meat," exclaimed a child of about 7 or 8, prompting alarm from a nearby woman who hurriedly covered his mouth, fearing the ire of the supernatural adults. Nonetheless, what was meant to be heard had indeed been heard. Yet no one reprimanded the child. Indeed, the air was filled with an enticing scent of meat. What had initially seemed a mere illusion born of hunger was, in fact, real. Even the leader among the supernatural beings could not escape the allure of meat. Since they had none, they turned their gazes toward the direction of the newcomers, who had initially appeared vigilant. At first, they had only noticed a parked off-road vehicle, but now they saw a man lounging in a chair, clad in a thin cashmere sweater, exuding an air of refinement. Before him was a delicately arranged table laden with various fruits and snacks, the fruits freshly washed and glistening. Additionally, a slender man sat at a slightly larger table, seemingly preparing to dine, with several platters of meat before him. Aside from a single plate of greens, all that lay before him were various meats, the vibrant chicken glistening with succulent juices, evoking a vivid image of its tender flesh melting in one's mouth. Although vegetables were also quite precious in the apocalypse, the craving for meat was undeniable, not to mention the remaining cumin lamb, tomato beef brisket, and braised pork ribs, along with a steaming bowl of soup. The leader among the supernatural beings, possessing keen eyesight, quickly spotted the black-boned chicken floating among red dates and chestnuts in the soup. They gazed hungrily at the spread on the table, their own instant noodles suddenly losing all appeal. Chapter 17. A mother and son trapped in their own web. Fan Yuan felt the eyes of the onlookers upon him, but remained unruffled. What was this sensation? This delightful feeling? He held a piece of cumin lamb chop, savoring it with abandon, inexplicably finding it particularly flavorful today. Bai Qiu disregarded the ravenous gaze of the supernatural beings, slowly taking a seat, lifting the bowl of black-bone chicken soup that Fan Yuan had served him, and taking a gentle sip. Delicious. Fan Yuan had also dished out a bowl of rice for him, each grain plump and translucent. As they began their meal, a stir of restlessness arose among the observers. The lavishness of Bai Qiu and Fan Yuan's lunch only accentuated the stark simplicity of their own meager fare, rendering it utterly tasteless. Even the supernatural beings felt the disparity, let alone the ordinary folk, who were left with nothing but broth. The leader of this group, Payin, a wind element supernatural being, was an elegant middle-aged man in his 40s that he had been fortunate enough to receive generous rations, including an additional meat can, but the contents of that can could be consumed in a single bite and paled in comparison to the steaming hot dishes before him. Of course, there was no comparison between vacuum-sealed food and fresh produce. He had no doubt that the 2 individuals across from him were also supernatural beings. However, he could not fathom the vast difference in their circumstances. He observed the dust-covered state of his own clothing. Water had been reserved solely for cooking and drinking, leaving no surplus for cleansing his body, rendering him somewhat grimy. In contrast, the man opposite him appeared immaculate, without a speck of dust upon his attire, stirring feelings of indignation within Payin. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of desire as he regarded the young man's striking features and refined demeanor. Yet he resolved to observe further. If those 2 were merely well-provisioned without sufficient strength, such individuals would not survive long in the apocalypse. Since fate had brought them together, a glint of malice flickered across Payin's refined visage as he covertly cast a covetous glance at Bai Qiu. Payin beckoned, and a shabby-looking young man, his eyes darkening, followed him into a tent. This young man was the most attractive among the group of survivors, possessing a slightly gaunt face framed by gentle features. The others, accustomed to the grim reality of their circumstances, pretended not to notice. After all, the apocalypse had arrived, and what was the allure of male beauty in such times? Moreover, a mere touch could yield food. Some women even exhibited a hint of envy that a few women approached the supernatural beings lounging lazily on the ground. Only a small boy was held back, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at their retreating figures. The man who entered the tent with Pei and was named Shang Yuanxi, that he was a piano teacher who once had a charming girlfriend. However, when the apocalypse struck, his girlfriend perished and his parents became zombies. Subsequently, he brought his younger brother into Pei An's group. Initially repulsed by Pei An's hidden intentions, he had contemplated ending his own life when faced with Pei An's coercion. Yet, he had his brother to care for, and he could not afford to die. Eventually, he became numb to his circumstances, convincing himself that at least he could ensure his brother had more to eat, as Pei An, as the leader, would occasionally provide him with an extra packet of biscuits. Others had also set their sights on Bai Qiu and his companion, recognizing that the young man and his subordinate likely possessed abundant supplies. Though tempted to seize them outright, it was clear that those with such resources in the apocalypse were not to be trifled with. At this moment, Fan Yuan was already clearing the dishes, having noted that Bai Qiu and he had barely consumed half of their meal, with the remainder set to be discarded. Suddenly, a mother and child approached them. On the other side, the survivors remained still, yet they were ever vigilant of the movements here. The little boy was indeed quite charming, with a plump face and large, expressive eyes. However, his features were marred by a sense of spoiled arrogance. Being the first to shout upon catching the scent of flesh, their gaze was directed towards Bai Qiu, prompting Fan Yuan to reach out and block their path. "What do you intend to do?" Fan Yuan observed them warily, though a glint of mockery flickered in his eyes, as if a thought had crossed his mind. "Uncle, could you spare us some food?" The woman had yet to speak, but it was the little boy who chimed in, calling out to Bai Qiu with a sweet smile adorning his face. Bai Qiu regarded the boy with a playful expression. "Why should I give you anything? You possess nothing of worth." Beside him, Fan Yuan let out a derisive chuckle. The boy was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by the response. After all, he was but a child. Shouldn't he, a reasonable person, be inclined to offer him food upon hearing his plea? The woman standing nearby felt a twinge of injustice, thinking, clearly, you have an abundance of supplies, and you intend to waste such food. Why can't you simply share with us? She failed to consider that within Pei An's group, she too could only sip on thin noodle soup. That it was evident she misread Bai Qiu's mild demeanor, mistaking it for friendliness and hoping to exploit it. Bai Qiu, discerning the woman's emotions from her gaze, saw his smile gradually fade into a colder expression. With an effortless flick of his wrist, the woman found herself frozen, eyes creeping up from her feet to her thighs, leaving the little boy beside her in a state of shock. Bai Qiu, with his eyes half closed, reclined languidly in his chair, exuding an air of leisurely indifference akin to a carefree young master on a day out. The only testament to his earlier action was the woman, now rigid and pitifully crumpled on the ground. Eventually, a few survivors who were somewhat acquainted with her hoisted her away. The other survivors, witnessing her grim fate, quickly suppressed any burgeoning desires. One fire-based ability user attempted to touch the woman's leg, only to exclaim in dismay as his hand met ice. Causing his powers to freeze within him, he struggled to activate his fire abilities repeatedly, and finally, the ice began to melt. However, his face had turned pale, the glow of his powers dimming, a clear sign of overexertion. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. This individual was utterly terrifying. It was worth noting that the young man had merely raised a hand. Yet the residual force of his casual strike had incapacitated a fire ability user. How formidable must he be in reality? The ice on the woman's leg showed no signs of melting, and no one dared to use their abilities to assist her. After all, considering that Xie Yin had nearly drained his powers from merely touching it, who would be foolish enough to intervene? Furthermore, Xie Yin was a fire ability user, and even with his high temperature, he still found it troublesome. The woman endured a torturous existence for 2 days, the cold radiating from her leg and the immobility instilling fear within her, until the ice finally began to thaw the following day. Chapter 18. Pei An's request. Pei An learned of the events from others and felt a sense of relief that he had not treated the two as mere prey. Otherwise, he might have found himself frozen in place. While they may appear as easy targets, in this world, there are no true lambs, only wolves dressed in sheep's clothing. Fan Yuan furrowed his brow as he regarded the affable man and his sycophantic entourage. Sensing their ulterior motives, that he subtly elevated his aura as a level 3 ability user. In contrast, Pei An was genuinely shocked. He had initially perceived Fan Yuan as merely a cook or possibly a weakling among ability users. Yet now, he could sense the barely perceptible danger emanating from this man, realizing that this seemingly plain and somewhat unattractive individual was far stronger than he. However, Payan had already reached level 2. Ever since the discovery that zombie cores could enhance 1's abilities, ability users now face zombies not only out of hatred, but also for the allure of power. With sufficient zombie cores, one could grow increasingly formidable and eventually dominate. Payan had discovered the cores within zombies when they first appeared, though he had initially been uncertain of their purpose, believing them to be the essence of the zombies. He collected them rather than discarding them like others. That it was only later, upon hearing that zombie cores could enhance abilities, that he realized the correctness of his decision. After absorbing all the cores he had gathered, his powers surged to level 2, making him the new leader of the survivor group, having eliminated the previous leader. With his status as a level 2 ability user, he subsequently absorbed several groups he encountered, even managing to hold his own against formidable foes. Yet, the man before him, seemingly unassuming, possessed the potential to rival him. No, perhaps even kill him. But if this man was so powerful, how formidable must the young man orchestrating it all be? Payan recalled how he had previously coveted Baichio, and a chill ran down his spine, though he maintained an air of elegance. Baichio, recognizing Payan's intent for visiting, spoke in a low tone. A Yuan. Let them approach. A Yuan. Fan Yuan felt slightly dazed. Such an endearing form of address was directed at him. Baichio had actually called him a Yuan. Fan Yuan felt as though he were floating on a cloud of pink. Utterly lightheaded, Payan remained oblivious to Fan Yuan's inner excitement. He merely noticed the powerful ability user before him suddenly still, grinning foolishly. Payan and Xie Yin, alongside others, approached Baichio. Baichio reclined in his chair, unwrapping a piece of chocolate, and asked, "What brings you to me?" "I am Payan. May I ask how this esteemed brother is addressed?" Baichio, with his long, fair hand, broke off a piece of chocolate and popped it into his mouth. Remaining silent, Payan felt a pang of anxiety, a cold sweat trickling down his back, fearing he had not shown enough respect. That moment, Fan Yuan overheard the exchange and exploded in fury. He dashed over, glaring at the ability users, and bellowed, "What do you mean by brother? You should address him as Baichio." Understanding now, Payan sighed in relief. "Baichio." The ability users behind him echoed, "Baichio. Baichio. Baichio." Fan Yuan stood proudly behind Baichio's chair, looking down upon these sycophantic individuals with disdain. Payan finally began to articulate the purpose of his visit. "Baichio, I wonder if you would be interested in traveling with us?" "What? No way, I object." Before Baichio could respond, Fan Yuan had already shouted in protest. Baichio glanced at Fan Yuan with a questioning look, prompting him to explain that it was within Baichio's expectations that Payan sought him out for companionship, especially given the increasing density of zombies. Even as a level 2 ability user, Payan could not guarantee his safety. However, Fan Yuan's vehement refusal intrigued him. "Baichio, look at how filthy and disheveled they are. How could you possibly associate with them?" Fan Yuan remarked, rolling his eyes as if to emphasize his disdain. Provoked by Fan Yuan's blunt words, the ability users behind Payan flushed with anger, glaring at Fan Yuan. Though Payan's expression remained unchanged, Baichio noted his hands clenched tightly into fists. "Fan Yuan, how can you speak so?" Baichio's tone, while laced with reprimand, bore an unmistakable hint of indulgence. Fan Yuan fell silent, inwardly vowing to keep Baichio separated from such individuals in the future. Baichio turned his attention to the overlooked Payan. "Captain Pei, to where do you intend to travel?" "Baichio, we are heading to the Tianyuan base, the closest location from here. In that case, we shall travel together, but let us agree to interfere with one another as little as possible." "Very well." Payan suppressed the tumult in his heart and explained that they would set off the following day, for Baichio's stipulation of non-interference. They were all consuming instant noodle soup or pickled vegetables with porridge. How could they dare to interfere with Baichio's affairs? Would they expect Baichio to eat instant noodles alongside them? Once Payan and his group departed, Fan Yuan slyly approached Baichio. "Baichio, what do you wish to eat tonight?" Baichio did not respond to Fan Yuan's inquiry, a smile curving his lips as he closed his eyes. Chapter 19. The newcomers. After returning, Payan found himself unable to suppress the frustration that bubbled within him at having to demean himself before Baichio. Yet he dared not express it outwardly, as his anger simmered ever more fiercely. Yuanxi, come in, Payan called from within his tent. Outside, the others exchanged knowing glances with Shang Yuanxi, urging him forward with their eyes. Hearing Payan's tone, tinged with ire, Shang Yuanxi felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he forced a smile at his younger brother beside him. Xiao Qiu, keep an eye on Yuan Lang for me. The girl referred to as Xiao Qiu was a striking young woman, around 18 or 19 years of age. Brother Yuanxi, go ahead. I'll watch over Yuan Lang, she reassured him, though her eyes glistened with unshed tears. How could someone as kind as Brother Yuanxi encounter such misfortune? In the tent, Payan's hand rested upon his waist, and the unfamiliar scent enveloped him heavily. Shang Yuanxi felt the pain coursing through his body, his expression dimming further, and his gaze grew increasingly vacant. He stared blankly at the tent, as if he could see through it to the outside world, to the self that had never entered this cage. He would never again be the carefree Shang Yuanxi of the past. Outside the tent, Shang Yuanlong's eyes remained fixed on the structure, refusing to sleep despite Xiao Qiu's attempts to coax him. He understood. He knew it was all because of him. If it weren't for him, his brother would not have initially been coerced by that beast. Later, his brother acted for his sake, to ensure he could eat his fill. But he would rather starve. Resolute, Shang Yuanlang pushed aside Xiao Qiu's hand and ran toward a certain direction, the very area where Bai Qiu and the others were situated. Bai Qiu regarded the sudden appearance of the small figure with mild interest, while Fan Yuan expressed pure disdain. This child was both thin and dirty. He wondered if he would soil Bai Xiao's clothing. The child appeared emaciated, far less endearing than the chubby boy from days prior. Please save my brother, he implored. Bai Qiu leisurely pulled out a piece of paper, gently wiping each finger. Why? Wasn't he willing? No, it's not that my brother is being forced, Shang Yuanlang exclaimed, his agitation causing him to stumble and half kneel on the ground. No one is forcing him. He received food, a fair trade, Bai Qiu retorted with a hint of malice. Besides, he does it for you, right? Bai Qiu's smile was tinged with cruelty as he continued, if that's the case, why don't you just die? You're nothing but a burden to your brother. Shang Yuanlang sat there, stunned, yearning to refute his words but finding himself at a loss. Everything he said rang true. His brother acted this way to ensure a better life for him. Why shouldn't he just die? If he perished, his brother would be freed. Despair washed over him. No, he couldn't die. If he did, his brother would perish too. I want to live. I want to live to protect my brother. Shang Yuanlang cried hysterically into the night, his small figure standing defiantly. And what does that have to do with me? Bai Qiu murmured, his voice clear in the still night air. But Shang Yuanlang didn't have the chance to hear the rest before he collapsed. The malnourishment had already weakened his body, and the emotional outburst only exacerbated his condition, causing his head to suddenly feel heavy. In the final moment before he lost consciousness, he glimpsed the man, who seemed almost divine, smile, or perhaps he did not. Fan Yuan glanced at the filthy child sprawled on the ground and asked, Bai Xiao, should I take him back? Bai Qiu hesitated for a moment before smiling lightly. Just leave him. Go fetch Shang Yuanxi as well. With that, he closed his eyes again, oblivious to the child lying on the ground, his indifference suggesting that he had not been the one to issue the command. Chapter 20. A foreboding sense, Shang Yuanxi and Shang Yuanlang continued to sit within the convoy of survivors. Yet everyone sensed that they had changed, ever since Fan Yuan had returned with the unconscious Shang Yuanlang. Under the command of that formidable youth, the brothers had switched to a new group. They had been provided with clean, warm clothing. Bai Xiao was particular about cleanliness, so Fan Yuan had taken them to be thoroughly washed. If not for the fatigue evident in their eyes, their appearance could have easily been mistaken for the days before the apocalypse. Their newfound cleanliness elicited a sense of distance from the others in the vehicle. It was as if two individuals who had emerged from a muddy pit suddenly transformed into phoenixes, inciting the envy that often arises from such stark contrasts. Although Payan could acquire more than they did, it was clear to everyone that Shang Yuanxi harbored a deep reluctance, and they reveled in his misfortune. Yet now that Shang Yuanxi seemed to be faring well, discomfort brewed within them. Why should it be so? At that moment, however, no one dared to mock him openly, though some still harbored unbalanced sentiments that a woman suddenly muttered, "It's just selling oneself." The confined space of the vehicle amplified her words, making them resonate like a whisper in their ears. After her comment, everyone in the car discreetly focused on Shang Yuanxi's reaction. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Shang Yuanqi did not respond to the woman with a retort. He restrained the impulsive Shang Yuanlang, silently shaking his head, choosing to act as if he had not heard. Today, Bai Qiu had taken out a new off-road vehicle, intending for Shang Yuanqi to use it. This revelation made it clear to everyone that Bai Xiao was not only immensely powerful, but also a terrifying dual-element ability user. However, although Shang Yuanqi could drive, he needed to rest after yesterday's ordeal, and thus remained in the same vehicle as before, that is for 4 people crammed into one vehicle. Bai Qiu would certainly not agree. And neither would Fan Yuan. Shang Yuanqi was still grappling with disbelief. Yesterday, when he emerged from Pei Yuan's tent, and Xiao Qiu anxiously informed him that Yuanlang had run away, he panicked. Even in the more peaceful days of the past, there were cases of child trafficking, and now, in this apocalypse, if Yuanlang went missing, who knew what horrors awaited him? But unexpectedly, it was not Yuanlang he found, but the imposing figure of Fan Yuan, that he was then told that he and Yuanlang would henceforth follow Bai Xiao. Understanding that Shang Yuanqi had not eaten, Fan Yuan sarcastically suggested he share the leftovers from his meal with Bai Xiao. Yet those so-called leftovers appeared to Shang Yuanqi as the most exquisite delicacies. It had been so long since he had tasted such meat that in the end, he and the now conscious Yuanlang devoured everything, though he deliberately saved half a roasted chicken for Xiao Qiu. Fan Yuan, witnessing his attempt at humiliation backfiring as others looked at him with gratitude, felt a shiver run down his spine and angrily retreated to sleep, muttering about the pettiness of it all. As he drove, Fan Yuan simmered with indignation, envisioning a myriad of scenarios akin to palace intrigue, each culminating in the 2 brothers, Shang Yuanqi and Shang Yuanlang, suffering in the cold palace, laboring over laundry while 2 small whips cracked behind them. With him, Fan Yuan standing in the Sinang palace, laughing heartily to Fan Yuan, the chief lackey. Suddenly, the vehicle in front of him halted abruptly, and lost in his reverie, Fan Yuan nearly rear-ended it, though he reacted in time to brake. The entire car jolted, prompting Bai Qiu to open his eyes. Fan Yuan caught a glimpse of himself in the rearview mirror and silently chastised himself. Cursing under his breath, he exited the vehicle, ready to teach those incompetent drivers a lesson for their inability to handle a car. Bai Qiu hesitated, initially intending to remain in the vehicle, but an inexplicable premonition urged him to follow suit. Thus, after Fan Yuan exited, he gently opened the car door and stepped out. Chapter 21. The obedient Yuqing at that moment. Their convoy faced several vehicles, but the opposing group, with their varied ages, appeared much more organized. Youthful faces in their late teens to early 20s glimmered with a fresh vitality. Leading them were 3 men and 1 woman, though it was evident that the white-haired man in the center held the authority, the inability user of the lightning element. Fan Yuan sensed a familiar aura emanating from this man. Although the man's powers were significantly weaker than his own, he was still a notch stronger than Pei, and this disparity arose not from the sheer strength of their abilities, but rather from the formidable offensive nature of the lightning element compared to the wind. Pei and Tu had sensed the threat posed by this white-haired man. Although they had more ability users in their ranks, caution remained paramount. Fortunately, he discovered that Ji Hao, the leader of this group, was communicative, and the remaining members, being relatively young, could easily be drawn into conversation. Through their exchanges, he learned that they were students from H University, also en route to the Tianyuan base, which eased his mind somewhat. After all, strength lies in numbers. And at present, the 2 groups had no conflicting interests. Just then, he spotted a familiar figure. Bai Xiao, what brings you here? We are almost ready. You should rest for now. Pan found himself somewhat flustered, hurriedly leading the way to greet the esteemed guest. However, Ji Hao furrowed his brow, his thin lips pressed tightly together. He had assumed that Pan was the leader, yet he was taken aback by the respect shown to the young man before him. In that moment, he scrutinized Bai Qiu closely, noting his cleanliness and nobility, which set him apart from the rest. Bai Qiu paid no heed to either of them, his gaze fixed on a particular direction, a smirk playing on his lips as he coldly inquired, "What? Do you still need me to ask you?" Silence enveloped the group. Those who met Bai Qiu's gaze exchanged uncertain looks. They recognized that they did not know this person. Yet a flicker of hope lingered. Perhaps Bai Qiu was looking at them after all. Xiaoqing. Bai Qiu's voice was tinged with a sigh that a young boy wished to conceal himself within the throng. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he was unexpectedly shoved aside. tumbling out into the open. The ground, already in disarray, was littered with sharp, broken wood, which pierced through his thigh, causing blood to surge from the wound, saturating his trousers. Yu Qing gasped in pain at that moment. All eyes in the vicinity converged upon him. Although the boy's attire was somewhat disheveled, beneath it lay delicate, fair skin, seemingly fragile to the touch. Blood trickled from his clothes, and the anguish etched upon his face evoked a visceral reaction in those who witnessed it. Beside him, Guan Hong's gaze deepened with concern. Bai Qiu, of course, noticed this, that a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes before vanishing. He stepped forward, waving his hand casually, and all the wood, save for the fragment embedded in Yu Qing's leg, was swiftly leveled. Bai Qiu extended his hand, intending to assist Yu Qing to his feet. But to his astonishment, Yu Qing forcefully clawed at the earth beside him, using his uninjured leg to push himself backward, deftly evading Bai Qiu's grasp. The intensity of his movements seemed to exacerbate his pain, and Bai Qiu could hear the boy's cries of agony. "Bai Qiu, do not touch me." Yu Qing's eyes blazed with fury. He had not anticipated encountering this individual here. Even in his distress, he resembled a fierce little tiger. Claws bared. Before Yu Qing could further protest, Bai Qiu, with his long, fair fingers, seized the collar of Yu Qing's shirt, hoisting him up. "Let me go, you scoundrel! Release me at once!" Despite his frantic kicking, the disparity in height and strength rendered Yu Qing unable to shake off Bai Qiu's grip. Bai Qiu's expression darkened. It seemed that Yu Qing, perhaps due to excessive blood loss and overwhelming agitation, had forgotten his injury, and the vigor of his movements only served to further tear at his wound. The area where the wood had penetrated was a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. The boy continued to struggle in Bai Qiu's hold, and with a swift motion, a small shard of ice fell upon Yu Qing's injury. As the ice made contact with his leg, Yu Qing felt an immediate chill that as it gradually melted. He experienced a piercing pain that shot through his mind. His countenance paled, and he clenched his teeth tightly. His temples throbbing with agony, he cautiously glanced down, revealing his blood-soaked leg, and darkness danced before his eyes. His body felt weak, yet despite this, his hands continued to push against Bai Qiu, observing the boy's continued resistance. Bai Qiu smiled gently. "Little Qing must be good, or else it will hurt even more." The phrase "even more" slipped from Bai Qiu's tongue like an incantation, invoking a vivid imagination of pain. Yu Qing, drenched in sweat and panting from the pain, involuntarily shrank at the implication. Bai Qiu effortlessly lifted him into his arms. Ordinarily, Yu Qing would have fought against such treatment, but now he remained silent, gripping Bai Qiu's collar and bowing his head in silence. This moment revealed a side of Yu Qing that was unexpectedly obedient, bringing a flicker of joy to Bai Qiu's heart. Chapter 22. Yu Qing's stubbornness after their departure. Those left behind stood in stunned silence. Those with Payan knew well how fastidious this young master was regarding cleanliness, and yet he had taken it upon himself to carry that boy away. Though handsome, the boy was undeniably grimy. Meanwhile, Ji Hao's group was in a state of panic. The man they had just witnessed was clearly no ordinary individual, as even their commanding leader had shown him utmost respect. What sort of fortuitous circumstance had allowed Yu Qing to associate with such a man? They had not been kind to him in recent times, and the prospect of Yu Qing seeking revenge filled them with profound dread. In the past, there had at least been laws to govern behavior. However, in this new world, the existence of a governing body was uncertain, and strength had become the only currency of respect that in the vehicle. Bai Qiu observed Yu Qing's bloodied leg. "Does it hurt?" Yu Qing pouted in silence. Bai Qiu chuckled softly, his calloused hand gently brushing against him, repeating the question, why Yu Qing's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears. "Be good, my dear, do not cry," Bai Qiu coaxed, softly patting his back. "I am not crying." Yu Qing protested vehemently, pushing Bai Qiu's hand away, his voice trembling slightly. All right, if you say you are not crying, then you are not." Sensing the mockery in Bai Qiu's gaze, Yu Qing's temper flared, and he made to strike him. However, the movement pulled at his wound, and his previously fierce eyes turned watery. "Darling," Bai Qiu's voice dropped to a husky whisper as he leaned closer to Yu Qing's ear, calling him once more. Hearing this term of endearment for the second time, Yu Qing froze, recalling the day Bai Qiu had claimed him as his own. He had always believed he despised this illegitimate child. Yet in the wake of the apocalypse, he realized his solitude in this world, surrounded by strangers. The betrayal by Meng Muyu, the derogatory remarks hurled at him, the obstacles faced in gathering supplies, and the meager portions received during food distribution had all revealed the harsh reality he faced. He was merely the Fade of the Yu family's young master, and he had come to understand just how much he loathed that identity. How little he truly possessed. With the loss of his mother, father, and friends, he found himself utterly alone. Upon encountering Bai Qiu, the person he had once detested became oddly endearing. An internal conflict stirred within him. He did not wish to reveal his vulnerability. Yet he pondered how Bai Qiu would react if he did, that he found himself harboring secret thoughts. Bai Qiu had said he was his, and he was perhaps the only one capable of kindness toward him. Bai Qiu tended to Yu Qing's wounds. After months of hardship, Yu Qing appeared frail, his bones easily discernible beneath his skin. The area surrounding the wound was bruised, but there were numerous other injuries, some fresh, some scabbed over, and others marked by fading scars. Bai Qiu's hand gently traced one of the scars, his expression darkening, that he had initially intended for his little one to endure some hardship to learn obedience, to deter future attempts at escape. However, witnessing Yu Qing's frail condition caused a pang of anguish within him. Yet before he could fully process this feeling, Yu Qing suddenly spoke that he would not entertain such thoughts. There is no possibility between us. The undertone of resistance was palpable. Sensing Yu Qing's rejection, Bai Qiu's anger morphed into a sardonic smile that he refrained from countering. But the memory of Yu Qing's cold demeanor in their past life ignited a feral instinct within him. Bai Qiu grasped Yu Qing's chin, declaring, "No possibility? I intend to test that." He swiftly pressed his lips against Yu Qing's pallid mouth, that Yu Qing felt the warmth and softness upon his lips. "Let go. Let me go," he murmured. "Why are you crying?" Bai Qiu noticed that at some point, the boy beneath him had begun to weep quietly, resembling a small, sorrowful cat. Yu Qing remained reticent, sulking. Bai Qiu studied him for a moment before resting his chin on Yu Qing's shoulder. Chuckling softly, "Little liar," Yu Qing's leg was wrapped in thick bandages to at Bai Qiu's behest. Fan Yuan took it upon himself to prepare nourishing meals for Yu Qing each day, and gradually, the boy's complexion improved, becoming more radiant. However, his once boisterous nature had become subdued, and he had grown noticeably quieter. As for Shang Yuanxi and Shang Yuanlang, they remained in their company, but Payan would occasionally drop by, ostensibly to foster camaraderie. Yet his gaze often strayed toward Shang Yuan 11, in truth, who could say what lay beneath the surface. They spent their days scavenging for supplies and their nights in abandoned houses or villages. Though they could pitch tents, sleeping outdoors always felt precarious. As if a zombie could emerge at any moment as night fell, the vehicle continued to traverse the desolate wilderness, and it seemed they would have to set up camp. Bai Qiu placed a plate of vibrant strawberries before Yu Qing, who paused, staring at the fruit with longing. Yet when his gaze met Bai Qiu's, he averted his eyes. Due to his injury, he could only lean against the backrest. And Bai Qiu turned him to face him, pulling him into his embrace. "Little Qing, do you not adore strawberries? What is wrong? Are you afraid of me?" Hearing Bai Qiu's tone, Yu Qing felt a flush of embarrassment. He could never understand why Bai Qiu's words left him so flustered. "Please do not speak like that." "What do you mean by like that? Is this not how I should speak?" Ugh. The following omitted hundreds of indescribable words. But it was merely a kiss and a gentle touch on the withering exterior that would eventually turn to bones. Nothing out of the ordinary occurred. In summary, Bai Qiu heard Yu Qing resist him and lightly punished her, leaving room for imagination. Chapter 23. Fresh pork as dusk descended. The evening glow ignited the sky, a hint of night gradually scaling its heights. The convoy traversed through ruins and the scattered remnants of the undead. It seemed that they would have to spend the night outdoors. Just as everyone resigned themselves to pitching tents, a charming three-story villa appeared before their eyes. Was this not a manifestation of wishful thinking? The two teams combined numbered around 30 to 40 individuals, and even if they could not sleep in beds, resting on sofas or the floor would provide a sense of security that only a house could bring. A few of the awakened swiftly descended, picking up stones and preparing to smash the door opened. To their surprise, before they could act, the door creaked open from within. Someone? Bai Qiu saw a kindly old woman peek out. Her eyes crinkled with a gentle smile. "You are survivors too, I presume? My husband and I heard the sound of your vehicles from afar. At our age, to still endure such things. What a world we live in." The old woman, resembling a grandmother from the pre-apocalyptic era, radiated warmth and compassion towards the younger generation, her eyes tinged with a hint of sorrow. Come in, come in. If you don't mind, you can stay the night at our home. Her gaze shifted, and she continued, my husband and I just slaughtered a fat pig. You are in for a treat. Pork. Aside from Baichio and a few others, the eyes of the rest glimmered with longing. Fresh pork, how long had it been since they last savored it? Ultimately, everyone followed the old woman inside. Although Baichio and his companions were not particularly eager for pork, having a place to rest was far superior to sleeping outside. Fan Yuan initially intended to lift Yuqing for Baixiao, but upon receiving a cold glance from Baichio, he immediately lost the courage to move. Baichio bent down, his hands slipping beneath Yuqing's waist as he lifted her up. Fan Yuan gazed at Baichio's retreating figure, feeling a pang of jealousy. Indeed, he had fallen from favor. Woe is me. Shang Yuanqi smiled gently, taking Shang Yuanling's small hand and following Baichio inside. Since Baixiao had saved him in Yuanling, he would be their benefactor for life. Although Baixiao currently ignored them, it was merely a reflection of his own insufficient strength. He vowed to strive to assist Baixiao in the future. Once everyone had entered, the door was shut again. The old woman's husband was a taciturn man, his stern expression somewhat intimidating. Upon seeing his wife led so many in without a word, he cast a dark glance over them and retreated into the kitchen with a knife in hand. The awakened disregarded him and found places to rest, as the two were merely ordinary people. Elderly and posing no threat to them that if they could lie down and eat, they would not stir. The knife in the old man's hand was as long as an adult man's forearm, dripping with the fresh blood of the recently slaughtered pig. Yet the crowd felt no fear. Who among them had not killed or witnessed the killing? In this apocalyptic world, such sights had become commonplace. Their thoughts remained on the pig, pondering its succulent flesh. Pork. Oh, unexpectedly. Baichio furrowed his brows as he glanced at the meat in the bowl, sensing the faint, elusive fluctuations emanating from beneath the ground. Understanding dawned upon him, and he let out a cold chuckle, muttering, disgusting. He then turned his gaze towards Fan Yuan, deciding it was better to address him, as he was at least one of his subordinates. You might as well not eat it. Put it back. Fan Yuan dared not defy Baichio's words, though he felt a twinge of reluctance, despite his own culinary creations being far superior in taste and presentation. There was an undeniable allure in consuming something prepared by another. Perhaps, he thought, he could steal a piece without Baishan noticing. Caught in the dilemma of indulging or abstaining, his already unattractive face contorted further. And after enduring the torment of his inner conflict, Fan Yuan ultimately placed the bowl back down with a heavy heart. However, just as he set the bowl down, a multitude of greasy hands reached out, snatching it away and devouring its contents with ravenous abandon. Staring at the now empty bowl that gleamed as if polished to reflect a silhouette, Fan Yuan was momentarily stunned. My heart aches, my precious meat. Ji Hao observed this scene. His eyes flickering, retracting his hand from the feast, he regarded the bowl of meat thoughtfully, refraining from partaking. Chapter 25. The ineffectiveness of the drug and its revelation. The events unfolding in this vicinity went unnoticed by those engrossed in their meal. Save for the elderly woman standing nearby, whose eyes glimmered with a fleeting spark. Baichio looked at her with indifference, as though she were a mere specter. Young lads, aren't you going to eat? My husband has labored over this for quite some time. Do take a moment to savor its aroma. The elderly woman enthusiastically presented a bowl of meat, beckoning them closer. Yet, before she could continue, an ability user at the table suddenly felt an unsettling sensation. What is happening? My head is spinning. You must be tired. I feel a bit dizzy as well, that I think I'm feeling it too. This meat, it has been drugged. The ability users were taken aback, pointing at the various pots of meat. That it was then they realized that the ordinary individuals present had succumbed to slumber. Anger surged within them as they glared at the elderly woman, their hands poised for attack. How come you are unaffected? The elderly woman's amiable facade shattered, revealing disbelief as she observed those still standing, who appeared slightly dazed yet entirely upright. Had it not been for her previous experiences with effective sleeping pills, she might have doubted the quality of her concoction. Perhaps it was because only ordinary people had frequented her home, leaving her oblivious to the existence of ability users. Her demeanor only served to confirm that the meat was indeed tainted. Suddenly, one of the ability users collapsed, having consumed an excessive amount of the drug-laden meat. The collective expression of alarm spread through the crowd as they encircled the two elderly individuals, their faces twisted with menace. They had not anticipated that what appeared the least threatening would prove the most perilous. With minimal effort, the two ordinary seniors were bound and left in the center, surrounded by a circle of formidable ability users. Pei An's expression darkened. He too had been deceived. Although his powers were considerable, the dosage merely induced temporary dizziness. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of indignation at the affront to his dignity, his face contorted with rage. He pointed at two of his subordinates. You go check the kitchen? Yes, boss. Moments later, a terrified pair stumbled out, their faces pale with horror, their anguished cries echoing throughout the premises that it's human, not pig, it's human. Ugh. They retched as they relayed their findings, tears and snot streaming down their faces. They ate people. Upon hearing this, a chilling silence enveloped the living room. Ugh, disgusting. Some skeptics ventured into the kitchen only to return with ashen faces, stammering about the half-cooked remains of a human body. The sounds of retching filled the air as they desperately clawed at their throats, attempting to expel the contents of their stomachs, overwhelmed by revulsion. Pei An, too, was affected, his complexion pale. Among those present, only Bai Qiu and his four companions, along with Ji Hao, had not partaken of the meal. Particularly, Fan Yuan felt a chilling sensation creep over him at the realization of what that meat truly was. Thank goodness he had refrained from sneaking a bite. He gazed sympathetically at those who looked as though they might expel their very insides. The elderly woman, fully aware that escape was impossible, clutched her husband's hand, a cold smirk playing on her lips. Meanwhile, the old man remained silent, his gaze filled with a sense of fondness for her. Why? A youthful ability user questioned hoarsely, his inquiry lingering in the air. Though he did not complete his sentence, the sentiment was clear. Why resort to cannibalism? This question echoed in the minds of all present, a haunting query that transcended the distinctions between ability users and ordinary folk. A reflection of humanity itself. Unfazed by the question, the elderly woman responded with chilling calmness. As you see, we have nothing left to eat, and hunger drove us to this. Suddenly, an ominous growl resonated through the air. Chapter 26. The unforeseen presence of zombies. The elderly woman's demeanor shifted dramatically as she raised her face, eyes closed, resolutely declaring, "It was my husband and I who drugged you. Go on. Kill us." Due to the effects of the meat, Pei An was in a compromised state, leaving Ji Hao to take charge of the situation. As for Bai Qiu and his companions, they had always remained aloof, indifferent to the unfolding chaos, particularly since they had abstained from the meal. Ji Hao observed the elderly woman's anxious expression, then suddenly lowered his head, his gaze softening as he gently inquired, "What are you afraid of?" A flicker of guilt crossed the elderly woman's face before she retorted with scorn, "Look at me. Not even death frightens me. What could possibly scare me?" Ji Hao turned to Guan Hong, issuing a quiet command, prompting Guan Hong to swiftly depart, his destination unknown. After a span of more than 10 minutes, Guan Hong returned, his expression a mix of disdain and curiosity as he surveyed the two bound individuals. "Captain, there is indeed a basement here, and within it resides a zombie." His tone grew serious at the mention of the zombie, clearly astonished that someone would keep such a creature in their home. "Let us go see," Ji Hao replied, equally surprised at the revelation that he couldn't help but glance at the elderly woman, pondering the rationale behind raising a zombie, a creature devoid of humanity, one that could easily turn on its keeper. Upon hearing Guan Hong mention the basement, the elderly woman felt a wave of dread wash over her. She realized she could not allow them to descend. They would discover young heir's fate. In Bai Qiu's perceptive gaze, he witnessed the elderly woman suddenly lunge forward, her teeth aiming for Ji Hao's pant leg. Desperately shaking her head, tears streamed down her weathered face as she croaked, "No, there are no zombies. It's only us. Please kill us." The old man beside her seemed to sigh softly, or perhaps he did not. Though his hands were bound, he inched closer to his wife. Offering silent support, the Ji Hao yanked his pants free from her grasp, leading the group towards the basement. The elderly woman collapsed to the floor, her eyes clouded with despair while she continued to murmur, No zombies." As they descended, the atmosphere grew tense. The sight that greeted them was nothing short of horrifying. Before them stood a living zombie, its skin a sickly pallor, bulging gray-white eyes, and sharp black claws. It appeared to sense the presence of the living, turning its head slightly, emitting a hoarse growl that sounded like a throat constricted with phlegm. Its mouth opened and closed instinctively, mimicking the motion of gnawing. What set this zombie apart was the multitude of iron chains binding it, as if to prevent it from causing harm. The chains were cushioned with cloth where they made contact with its skin. Remarkably, the zombie was dressed in clean clothes, not a single tear in sight, indicating it had been well cared for. However, horrifyingly, a barrel stood beside it, its exterior smeared with blood, containing remnants of meat mixed with blood. The realization struck them like a thunderbolt. The meat they had consumed earlier was all too evident that a wave of nausea washed over several individuals, prompting them to retch once more. The restrained zombie glared at them, struggling against its chains, yet unable to free itself. Suddenly, an ability user remarked with a hint of disbelief. He resembles the man in the picture frame. Chapter 27. Right or wrong? The man in the frame? A few present had indeed observed the picture frame, and despite the distractions, the resemblance between the zombie and the figure within was uncanny. Could it be that he was the son of the elderly couple? There exists an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities, whose tone is laced with a haunting bitterness, and one dares to respond to this person's inquiry, yet each heart holds the answer. This zombie is. Astonishingly, the son of that couple. It is no wonder that she harbors a zombie. It is no wonder that she seeks to prevent them from entering this basement. Some of the gifted individuals present seemed to envision the moment the young man collapsed as the apocalypse loomed, with an elderly woman vigilantly caring for him. Yet when the young man awakens, he is transformed into an unthinking zombie. Even so, the mother, this very old woman, still clings to the belief that her child is alive, resolutely refusing to relinquish hope and unable to bear the thought of him going hungry. But what can a zombie consume? The only sustenance a zombie craves is human flesh. Thus, one by one, unsuspecting lodgers are lured in, sedated with sleeping pills, and subsequently butchered by this elderly couple. Their remains fed piece by piece to the zombie youth. Perhaps this couple was once benevolent, but as the toll of their actions mounts, they have grown increasingly indifferent, not for any grand reason, but solely for the sake of their son. Someone must die. Anyone may perish, but not my son. The thought of the half-processed body in the kitchen, of the braised meat they had just consumed, fills them with horror. The mingling of maternal love and brutality evokes a sense of distortion and melancholy. Yuqing tightens his grip on Baichio's arm. From the moment they entered the living room, his demeanor has been unsettling, and now, in this place, it has turned pale. Baichio gently pats his back, aware that the young one is frightened. Did I ask this place cruel? Indeed, it is. The actions of this elderly couple are nothing short of appalling. Yet this is a reflection of the present time. As the apocalypse lingers, life becomes increasingly arduous, and the darker facets of human nature are laid bare. Having endured a decade of the apocalypse, he remembers witnessing far more heinous acts in his previous life. That was in a peculiar small base, devoid of children and women, populated solely by a cadre of robust men. At that time, he was perplexed, only to later learn that the children and women had been consumed by them. There were men who resisted, but their fate was swift execution. Gradually, resistance waned, and more individuals succumbed to depravity. The apocalypse is meant to usher in a new order, yet some have regressed, devolving into beasts. Such actions, more abominable than the cannibalism of the spring and autumn period, are utterly nauseating. Baichio gazes at Yuqing, the youth who harbored an obsession to the point of death in his past life, that he wishes for him to comprehend the apocalypse, yet he cannot bear for him to truly grasp its horrors. What a contradiction! Baichio covers Yuqing's eyes, sighing softly, and with a flick of his wrist, snowflakes suddenly materialize in the basement, gently drifting down. The snowflakes descend like delicate feathers, blanketing the zombie, the floor, and the barrels. In an instant, the entire space is shrouded in snow. Upon completing this act, Baichio unhesitatingly turns to lead Yuqing away, leaving behind a crowd captivated by the spectacle. Jihao attempts to reach out and catch a snowflake, but it does not melt in the warmth of his hand. Instead, a layer of white frost begins to envelop his palm. Creeping upwards, the Jihao's pupils constrict in alarm as he quickly discards the snowflake. And the frost ceases its advance that a question suddenly surfaces in his mind. Just how powerful is this person? This sentiment is echoed among the other gifted individuals present. Among them stands Yuqing's former girlfriend, Meng Muyu, who, entwined with Ma Yan's arm, gazes at Baichio's figure with eyes sparkling with intrigue. Once Baichio's silhouette fades from view, the crowd turns to observe the location of the zombie, only to find that the snowflakes have vanished, revealing instead a colossal block of blue ice. Indeed, the space has transformed into a solid ice mass, presenting before them a formidable ice wall that is as if the sins have been encased in ice, sealing away the entire space, burying all filth beneath. Someone strikes the wall with a punch. Bang! Hiss! The ice wall remains unyielding, blood pouring from their hand that a stubborn, gifted individual attempts to break the ice with their abilities. But not only is the wall unscathed, even the slightest flake of ice cannot be dislodged. As they exit, the elderly woman glances back, finding nothing. Her expression is one of despair and sorrow, a flicker of understanding dawning. Yet she is unwilling to accept it. What have you done to Yang? Did you kill him? It is all my fault, all my fault. Why did you have to kill Yang? Woe is me, my Yang. The elderly woman collapses to the ground, frantically questioning, her cries echoing in anguish. Her hands scramble across the floor, as if she might yet find her son, now a zombie, as if she could once more touch her child. Captain, what should we do? Someone inquires of Jihao. Despite the fact that the elderly couple has claimed many lives and nearly taken theirs, they cannot help but feel a twinge of sympathy upon witnessing the earlier scene. Jihao replies coolly, "There is no need for us to intervene." Suddenly, the elderly woman's voice ceases abruptly, and she slowly crumples to the ground, silenced. She is of advanced age, previously sustained by her son. Now that he is gone, so too is her will to live. Beside her, the elderly man chuckles softly, perhaps due to his rare smile, which appears somewhat unsettling. Under the watchful eyes of the gifted, he retrieves a yellow-brown pill from his pocket, swallowing it slowly before using his last ounce of strength to crawl beside his wife, resting his head against hers, closing his eyes. "That I know what you did was wrong, but I will still help you. That I once heard my grandfather say that those who do evil will descend into hell. That my dear, I know you fear pain. I will accompany you, and may your punishment fall upon me instead. And little Yang, I hope he can once again be our child." Observing the pair collapse together, those present are momentarily stunned, their hearts awash with a myriad of emotions. Chapter 28. Yellow Puppy. This is a desolate city, where a few zombies wander aimlessly. Suddenly, a convoy approaches in the distance, a grand sight, albeit consisting of only 6 vehicles. Yet in this forsaken place, they form a lengthy line. The zombies, caught unawares, are mercilessly run over, their grayish blood and brain matter spilling across the ground. These individuals are none other than Baichio and his companions. Payan and Jihao are in rather grim spirits. After enduring the incident, these past few months have seen them slaying zombies while pressing onward. Journeys that once took merely 2 hours by plane now stretch into an eternity. Some roads are blocked, necessitating detours, while others are entirely non-existent, requiring them to forge new paths that at times they even veer off course, traveling the wrong direction for days and nights, only to turn back. Over these months, several members of their group have experienced breakthroughs in their abilities, with Payan and Jihao on the cusp of reaching the 3rd tier. Nearing the 4th tier is Fan Yuan, who chuckles. However, ordinary humans are nearly extinct. 2 gifted individuals from Payan's group have perished. What was once a team of 30 or 40 has dwindled to just over 10, with Payan's group consisting of 6 gifted individuals. Notably, one of them is Jiang Xiaoqiu, who inexplicably awakened her abilities one day, becoming a water-type gifted individual. That Jihao's group is left with only him. Guanhong, Ma Yan, Fang Feifei, and Meng Muyu. They cannot help but marvel at Meng Muyu's good fortune. Though Ma Yan is fond of her, it is primarily her appearance he admires, for in his heart, his own life holds greater significance. Thus, he protects her as long as he remains unscathed. Who would have guessed she would possess such luck, surviving against all odds? As for Fang Feifei, a space-type gifted individual, she lacks offensive capabilities, yet she is the sole one in Jihao's group capable of storing supplies, prompting them to offer her some protection during zombie hunts. Guanhong, as her boyfriend, also assists in alleviating her burdens. Hence, she navigates her circumstances with relative ease. The high casualty rate is not without reason that as time passes. While gifted individuals enhance their abilities, the zombies grow stronger as well. Now, 3rd-tier zombies have emerged. more terrifying still. These third-tier zombies have developed abilities of their own. One such zombie, possessing fire abilities, nearly incinerated them alive. Ultimately, it was Fan Yuan who took action, slaying that zombie. Bai Qiu's group still consisted of 5 individuals. None missing. As the zombies' levels increased, they seemed to exhibit a semblance of human awareness, deliberately avoiding Bai Qiu, recognizing his formidable strength. The unfortunate outcome fell upon Pei Yin and Ji Hao, as the zombies attracted by 3 groups ultimately converged upon their 2 groups. Some might argue, if Bai Qiu is so powerful, why not enlist his help? Indeed, there were those who, in a fit of indignation, raised this point. However, Bai Qiu merely smiled calmly in response. The ordinary person who attempted to morally manipulate him was ultimately bitten to death by a zombie. And until his last breath, his moral coercion was in vain. Pei Yin and Ji Hao had never considered this possibility. They were merely strangers traveling together. Even if one shamelessly attached themselves, it was unlikely they would be acknowledged. When they encountered a formidable level 3 zombie and were on the brink of death, Bai Qiu unexpectedly instructed Fan Yuan to save them, for which they were already immensely grateful, not daring to wish for more. In this apocalyptic world, it became increasingly evident how cold human nature could be. Those who sought to gain more would invariably face dire consequences. Yu Qing's leg had healed, yet he continued to distance himself from Bai Qiu. His gaze evasive when it accidentally met Bai Qiu's. With 2 vehicles at their disposal, he consistently chose to ride with Shang Yuanqi and Shang Yuanling. Bai Qiu slowly tapped his fingers, his eyes lowered, obscuring his thoughts from view. Suddenly, a hint of sarcasm crept onto his face as he inquired, "Fan Yuan, would you call this arrogance stemming from favoritism?" Fan Yuan faltered, unsure how to respond. He deeply resonated with the sentiment and wanted to nod vigorously. Bai Xiao was rarely so benevolent to anyone. Yet that individual remained ungrateful. He fervently nodded in his mind but scratched his head, awkwardly stating, "Bai Xiao, I think Yu Xiao is quite good," only to silently add a nod in his heart. Bai Qiu discerned the reluctance in his words, pondering thoughtfully. Some people just never seem to learn. The vehicle gradually came to a halt for a brief respite. Everyone disembarked, and Bai Qiu noticed Yu Qing keeping his distance. Though his face betrayed no emotion, he inwardly scoffed. This was the person he liked, who seemed eager to distance himself. Suddenly, a faint whimper pierced the air, barely audible, but as ability users, they heard it clearly. An ability user from Pei Yin's team approached the sound, discovering a cardboard box. This user reached in and excitedly exclaimed, "Captain, there's a puppy here. We can have dog meat tonight." The puppy seemed newly born. It was a miracle that in this apocalypse, a dog mother had managed to give birth. And this puppy had gone unnoticed by the zombies. That it was tiny, covered in a thin layer of light yellow fur. Its eyes still shut, and it whimpered softly as it was lifted by the scruff of its neck. Yu Qing felt a pang of sympathy, recalling his own situation, devoid of a mother and unloved by his father. Tentatively, he approached Bai Qiu and stammered, "Bai Xiao, could you lend me some supplies?" This was the first time he had approached Bai Qiu so closely, and Bai Qiu found it amusing, asking, "Do you know what you're doing?" He tilted Yu Qing's chin, compelling him to meet his gaze. Yu Qing, "Oh Yu Qing, why have I taken a liking to you?" As he observed Yu Qing's delicate features, Bai Qiu's eyes grew solemn for a moment. Then he chuckled lightly and released Yu Qing's chin. He signaled Fan Yuan to fetch the puppy, then returned to the vehicle alone. Fan Yuan handed the retrieved puppy to Yu Qing with a neutral expression, tinged with sarcasm. That evening, the group found a relatively intact apartment to stay in, a clean and tidy bedroom. Yu Qing sat quietly on the bed, resting his head on his hand. The little yellow dog nestled in a soft bed made from an extra blanket. Looking adorably content, a smile tugged at Yu Qing's lips as he gently rose and walked over to cover the puppy with a small blanket. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chapter 29. You cannot refuse me. Upon hearing the knocking, Yu Qing's face paled. However, the knocking persisted, rhythmic and insistent. He bit his lip, mustering courage, and eventually went to open the door. As he swung it open, a young man barged in, enveloping him in a warm embrace. The heat radiating from him was astonishing. In that moment, all his earlier hesitation and fear vanished, replaced by anger as he struggled, exclaiming, "Bai Qiu, what are you doing? Let go of me." The intruder was none other than Bai Qiu. He lowered his head, searching for Yu Qing's lips, but the latter kept dodging, prompting a sneer from Bai Qiu. Resting his head lightly on Yu Qing's shoulder, he exhaled warm breath against Yu Qing's face. Sensing the tension in his body, he chuckled softly and sighed. Xiao Qing, you've grown to why Yu Qing's body stiffened further. His eyes widening, glistening with unshed tears. Under Bai Qiu's intense gaze, Yu Qing turned his head away, mumbling, "Let me go." Fool, Bai Qiu thought, as he pressed his lips against Yu Qing's eyes. Instinctively, Yu Qing closed his eyes in fear. But once he regained his composure, he found his courage and glared at Bai Qiu in indignation. Bai Qiu ignored his protests, his gaze fixated on Yu Qing, his tongue inexplicably itching. "Xiao Qing," the man's deep voice murmured. Seeing the possessiveness in Bai Qiu's eyes filled Yu Qing with instinctual dread, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He tightened his grip on Bai Qiu's clothing. "What do you want now?" pleased as Bai Qiu continued to disregard him. Yu Qing's tone softened, feeling lost on how to convince Bai Qiu to relent. Bai Qiu's voice was hoarse as he replied, "What do you mean no? I've been so good to you, yet you refuse me." He buried his face in Yu Qing's neck and sighed softly. "Xiao Qing, I thought you would understand. An overwhelming aura sought to engulf the person before him entirely. Did no, I can't. Bai Qiu, I don't want this." Yu Qing truly felt fear, pushing against Bai Qiu with all his might. Yet he was merely an ordinary person and could not withstand Bai Qiu's strength. He was subdued in mere moments, gazing at the merciless man before him. Yu Qing felt an inexplicable sense of grievance swell within him. His eyes gradually dulled, and he resigned himself to silence, closing his eyes. Witnessing Yu Qing's distant demeanor, Bai Qiu's anger morphed into a mocking smile, an icy intent brewing at his fingertips. Suddenly, the pitiful and fearful barking of a dog echoed through the bedroom. The Wai Yu Qing's face turned pale. His tightly shut eyes flew open as he struggled to see the little yellow dog, only to be grasped by a firm hand that held his chin in place. "Let go of me, cough, cough." "What happened to the puppy?" Bai Qiu scoffed, gently patting Yu Qing's face before leaning in closer, murmuring, "Why must you be disobedient? Why resist me?" Tears streamed down Yu Qing's face as he shook his head, finally catching a glimpse of the little yellow dog. Thankfully, only one of its hind legs was frozen. However, when his gaze returned to Bai Qiu, his pupils constricted. Bai Qiu's fingers caressed a thin ice blade, delicate as a cicada's wing. "Please, I beg you, don't hurt it." Yu Qing managed a smile that was more sorrowful. Yu Qing remained silent. According to his former disposition, being treated in such a manner would surely drive him to madness. Yet at this moment, it mattered not. Nothing mattered anymore. He quietly lifted the covers, disregarding the mottled traces that marred his skin. And without casting a glance at Bai Qiu, he made his way toward the bathroom. Bai Qiu narrowed his eyes, a tempest of dark clouds swirling within them. Since that night, Yu Qing no longer shied away from Bai Qiu. He merely appeared somewhat estranged. Cradled in his arms was the small yellow dog, which had been lavishly fed over the past few days. Its once slender form now plumped up considerably. The Wai Yu Qing's hand absently stroked the dog's fur, which had grown much denser and softer from the nourishment it had received. The small creature seemed to revel in Yu Qing's touch, emitting soft whines and nudging against his leg. This elicited an involuntary smile from Yu Qing, and it was only in the presence of the little yellow dog that a flicker of tenderness graced his eyes. Once able to coexist amicably with the merchant brothers, Yu Qing now wished to sever ties with them. Treating them as mere strangers, he seemed to have enclosed himself, enveloped in solitude, yet he harbored no aspirations for acceptance from others. How he longed to confront Bai Qiu, to question him. Why? Why treat him so? Why such cruelty? But all his inquiries remained sealed within his lips. The most tragic fate is not to ask questions, but to be denied even the right to inquire. He felt as if he were but a pet reared by Bai Qiu, consuming his provisions, a mere kept man. What right did he have to question? Did he possess that privilege? No one in this world owes him anything. He dined on Bai Qiu's offerings, indulging in the comforts of a world that had yet to descend into chaos. Reduced to nothing more than a corporeal existence, the Wai Yu Qing harbored no desire to leave. Despite having spent over a decade in the warmth of a sheltered life, he had gleaned some understanding from his experiences. Ordinary people faced grim fates outside. As he gazed at the small yellow dog, a hint of softness appeared in his eyes. This little creature had developed quite the appetite, consuming an entire bottle of goat's milk at every meal. If he were to depart, he could not afford to care for it. Wai Yu Qing felt a pang of lamentation. Perhaps the apocalypse truly transforms a person. He had never imagined being sheltered under the wing of another man. Yet the price for such shelter was... What was he thinking? Bai Qiu's arms encircled Yu Qing's waist from behind. Leaning into his embrace, that Yu Qing chuckled softly, shaking his head. Bai Qiu pushed the small yellow dog aside. Greedily inhaling Yu Qing's scent, in that moment, he found some semblance of tranquility, yet a lingering sense of dissatisfaction remained within him. What was it? Gazing upon the youth before him, poised on the cusp of blossoming, Bai Qiu smiled gently, placing his hand upon Yu Qing's. This gesture brought him a measure of contentment, Yu Qing felt the weight of the hand resting atop his eyes flickering momentarily as his body stiffened. But he quickly relaxed, leaving Bai Qiu unaware of his brief tension. What are you thinking, Yu Qing? You are merely a dispensable bedfellow to this is brother Bai here. A bashful voice called from outside the car. Yu Qing furrowed his brow, momentarily taken aback upon seeing the figure outside. Meng Muyu. Bai Qiu followed his gaze with keen interest. It turned out to be Meng Muyu, Yu Qing's former girlfriend. Observing Yu Qing's unusual reaction, Bai Qiu pressed Yu Qing's head downwards, fiercely kissing him, murmuring in a muddled tone, "What? Still have feelings for her?" To allow for ventilation, the car window was left ajar. Thus Meng Muyu witnessed this scene in stark clarity. She gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, as though she had been dealt a tremendous blow. Bai Qiu let out a dismissive scoff, finding the woman rather tiresome, he leaned back into Yu Qing's embrace, maintaining his position while casting a casual glance at Meng Muyu, asking languidly, "What brings you here?" From her vantage point, Meng Muyu stood while Bai Qiu reclined, creating a dynamic where she felt as though he loomed above her. This perception ignited a powerful urge for conquest within her. Who would not desire a powerful man like Bai Qiu to be infatuated with them, to fixate solely on them for the rest of their lives? Meng Muyu not only entertained such thoughts, but felt an inexplicable yearning swell within her. Yin had grown weary of her. After all, a goddess is only meant to be admired from afar. Not trifled with, to be obtained is to be reduced to something far less divine. Yin only saw her for her superficial beauty, treating her as mere plaything. The thought of Ma Yan's disdain sparked a deep resentment within Meng Muyu. Did he not realize that were it not for his abilities, she would never have even glanced his way? Now, he dared to look down upon her. However, as long as she could secure Bai Qiu. No, even if she simply became his, all that she desired would be within her grasp. Having spent ample time with the two groups, she had heard of the happenings within Pei En's faction. Hadn't those who emerged from Pei En's circle transformed from mere chickens into phoenixes? Not to mention Ma Yan. Even Ji Hao and Pei En now treated Shang Yuan, with utmost civility. What if it were her? Bai Qiu remained oblivious to the myriad of convoluted thoughts swirling in Meng Muyu's mind. He simply found her increasingly irksome as she gazed blankly at him. Just as he was about to dismiss her, Meng Muyu seemed to regain her composure. Speaking softly, "Brother Bai, I noticed that Brother Fan Yuan seems quite exhausted. Have you considered finding someone to handle some of the trivial matters?" She believed her suggestion to be astute, allowing her to linger near Bai Qiu while indirectly flattering Fan Yuan, the favored one in Bai Qiu's circle. Yet before Bai Qiu could respond, Fan Yuan, who had been acting as a third wheel beside them, exploded. "What? You want to steal my work?" He raged, his finger jabbing fiercely at Meng Muyu, nearly poking her in the face. Meng Muyu was taken aback. What was wrong with him? Why was he behaving so irrationally? Did he not grasp that her intention was to ascend to Bai Qiu's bed? Who in their right mind would want to compete with him for work? Fan Yuan lamented his plight, feeling trapped between a rock and a hard place, his presence dwindling before Bai Qiu. The thought of this only fueled his anger, glaring at Meng Muyu, who was still staring at him in disbelief. He placed his hands on his hips and shouted, "What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I'll gouge your eyes out." Ultimately, under the relentless onslaught of Fan Yuan's tirade, Meng Muyu fled in disgrace. Yet this did not quell her ambitions. Rather, it ignited a fierce determination within her, even leading her to harbor resentment towards Fan Yuan. Throughout this spectacle, Bai Qiu and Yu Qing remained silent, observing the drama between Fan Yuan and Meng Muyu. Yu Qing watched as Meng Muyu's figure receded, feeling an acute sense of estrangement towards her, that he then allowed a self-deprecating smile to escape. Indeed, he should have recognized her true nature back in the basement of H University. Noting Yu Qing's silence, Bai Qiu assumed he was pained by the sight of his former girlfriend, feeling a sudden wave of irritation wash over him. With a half-smirk, he pulled Yu Qing closer. "Are you still thinking of her in my presence?" Bai Qiu's fingers brushed gently against Yu Qing's cheek. "Why, Yu Qing? Do not push me." One could only imagine how Meng Muyu would feel upon witnessing this scene. Realizing that the object of her desires viewed her as a rival. The sensation of Bai Qiu's touch was akin to a caress upon Yu Qing's very heart. He initially intended to explain, but upon recognizing this impulse, he faltered. Why should he explain? What did it matter to him? He chose to remain silent, and Wai Yu Qing's silence only served to thicken the atmosphere between them. Bai Qiu's hand, which had been caressing Yu Qing's cheek, trembled slightly before he leaned in to kiss him, and Wai Yu Qing did not resist. He understood that even if he wanted to, he could not truly refuse. From this point onwards, the ensuing scenes are left to the imagination. Since that fateful encounter, Bai Qiu's body had been clamoring to mark Yu Qing, yearning to bind him eternally by his side. For only in witnessing Yu Qing's unrestrained tears could Bai Qiu feel that he truly belonged to him. Chapter 31. The Survivor. A few vehicles gradually came to a halt before a large supermarket. Pei Yan and Ji Hao, along with their companions, planned to scour the supermarket for supplies before departing from the city. They were quite close to the Tianyuan base, and it was likely that after traversing a few more cities, they would reach their destination. Although the circumstances at the base remained uncertain, at least it promised a shelter, unlike their current situation where they dared not even sleep soundly. The little yellow dog had grown into a small, plump canine, now obediently lying by Bai Qiu's feet. The Wai Yu Qing had been unwell in recent days, so Bai Qiu took it upon himself to care for the dog, lacking knowledge on pet care. Bai Qiu would occasionally toss some food to the pup. That it was unclear whether the dog was greedy or simply naive, as it accepted every morsel thrown its way, astonishing Fan Yuan with its voracious appetite. Fan Yuan, a face of bewilderment. Bai Qiu naturally assumed the dog was simply capable of consuming such quantities, and indeed it not only devoured the food, but also managed to digest it. Consequently, it had transformed into a round, jiggling ball of flesh. When Yu Qing beheld its appearance, a rare crack appeared on his face. This dog was utterly transformed from just a few days ago. Its length and height remained unchanged, yet it had become wider and rounder, as if it had been administered hormones. The dog, seemingly entertained by its own antics, would often lie at Bai Qiu's feet. Wagging its tail, the Wai Yu Qing had initially intended to pick it up, but found it impossible to lift that Wai Yu Qing. At this moment, Bai Qiu, adorned with a glove on his right hand, leisurely tossed a piece of meat towards the little plump dog. The dog joyfully wagged its tail and tilted its head to catch the food, burying its face in the meat without haste to emerge. Wai Yu Qing was certain he detected a look of ecstasy on the dog's face. The little dog first nibbled a sizable chunk from the center of the meat, creating a hollow, then continued to bite around the edges until a slightly larger hole formed. Ultimately, it cleverly maneuvered its head through the meat, leaving it draped around its neck. The Wai Yu Qing, upon witnessing Bai Qiu toss meat to the little dog, he attempted to intervene, considering the pup was still young, and typically, newborn puppies could only consume milk. Lacking the ability to eat meat. His astonishment, the next moment revealed the dog's sharp little teeth. Effortlessly, some irritable individuals cast angry glances at Luo Dong, yet they find themselves at a loss for words to counter his assertions. Their hope lies in departing this place and reaching a secure haven. However, can they truly place their trust in the people before them? Before they could voice their inquiries, one among the group, whom Luo Dong referred to as Master, spoke up. "Oh, when did we ever say we would take you along?" Bai Qiu regarded them with a playful glint in his eyes upon hearing Bai Qiu's voice. Pei Yan and Ji Hao fell silent. Though they wished to distance themselves from the ordinary folk, the majority of their group comprised supernatural beings. Thus the constraints were far less severe compared to those imposed on mere mortals, rendering the hierarchy considerably more egalitarian. In such circumstances, it was feasible to issue commands to the extraordinary, but expecting them to serve as subordinates was out of the question. Hence, having a group of ordinary individuals to command was indeed advantageous. This group consisted of over 20 individuals, varying in size, yet conspicuously devoid of elders or very young children. Their sole characteristic was their commonality. None possessed supernatural abilities. Bai Qiu's expression bore an amused smile. Yet his tone suggested he was earnestly posing a question. Silence enveloped the air. The opposing individuals yearned to roar. "If you do not wish to take us with you, Then what are you doing here? Although they were indignant that Luo Dong had brought outsiders to this place without their consent, it was undeniable that after Luo Dong's speech, their shameful hearts stirred with desire. Indeed, with just themselves. They could not reach the base. However, with the aid of those before them, they might genuinely attain that goal. In the initial months of the apocalypse, they had access to a radio, which informed them that humanity had awakened supernatural abilities. Regrettably, none among them possessed such powers. Subsequently, with the loss of electricity, the radio ceased to function. Yet, it had provided them with ample information, such as the establishment of a base just a few cities away, calling upon individuals to come there and rebuild their homes. This prospect was undoubtedly alluring, yet they were all ordinary people. Faced with the ever-growing horde of zombies outside, they had no alternative but to hide here. Even if they were fortunate enough to escape, the number of zombies outside remained unknown. However, staying put was not a viable option. Although this was a food warehouse, most provisions were stored in the external food area. And what remained were merely the supplies that had not been moved before the apocalypse. Days passed slowly, transitioning from a time when people could freely indulge in food to a gradual reduction, ultimately dwindling to a single pack of biscuits per day, then to 2 days for a single pack, until even though it was consumed swiftly, at one point they numbered over 50, thus they proposed that each day, 10 individuals venture outside to seek sustenance, rotating daily. Yet those who ventured out risked being discovered by zombies, making escape impossible. Consequently, their numbers plummeted from over 50 to just over 20, and those tasked with foraging dwindled to 5. Today, it was Luo Dong's turn to seek food. Due to zombies being acutely sensitive to the scent of the living, they dispersed to avoid attracting attention. Unexpectedly, Luo Dong encountered Bai Qiu and his group, leading to the current predicament. Bai Qiu's merciless query left the others in a state of shock, their faces tinged with embarrassment. Observing their expressions of suppressed rage, Bai Qiu chuckled softly. Some individuals believed they had the luxury of choice, oblivious to the fact that they were merely a jest in the eyes of others. The laughter of this distinguished young man struck their faces like a resounding slap, leaving them gritting their teeth. Yet too intimidated to retort in that moment, they realized they had never possessed the opportunity to choose. Master, may I inquire how we might accompany you? Unlike Luo Dong, the man who spoke had prominent brows and large eyes, though now his face bore a semblance of hesitation. This individual appeared markedly superior to Luo Dong in outward appearance. Chapter 33. Yu Qing's transformation. Indeed, individuals like Luo Dong, who thrived on deceit and trickery, were not favored by the people here, especially when it came to the distribution of supplies. He had done nothing to earn even a meager share. Bai Qiu offered no response. He noticed the little chubby dog had finished devouring the meat, encircling its neck, and leisurely tossed it another piece, but he paid no heed to the gluttonous glimmers in the eyes of those present as they beheld the fresh pork in his hand. The little chubby dog, in its excitement, gnawed a hole in the meat once more, mimicking its previous behavior by slipping it around its neck again. Those who observed it could not help but feel a pang of envy and sorrow. In this era, even a dog seemed to fare better than they. Despite their attempts to avert their gazes, the sound of the little chubby dog chewing echoed incessantly in their ears like an enchanting melody. The man with prominent brows and large eyes spoke in a hushed tone. "You wish for us to follow you?" Bai Qiu momentarily faltered. This individual seemed overly optimistic. He smirked. "You lack the qualifications." A light, airy statement laced with arrogance and disdain. Anyone subjected to such disdain could hardly remain unfazed. Yet, despite the tumult of emotions within, they clenched their fists tightly, ultimately bowing their heads in dejection before this distinguished youth. In the apocalypse, human life was as cheap as that of mayflies. This individual was not someone they could provoke. That a voice, muted and uncertain, suddenly inquired, "What must we do to leave with you?" As the words fell, a glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of the crowd, all directed toward Bai Qiu. Perhaps the earlier scene had made them realize that the one holding authority here was Bai Qiu. They awaited his answer. Under the scrutiny of so many, Bai Qiu appeared almost oblivious. He approached Yu Qing from behind, gently wrapping his arms around Yu Qing's waist, resting his chin upon Yu Qing's shoulder. "Little Qing, do you think we should take them along?" The little chubby dog, while still indulging in its meat, mirrored Bai Qiu's movements, barking adorably in response to his words. The warmth of the man's breath was palpable, causing Yu Qing to tremble slightly. Instinctively, he struggled to break free, retreating a few steps while lowering his head, not wishing to succumb to that aggressively alluring aura. Upon comprehending Bai Chio's words, he was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, when he lifted his gaze, he discovered that all the survivors were fixated on him. The individuals here regarded Yu Qing with fervent attention that, of course, it was not his looks they coveted, despite his handsome features. They were far more concerned about their own lives that as long as this young master uttered a word, they need not remain trapped in this confined space, merely a door away from zombies. Furthermore, they admired Yu Qing's soft hair and exquisite features. This youth, caught between adolescence and adulthood, appeared somewhat naughty, unmistakably one who had yet to step into society and should be easy to persuade. Yu Qing, observing the hopeful and eager expressions of the crowd, bit his lip, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. It could be said that if he merely nodded, Bai Chio would undoubtedly take these individuals along. However, under Bai Chio's penetrating gaze, Yu Qing shook his head. The expressions of those once filled with pleading transformed. They had not anticipated that the gentlest-looking youth would cast them into despair with a single statement. You possess the ability. Why can't you take us with you? How selfish can you be? No one spoke, yet each pair of eyes bore questions to as if perceiving their sentiments. Yu Qing's cold voice resonated. I have no obligation to save you. Why should I sacrifice myself for your sake? We would be grateful. One individual exclaimed, visibly agitated, that Wai Yu Qing glanced at him, replying calmly, if your notion of gratitude entails exchanging your lives for mine, then I would consider saving you. After speaking, he fixed his gaze upon the man, seemingly awaiting a response. The man hesitated, his mouth opening and closing, yet ultimately, he uttered nothing that Wai Yu Qing turned to exit, pausing beside Bai Chio to deliver a self-deprecating remark. Are you satisfied now? Without waiting for Bai Chio's reply, he departed without a backward glance. Bai Chio's deep-set eyes remained fixed on Yu Qing until his figure gradually faded from view, before slowly retracting his gaze. He exchanged a knowing glance with Fan Yuan, signaling him to follow and ensure Yu Qing's safety. Bai Chio, with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement, regarded the group. If you wish to follow, then do so. However, your fates are of no concern to me. Upon hearing Bai Chio's words, the group erupted in unrestrained joy, oblivious to the profound irony embedded within his statement that, they will eventually come to realize that the existence of ordinary individuals within the base is far from the idyllic life they envision. Ultimately, the group managed to locate 5 vehicles nearby. Trailing behind Bai Chio and his companions at a distance that as anticipated, the presence of the vehicles ahead significantly reduced their encounters with zombies. However, while such encounters were infrequent, the occasional stray zombie posed a catastrophic threat to these ordinary people. Out of the 5 vehicles, 3 had permanently succumbed to the road. Nonetheless, Luo Dong remained unscathed. Uncertain of what to think, Pain observed Bai Chio's silence, and thus decided to stay naturally by Luo Dong's side. Assuming the role of a subordinate, the once disheveled man appeared somewhat more presentable, although there was a water-based ability user among them. This individual, considering himself of noble status, was unwilling to squander his powers on an ordinary person. It wasn't until they passed a great river that Luo Dong was afforded the opportunity to wash up properly and don clean clothing. That, of course, it wasn't just Luo Dong. Everyone took the time to freshen up. Since the onset of the apocalypse, many water sources had been tainted by zombie blood, so encountering such a pristine water source was a rare treasure that they were eager to utilize fully. Chapter 34. The emergence of devouring abilities. The convoy gradually entered G City. Indeed, they were now in G City, the very city where Yu Qing's grandmother resided, and the closest location to the Tianyuan base. Once they traversed this city, they would reach their destination. That a sense of relief washed over the group, sparking a flicker of hope within them. The arduous journey was nearing its conclusion. They were unaware of how long it had been since they last enjoyed a restful sleep. Even when a place to rest was available, they dared not succumb to deep slumber, for one could never be certain whether a zombie would emerge in the midst of their dreams. Ready to sever their throats, Yu Qing gazed upon the ruins of the city. An unsettling feeling gripped his heart. Uncle, aunt, and grandmother, were they all safe? He had believed himself to be free of attachments. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap, revealing that he was merely deceiving himself, that he still had an uncle who had cared for him since childhood, an aunt, and a grandmother. They were all his family. Bai Qiu covered Yu Qing's eyes from behind, his calloused hand gently resting upon them, stirring a subtle flutter within Yu Qing's heart. His voice, slightly hoarse, trembled as he spoke. Bai Xiao, I have family here. Could you take me to find them? The words that followed remained unvoiced, but Bai Qiu was acutely aware of his thoughts. Knowing they had arrived in Ji City today, he instinctively understood what Yu Qing was alluding to. To the Chu family, Bai Qiu regarded Yu Qing quietly, his expression neutral. That depends on you. You know what I desire. Admit it, Yu Qing. You possess no abilities of your own. You can only depend on this man. Yu Qing seemed to deflate, forcing a strained smile, that I won't leave you. As long as you don't tire of me, I shall remain by your side forever, as long as you need. He had yielded. Aware that some words, once spoken, leave no room for regret, he had irrevocably become this young man's pet, or perhaps lover. Yet, Yu Qing felt no remorse, even though the chances of survival for the Chu family had become exceedingly slim over the past year. Still, he yearned to try, to test the odds. Everyone wishes to believe they are unique, that they and their loved ones are favored by the goddess of fortune. Who knows? Bai Qiu nodded in satisfaction, gently caressing Yu Qing's cheek with his fingertips, and slowly said, Let us go together. With Bai Qiu and Yu Qing's determination to proceed, Fan Yuan and the others felt compelled to follow suit. Meanwhile, Pan and Ji Hao, upon noticing Bai Qiu's intent to leave, led their team to follow as well. As for the ordinary people in the two vehicles, their leader was the stout man named Zhou Hui, who had been relatively fortunate, having survived with a 2/5 probability. Zhou Hui felt a surge of frustration. The safe base lay within sight, and yet they were not hurrying to cross over. The individual who appeared to hold the highest status among them, an ability user, insisted on taking a detour to that so-called Chu family. That it was understandable why he felt this way. The Chu family was neither too far nor too close, positioned in an awkward location. For instance, if the Tianyuan base and their current location formed the vertices of a square diagonal, the Chu family would reside at the opposite vertex, while the shortest path between 2 points is a straight line. They were now forced to traverse the two sides of the square, effectively outlining half of Ji City's perimeter. However, regardless of Zhou Hui's indignation, he ultimately gritted his teeth and directed the two vehicles to follow Bai Qiu and his group. He had no doubt that once these ability users departed, they ordinary folks would become mere prey in the zombie-infested Ji City, unable to take a single step without being slaughtered. Thus, the once intimate world shared by Bai Qiu and Yu Qing expanded into a grand convoy. As Bai Qiu gazed at the entrance of the Chu family, he noted the significant changes since his last visit. The door bore numerous white scratches left by the claws of zombies, indicating it had remained unopened for an extended period, accumulating a thick layer of dust. Bai Qiu observed as Yu Qing gently pushed the door open, revealing a scene devoid of life save for a few wandering zombies. These zombies had been aimlessly roaming the house, trapped within due to the locked door. However, upon Yu Qing's opening of the door, light flooded in, and they detected the scent of living humans, the Tio zombies. The allure of the living was irresistible. All the zombies within the Chu villa lunged towards them with grotesque ferocity, though Yu Qing froze upon witnessing the scene inside, stumbling slightly, as his eyes welled up with tears. It was not fear that gripped him, but rather the sudden realization that all within were zombies. His uncle, aunt, grandmother, and even his cousin, were they all dead? Though countless lives had been lost in the apocalypse, his family was but a minuscule part of the statistic. Yet he was not so noble. He merely wished to protect his own small patch of land. But now, everything was gone, truly gone, leaving him utterly alone in this world. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, and Yu Qing made no effort to wipe them away. He felt an insidious chill deep within his bones. Even as the zombies charged towards them, Yu Qing remained motionless. Observing the approaching zombies, Bai Qiu manifested a few strands of dark energy. Just as the zombies took their initial steps forward, caught in the act of charging, they were ensnared by the eerie gas. Starting from their lower bodies, they slowly dissipated, ascending until their entire forms vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Payan and Ji Hao, who had followed closely behind, were left aghast. They were well aware of Bai Qiu's ice abilities, yet they could clearly see that he was not utilizing his ice powers this time. It was an unknown force, surpassing even his ice abilities, evoking a chilling sensation within them. The moment a zombie made contact with that energy, it was instantly consumed, leaving no trace of its existence. They marveled at its might, yet trepidation gripped their hearts. Pei and Ji Hao, initially terrified, transitioned to profound relief. Having witnessed Bai Qiu's formidable ice abilities, they had refrained from contradicting him throughout the journey, adhering to his lead in all matters. They feared that what they perceived as strength was merely the tip of the iceberg, unaware that the true extent of his power lay beyond their comprehension. This individual was far more powerful than they had ever imagined, prompting them to question whether he was truly human. Once this thought took root, it became unshakable. How could any human possess such strength? Is it truly possible for the disparity between individuals to be so vast? In their eyes, to wield such power was to transcend the bounds of humanity. Yet, Bai Qiu appeared to treat the incident as trivial. Despite not having touched the zombies, he picked up a cloth and lowered his head to gently wipe his hands. However, even with his head bowed, he noticed the unusual demeanor of those beside him. Chapter 35. Attempting once more observing Yu Qing's tear-streaked face, Bai Qiu sighed softly, reaching out to brush away the tears clinging to his eyelashes. Murmuring gently, "Be good. Do not cry. They may not be dead. Perhaps they are at the Tianyuan base." Bai Qiu's words were not without foundation. In his previous life, the Chu family had indeed survived. The apocalypse had not struck as early, and during that time, Yu Qing had been with the Chu family, awakening dual abilities and protecting them until they reached the base. However, in this life, the premature arrival of the apocalypse had confined Yu Qing to the university. Did the Chu family have other ability users? Bai Qiu was uncertain, but it did not hinder him from offering Yu Qing some comfort. Yu Qing's eyes brightened in an instant, gazing up at Bai Qiu with eager anticipation. Though he did not voice it, Bai Qiu could sense the answer he longed for. Bai Qiu, stroking his hair, reassured him. "Consider this. Your cousin is exceptionally talented. He is bound to awaken abilities." In an effort to console Yu Qing, Bai Qiu found himself reluctantly praising other men against his better judgment. Upon hearing his words, Yu Qing seemed to rekindle a flicker of hope. Yes, perhaps they were still alive. With a cousin as formidable as Bai Qiu, surely he could lead Uncle and the others to safety. Though tears still lingered on Yu Qing's face, the despair that had previously engulfed him began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Bai Qiu stood momentarily stunned. Comfort. That term suddenly surfaced in his mind. "Bai Qiu, have you fallen for him? For Yu Qing, this deceiver?" Silently, Bai Qiu cast the handkerchief to the ground. During this period, he had increasingly lost touch with his true self. Upon his rebirth, revenge had been his sole desire, wishing to drag Yu Qing into the depths of despair alongside him. He had even woven an intricate web around Yu Qing, only to find himself ensnared within it at last. Bai Qiu touched the corners of his own lips, surprised to discover that this spontaneous joy could manifest within him. His gaze at Yu Qing grew complex. Suddenly, Bai Qiu reached out, enveloping Yu Qing in an embrace that I end this world. "No one else could make me cease to be myself. Yet if it is you, I am willing to try once more. I hope this time you will not deceive me, will you? Little Qing, I adore you." Listening to the young man's confession, Yu Qing, held tightly in robust arms, felt the warmth of breath against his neck, igniting a ticklish sensation that he instinctively turned his head away, his heart swirling with confusion. What is this person's true nature? Yu Qing pressed his lips together, wondering if affection could truly be so effortlessly bestowed in this man's eyes. Yet, undeniable warmth flooded his heart at the moment Bai Qiu uttered his feelings that a physical reaction coursed through him, causing his cheeks, glistening with tears, to flush slightly, rendering him irresistibly charming. Bai Qiu gently dried Yu Qing's tears, planting a tender kiss on his soft cheek before taking his hand in contrast to his own long, slender and fair-skinned fingers. Yu Qing's hand appeared smaller and delicate. It feels soft and tender to hold, Bai Qiu mused. Yu Qing, perhaps lost in thought or still reeling from the near loss of his loved ones, surprisingly offered no resistance, allowing Bai Qiu to lead him by the hand. Thus, the two exited hand in hand, astonishing those who had gathered to witness, although they were aware of the unique relationship between Bai Qiu and Yu Qing. Even knowing they had shared a bed, such an act of hand-holding seemed beyond mere companionship. Clearly, this young master held a far more significant place in Bai Qiu's heart than they had anticipated. Meanwhile, Meng Miyu nearly ground his silver teeth in jealousy as he glared at their intertwined hands. Bai Qiu pulled Yu Qing towards the exit. "To the onlookers, This noble youth had always perched atop a pedestal, gazing down upon the world with amusement at its myriad tribulations. All that they feared and yearned for, he had scornfully ignored. Yet, in this moment, he carried a sense of attachment, a tether to another soul. Stepping down from his lofty perch, infused with the essence of humanity, Payan, standing beside Shang Yuanxi, suddenly chimed in, "This is the power of love." Shang Yuanxi shot him a disdainful glance, turning away to ignore him. Meanwhile, Shang Yuanlang, though unaware of why this scoundrel had approached his brother, felt no less animosity towards him. Clenching his little fists and baring after he finished speaking, he burst into laughter, under his unrestrained gaze. The pregnant wife of the middle-aged man trembled slightly, fearfully clutching her belly with her hands. The fingers of the middle-aged man also quivered with anger. He believed that the extra 5 packets were merely the cost of the vehicle, unaware that they were actually the price for the life of his yet-to-be-born child. The young man laughed heartily, a mocking smile gracing his face as he slowly lifted his head and stated, "The vehicle requires half the supplies. Do you not understand?" A crimson glow began to emanate from his hand, that a supernatural ability. Yet he was not merely an ordinary wielder of powers. Even the first-level ability users present could sense the intense force radiating from this young man, as though he could effortlessly annihilate them, that a second-level ability user. This thought simultaneously arose in the minds of the crowd. The middle-aged man naturally came to the same conclusion, that as the young man revealed his strength. He despondently lowered his hand and bitterly remarked, "Indeed, half the supplies is not excessive." The young man retracted the fireball in his hand, disdainfully patting the middle-aged man's shoulder. "It would have been better if you had understood this sooner. Look at you, trying to act tough with me." Then, with a sinister glint in his eyes, he surveyed the surrounding crowd and declared, "If anyone dares to question me further, I shall not hold back." He then returned to his seat. After handing over the supplies, the middle-aged man and his pregnant wife entered the vehicle, driving it inside. They asked for why he chose to drive and despite relinquishing half of his supplies. He had his own considerations. The situation in this base was uncertain, and he had no idea if they would be allocated housing. However, judging by the young man's demeanor, it seemed unlikely, with his wife carrying their child. Having a vehicle meant at least they would have a place to sleep at night. Another crucial reason was that without the vehicle, they would have to carry their supplies on their person, making them prime targets for theft. It was wise not to flaunt one's wealth. He had seen enough of such occurrences on the way here, that in this apocalyptic world, there were no rules. As for the possibility of being robbed, even with a vehicle, he had not even dared to ponder that. Some thoughts, once entertained, would sweep over one like an overwhelming tide of despair. Thus, at times, self-deception proved to be a rather comforting refuge. The line at the small gate continued to move slowly. Payan, Jihao, and their group of 11 had already disembarked, yet for reasons unknown, they remained in tacit agreement. Standing by Chio's vehicle, as for Zhou Hui and his companions, they had vanished, likely having gone to Q long ago. Observing Yu Qing, who was happily indulging in his food nearby, Bai Chio felt a softening in his heart. He reached out, pinching the plumpness of Yu Qing's cheeks, and chuckled, "Let us get down." With that, he bent down, taking Yu Qing's hand in his left and gently pulling him down as well. Their convoy consisted of a total of 5 vehicles, which barely made a ripple amidst the countless groups that arrived at the Tianyuan base. The zombies grew increasingly formidable. Some small bases were swallowed up, while others willingly surrendered, with thousands seeking refuge. That throng of people was far more impressive than Bai Chio's modest 5 vehicles. However, after Payan and Ji Hao led their group down, they became the center of attention. Chapter 37. This dog is truly round and fat, no need for anything else. Just the word cleanliness to this moment. Gathered outside the base were both ability users and ordinary people, all appearing grimy, their faces long deprived of a wash, with no water to drink, who could afford the luxury of washing their faces. On top of that, enduring the elements and subsisting on dry instant noodles and crackers, lacking adequate vitamins and the care of luxurious cosmetics, even the once radiant stars of the apocalypse now resembled wilted flowers. In stark contrast, the group before them stood out like a flock of pristine cranes amidst a crowd of chickens. Despite their clothes being somewhat wrinkled, they were leagues ahead of the tattered rags worn by the other refugees. Are these ability users? To the onlookers, only the exalted ability users could manage to maintain such a semblance of normalcy in the apocalypse. The refugees secretly observed these individuals, speculating on which among them possessed abilities. Shang Yuanqi and Shang Yuanling also disembarked, accompanied by their now not-so-small plump dog. It could hardly be called a little fat dog anymore. After a period of careful nurturing, it had grown considerably, like dough that had been allowed to rise. It had expanded to a remarkable size. Should anyone measure it, they would find its length, width, and height astonishingly similar, round and plump like a ball, drawing ample attention. Of course, what occupied the minds of the onlookers was the absurdity of a dog being so rotund in these times. Some had also noticed Pei and Ji Hao, and the others gathered around an off-road vehicle, which was so clean it could shine, yet the windows appeared to be one-way glass, rendering the interior completely opaque. Surely no one is inside. The crowd murmured, speculating that the vehicle might be filled with supplies, thus warranting the need for protection from these individuals. Then Baiqiu opened the car door. Today, Baiqiu was clad in a white shirt paired with black trousers. He maintained that refined and dignified demeanor, yet every movement exuded an air of unattainability. Who was this person? In stark contrast to their disheveled state, Baiqiu's pristine white attire and black trousers made him appear as though he were attending a grand soiree rather than navigating an apocalypse. Observing Baiqiu's excessively clean shirt, the onlookers felt a wave of astonishment wash over them. The youth recorded at the high wall gate, Wan Tianyu, was particularly taken aback. Today, he was responsible for the registration. He had been paying attention since Pei and Ji Hao had disembarked, unable to comprehend these two individuals that he was a second-level beginner. Even a second-level intermediate user would elicit some sense from him. Yet now he was utterly baffled. This could only imply that their powers were at least second-level high, or perhaps even beyond. As for the possibility of third-level ability users, Wan Tianyu had not entertained that notion. Third-level abilities were scarce, after all. However, when Baiqiu stepped out, it genuinely sent shivers down his spine. Even a leader did not possess such an aura. Regarding their ability levels, Wan Tianyu furrowed his brows. And upon witnessing the reverence with which Pei and Ji Hao regarded Baiqiu, he relaxed. This one must be third level. The leader of the Tianyuan base had only recently broken through to the third-level intermediate stage. Upon this realization, Wan Tianyu's expression shifted, but he disregarded the ongoing registration and hastily called over a member of the patrol team, instructing him to inform the leader of the appearance of a third-level ability user at the base's entrance. After Baiqiu exited the vehicle, he first took Yu Qing's hand. Since the weather had yet to reach the peak of warmth, it remained somewhat chilly, and Yu Qing was bundled up snugly. Well, not too snugly. Baiqiu feared his precious one might feel stifled. Noting that Pei and Ji Hao had not departed, Baiqiu was not surprised, even too disinterested to cast them a glance. The little fat dog approached, wagging its tail and lazily settling at Baiqiu's feet, eagerly awaiting a treat. Fan Yuan was the last to disembark, observing the crowd, the dog, and the furtive glances from those in line. He snorted disdainfully, a bunch of sycophants. Then, rubbing his hands together, he asked, Baiqiu, are we heading into the base? After speaking, he seemed to notice Pei and the others standing nearby, sarcastically remarking, why are you still here? Hurry up and get in line. After following us for so long, you can finally leave. Your presence here is nothing but an eyesore for Baiqiu. Pei and Ji Hao exercised remarkable restraint, silently enduring Fan Yuan's venomous words. This Fan Yuan was far stronger than them, and even their subordinates had grown accustomed to his behavior. If they couldn't fight back, they could only endure. This farce unfolded without capturing Baiqiu's attention. His gaze remained fixed on Yu Qing. Observing that Yu Qing seemed to have finished his food, he leaned closer, his voice unexpectedly hoarse. What would you like to eat? Yu Qing's eyes brightened, only to see the teasing glimmer in Baiqiu's gaze, causing him to feel a surge of annoyance. He shook his head, declaring he no longer wished to eat. Really not eating. Suddenly, a porcelain white plate appeared in Baiqiu's hand, on which lay a piece of chestnut cream cake. Yu Qing was close enough to easily inhale the fragrant sweetness of the chestnut and the cake, his mouth watering involuntarily. Though he didn't say it, his eyes were filled with a desire to eat. Baiqiu chuckled, producing a small silver fork and offering both the fork and the cake plate to him. Go on, eat. Woof, woof, woof. The little fat dog beside them suddenly barked, gazing longingly at the cake. As a genuine dog, it might not know what cake was, but it instinctively felt that someone else's food must be delicious. Seeing Yu Qing hesitate, seemingly contemplating giving the cake to the dog. Bai Qiu found it amusing. "It just wants a taste. You should eat it yourself." That he then turned to Shang Yuanxi and instructed, "Yuanxi, give this little dog something to eat." That a small dog, no larger than half a meter in circumference, captivated the attention of many as they gazed upon its quivering rolls of fat. Both Shang Yuanxi and Shang Yuanlang had awakened their extraordinary abilities. One fateful night, Bai Qiu had administered puppet and ability potions to them, granting the pair their unique powers. Shang Yuanxi discovered his affinity for spatial abilities, allowing him to store various items directly within his spatial realm, although Bai Qiu possessed an almost limitless space. The daily retrieval of items proved cumbersome, prompting him to store certain kitchenware and prepared meats with Shang Yuanxi. Upon hearing Bai Xiao request him to fetch something for the plump dog, Shang Yuanxi gently acknowledged with a hum. He had nurtured the small creature for quite some time, developing a bond, especially since the roundness of the dog was undeniably endearing. Contemplating what to feed the little dog, Shang Yuanxi recalled that Fan Yuan had previously instructed him to store a considerable amount of food within his space. Chapter 38. Encountering provocation, he surveyed his spatial realm before slowly retrieving a stewed pork hind leg. It was impressively large, indicative of a pig that had once been robust and well-fed. Shang Yuanxi placed a clean piece of plastic on the ground, setting the pork leg upon it, directly in front of the small dog. In comparison, the dog appeared slightly smaller than the leg. Nonetheless, its appetite was well known, and Shang Yuanxi had no doubt it would finish the meal. Pei Yin and the others had long grown accustomed to this spectacle. What was the use of jealousy? Bai Xiao's dog simply dined better than they did, and there was little they could do about it. Meanwhile, those in line were transfixed by the sight of the pork leg, the rich aroma wafting through the air, causing many to swallow hard. The sauce still glistened atop the meat, and several onlookers' eyes grew misty with envy. The unabsorbed sauce dripped onto the ground, seeping into the earth, leaving many to lament silently. Even Wan Tianyu was no exception, having not tasted stewed meat in what felt like an eternity, while he had been fortunate enough to sample canned meat. It paled in comparison to fresh meat and was exceedingly rare, vanishing quickly once consumed. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, the little dog began to devour the meat with unflinching enthusiasm, the sound of it chewing clearly audible. Inciting envy among the spectators, Bai Qiu furrowed his brow. While it was natural for dogs to relish meat, this one seemed to consume an excessive amount without any other dietary variety. That it would be prudent to diversify its meals, lest it become a sickly creature. Amidst the restless stares, Wan Tianyu, disregarding those still waiting in line, approached eagerly. "Sir, are you here to enter the base? Please come this way." Bai Qiu nodded slightly, having no intention of queuing. The line was dauntingly long. Had he chosen to wait, it might take until the next day to gain entry. As for their original plan to enter, Bai Qiu merely smirked, knowing they would simply force their way in. However, with someone offering them a shortcut, there was no need to create unnecessary trouble. Bai Qiu moved forward, and everyone, except for the little dog enjoying its meal, followed closely behind. Wan Tianyu's desk was piled high, with thick sheets of paper, intended for record-keeping. That he picked up a pen, a smile on his face, and asked, "Who will come first?" He refrained from directly addressing Bai Qiu, unsure of how to phrase his inquiry. Would it be appropriate to say, "You come to register?" He felt it would come off as disrespectful. Thus, he decided to start with the subordinates and save Bai Qiu for last, priding himself on his thoughtfulness. However, he did not anticipate that the original line of people, already disgruntled, would become even more incensed as they witnessed him ushering over a dozen individuals ahead of them. Although these newcomers appeared somewhat presentable, with the two leading men standing out, the fact remained that those who had waited so long were now pushed to the back. Igniting their frustration, that a burly man immediately shouted, "Hey kid, what is the meaning of this? We were clearly here first." His voice boomed, and his aura revealed him to be a mid-level second-tier ability user, explaining his audacity in addressing Wan Tianyu as kid. The others, inspired by the man's outburst, cast discontented looks at Wan Tianyu and Bai Qiu's group. This was the phenomenon of group dynamics. Had no one spoken up, the incident might have passed unnoticed. Yet, when one person stood up and raised a ruckus, it emboldened others to voice their grievances. The sound of the shout, Wan Tianyu's expression darkened, and sensing the man's mid-level second-tier aura, his countenance grew even graver. To remain passive would mean losing face and enduring a silent humiliation. Yet as a low-level second-tier user, he was no match for the burly man. Wang Tianyu found himself in a dilemma. Fortunately, Pei Yin, eager to impress by Qiu, stepped forward. Assessing the burly man's mid-level second-tier prowess, he scoffed disdainfully. "How noisy!" With those words, a flurry of azure wind blades materialized in the air, slicing towards the man's limbs. A piercing scream echoed as the once vigorous man collapsed, his limbs pierced by the wind blades, blood oozing from beneath his clothing. Pei Yin's attack was calculatedly vicious, targeting the joints of the man's body. Even if the man were to recover, his future mobility would surely be compromised. Witnessing the man's plight, those who had harbored thoughts of protest swallowed hard, retracting their necks and lowering their gazes. Appearing more compliant than a chick, Wang Tianyu quickly summoned help to carry the injured man inside. The physical constitution of ability users far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. What would require a lifetime in bed for an average person could be healed within days for an ability user. This was precisely why Pei Yin had opted for such a treacherous attack. The burly man was swiftly carried away by Wang Tianyu's NAS for the fact that he had yet to present his supplies, who claimed that one could enter the base without offering supplies. Moreover, ability users inherently enjoyed privileges. The man, having stepped forward in protest against being cut in line, now found himself entering the city in a different manner, uncertain whether to laugh or cry at his predicament. Bai Qiu observed the unfolding drama with great interest, his gaze only shifting away once the man was taken away. Pei Yin glanced at Bai Qiu, somewhat perplexed, but as long as he had succeeded in entertaining Bai Xiao, he felt fulfilled. Pondering this, he approached Wang Tianyu. Wang Tianyu, slightly dazed, soon regained his composure. Name? Pei Yin. Do you possess any abilities? Wind abilities. Ability level? Peak second tier. As expected, Wang Tianyu thought, noting the confirmation of Pei and strength. The remaining questions were swiftly addressed. And he handed Pei Yin a small metal badge, a token of identity for ability users within the base. After Pei Yin completed his registration, his subordinates followed suit. To Wang Tianyu's astonishment, they were all ability users, 6 in total, 3 of whom were second tier, with the remaining 3 on the verge of breaking through. When had second-tier ability users become so commonplace? Wang Tianyu found himself momentarily stunned, gripping his pen tightly, regardless of his thoughts. He remained a responsible recorder. Wang Tianyu looked up and continued, Name? Do you possess any abilities? Lightning abilities. Ability level? Peak second tier. Wang Tianyu felt his hand tremble slightly, yet another peak second-tier ability user, Guan Han. Mid-level second tier, Deng Mei Yin, low-level second tier. Fang Feifei, high-level first tier. Meng Muyu, no abilities. Chapter 39. 5th level. Fortunately, there was still one ordinary person among them, and he cast a reassuring glance at Meng Muyu. However, Meng Muyu mistook his gaze for mockery, shaking with indignation. Indeed, she was the only one in this group without abilities, feeling utterly out of place to know. Yu Qing also lacks abilities, she thought bitterly, realizing he merely clung to a powerful ally. This reflection deepened her resentment. Wang Tianyu, oblivious to the tension, casually handed Meng Muyu a rough wooden badge. Unlike ability users, ordinary individuals received such crude tokens, signifying a clear demarcation between the two classes. Shang Yuanxi and Shang Yuanling also received their metal badges. Noticing their successful registration, Fan Yuan proudly stepped forward. Name? Fan Yuan. Do you possess any abilities? Lightning abilities. Ability level? Just broke through to 4th tier. Just broke through to 4th tier. What, a 4th tier ability user? Wang Tianyu's pen hesitated for a moment, his face displaying a hint of rigidity. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to scrutinize the man before him, one with a pointed chin and a wiry frame. Could this individual truly be a level 4 ability user? Not only did he find it hard to believe, but even Pei Yin and Ji Hao, standing nearby, were engulfed in a sense of unreality. They were well aware of Fan Yuan's formidable strength. It was Fan Yuan who had rescued them from the jaws of a zombie horde. Yet, could it be that his abilities had reached level 4? Of course, they did not suspect Fan Yuan would falsely report his ability level, as it would serve no purpose. Nevertheless, they had not anticipated such an elevation in his abilities. After all, while Fan Yuan had once saved them from a level 3 zombie, a level 3 high-tier ability user could have accomplished the same with relative ease. Thus, They were unprepared for the revelation that Fan Yuan had surpassed the threshold of level 3, that the only one present who was not taken aback was Bai Qiu. Through experimentation, he had discovered that both puppet and ability potions not only had their own effects, but also promoted the enhancement of abilities. Fan Yuan had activated his powers through the ability potion and had also consumed the puppet potion, thus naturally experiencing a rapid increase in his abilities. However, Bai Qiu knew that just because he was aware, it did not mean others were. The individuals waiting in line gazed at Fan Yuan with a mix of fear, admiration, and fervor. The line was so lengthy that those at the back were oblivious to the unfolding events at the front. Whether before or after the apocalypse, humanity has always been a gossipy species, and thus the news gradually spread, creating a sensation throughout the entire queue. What, a level 4 ability user? Let me take a look, don't push me. I just want to glance once more. Is that the esteemed level 4 ability user? Look at his sturdy physique, just behold his handsome visage. If I could stand by this gentleman's side, I would willingly do anything for him. My heart is about to be intoxicated by this gentleman's haughty demeanor. Indeed, these people were extolling the virtues of Fan Yuan, describing him as robust, handsome, and possessing an air of superiority. Fan Yuan tilted his head slightly, disregarding the crowd, finding their attempts at flattery to be utterly uninspired. He thought them incapable of genuine praise, and he, the handsome Fan Yuan, felt a deep disdain for their banal admiration. Wang Tianyu remained momentarily stunned, the term level 4 ability user reverberating like an incantation in his mind, leaving his heart in tumult. Observing the dazed expression on Wang Tianyu's face, Fan Yuan huffed coldly, urging him to proceed with the registration. Wang Tianyu was jolted back to reality by that icy sound, realizing his momentary distraction with a sense of panic. Fortunately, upon closely observing the gentleman's expression, which bore no sign of displeasure, he breathed a sigh of relief and hastily began jotting down notes, though his slightly trembling hand betrayed his inner turmoil. Why Yu Qing? No ability. Once Yu Qing stated this. He appeared somewhat dejected, for everyone else possessed abilities, excluding Meng Muyu, of course, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Bai Qiu, sensing his companion's unease, tightened his grip on Yu Qing's hand, pulling him back from his despondency. Yu Qing glanced at their intertwined hands, his face suddenly flushed. Bai Qiu, noticing the rosy hue on Yu Qing's cheeks, felt a surge of delight and smiled at Wang Tianyu, saying, Bai Qiu, level 5 ice ability. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Meanwhile, Wang Tianyu busied himself with recording Yu Qing's information, failing to catch Bai Qiu's words. When he finally completed the registration form for Yu Qing and raised his head to inquire further, he found that all sound had vanished from the space. Leaving him perplexed, he turned his curious gaze towards a young man who had come to join the commotion. Brother Wan, ice ability 555 level. The young man stammered as he leaned closer to Wang Tianyu. What? Wang Tianyu nearly lost his balance in shock. Level 5? Are you joking with me? How could there possibly be a level 5? His bewildered eyes scanned the faces around him, searching for any hint of jest, before landing on Bai Qiu, who was surrounded by admirers, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. A level 5 ability user? Wang Tianyu felt as if he might still be dreaming, or perhaps he had yet to awaken from slumber. The mere thought of a level 5 user was unfathomable. Do you even comprehend the significance of a level 5? Do you understand? He was tempted to inflict a wound upon himself to snap back to reality. Yet a dispassionate voice from above shattered his illusions. Proceed with the registration. Ultimately, Wang Tianyu almost found himself kneeling as he presented a small iron plate and a wooden tag to Bai Qiu, his legs weak and unable to support him. Not only he, but even the members of his team were equally astounded. Aside from Fan Yuan, who had anticipated this, the rest were completely unprepared, especially Pei In and Ji Hao, who were merely at level 2. Struggling to break through to level 3, level 5. What caliber of power was that? They dared not even entertain the thought. Yet, they were in a far better position than Wang Tianyu and the unfamiliar onlookers. Although Bai Qiu seldom displayed his prowess, they had witnessed the sheer might he wielded during the few occasions he chose to act, thus they were acutely aware of his formidable strength. The rest, however, found it difficult to fathom the existence of such high-ranking ability users. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Bai Qiu and his companions drove their vehicles directly into the city that moment. Not a single management official at the base remembered the entrance or vehicle fees. Even if they had, they would have forced themselves to forget. Demanding resources from a team led by a level 5 ability user was tantamount to courting death or simply valuing their lives too lightly. One could easily perish with a mere slap or even a breath. The individual standing in line expressed no dissatisfaction. Had Bai Qiu and his companions been weak, they might have felt a sense of injustice. Yet, when a person towers above you in strength, occupying a realm that feels utterly unattainable, all that remains in their hearts is profound reverence. Even as Bai Qiu and his companions fully entered the city, the atmosphere lingered in an enduring silence, unable to return to its former state. Wang Qianyu smiled bitterly to himself. This group was predominantly composed of ability users, and there was even a level 4 ability user. Along with, he refrained from completing that thought, yet anyone who heard it understood he was about to mention a level 5 ability user. Chapter 40. Class differences. Upon entering the base, it became apparent that most of the individuals moving about bore expressions of numbness and timidity. However, upon hearing the sound of approaching vehicles, a flicker of ferocity sparked in the eyes of many. Yet upon witnessing the 5 vehicles driving in succession, they lowered their heads once more, reverting to their submissive demeanor. Observing the scene before him, Bai Qiu could not help but feel a pang of melancholy. The collapse of societal order and the establishment of a new hierarchy inevitably relegated some individuals to the lower echelons of society. This was not only true in the current apocalypse, but had also been the case before. Different classes would always emerge. Undoubtedly, the post-apocalyptic class structure was far more ruthless than that of the present world. The new order was still in its nascent phase, and some individuals were destined to descend into the depths of society. The so-called disparity merely reflected the pursuit of wealth and power in the previous world, now transformed into a reverence for ability users. From his vantage point in the vehicle, Bai Qiu could easily observe each individual outside. Though the apathetic majority predominated, many were spirited and brimming with vitality. They were ability users. They may have struggled for survival in the past, but now, empowered by their abilities, they wielded the power to dictate the lives of others, and this intoxicated them that a sudden thought crossed Bai Qiu's mind, one that could only arise from a higher vantage point. The apocalypse is undeniably cruel, indeed. Yet if all humanity were to become zombies, it would not necessarily signify a regression, but rather an evolution into a different kind of humanity. Zombies could exhibit intelligence, form hierarchies, construct, and transform. They could potentially replace human existence, becoming a new species on this planet. The replacement of humans by zombies bears striking similarity to the initial displacement of the planet's dominators by humanity. When humanity held dominion, they erected towering edifices and invented myriad tools, while zombies, in turn, would replace humans, wielding abilities that might very well signify the evolution of humanity, propelling it further into the cosmos. The so-called interstellar age is not an impossibility born from the transformation of zombies. Regardless of whether zombies could indeed supplant humanity, Bai Qiu resolved to seize control of his own destiny. His gaze deepened and thoughts swirled within him. That moment, an individual appeared at the front of the vehicle line. "Sir, I am here to guide you on behalf of the leader. You may call me Xiao He." Xiao He appeared to be a mere child, around 14 or 15 years of age, small in stature. Yet his bright, glistening eyes suggested a remarkable cleverness. Pei Yan chuckled and remarked to Shang Yuanqi, "It seems the base leader is aware of Bai Xiao's prowess and has sent someone to receive us." Fan Yuan cast a perplexed glance in his direction, responding with a playful bark. Woof, a whoop, that a peculiar sound drew the attention of the crowd. Bai Qiu glanced into the rearview mirror of the car and spotted a round dog joyfully bounding towards them. Shang Yuanqi's hand hesitated on the steering wheel as he suddenly recalled that he had seemingly forgotten the dog outside. With his brother's assistance, Shang Yuanqi managed to awkwardly lift the chubby little dog into the vehicle. Under the guidance of Xiaohe, Bai Qiu and his companions arrived at the central area of the base. The Tianyuan base had expanded along a suburban villa district, thus the central area was adorned with numerous villas. Gazing at the villas before them, Xiaohe's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "My lord, the residents here include not only the leader, but also the upper echelons of the base. Any other ability users who reach level 3 can register and be assigned a villa. Xiao paused for a moment before continuing. My lord, the leader has specifically instructed that you may reside wherever you wish. For someone of Baiqiu's stature, the leader had laid out all the finest villas for him to choose from. As for Ji Hao and Pei Yan's teams, it was uncertain whether to commend the leader's keen eye. They had been accompanying Baiqiu, albeit not in the same team, leaving their exact relationship ambiguous. Weighing the pros and cons, even though they had yet to reach level 3, the leader permitted them to select a villa each. Baiqiu surveyed the villas that were quite similar in appearance and casually pointed to one that featured a garden that he held no particular preference, but thought perhaps Yu Qing might like it. Then we shall take these 2 villas, he declared. Without hesitation, Ji Hao and Pei Yan chose the 2 villas flanking Baiqiu's selection, exuding an unwavering loyalty to Baiqiu. Baiqiu did not comment on their choices. After all, life ought to have its amusements. Thus, the 3 teams parted ways to settle in. Pei Yan and Ji Hao had driven in, unlike Baiqiu, who could store his vehicle in his spatial realm. Even if they could, that space was reserved for rare resources. Baiqiu handed the key he received from Xiaohe to Shan Yuanxi. Yuanxi, you and Yuanling stay behind to tidy up that he turned to call for Fan Yuan. But upon meeting Fan Yuan's sorrowful gaze, he could not help but sigh. Fan Yuan, you might as well follow along. Better to take along this light bulb after all. Following Xiaohe's directions, they began to tour the base. Xiaohe continuously introduced the base's features to everyone. Outside the central area stood several 4-story apartments built for ability users. Ability users could also bring their families, but the allocation of residences was based on the strength of their abilities. One might find themselves cramped in a 1-bedroom apartment with 6 family members, or living alone in a 3-bedroom unit. Further outside were additional buildings, segregated by gender, resembling dormitories with bunk beds. Each room could accommodate up to 20 beds. Housing ordinary individuals. These individuals were required to work and, upon completion, would receive a small loaf of bread, which constituted their primary sustenance. In addition to this, they could earn 1 or more contribution points daily based on their job roles. The outermost area consisted of tents or makeshift houses erected by ordinary people. Unlike those residing in dormitory-style accommodations, those living in tents were not obligated to work, as long as they possessed resources. They could do as they pleased without fear of starvation. Within the base, ordinary individuals who refrained from labor could only claim a meager loaf of bread each day, barely sustaining their lives. Among the laborers, distinctions were clear. Some individuals had connections or were on friendly terms with prominent ability users, allowing them to secure simpler jobs. Certain positions were not only easy, but also yielded several contribution points. As for the reasons behind this, in the apocalypse, there were no rules. Anything was possible as long as one possessed strength. Even those with the slightest connection could rise to prominence. At this point, Xiaohe's youthful face bore an added maturity, as he proudly declared, "My lord, my second uncle, is an ability user, which is why I could secure this job." This exemplified the treatment afforded to ordinary people. Baiqiu sensed the disappointment among those around him and gently patted Yu Qing's back in reassurance. "My dear, you have me, yes?" The warmth of the youth in his arms brought Baiqiu joy, and he subtly smiled. After all, there was no escape now. Chapter 41. The Silver Lock from a Past Life, as Xiaohe narrated. The situation within the base gradually became clearer. Ability users could receive 2 packs of instant noodles and 5 contribution points each day. As their abilities improved, the rewards they received would significantly increase. These supplies were produced by the base's food factories, allowing ability users to survive without succumbing to starvation. To thrive, one had to undertake missions from the task hall to accumulate contribution points. Ability users could also earn contribution points by joining patrol teams, which were relatively safer as they did not require battling zombies, albeit with lesser rewards. After all, materials collected outside were subject to a 50% levy to the base, with the remainder distributed among the ability user teams themselves. Water within the base was also rationed. An ordinary person could claim 500 milliliters per day, while laboring individuals were entitled to 1 liter. And the lowest-ranked ability users could receive 2 liters. The base also featured a trading post where all items could be exchanged, but contributions points were required for transactions. Contribution points could be exchanged for food or crystal cores in both directions. Additionally, there were restaurants where one could either provide their own ingredients or purchase meals using contribution points. Thus, within this base, contribution points were one of the primary currencies. These points were recorded on the badges issued upon entry to the base. Possession of a badge meant ownership, leading to the occurrence of murder for the sake of seizing badges. Due to the prevalence of such incidents, a sense of unease permeated the base. Although the leader had decreed that killing was prohibited, such acts still transpired in secrecy, with higher authorities often choosing to turn a blind eye. The group had now reached the exterior of the central area. From Baichio's perspective, he observed many ragged, ordinary individuals seated on patches of open ground, casually draping torn cloth before them. The fabric displayed an assortment of items: diamond necklaces, watches, gold trios, and various knick-knacks that in stark contrast. Offerings of food were nearly non-existent. The vendors shouted their wares while keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. Their sharp eyes quickly honed in on the imposing presence of Baichio and his entourage, their expressions instantly warming. Before long, news of the events outside the base had yet to reach them. And even if it did, they would be oblivious to the identity of the level 5 ability user, unable to recognize Baiqiu.my lord. Do you see anything you desire? My lord, look here. Choose any pack of instant noodles. My lord, I only need half a pack of noodles. Contribution points required a special machine for processing, hence the items here were directly exchanged for goods that, of course, possessing only contribution points posed no issue. Not far from here, a clothing store housed a machine for processing contribution points. Yes, a clothing store. Despite the apocalypse, humanity's pursuit of beauty remained unyielded. While ordinary individuals struggled to stave off hunger, there were still affluent ability users willing to trade food for exquisite garments. The vendors, though vociferous, dared not approach Baichio. His immaculate appearance set him apart, rendering him an anomaly in this setting. He emanated an air of cleanliness. To approach him directly would be to invite disdain. And it was fortunate they had not been met with the wrath of the increasingly irritable ability users who might resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Yet, cleanliness. When had this become synonymous with luxury? Previously, the majority among them had enjoyed prosperous lives as members of the upper class. They were accustomed to presenting themselves neatly every day. Now, even water had to be rationed, let alone washing one's face. Baichio displayed little interest in the wares presented before him and found himself bemused by the eager faces of the vendors. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver caught his eye. He focused intently and discovered a small silver lock resting on a tattered cloth before a man. Striding forward, he bent down to retrieve the lock amidst the man's startled gaze. The lock was shaped like auspicious clouds, adorned with 4 tiny bells. Baichio gently traced the small inscription on the lock with his fingertip: prosperity. It was the very silver lock he had exchanged for resources in his previous life. As to why he had encountered this lock in the first year of the apocalypse and purchased it. While in this life, he had arrived at the base only to find it still there. Baichio did not dwell upon such thoughts. All he needed to know was that this was indeed the same lock from his past. A soft voice escaped his lips: "Name your price." The man did not greet Baichio because he understood that these influential figures would hardly take an interest in someone like him. While ruffians might be enamored by gold and silver, this gentleman evidently hailed from a noble lineage, exuding an air of superiority. When he observed Baichio approaching his stall, he feared he had inadvertently offended him, feeling a surge of trepidation. However, upon hearing Baichio's words, it became clear that he had taken a liking to the silver lock. That a look of delight crossed the man's face. Yet he hesitated as he spoke, uncertain of how much this silver lock might be worth in the eyes of such a distinguished individual. If he asked for too much, he risked inciting Baichio's displeasure. Yet if he asked for too little, his thoughts drifted to the frail figure of his wife at home, weakened by hunger, leaving him in a state of turmoil. Ultimately, the man gritted his teeth, furtively gauged Baichio's expression, and nervously said, "My lord, this silver lock is hardly worth anything. You may name your price, that it would be its fortune to be in your possession." Upon hearing this, Fan Yuan furrowed his brow, his face contorting with disdain. Who was this sycophant, daring to curry favor with Baichio in his presence? Baichio, well aware of the man's ulterior motives, chose to disregard him, as it posed no inconvenience to himself. Suddenly, a yellow crystal materialized in his hand, retrieved from his spatial inventory, akin to an ability. Was this a mid-level Tier 3 zombie crystal core? Coincidentally, there stood a Tier 2 ability user, who was merely perusing the stalls, hoping to stumble upon something intriguing, when he unexpectedly witnessed a youth produce a zombie crystal core. Upon sensing it, this ability user realized it was indeed a Tier 3 core. while ability users can sense cores across levels. They can only detect them one complete tier above as a Tier 2 novice. He sensed that the power emanating from this core was even more robust than that of a Tier 3 low-level core. In a moment of sheer astonishment, he exclaimed, "What? A zombie crystal core? A Tier 3 one? No less." The surrounding crowd displayed expressions of shock. Both stall vendors and shoppers alike gathered in unison. Countless eyes were riveted upon the youth's fair hand, which cradled the magnificent crystal, radiating a unique luster beneath the sun. Was this truly a Tier 3 zombie crystal core? In this bustling marketplace, a melting pot of diverse vendors, many entered seeking to scavenge for treasures. Yet none anticipated the sight of a mid-level Tier 3 zombie crystal core. While many had their doubts, as more ability users congregated, they confirmed that it was indeed a Tier 3 core. This revelation was undeniably difficult to accept, considering that even the leader of the Tianyuan base was merely a mid-level Tier 3. Who then was this youth? The ability users present regarded Bai Qiu with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. Even those who shared the stalls coveted the crystal core in Bai Qiu's hand. If only it were something from their own stalls, for this core could be exchanged for a fortune in contribution points. Yet what they viewed as precious was, in Bai Qiu's eyes, akin to refuse. His collection of zombie crystal cores was modest, as the current zombie levels were generally low, and cores of lesser tiers did not even merit a place in his spatial inventory. Casually, Bai Qiu tossed the crystal core, which soared directly into the man's arms, who fumbled to catch it. Is this sufficient? Bai Qiu inquired with a slight smirk, a nonchalant tone to his voice. My lord. This, you have given far too generously, the man stammered, feeling the piercing gazes of the onlookers bore into his back, heightening his anxiety. Observing the glimmer of hope in the man's eyes, Bai Qiu chose not to respond. Turning resolutely to leave, that he had exchanged a worthless silver lock for a Tier 3 crystal core. How he safeguarded it was no concern of his. After all, he bore no obligation. He was not a paragon of virtue. Yu Qing, somewhat apprehensive, had come to understand the value of the crystal core, and questioned, is it wise to have given it to that man without consequence? Upon hearing Yu Qing's words, Bai Qiu regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before replying. He had the choice to refuse. By accepting, he also embraced the consequences. Xiao Qing, they must rely on themselves. Bai Qiu sighed inwardly, recognizing that while his Xiao Qing was increasingly grasping the implications of the apocalypse, it did not negate the struggles he faced. Kindness in this world was a liability. Indeed, Yu Qing hesitated, wanting to voice something, but ultimately swallowed his words, puffing out his cheeks. Observing this, Bai Qiu reached out to gently ruffle his soft hair. Smiling as he said, "It's all right. You will come to understand in due time that if you don't, it matters not. As long as I am here, no one can harm you, and you need not comprehend." Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered away from that area, making a circuitous route back to the vicinity of the city gate. Suddenly, a coarse yet fervent voice called out from behind Bai Qiu, "Bai Xiao, is that you?" Bai Xiao, Bai Qiu frowned, turning to see a burly man who gazed at him with barely concealed excitement. This face, Zhang Hu? Even upon recognizing Zhang Hu, Bai Qiu maintained a placid demeanor. In contrast, Fan Yuan grew increasingly uneasy, feeling an inexplicable sense of threat from the large man. Particularly when this brute called out to Bai Xiao, Fan Yuan sensed his own status becoming precarious, especially with the arrival of such a formidable figure. Aside from the likes of Pei Anji and He Hao, good heavens, Fan Yuan mused, observing Zhang Hu, whose arms were thicker than his own legs. Yet he noted that despite his imposing stature, he was merely an ordinary person. Zhang Hu, do you know them? Zhang Hu was not alone. He was accompanied by a group. The leader, a man with a sallow complexion, scrutinized the attire of Bai Qiu and his companions, noting that apart from the scruffily dressed youth of around 14 or 15, the others were impeccably attired, especially the individual Zhang Hu had addressed, clearly a person of significance. Upon hearing Liang Wen's inquiry, the members of the group turned their curious gazes toward Zhang Hu. Among them were also ability users like Liang Wen, who was a Tier 1 ability user, capable of exerting authority over ordinary folk and strutting around the group, yet when faced with higher-tier ability users, they became as meek as a quail, for a single hand could easily crush them. Zhang Hu had been with their team for several months. Apart from his size, serving as labor, he was just an ordinary individual. A small fry, and it was hard to fathom that he could possibly know these esteemed individuals. Upon being questioned, Zhang Hu initially widened his eyes, casting a glare at them, then scratched his head, clenching his mouth tightly, remaining silent. Bai Qiu observed Zhang Hu's apprehensive demeanor, stirring a perplexing emotion within him. Zhang Hu, secretly cursing his impulsiveness, had merely called out to Bai Xiao in a moment of excitement, inadvertently seeking confirmation. Now that he had received it, he felt at ease and wished to do nothing further. The group, particularly Liang Wen, grew increasingly irate at Zhang Hu's silence. They had enjoyed his subservient demeanor, finding amusement in his bumbling nature. Yet, regardless of how robust his physique might be, without abilities, he was deemed worthless. This perception lingered in their minds, and now, the worthless Zhang Hu dared to defy them. While they were unsure of the nature of Zhang Hu's relationship with Bai Qiu, the latter's evident unfamiliarity suggested it was not significant. They had already resolved to deal with Zhang Hu upon their return. However, Zhang Hu seemed oblivious to their disdain, fixated solely on Bai Qiu. His intense gaze sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. This towering figure, could he possibly be? "Do you know me?" Bai Qiu inquired. Now just a few meters away from Zhang Hu, locking eyes with the burly M.A.N.'s memories of his past life began to fade. He felt a lingering curiosity. Why had Zhang Hu been willing to sacrifice his life for him? Bai Qiu was certain he had never encountered this man before the apocalypse. Raising questions about Zhang Hu's unwavering loyalty that in the early days of the apocalypse, Bai Qiu had harbored distrust toward Zhang Hu. A natural response, as few would feel positively towards someone who inexplicably professed loyalty. Yet, Zhang Hu had always remained oblivious to this. Or perhaps he simply did not care. After all, those with lesser wits had perished early in the apocalypse. Therefore, Bai Qiu sought an answer from Zhang Hu. "Bai Xiao, it's me, Zhang Hu." Zhang Hu appeared vibrant and full of life. Yet shortly thereafter, he scratched his head, aware that Bai Xiao was unfamiliar with his identity. With a chuckle, he gestured with his hands to explain. Chapter 43. The brother of Chou Lang. Perhaps you do not recall Bai Xiao, but I am Chou Lang's younger brother. Both he and I were rescued by your subordinates. But at that time, I was merely a few years older than you, which is why only my brother remained by your side." That he continued, "I, Zhang Hu, vowed that my life would belong to you. Yet regrettably, there were too many people around you. Those like me, who barely recognize a few characters, simply do not possess the qualifications to follow in your footsteps, unlike my brother. Thus, I have kept this gratitude buried deep within my heart." As he spoke, Zhang Hu's tone suddenly grew somber. Indeed, his earlier excitement had masked other emotions. Now, even he, despite his simplicity, could discern Bai Xiao's extraordinary nature. Those around them fell silent at Bai Xiao's approach. And with his unparalleled demeanor, it was evident that Bai Xiao was a high-tier, supernatural being. Zhang Hu's exhilaration waned, replaced by a bitter smile. He felt even less deserving to walk alongside Bai Xiao. Chou Lang, Bai Qiu found himself momentarily lost in thought, pondering how long it had been since he heard that name. Observing Zhang Hu, he noted that the two were entirely different individuals, with not a single hint of resemblance in their features. However, he had not realized that he was Chou Lang's brother. Bai Qiu suddenly recalled the two individuals he had rescued, one tall and slender, the other stout and robust. It seemed that this was not merely a matter of sustenance, but rather genetics. Chou Lang, with his delicate yet vicious nature, was a bloodthirsty youth with long hair, embodying a certain allure. Chou Lang, Bai Qiu was his master. Yet, to Bai Qiu, Chou Lang was both a mentor and a friend. Bai Qiu was not devoid of humanity. Rather, he had endured experiences that left him scarred. His misplaced trust had led to Chou Lang's demise. Even when he extended kindness, he found that in the face of power and wealth, many who professed gratitude would, while repenting, stab him in the back with greed. Some individuals are simply not worth it. Those who are worthy also possess vulnerabilities. Bai Qiu had saved a gravely injured man, entrusting each other's backs. When that man's pregnant wife was captured, all acts of rebellion became a matter of course. Did the man err? He acted for the sake of his beloved wife and unborn child. But what of Bai Qiu? Was he in the wrong? His mistake lay in choosing to save a life. Moreover, the consequences of it all were borne by Chou Lang on his behalf. Gradually, Bai Qiu changed. He became increasingly self-centered, colder, and more aloof. "Since my kindness goes unrewarded, I shall relinquish it." Bai Qiu closed his eyes, and in a fleeting moment he envisioned Zhang Hu, bloodied and battered. Was it worth it? Regardless of the magnitude of the favor. Was it truly worth it? Your brother has long since passed. Do you not understand? Bai Qiu spoke in an exceptionally calm tone. Pain flickered in Zhang Hu's eyes, and the robust man's eyelids reddened slightly as he said, "My brother is gone. Yet his younger brother is utterly useless and cannot protect you any longer." Zhang Hu's gaze dimmed, filled with despair and self-reproach. However, after his words fell, Bai Qiu let out a light laugh. Bai Qiu slowly raised his hand. Pale and slender as jade, that it was this hand that accepted the black crystal from Zhang Hu's bloodied palm. With a sigh in his heart, he did not withdraw his hand, but gently patted Zhang Hu's shoulder. "From now on, follow me. I will not refuse what you desire." Zhang Hu stood momentarily stunned, his eyes wide, as if he had not yet processed the words. What did Bai Xiao just say? Bai Xiao wants me to accompany him. Ah! Suddenly, a wave of emotion washed over Zhang Hu's rugged face, yet it vanished just as quickly. When everyone looked at him again, his expression had reverted to one of sorrow. Bai Xiao, rest assured, I will fulfill my brother's unfinished business, even if it costs me my life. Zhang Hu silently resolved that, although he was merely an ordinary person, with his considerable stature, he would stand in front of Bai Xiao if a zombie attempted to bite him. Bai Qiu turned to gaze at Liang Wen and the others standing beside Zhang Hu, his eyes shallow yet imbued with immense authority, that a bead of cold sweat trickled down Liang Wen's brow. While the others nearby lamented in distress, utterly shocked to discover Zhang Hu's connection. "Sir, we have never bullied Brother Zhang Hu," one exclaimed, tears welling in their voice. "Did I ask that so?" Bai Qiu replied with a smile that was almost mocking, his gaze pointedly directed at Zhang Hu's exposed skin. The crowd followed his line of sight and saw that Zhang Hu's body was marred with intersecting scars, varying in depth, some still oozing blood. Many turned their attention to Liang Wen, knowing that most of Zhang Hu's injuries were inflicted by him. The gash on Zhang Hu's shoulder, which continued to bleed, was a result of Liang Wen using him as target practice that very morning. Liang Wen felt a twinge of cowardice, but was unwilling to lose face, that he had never witnessed Bai Qiu and the others in action. He could only deduce from their appearances that they were formidable figures. What if he was mistaken? Liang Wen's eyes began to dart around, contemplating that perhaps these individuals were merely superficial, that a flicker of malice crossed his gaze as he unleashed his supernatural powers, forming a gleaming knife that hurtled towards Bai Qiu with such swiftness that it was nearly beyond reaction. That, of course, Fan Yuan, as a high-tier supernatural being, could effortlessly block it. Yet he merely cast a disdainful glance at Liang Wen. Liang Wen noticed Fan Yuan's dismissive look and felt a jolt of panic. Had he miscalculated? No, the knives were too close now, and no matter how fast he reacted, he could not evade them. But did Bai Qiu need to evade? In Liang Wen's horrified gaze, the knives vanished, inching closer to Bai Qiu, as if they had never existed. Bai Qiu leisurely tapped the back of his hand, and suddenly, white snowflakes appeared in the air. Liang Wen was horrified to find that his feet were frozen in place, and the ice began to creep upward before he could utter a word. He was instantly encased in a solid block of ice. Ironically, the frozen figure opened its mouth, clearly still alive, yet unable to produce a sound. Bai Qiu remained expressionless throughout the ordeal. "Shatter," that he uttered a single word. And the ice encasing Liang Wen shattered dramatically, his flesh and blood disintegrating into fragments of ice that fell to the ground. Remarkably, the ice did not melt, nor did it create a scene of blood flowing freely, as the flesh was encapsulated within the shattered ice. "Let us depart," Bai Qiu said with a gentle smile, taking hold of Yu Qing's hand. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a slight shiver from the hand he held. Chapter 44. Yu Qing awakens. Bai Qiu furrowed his brows at Yu Qing, feeling a tinge of displeasure. Nearby, Xiao He observed the scene with growing dread, finally comprehending why the leader had approached him with such caution. As for those accompanying Liang Wen, they were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling uncontrollably. There was no doubt that if given the chance, they would flee at once. However, the terror instilled by Bai Qiu prevented them from even entertaining that thought. The only individuals unperturbed were Zhang Hu and Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan marveled at the ice, nearly bursting into applause, while Zhang Hu remained indifferent. Despite being an ordinary person, he had slain as many zombies as anyone else. Moreover, in his team, the human heart was treacherous, and such life-and-death matters had become second nature to him. In the Villa District, Bai Qiu led the way, flanked by Yu Qing, with Fan Yuan and Zhang Hu on either side. Xiao He lagged behind, his body stiff from witnessing death for the first time, his speech becoming incoherent, unfit to continue guiding them. From a distance, Bai Qiu spotted several individuals standing outside the Villa District. The leader, exuding a striking presence, rushed forward upon noticing Bai Qiu and the others. "You must be Bai Xiao," he said. "That I am Su Donglin, the leader of the Tianyuan base." That Su Donglin appeared youthful, tall, and dressed casually in a dark coat. Bai Qiu recognized him immediately. Su Donglin was indeed the leader of the Tianyuan base in his previous life, remaining unchallenged until his demise. That it was evident that Su Donglin was a man of considerable capability. However, what of it? In Bai Qiu's current perspective, these individuals posed no threat to him. Speak frankly, Bai Xiao. I have come to inquire whether you have any intention of becoming the master of this base. Su Donglin, not receiving a reply, unambiguously articulated his intentions. The master of the base, that a glimmer of admiration flickered in Bai Qiu's eyes. Truly, he was worthy of being a formidable figure from a past life, exhibiting a demeanor that was unparalleled, whether sincere or merely a test. "Leader Su, please take your leave. That I hold no interest in this leadership position. As long as I am not disturbed, all shall remain well." Bai Qiu's voice was calm, as if he could perceive the apprehension lurking in Su Donglin's gaze, and he smiled once more, a smile laced with amusement. "Leader Su, if I desired this position, I would not require your permission." Upon hearing this, Su Donglin's pupils constricted sharply. Although he wished to deny it, the truth was undeniable. Merely the disparity in abilities rendered him incapable of besting even Bai Qiu's subordinate. "Fan Yuan." "Bai Xiao," Su Donglin attempted to articulate further, but at that moment, Bai Qiu noticed that Yu Qing beside him was burning with an unusually high temperature. Ignoring the presence of others, he brushed aside Yu Qing's soft hair, his hand gently resting against her forehead. The moment he made contact with her delicate skin, it felt scorching. To why Yu Qing was feverish. How could she be feverish in this weather? Bai Qiu's expression grew inscrutable as he suddenly focused on the red string adorning Yu Qing's left wrist. A flash of realization struck him. He knew he had overlooked something. That in his previous life, Yu Qing possessed dual abilities. Yet in this life, she had yet to awaken any powers, while the red string certainly played a role. Based on past experiences, she should have awakened her abilities before their encounter. Yet, astonishingly, it was only now that Yu Qing's powers began to manifest. Just as Bai Qiu contemplated saying something, Yu Qing fainted into his arms. "Fan Yuan, have them all leave." Bai Qiu tightened his hold on the unconscious figure and instructed Fan Yuan, disregarding the others entirely, that he cradled Yu Qing in his arms and ascended to the second-floor bedroom. Bai Qiu pulled aside the quilt with his right hand, gently laying Yu Qing on the bed, then stood beside her, gazing down at her. "Hot, hot." Yu Qing's face was flushed, beads of sweat forming on her brow. She must be awakening her powers. He wondered what abilities they might be, and if they would resemble those from her past life. Bai Qiu's face lay shrouded in shadow. In that moment, he realized that with his strength, he could easily shatter the nascent core of Yu Qing's emerging powers, as if a devil whispered in his heart. "Destroy her. Make her entirely dependent on you. You are her everything. Will you truly allow her to awaken? Once she does, she may flee just as she did in her former life. Have you forgotten? Forgotten how she callously departed in the past? Such mercy will lead to your regret." The devil's voice echoed ominously, casting a pall over Bai Qiu's expression. When Yu Qing opened her eyes, she found Bai Qiu seated at the edge of the bed, feigning sleep. Yet Bai Qiu had not yet opened his eyes. She was alone in the room. Tentatively, she reached out her hand, and, under her watchful gaze, a small flame flickered to life in her palm. So, she too could possess abilities. Excitement surged within Yu Qing. Perhaps due to the awakening of her powers, her complexion appeared vibrant, the remnants of a blush still evident, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Bai Qiu had been awake the moment Yu Qing opened her eyes, sensing the surge of power emanating from her. While Yu Qing was engrossed in the flickering flame, an overwhelmingly aggressive aura enveloped her from above. When she looked up, her gaze met Bai Qiu's, and her heart tightened, instinctively leaning back. "Are you afraid of me?" Bai Qiu suddenly drew closer to Yu Qing. Sensing her tremor, His smile gradually fading. One hand grasped her shoulder, pulling her towards him with such force that Yu Qing felt as though her shoulder might be crushed. Observing Bai Chio's cold demeanor, Yu Qing shook her head, wanting to deny it, yet the haunting memory of the earlier scene stirred turmoil within her. Bai Chio released his grip on her shoulder, caressing her face gently, and asked softly, "Are you afraid of me?" Yu Qing lowered her gaze, remaining silent. Bai Chio chuckled softly and suddenly exclaimed, "Yu Qing, you truly know how to provoke my anger," seeing the disappointment in his eyes. Yu Qing felt a void within her heart. She wished to explain that she was merely unaccustomed to the earlier scene. Yet, she suddenly pondered why she felt the need to explain. Did she truly have feelings for Bai Chio? No, that could not be. Why Yu Qing felt as though she were a lost traveler in a dream, surrounded by swirling illusions. Had she known this would be the outcome, she ought to have incapacitated him. Bai Chio abruptly fell into a serene silence, his gaze resembling a bottomless abyss, revealing a hint of mockery beneath its surface. Wai Yu Qing parted her lips, but before she could utter a word, Bai Chio silently exited the room. As the door closed behind him, Yu Qing was left alone, half sitting on the bed, at a loss for what to do. Bai Chio had not truly left. He leaned against the door, his posture languid, his calloused hand lightly toyed with the doorknob, then suddenly clenched it tightly in his palm. Truly, she is quite disobedient. Chapter 45. Zhang Hu is captured. Since that day, Bai Chio left the room. He had not exchanged a single word with Yu Qing. Even at the dinner table, he seemed to disregard her presence entirely. In stark contrast, he never permitted Yu Qing to step outside the confines of the room, as though it were a cage, imprisoning her like a small cat. Visibly, Yu Qing had grown increasingly silent, while Bai Chio deliberately overlooked the pangs of pain that stirred within him. Just keep her here. Bai Chio silently reassured himself. Then he understood that his possessiveness over Yu Qing rendered him incapable of suppressing his feelings whenever her matters arose, that if Yu Qing provoked him further, he was uncertain what actions he might take. A dark hue gradually spread across Bai Chio's eyes. "Bai Xiao, where shall we go today?" Fan Yuan, having filled his stomach, lay lazily on the sofa, his head hanging down in an odd position as he inquired of Bai Chio. Bai Chio pondered for a moment. During his last hurried visit, he had not thoroughly explored the base. "Let us go take a look." "All right, Bai Xiao." Fan Yuan sprang from the sofa in that peculiar posture, rushing to the door with a beaming smile. This Fan Yuan was truly a lively character. For the first time, Bai Chio felt that taking Fan Yuan under his wing had been a wise decision. "What about Zhang Hu?" he casually inquired. "Zhang Hu?" Fan Yuan scratched his head, suddenly recalling the hulking figure vying for his attention. "Bai Xiao, I visited Zhang Hu's room today. It was tidy, but he was nowhere to be found. I suspect that such a large man couldn't have simply vanished. Perhaps he went to cook." Fan Yuan explained. "Gone missing?" Bai Chio mused slowly. Suddenly, Fan Yuan smacked his forehead. "Bai Xiao, that foolish lad hasn't returned yet. Do you think he might have been captured by someone?" Fan Yuan's tone was filled with concern and anxiety. Yet from Bai Chio's perspective, he could discern the unmasked glee in Fan Yuan's eyes. Realizing he had perhaps spoken too soon, Fan Yuan sheepishly smiled. "Bai Xiao, we should go look for him." Just as Fan Yuan's words suggested, Zhang Hu had indeed found himself entangled with a group of individuals. "Kid, after seeing this knife, you owe us money. It's not much, just a packet of instant noodles for each of my brothers. If you don't have that, other food will suffice as compensation." That a scruffy giant wielded a long knife, his face betraying unabashed greed. Surrounding him were several similarly clad men, all eyeing Zhang Hu with avarice. Zhang Hu, encircled by them, wore an expression of distress. As an ordinary person, he could handle one adversary, but four hands would easily overwhelm him. Having recently aligned himself with Bai Chio, who possessed no abilities, Zhang Hu felt increasingly helpless, unable to assist Bai Chio in many matters. Rising early, he had hoped to explore the base and perhaps acquire some decent weapons to become more useful. However, he never anticipated encountering such unscrupulous sellers. This knife was being sold for 20 packets of instant noodles. Just having joined Bai Chio yesterday, he had nothing to his name. Even if he craved the knife's sharpness, he could not afford it. Yet, emboldened by their numbers, the group refused to let him leave, absurdly insisting that he pay for something he had not even asked for. "Then I told you I have nothing you want." "Step aside," Zhang Hu bellowed. The giant looked at Zhang Hu with ill intent. "Kid, I saw you just ate a packet of imported cookies. Now you're pretending to be poor." "Imported cookies?" Zhang Hu was bewildered. When had he eaten imported cookies? Zhang Hu suddenly recalled that yesterday he had been brought to the villa by Bai Xiao, akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, where an abundance of delectable food was laid out in splendid array. Today, as he stepped outside, he was loath to consume anything that belonged to Bai Xiao without having contributed anything himself. Yet his hunger was overwhelming, his stomach twisting in agony, with a heavy heart burdened by guilt. Zhang Hu seized a packet of cookies that had been tucked away in the far corner. These cookies, dusty and unassuming, were undoubtedly of lesser value compared to the other offerings that as he walked along the path to this place. He munched on the seemingly mundane cookies, initially attributing their delightful taste to his ravenous state, only to discover they were, in fact, imported that a wave of remorse washed over him. The burly man, seeing Zhang Hu's prolonged silence, took it as tacit acquiescence. "Kid, how about you hand out a pack of instant noodles to each of us brothers, and I'll let you go. Didn't I say that?" Zhang Hu quietly retorted. Though he was never one for eloquence, and in that moment, no one believed him. This lack of cooperation incensed the burly man further. "Kid, if you refuse the toast, you'll face the penalty that if you insist there's nothing. Wait until my friends give you a good beating, and then you will have something." The burly man lunged forward, attempting to seize Zhang Hu's arm. To his surprise, Zhang Hu deftly twisted away, his considerable bulk surprisingly agile. "This kid is trained." Everyone attacked together. A group of thugs descended upon Zhang Hu. Outnumbered, Zhang Hu struggled momentarily until one of the ruffians landed a kick to the inner side of his knee. The strike, targeting a nerve, temporarily robbed Zhang Hu of his strength, causing him to half-kneel. Seizing the opportunity, the others pounced, subduing him. "Boss, we've searched him. The kid has nothing on him." "Bah, he dares to come and buy our knives with nothing to offer." A rat-faced lackey suggested, "Should we hold this kid captive until his family brings something to ransom him?" "Ransom? Someone who can afford such cookies, ice, and tea, an ordinary person. You want to die? Don't drag us down with you." The burly man slapped the lackey, distorting his face. "However, now that we've beaten him, if this kid has any relatives with special abilities, we want to escape their wrath." The lackey, clutching his injured face, felt utterly wronged. Hearing this, the burly man's anger intensified, and his gaze toward Zhang Hu grew increasingly menacing. "Nothing at all? Is that right?" He spat on the ground in frustration and swung a fist toward Zhang Hu's face. "Ah!" Zhang Hu let out a howl, not waiting to be struck, but instead met the burly man's fist with his forehead. Bam! The burly man recoiled, his hand tingling, his expression shifting as he noticed the slightly concave shape of Zhang Hu's skull. This man was utterly insane. Zhang Hu, in his current state, appeared particularly wretched. He had been beaten so severely that his clothes were torn to shreds, and his limbs bore the marks of their assault. Especially after the burly man's powerful punch, crimson liquid seeped through his dark hair. Zhang Hu's head buzzed, and countless stars danced before his eyes. The head is the most vital part of a person. An abrupt attack upon it was naturally excruciating. The burly man's eyes glinted with malice. "Since it has come to this, let us take it further." The commotion had drawn a crowd of onlookers. "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" Fan Yuan, from a distance, spotted the miserable Zhang Hu, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Chapter 46. A self-inflicted arm severance. He promptly unleashed a lightning ball. The ball, shimmering with a blue-purple glow, exploded against the burly man's arm with a resounding bang, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. The burly man screamed in agony, his entire arm charred. Specks of black dust falling away, his arm appearing completely carbonized. The burly man's eyes bulged with rage as he pressed down on his shoulder, gasping for breath in an attempt to alleviate the pain. "Boss, are you all right? Is everything okay? Boss, your hand." All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time the lackeys realized what had happened, their leader was writhing pitiably on the ground. The thug who had been holding Zhang Hu hastily released him. Zhang Hu, his gaze unfocused, collapsed to the ground. From afar, Bai Qiu's brow furrowed. "It was him. It was him who did this." A lackey pointed at Fan Yuan, shouting loudly. Upon hearing this, the area fell silent. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" The lackey, except for the others, was met with hostile stares. "Damn it, can't you see? It's just you who can do this. And now we're all going to die." Bai Xiao. Zhang Hu's weak voice rang out. Bai Qiu approached Zhang Hu, bending slightly, his gaze deepening as he heard Zhang Hu call his name. The death of Cho Lang was his fault. Zhang Hu's death in his previous life was also his fault. That I end this life. Zhang Hu would not perish. Bai Qiu lifted his head and slowly surveyed the crowd, now huddled together like quails. A faint smile curved his lips. Those who acted against him shall sever an arm. Sir, I assent that punishment a bit too harsh. Is it? Bai Qiu replied softly. You. The one who had just questioned him was horrified to find his arms had lost all sensation. Ice creeping up them that I in mere moments. The frost enveloped his entire arm. The do you still think my earlier proposal was unreasonable? Bai Qiu stated flatly. Sir, spare me, please. I have a wife and kids. I can't live without my hands. The man dropped to his knees, crawling toward Bai Qiu, repeatedly bowing his head until it bled, still persisting in his pleas. And what of that? Bai Qiu remained unmoved, his tone icy. When they had humiliated Zhang Hu earlier, they hadn't considered whether he had family to support. Now, they used that as an excuse. What a tremendous irony. Fan Yuan, keep a close watch on them, that if they can't even sever an arm themselves, you shall double their punishment. Yes, Bai Xiao. Fan Yuan's gaze fixed intently on the remaining individuals. Strangely, as they felt Fan Yuan stare, a shiver ran through them. It seemed he was eager to take action against them. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as they were forced to inflict harm upon themselves, a torment both physical and psychological. Yet, if they refrained and allowed the gaunt man to do it for them, they would face far worse. They had no choice but to comply to I remember now. This is the level 5 ability user from outside the city yesterday. One onlooker exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. What? Level 5? You must be dreaming, that a man scoffed derisively. As doubts arose, the onlookers began to argue fervently. Lu Jun, you think I'm dreaming? You must be the one dreaming. I'm telling you the truth. Look at that man. The onlooker gestured toward Fan Yuan, continuing, that's him. He is also a level 4 ability user. Anyone who entered the city yesterday afternoon would know. Really? Level 5? Am I crazy? Or is the world going mad? Lu Jun gazed blankly at the two men. His own pride in being a level 2 ability user seemed minuscule now, especially when the leader of the Tianyuan base was merely a level 3. Now, a level 5 ability user had appeared. Just hearing about such a level felt like an immense mountain looming over him. The volume of their discussion was not low, and although few had seen Bai Qiu at the base's gates yesterday, there were still enough who recognized him, and soon the crowd was aware. Upon learning this, everyone gasped in shock. Many women's eyes sparkled, their thoughts unknown, while a small number of men licked their lips. Fan Yuan, carry Zhang Hu back. Bai Qiu instructed casually. What? This news struck Fan Yuan like a bolt from the blue. What? You're unwilling. Bai Qiu shot a sidelong glance at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan hurriedly waved his hands. No, Bai Xiao, I'm delighted. I've long regarded Zhang Hu as a brother, that he is in great peril. I must step up. After saying this, Fan Yuan appeared moved, patting his chest and shedding a few crocodile tears. Internally, Fan Yuan lamented, if only I had driven out earlier. No, Bai Xiao has a vehicle in his space. Why doesn't he bring one out for me to use? Surely he is doing this to build my endurance. Oh, woe is me. Bai Qiu turned away, disinterested in Fan Yuan's theatrics. Bai Xiao, it's my ineptitude. Zhang Hu, weakly slung over Fan Yuan's back, felt a surge of guilt that it's not your fault. You've done well enough without abilities. Bai Qiu remained indifferent. Knowing that Zhang Hu had suffered the consequences of lacking abilities, for him, a single vial of ability-enhancing serum could easily remedy the situation. It was hardly a concern. Bai Xiao. Before Zhang Hu could express further thoughts, Bai Qiu waved his hand, silencing him, and instructed Fan Yuan to escort him back. Fan Yuan, small of stature, bore the weight of Zhang Hu, who was twice his size, as they made their way back to the central district, his face etched with resentment and his steps faltering. Alone, Bai Qiu strolled leisurely through the base. The current environment of the base was far inferior to even the most casual structures of the past. Before entering the base, survival had been the sole focus, and upon entering, thoughts turned to merely satisfying hunger. Who had the luxury to pursue other trivialities? Observing the people gingerly clutching a flatbread, Bai Qiu couldn't help but smile inwardly. He passed through the crowd with an air of calm detachment, standing out amidst the throng like a pristine figure untouched by the dust of the world. Save my child. Save my child. A disheveled woman suddenly dashed forward, collapsing heavily to the ground as she cried out in anguish. She clutched a cloth bundle that contained a child, strikingly still, raising questions in the minds of onlookers. No one paid her heed. Did I end this apocalyptic world? Children were the most vulnerable and least likely to survive. The cold indifference etched on every face filled the woman with despair that moment. Bai Chio approached slowly. "Sir, I beg you, save my child. Please, I implore you." The woman's wailing pierced the air. "He is dead." Bai Chio's tone was remarkably placid, as if merely stating a fact that no, you lie, my child is alive. The woman's expression morphed into fury as she accused Bai Chio. "You simply do not wish to save my child. You curse him." Bah! Chapter 47. The base restaurant. Bai Chio furrowed his brow, but chose not to engage with the woman. He responded lazily with a nonchalant continuing past her. "No. How could my child be dead? You are all villains. None of you wish to save my child." The woman was caught in a whirlwind of tears and laughter, her face drenched in sorrow. This brief encounter held no weight for Bai Chio. He dismissed it from his mind as he continued onward. As he traversed through the dilapidated areas, the sights around him grew increasingly vibrant. The contrast between the two sides of the base was stark and striking. Here, Bai Chio beheld a plethora of shops and restaurants, a far cry from his previous life as aspirations that had eluded him, now tantalizingly close at hand. Was this a cruel twist of fate? Bai Chio stepped into a clothing store. The establishment offered a variety of garments: menswear, womenswear, and children's clothing, though they were haphazardly arranged, suggesting a makeshift assembly. Clothes of differing hues hung together, their tags bearing diverse labels. The store was staffed by two ordinary individuals, one plump and one slender. Their employment stemmed from familial connections to those with abilities, rendering their roles comparatively easy. The stout woman bore a brash demeanor, while the thin one appeared timid. Upon noticing Bai Chio's entrance, the stout woman's eyes sparkled with surprise, and she rubbed her hands together, her flabby face breaking into a grin. "Honorable ability user. What would you like to purchase?" "Just browsing," Bai Chio replied without turning back. Yes, Xiao Feng. You should quickly introduce our esteemed guest." The stout woman shot a fierce glare at the thin woman, who was indeed Xiao Feng, before turning back to Bai Chio with a smile plastered on her face. Xiao Feng, nervously wringing her hands, asked, "Sir, what size do you typically wear?" Her anxious tone reflected her awareness of the superior quality of Bai Chio's shirt compared to the store's offerings. Bai Chio did not wish to complicate matters for her. Just pick a few items that he had no intention of buying clothes. He harbored no desire to sift through choices Oh, okay, I'll get right on it. Xiao Feng was taken aback, momentarily stunned before she turned to select clothes. Coincidentally, Shang Yuanxi entered from outside. "Bai Xiao, Fan Yuan just took Zhanghu back. His injuries aren't severe, just superficial. It's not safe for you to be alone without someone following." Shang Yuanxi chattered on, his time spent with Bai Chio making him considerably more sociable. "Yuanxi, why not find something for yourself too? Get a few outfits for Yuan Lang, Fan Yuan, and Zhanghu as well." Bai Chio casually sank into a sofa. Though the clothing was a mixed bag, a few pieces were indeed appealing. Bai Xiao, should we consider purchasing clothes for young Master Yu? Shang Yuanxi's expression turned awkward as he sensed Bai Chio's ambiguous reaction. Realizing he had misspoken, Yu Qing. The sudden mention of this name from Shang Yuanxi left Bai Chio momentarily stunned and in no need. Bai Chio shook his head, his voice calm. Shang Yuanxi acted swiftly, opting to pay with a second-tier crystal core, since he hadn't yet exchanged it for contribution points. The astonishment it garnered was palpable, the stout woman's smile widening impossibly. Shang Yuanxi stowed the wrapped items into his spatial pocket, glanced at the dimming daylight outside, and approached Bai Chio with a proposal. "Bai Xiao, it's getting late. Fan Yuan just returned, and he may not have prepared a meal. Since we are out, why not dine here? It would be a nice change of pace." Back in the villa, Fan Yuan glared at the bountiful spread before him, cursing inwardly. "You didn't prepare anything. You liar! Bai Xiao, don't be misled by this petty person. Is it really that late?" Bai Chio glanced outside. And indeed, the midday sun had waned considerably, the horizon tinged with hues of crimson that he hadn't realized he had lingered outside for so long. "Very well," he nodded. Numerous restaurants lined the street, yet patrons were sparse, scattered about. This was understandable, given that it was neither mealtime nor prudent to indulge in such extravagance in an apocalyptic world. Shang Yuanqi deliberately chose the most opulent-looking establishment, where they were warmly welcomed by the staff upon entry. Bai Xiao, I'll head to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients, Shang Yuanqi announced. Rising from his seat, Bai Qiu closed his eyes to rest, responding succinctly to Shang Yuanqi's words that I end the base. Diners had to source their own ingredients, which could also be purchased with contribution points, albeit at exorbitant prices, a sum that felt inconsequential to them. However, Shang Yuanqi had thoughtfully considered that the ingredients here could not compare to the freshness in Bai Qiu's spatial realm. Bai Qiu had indeed established a fresh livestock farm within his personal space. While Shang Yuanqi also possessed spatial abilities, his limitations prevented him from storing live animals. Freshly slaughtered livestock were wrapped in layers of cling film and stored in Shang Yuanqi's space, maintaining their freshness. With idle time on his hands, Bai Qiu decided to examine his abilities. That a wisp of black energy emerged from his palm, delicate and almost invisible, akin to a strand of hair. Yet alarmingly, even this minuscule thread caused a subtle disturbance in the surrounding air. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Qiu retracted his hand, and the black energy vanished instantaneously. To others, his ice-based abilities had reached level 5, which was undeniably formidable. Yet, he alone knew that he harbored the ability to devour. Having absorbed a considerable amount of jade energy before the apocalypse, his devouring abilities had progressed rapidly, now boasting a staggering level 6. According to his memories from his previous life, it wasn't until the 4th year of the apocalypse that a level 5 ability user emerged, causing quite a stir. Bai Qiu recalled that individual's name, Long Qingyang, the leader of Longya Base. However, the apocalypse had begun half a month earlier, and all predictions had been rendered unreliable. No one could ascertain whether the progression of abilities would be expedited. Only strength remained as the true currency to stand atop the remnants of the world. Bai Xiao, everything is arranged. Shang Yuanqi navigated through the corridor and settled into the seat beside Bai Qiu. While in the kitchen, he had not only retrieved the ingredients, but also discussed dietary restrictions. Having cooked for Bai Qiu for some time, he had developed an understanding of his preferences. Bai Qiu responded absent-mindedly. Although this restaurant is considered the most luxurious in the area, it is only so in comparison to the other establishments around. The restaurant features no private rooms, only a grand hall filled with round tables of varying sizes, where diners are openly visible, some indulging in their meals while others engage in conversation. Bai Qiu and his companions occupied table 8, facing a table diagonally positioned above them. Seated directly opposite was a slightly portly middle-aged man and a robust young man. Chapter 48. All at table 8 that the two bore a slight resemblance to each other. Easily identifiable as father and son. Each held a bowl brimming with fluffy white rice, while the table displayed only a solitary small bowl of braised pork, akin to a dish meant for a single serving, measuring merely the size of a fist, with the meat not even fully covering the bottom of the bowl, only a few pieces that could be counted. The father and son relished their meal. The other tables were not faring much better, with only 1 or 2 small bowls of dishes placed before them. However, paired with the ample, translucent rice, each diner appeared thoroughly content, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. "Sir, your dish has arrived," announced a chubby young boy, carefully balancing a large ceramic bowl. Tempted by the aroma, he gazed intently at the tender, red braised meat within, swallowing discreetly. Having endured the apocalypse, Bai Qiu never deprived himself when it came to food. Furthermore, with Fan Yuan by his side, who constantly innovated in the kitchen, meals were a daily delight. The beef, braised in soy sauce, glistened with a rich, crimson hue, neither too fatty nor too lean, with strands of sinew clinging enticingly to the meat. The chubby boy set the ceramic bowl down steadily on the table, glancing back longingly towards table 8. Alas, he had not anticipated that this yearning would linger for quite some time. The chef was bustling about, plates of visually enticing dishes being prepared in abundance. Could it be that numerous small teams had ventured out this time, returning with a wealth of resources, each one more extravagant than the last? The chubby boy silently criticized. Delivery for the guests at table 8, the guests at table 8 did all for table 8. With a grimace, the chubby boy made repeated trips, growing increasingly envious. One plate after another was placed before Bai Qiu and Shang Yuanqi, leaving the boy exhausted and tears of frustration streaming down his cheeks. The restaurant was not particularly crowded, with only the chubby boy serving the dishes. His hurried movements caught the attention of the diners. who couldn't help but observe. With countless eyes upon him, the round table was finally filled to the brim, releasing an irresistible aroma. Brightly colored oil-braised prawns, sweet and sour fish-flavored pork chops, tender and crispy skin chicken, mildly spicy sweet pepper meat slices, crispy and delicious asparagus with pork belly, and golden crab roe tofu. Those who initially intended to glance casually found it impossible to look away, observing the sumptuous feast at table 8. While their own table bore only a meager offering, the father and son at the table diagonally above by Chio were no exception. The robust young man stared wide-eyed, muttering, "Where did these big shots come from? Dad, look at what they're eating compared to us. They must have brought an entire farm's worth of ingredients." The middle-aged man, who had been facing away from Bai Chio, shook his head at his son's lack of composure. Not at all dignified, truly unlike you. Yet, hearing his son's words stirred an undeniable itch within him. Turning to look, he was left speechless. "Dad, you're drooling. Get lost. I don't have a son like you." The middle-aged man delivered a playful thump on the young man's head. "Bai Xiao, I didn't expect to eat out. It was rather rushed this time," Shang Yuanqi lamented. Since he had relied on Fan Yuan's cooking at home, his supplies were somewhat limited, and no worries. This is sufficient. "Let us eat," Bai Chio replied with a faint smile. Bai Chio need not elaborate, as Shang Yuanqi had been a piano teacher before the apocalypse. Both maintained elegant dining manners, savoring each bite. Many nearby gazed in awe, their throats working as they swallowed, longing to partake in the feast. Yet, none dared to approach. Those who survived the apocalypse and could dine in a restaurant were all discerning individuals. "Bai Xiao, what a coincidence to run into you here." A surprised voice called from a distance, clearly belonging to someone who had just arrived. That it was Su Donglin, accompanied by several others. Judging by their haughty demeanor, they were likely all ability users. Bai Chio glanced up. With Su Donglin, there were 9 of them in total. 7 men and 2 women. One ability user carried 2 cages, one containing 2 chickens and the other a plump wild rabbit. The rabbit appeared larger and more aggressive than a typical one, constantly battering against its cage, making it rattled. As Su Donglin and his group approached, exchanging greetings, their eyes widened upon seeing the lavish spread before Bai Chio. Moments later, Su Donglin regained his composure, awkwardly smiling. "Bai Xiao, you're also here for a meal?" Bai Chio replied coolly to Su Donglin's mind raced, his stomach aching with desire for a taste. That the leader of the base, he lacked for supplies. However, most of his resources were allocated towards the base's construction and recruiting new ability users. Thus, his meals were rather simple, lacking the variety and extravagance Bai Chio enjoyed. "Xiao Wu, take the chickens and rabbit to the kitchen," Su Donglin instructed. "Yes, boss," replied a handsome young man named Xiao Wu, who had been carrying the cages. After a glance at the splendid feast before Bai Chio, he hurried off to the kitchen. During this mission, they had not only discovered a department store, but also captured 2 ordinary domesticated chickens and a mutated wild rabbit along the way. With the onset of the apocalypse, some people had turned into zombies, while certain animals and plants underwent mutations, categorized by levels, with cores forming into core areas. Unlike zombies, mutated animals were consumable, albeit with a rougher texture and a slightly bitter flavor. Even so, in a time of scarcity, they were quite appealing. The wild rabbit was merely a level 1 mutated beast, posing no threat to their team. With this unexpected bounty, Su Donglin brought his team to the restaurant, where the chef was renowned for his culinary skills even before the apocalypse. Su Donglin intended to have these ingredients prepared to satisfy his cravings. Coincidentally, he encountered Bai Chio here. Recognizing him, Su Donglin and his group directly occupied table 9, seating all 9 of them. Bai Chio chose to ignore their presence entirely. With his gaze lowered, he scooped a spoonful of crab roe tofu and slowly brought it to his lips. The tofu was silky, infused with a rich crab flavor. If Fan Yuan were to prepare tofu, he would likely opt for a light fish head tofu soup. Bai Chio mused, considering that Fan Yuan's culinary skills still needed refinement. Chapter 49. True Identity. Beside him, Shang Yuanqi also found the dishes delectable, though he maintained his decorum, instinctively picking up the pace of his eating. However, the 2 of them could hardly consume such a copious amount. The chubby boy wiped his drool, bringing forth the final dish. Water shield fish soup. The bowl appeared quite light, and Bai Chio could see the tender leaves of the water shield floating atop the snowy white fish meat. He lifted his spoon and tasted it. Not bad at table 9, where Su Donglin's team was seated, several ability users stared hungrily at Bai Chio's table, their throats moving as they suppressed their hunger. "Hey, where's my food?" One blonde ability user slammed the table, scaring the chubby boy into stopping. Sir, your order has just been placed in the kitchen. Would you like me to check on it?" The chubby boy's face fell. He was merely a server. And it wasn't his fault if the kitchen hadn't prepared the order. "I don't care what's going on. Go hurry it up." The blonde user disdainfully scrutinized the boy, raising an eyebrow. "Otherwise, let us see if I don't teach you a lesson. That I'll go check right away." The chubby boy, startled, hurried off as if chased by a dog. "Enough, Zhao Jun, stop causing trouble," Su Donglin reprimanded, casting a warning glance at the blonde. "Boss, I'm just looking out for my brothers. They're hungry." Zhao Jun replied, somewhat aggrieved. He scratched his head, his demeanor shifting seamlessly, revealing no trace of the intimidation he had just exerted. At that moment, a mocking voice rang out. Some people seem to be getting a bit too full of themselves, unaware of what they should be proud of. "Feng Shui, do you dare to repeat what you just said?" The expression of the yellow-haired man suddenly darkened. "Speak plainly. I cannot stand the sight of your smug demeanor, you insignificant ruffian," he spat. Feng Shui also rose to his feet, disdainfully spitting on the ground. Only upon standing did one notice his appearance. A rather unremarkable man, likely in his 30s, clad in an entirely black suit, his frame appearing somewhat frail. In that moment, his words, laden with bravado, belied his ordinary exterior. "Feng Shui, you are courting death." The yellow-haired man seethed. Before the apocalypse, he had been a mere street thug, constantly looked down upon even when seeking employment, his greatest disdain reserved for those who thrived before the world fell apart. Ever since he awakened his powers and ascended to the lofty status of an ability user, those who once held power and authority over him were now forced to flatter him. Zhao Jun yet. How dare this Feng Shui mock him so brazenly? Such insolence could not be tolerated. Zhao Jun slammed his hand down on the table with great force. The ordinary wooden table, already fragile, splintered under the impact, revealing numerous cracks. The commotion was impossible to ignore, drawing the attention of the patrons in the restaurant, particularly Bai Chio and his companions who were nearest. Bai Chio furrowed his brow, a hint of coldness brewing between his brows. Shang Yuanqi noticed this and was about to speak up when unexpectedly, Su Donglin stood up first, trembling with rage that he slowly surveyed Zhao Jun and Feng Shui, pointing towards the entrance, his voice rising in anger. "Enough! If you wish to fight, take it outside and spare us the disgrace." As he rebuked them, he approached Bai Chio's table, helplessly saying, "Please excuse the rudeness." "Young Master Bai." Bai Chio wiped his mouth with a napkin and replied blandly, "There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Consider it a mere theatrical performance, that a performance that T.O. Bai Chio. The genuine anger and insults from others were merely a dramatic interlude amidst his meal." How arrogant! Yet no one dared to retort. It was their privilege. Even Su Donglin nodded in agreement. Zhao Jun and Feng Shui stood behind him, their backs slightly bent as they continued to nod in compliance. This entire scene caused Bai Chio to feel an overwhelming sense of ennui. Fortunately, he and Shang Yuanqi had nearly finished their meal. Bai Chio gently tapped his index finger against the table. His mind flooded with images of Yuqing, some laughing boisterously, others filled with restrained fury, some with bright eyes relishing delicious food, some blushing profusely, some sobbing quietly, and others pleading with tears. Truly, a little cat, for some inexplicable reason. Bai Chio's mood suddenly lifted. Since Yuqing was not inclined to take action, he would simply take it upon himself to teach him well. Meanwhile, outside the Tianyuan base, a car gradually came to a stop. A pale-faced youth emerged, his voice frail as he called out, "Dad, Mom, we have arrived." "Zixing, you have suffered." "Oh, whoa, forgive me, my dear." A woman exited the vehicle, her attire somewhat disheveled, yet her beauty was still evident. Lu Zixing managed a forced smile. "It's all right, Mom." Yet inwardly he scoffed. If it weren't for my newfound abilities, would this so-called mother even bother to seek me out or acknowledge my existence? Long before the onset of the apocalypse, Lu Zixing had reunited with Bai Exe. Having grown up in an orphanage, he was well acquainted with the harshness of human nature. Coupled with his handsome visage, he opted for a career in stardom, a path that promised swift financial gain. Leading to frequent appearances on screen, it was precisely because of this face that Bai Xin recognized him. The reason Yu Hongyuan favored Bai Qiu slightly more than Yuqing was that he believed Bai Qiu to be the fruit of his and Bai Xian's love. In truth, Bai Qiu was not the offspring of Bai Xian and Yu Hongyuan at all. Bai Xian had given birth to Lu Zixing, but when he was born frail and tiny, appearing as if he might perish at any moment. Bai Xian sought to secure a child to solidify her relationship with Yu Hongyuan. Thus, she chose a healthy child, namely Bai Qiu, and swapped the two, that upon recognizing Lu Zixing, Bai Xian felt a pang of guilt. Her heart aching for the trials her son had endured. She had assumed the child she exchanged him for was from an ordinary family, never imagining that her own child would end up in an orphanage. After grappling with her guilt, reason returned. Should others discover, especially Yu Hongyuan, that she had swapped children, her carefully constructed image would be shattered. Everyone would deem her a woman of deep scheming. Therefore, after privately acknowledging Lu Zixing, she implored him to keep the secret. However, it was not long before the apocalypse arrived. Lu Zixing was fortunate enough to awaken his abilities that Yu Hongyuan, unexpectedly, also fell into a coma and awakened his powers. In such circumstances, Bai Xian finally tearfully revealed the truth. Lu Zixing had initially hesitated to include her in his plans. Yet, upon realizing Yu Hongyuan had awakened his abilities and understanding Yu Hongyuan's affection for Bai Xian, he decided to play the part of the obedient son, taking advantage of the situation. After all, it was merely a matter of acting. Having spent so long in the entertainment industry, he had become quite adept at it. With his extensive understanding of human relationships, he had learned to utilize every available resource to his advantage. Lu Zixing licked his lips, a twisted glint flashing in his eyes. Chapter 50. If only he were so obedient. Hearing Yu Hongyuan mention that Yuqing was still at H University during the apocalypse, he mused that perhaps Yuqing had already transformed into a zombie. Contemplating this, Lu Zixing's expression brightened somewhat, since the moment he learned of his true heritage from Bai Xian. Resentment had begun to fester within him, that he loathed the mother who abandoned him, despised Bai Qiu for taking his place, and resented the golden-keyed Yuqing. Why? Why was it that with the same father, Yuqing could rise to greatness while he was cast aside, forced to navigate the harsh realities of an orphanage, and reduced to a mere laughter in the entertainment world? Now, it seemed that the young master of the Yu family had finally met his demise. But why must he die? Lu Zixing suddenly yearned to witness Yuqing fall into disgrace, subjected to humiliation. Such a sight would surely be exquisite, and if Bai Qiu were present, he would recognize the subtle resemblance between Lu Zixing and Yuqing in their brows and eyes. "Mom, let us head inside. You go and gather the supplies," Lu Zixing said nonchalantly. Bai Xian did not argue. Ever since Lu Zixing awakened his powers, she had grown somewhat fearful of her son. "Yuanqi, let us depart." Bai Qiu was about to rise when suddenly recalling something. He added, "Please pack a few meals from the kitchen, and have the chef prepare some snacks that children enjoy." Shang Yuanqi understood at once. Everyone had noticed young Master Bai's kindness towards young Master Yu, and it would be disingenuous to claim they were not envious. However, no matter how envious, they knew that young Master Bai was not someone they could aspire to. Moreover, young Master Yu is quite pure and adorable as well. I wonder if Shaoqing is eating well at home. Home? The word unexpectedly surged into his mind, causing Bai Qiu to smile wryly. He had a home now. Merely hearing that word ignited a longing within him to see the young boy at home. While Bai Qiu waited, a plump boy nervously brought the dishes from table 9. The chef's culinary skills evident as the group indulged heartily. The spicy mutated rabbit was served in a large basin. Even the aroma alone was quite enticing, aside from the quality of the meat itself. However, since Su Donglin was the leader of the base, it was only natural to appease him. Otherwise, the seasoning, particularly the chili, would not have been so generous. Just as Bai Qiu stepped out of the restaurant, a gust of cold wind greeted him. Winter was approaching. For ordinary people, the harsh winter would be particularly grueling. Without sufficient food, they would have to toil in the snowy cold. With inadequate nutrition, the physical condition and immunity of ordinary individuals would drastically decline. Within the Tianyuan base, if preparations were insufficient and provisions such as cotton, clothing, and blankets were lacking, many would perish in the chill. A mere cold could claim the lives of numerous ordinary folk. Yet for Bai Qiu, a level 5 ice ability user, this winter was even less daunting than his own snowfall. "Young Master Bai, you have returned. I have prepared the meals. You must be starving." "Oh, what is this?" Fan Yuan exclaimed excitedly as he opened the door, stepping aside to reveal a table laden with sumptuous dishes. However, he suddenly noticed the stack of takeout boxes in Shang Yuanxi's hands. "Young Master Bai, you dined outside?" Fan Yuan lamented, his voice tinged with despair. Bai Qiu replied casually to his astonishment. In the next moment, Fan Yuan began wailing. "Young Master Bai, sob sob, the food outside is so unsanitary. They used unhealthy ingredients. From now on, if you wish for anything, just tell me, and I will learn to make it." Fan Yuan straightened his back, instantly revitalized, as if reigniting his fighting spirit, while mentally flipping through a cookbook. 100 methods of cooking and dessert-making guides in his mind. Bai Qiu chuckled lightly. It's rare to have a meal from outside. A change of taste is quite nice, that if Fan Yuan possessed a health bar. Bai Qiu suspected he would undoubtedly witness a staggering minus 50,000 appear above this individual. True to his nature, Fan Yuan swiftly shifted the focus of his ire, bellowing, "Some people, I tell you, harbor ill intentions. They can indulge in junk food, their tough skin and hearty flesh immune to it, yet our esteemed Bai Xiao deserves better. One wonders what truly occupies their mind." Puff. Shang Yuanxi erupted into laughter, having deliberately carried these snacks to provoke Fan Yuan's ire. "Umph." Fan Yuan was well aware of Shang Yuanxi's intentions and let out a cold snort, preparing to unleash a tirade against Xiaoqing. "Have you come down for dinner?" Bai Qiu cast a sidelong glance at Fan Yuan, which instantly silenced his exchange of barbs. Young Master Yu has remained in his room, unresponsive to my knocks. Fan Yuan remarked after a moment of silence. "Did I ask that so?" Bai Qiu mused aloud. Making his way upstairs, he rapped on the door, but there was no reply. Knock, knocked. He persistently tapped again, yet still no one answered. "Fan Yuan, fetch the key." "Never mind, I shall handle it myself." Bai Qiu turned to call out to Fan Yuan, only to be struck by a sudden thought, which brought forth a light chuckle, that a glimmer of icy light emanated from his fingernail, swiftly freezing the doorknob. With a gentle twist, the door swung open to his surprise. Upon entering the room, Bai Qiu did not immediately spot Yu Qing. He meticulously surveyed the entire bedroom. The bedclothes were in disarray. Various pieces of furniture cluttered the floor, and the simplicity of the space left no room for concealment. There was no trace of presence within the wardrobe either. "Where is Yu Qing?" Bai Qiu's gaze darkened instantly. The oppressive aura he carried intensified as he strode purposefully towards the bathroom. Fortunately, he found Yu Qing still there. Standing at the edge of the bathtub, Bai Qiu observed the water lapping up to Yu Qing's collarbone. Blissfully unaware in his slumber, with a resigned sigh, he reached in, lifting Yu Qing and cradling him in his arms. Due to his prolonged soak, Yu Qing's skin had wrinkled. After a brief contemplation, Bai Qiu retrieved a large towel from a nearby rack. Meticulously drying him off in his dream, Yu Qing seemed to feel discomfort, shifting his position. Instead of remaining in Bai Qiu's embrace, he instinctively clutched Bai Qiu's shirt tightly, burying himself within it. "Good boy," Bai Qiu murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to Yu Qing's forehead. With Yu Qing nestled against him, Bai Qiu effortlessly kicked open the bathroom door, taking several strides before gently placing Yu Qing on the soft bed. Yu Qing clung to Bai Qiu's shirt as though it were a cherished toy, unwilling to let go. Only then did Bai Qiu truly regard him, that why Yu Qing's lips appeared somewhat pale, embodying a pitiable obedience. "If only you could remain this obedient." Chapter 51. "My dearest, I adore you." Bai Qiu brushed his fingers along Yu Qing's lips, suppressing the desires clamoring within him, and slipped into the same blanket. Fully clothed beside Yu Qing, one hand rested on Yu Qing's waist while the other rested on his shoulder, creating an illusion of intimacy from behind. That moment. No. Yu Qing murmured suddenly, his brow furrowing, his fingers turning white from clenching. Fear. A typical person might thrash about, yet Yu Qing merely curled up, visibly terrified. When Yu Qing extricated himself from Bai Qiu's embrace, Bai Qiu felt the shift. Gazing at Yu Qing, who remained fearful even in slumber, evading him, a chill crept into Bai Qiu's eyes. His gaze deepened, as if a feral beast stirred within the shadows of his heart. "I hurt? Please, let me go. You promised you liked me." "Hurt?" Bai Qiu frowned, propping himself up on the bedding to look down at Yu Qing. The once proud youth now bore a softened expression, the former flamboyance replaced by a timid demeanor. As he felt the dampness of his shirt, Bai Qiu's heart tightened unexpectedly. Despite his inner resolve for vengeance, haunted by thoughts of how Yu Qing had abandoned him in the past, he found himself oddly reluctant. In the Chu household, he had hoped for a fresh start with Yu Qing, but with the awakening of Yu Qing's abilities and his subsequent fear, Bai Qiu realized that all his hopes were mere self-deception. The only way he could possess Yu Qing was by confining him, keeping him eternally tethered. The moment he let go, there was a looming possibility that this youth would slip away again. The mere thought of this potentiality ignited a tempest within Bai Qiu's heart. He understood the pain Yu Qing feared. He had inflicted it repeatedly, believing that only through suffering could Yu Qing comprehend his allegiance. Yet, in the end, it was Bai Qiu who suffered. With determination, Bai Qiu pried apart Yu Qing's curled figure, pulling him tightly into his embrace. The youth's body still bore the remnants of moisture, brushing against Bai Qiu as if seeking warmth. As if chilled from the bath, Yu Qing instinctively nestled his head against Bai Qiu's chest, nuzzling affectionately. What a little sprite. Bai Qiu's gaze darkened, and he buried his fingers in Yu Qing's soft hair, caressing and smoothing it out. Feeling comforted, Yu Qing emitted a soft hum. Bai Qiu leaned down to press a kiss against Yu Qing's still pale lips, a kiss devoid of desire, pure and innocent. Why, Yu Qing? I offer you a chance. Please do not push me any further. Yu Qing awakened from hunger, having slept from noon the previous day to the following morning without a single drop of water. His stomach twisted painfully, dragging him from slumber. Instinctively seeking sustenance, he was met with the sight of a face magnified before him. Only in such moments did Bai Qiu's expression lose its indifference, revealing a touch of gentleness that Wei Yu Qing realized he was entirely enveloped in Bai Qiu's embrace. Their bodies pressed closely together without a sliver of space. Feeling the weight at his waist, Yu Qing's ears flushed crimson as he bit his lip, trying to suppress a smile. Bai Qiu's hand rested at his side, pale and slender with distinct knuckles. Unable to resist, Yu Qing stealthily extended his hand, peering over Bai Qiu's fingers, shorter, a bit plumper. Wei Yu Qing felt dejected, wanting to return his hand to the bed. Just then, the hand at his waist shifted, capturing Yu Qing's hand in a firm grip, their fingers entwined. Caught in the act, Yu Qing looked up to find Bai Qiu's eyes glinting with amusement. Bai Qiu playfully squeezed Yu Qing's hand, his voice low and husky from sleep. Darling, don't be upset, all right? What does it mean to truly love someone? It is to have one's heart and eyes filled to the brim with that person. Yu Qing could see his reflection in Bai Qiu's eyes, so vivid that he turned away, flustered. Bai Qiu was relentless, tightening his grip and teasing him further, that he relished witnessing Yu Qing's bashful and vexed demeanor, fueling his desire to delve deeper into mischief. Are you unwilling, darling? You know, I love you most of all, and only you. Bai Qiu whispered softly into Yu Qing's ear, his breath warm and tantalizing. Each utterance of darling seemed to resonate within Yu Qing's heart. Yu Qing's cheeks grew increasingly flushed, feeling as if he were floating on a soft cloud, rising and falling. Bai Qiu leaned closer, his voice a seductive lure. You may go wherever you wish. Do whatever you desire. Bai Qiu, like a skilled hunter, had meticulously crafted a trap, enticing his prey step by step. Really, upon hearing those words, the flush on Yu Qing's face faded slightly, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Bai Qiu, displeased, shielded Yu Qing's bright gaze. That is leaving me what brings you joy. Truly. Thank you, Yu Qing replied earnestly, wrapping his arms around Bai Qiu's, sincerity evident on his face. However, his expression bore a tinge of playful sweetness, akin to a kitten extending its soft paw, playfully clawing at Bai Qiu's heart. Bai Qiu felt a tingle on his tongue, wishing, at that moment, the inappropriate sound of a grumbling stomach interrupted the moment. Yu Qing clutched his abdomen, wishing to disappear entirely. That he did just that, forcibly extricating himself from Bai Qiu's grasp, wrapping himself tightly in the blanket. He left no space for air, had the blanket not been thin. Bai Qiu might have feared for Yu Qing's safety within. Bai Qiu chuckled lightly. All right, let's go eat. I brought you some treats yesterday, but alas, our little lazy cat slept through it all in the bathtub. Anything left overnight is sadly inedible, though we shall try again another time. Bai Qiu propped himself up, pulling the reluctant Yu Qing from the cocoon of blankets. Come now, let us freshen up before heading down for a meal. Fan Yuan, as usual, rose early to prepare breakfast when Bai Qiu and Yu Qing arrived at the perfect moment. Under Fan Yuan's hesitant gaze, Yu Qing was fed a corn cob, 2 eggs, and 2 steamed buns. His cheeks stuffed to the brim. After much deliberation, Fan Yuan finally spoke. Young Master Bai, overeating is not advisable. Bai Qiu shot him a sidelong glance. Is it too much? Fan Yuan quickly reassured him. Not at all. Not at all. For those endowed with abilities, digesting such a feast was a mere trifle. Yu Qing, now also an ability user, had no fear of indigestion. Chapter 52. The Bai clan squad Bai Qiu stood quietly by the window. Clad in a high-necked cream-colored cashmere sweater, the Tianyuan base, located in the southern region, experienced a damp and chilly climate where snowfall was a rarity. Yet, now, a flurry of snowflakes descended from the heavens. The biting cold wind piercing to the bone. Fan Yuan stood behind Bai Qiu, continuously updating him on recent developments. Disturbing news had spread through the base about several individuals succumbing to the cold, causing a wave of anxiety among the populace. After a brief pause, Fan Yuan added, in the western slums, numerous instances have arisen where ordinary citizens band together to confront low-level ability users and seize their supplies. Bai Qiu replied coolly, indeed, Su Donglin has acted decisively in this matter. Fan Yuan understood what Bai Qiu meant by decisively. Following the emergence of these incidents, Su Donglin promptly distributed essential supplies to ordinary citizens free of charge, successfully curtailing the situation and preventing chaos within the base. Suddenly, Fan Yuan recalled something, his expression wavering as he reminded, Young Master Bai, young master, you has a mission today that I am aware, Bai Qiu responded. His tone tinged with a hint of warmth as he recalled the young man. Since that night, Bai Qiu had relaxed considerably regarding Yu Qing, no longer constraining him at every turn. In fact, at Yu Qing's request, he had permitted him to join a team of ability users to undertake missions. Currently, at the Tianyuan base, with the increasing number of ability users, several high-ranking individuals had begun to organize various teams. Teams were categorized based on the strength of their most powerful members. Yet as the strongest ability user was only at level 3, they were classified into first, second, and third-tier teams. The team Yu Qing joined was named the Qingtao Squad, a second-tier team led by the unconventional water ability user, Chenmu. The reason for his uniqueness was that while other water ability users, whether of first or second tier, primarily served as logistical support for the base, providing water supplies and refraining from engaging in battles against zombies, Chenmu had forged a different path, utilizing his water abilities to eliminate zombies. Water, being gentle and benign, was not known for its lethal capabilities. However, he could compress water to an extreme, forming lethal water arrows or gathering water around a zombie, increasing pressure until the creature was crushed to death. Bai Qiu had heard that Chenmu was attempting to control the blood within zombies. Since zombies were mutations of humans, their blood had merely transformed into zombie blood, remaining a liquid. If the blood were to evaporate, the zombie would merely become a desiccated corpse. Under Chenmu's influence, numerous water ability users began to mimic his techniques, and even some water users of greater power were inspired by his methods, creating unique offensive abilities. Bai Qiu held a degree of admiration for Chenmu, recognizing the cunning behind his actions that in recent days, apart from this matter, the small team he was part of could hardly be considered a proper squad. Originally comprised of only himself, Fan Yuan, Shang Yuanqi, and Shang Yuanlang, they found themselves short-handed and unable to manage various tasks effectively. Consequently, Fan Yuan had sought to expand their ranks. Naturally, he had also named this small team the Bai Clan Squad, claiming it symbolized young Master Bai's brilliance illuminating the world. Due to Bai Qiu's overwhelming ability, Fan Yuan enjoyed considerable leniency from Su Donglin regarding the base S regulations, facing no restrictions whatsoever. In the base, rumors circulated rapidly that it was common knowledge that above the base leader, there existed a formidable figure possessing immense powers and boundless resources. The Bai Clan Squad was an organization formed by the subordinates of that powerful individual. Anyone fortunate enough to join the Bai Clan Squad could essentially roam freely within the base, even disregarding the rule of surrendering half of their mission supplies, if they so wished. To further motivate participation, Fan Yuan decreed that all who took part, regardless of selection, would receive a bag of rice and flour, along with a pouch of his carefully baked small breads. Fan Yuan's small breads were made with an abundance of ingredients, including the exceedingly rare milk, dried fruits, and sugars, all generously added at no cost. This delightful treat was so delicious that even mixed with dirt it would be palatable. Moreover, the sugars provided a vital energy boost. A precious commodity for those enduring the harsh winter. I in the villa, Fan Yuan, wearing gloves, retrieved a platter of intricately crafted pastries, squinting as he tasted one. Alas, these are too sweet. I shall have to redo them. Let us discard these. Half of the base's populace, both ability users and non-users alike, were drawn by this generous offer. For the recruitment drive, Fan Yuan specifically enlisted Zhang Hu, setting up a few tables at the center area near his own home, effectively designating it as the registration and selection point. The center area was generally accessible only to third-tier ability users and their relatives, yet Fan Yuan had chosen this location for the recruitment. And no one dared to object. Strength dictated the rules. All who came to participate, both ability users and ordinary citizens, were visiting the center area for the first time, akin to Lu Lao entering the Grandview Garden. Their faces alight with wonder and admiration for the legendary individual. "Sir, can we truly receive rice and flour here?" inquired a middle-aged man, rubbing his hands together with an ingratiating smile, another opportunist drawn by the promise of supplies. Fan Yuan smirked dismissively and called out, "Zhang Hu, fetch a bag of rice and flour." "Right away, Brother Yuan." Zhang Hu obediently retrieved a bag from the towering mound of rice and flour behind him. Fan Yuan's intent was to flaunt his wealth. To recruit members, not to indulge in altruism. Thus the bag of rice and flour was merely a few kilograms in weight. Having spent ample time with young Master Bai, he knew these were trifles. However, for others, conserving such provisions could sustain them for nearly half a month, rendering them invaluable. Zhang Hu, being tall and robust, held the bag of rice and flour as if it were a packet of puffed chips. Without further prompting from Fan Yuan, the middle-aged man eagerly rushed to Zhang Hu, awaiting his turn. Upon receiving the hefty bag of rice, his face lit up with exhilaration. Thank you. Thank you." He repeatedly nodded at Zhang Hu. Leaving the latter flustered, Fan Yuan interjected coldly, "All right, proceed to register. Once registered, take your rice home." With that, Fan Yuan rose slowly, surveying the crowd with a piercing gaze. "In 3 days, anyone who registered here today and received rice must return for selection. Should I discover that anyone who took rice from the Bai clan today attempts to evade selection, I shall show you that Fan Yuan is not to be trifled with," as he concluded. Bolts of lightning coalesced in his hands, gradually forming a stormy sphere of electricity. Fan Yuan casually tossed it backward, striking a large tree in front of a villa. With a deafening crackle, the tree trembled under the onslaught of lightning, sparks flying, before exploding into splinters. Bai Qiu, seated on the balcony, looked down at the spectacle, feeling a sense of reflection. Despite Fan Yuan's servile demeanor towards him, in the eyes of outsiders, he retained an innate ruthlessness, an edge that Shang Yuanxi lacked. Zhang Hu was too innocent and straightforward, while Shang Yuanxi was excessively gentle, and Shang Yuanlang was still too young. Only Fan Yuan resonated with his sensibilities. "Who goes there?" The thunderous noise drew the attention of the villa's owner, a rugged man peering out of the window, his face and neck smeared with lipstick, clearly having just emerged from a passionate encounter. The man scanned the vicinity, seeking the source of the disturbance, only to meet the bemused gaze of Fan Yuan. "It's this devil." The man, paralyzed with fear, felt his legs weaken as a bead of sweat trickled down his forehead. It's Lord Fan Yuan. I knew today was the day the Bai clan was recruiting members, and I hadn't yet congratulated you, my lord." The once exalted third-tier abilities user found himself forced to smile and yield in the presence of Fan Yuan. With a slight hum, Fan Yuan exhibited an unparalleled air of arrogance. 3 days later, all who had registered arrived, too intimidated to stay away. However, Fan Yuan's standards remained exceedingly high, ultimately selecting only a scant few among them. Privately, he had also chosen several others. Those selected were all bestowed with puppet agent potions by Bai Qiu, for he harbored distrust towards everyone, especially those who approached him for personal gain. Temporary loyalty, he believed, would inevitably tarnish over time. Balance. For XXXXXXX. Bai Qiu's system balance was abundant, allowing for the occasional use of ability potions and puppet agents. As for the individuals privately selected by Fan Yuan, he had instructed them to join the Qing Tao team. Chapter 53. Exclusion of Yu Qing. Bai Qiu toyed with the wine glass in his hand. In front of him lay a small booklet. Within it, meticulously recorded were the details of Yu Qing's activities since joining the team, from his initial tasks to the present. Every exchange of words, Every interaction, every meal consumed was vividly documented and clear in his mind. It could be said that while he granted Yu Qing freedom, a tether always remained, one end held firmly in his grasp at a gentle tug, and Yu Qing would find himself back in his embrace. Fan Yuan, instruct them to keep a close watch. Additionally, inform them that good performance will earn each a bottle of ability-enhancing potion. Yes, Bai Xiao, Fan Yuan responded earnestly, yet he lingered. Bai Qiu lifted his gaze to him. Bai Xiao, I too wish to sample that ability-enhancing potion. I have been stuck at the initial 4th tier for quite some time. Fan Yuan rubbed his eyes, gazing at Bai Qiu with earnest longing. Bai Qiu scoffed, fully aware that Fan Yuan had no good intentions in mind. You certainly possess the talent to evade every treasure. Bai Xiao, I'm merely thinking of how I can assist you further. Fan Yuan grinned, showing no signs of fear. Take it. This potion can only be consumed once, and once ingested, you will ascend to the intermediate 4th tier. Bai Qiu produced a bottle of orange potion. All previously exchanged from the system, now stored within his spatial pocket. Ability-enhancing potion. 2,000 bottles. Note: enhances ability levels. Those below 4th tier rise by 1 tier, while those above may leap across 1 tier. Limited to a single use. Bai Xiao. Fan Yuan trembled as he received the orange potion bottle, about to become overly emotional. Bai Qiu waved his hand dismissively, and Fan Yuan was promptly escorted out of the room by several ice blocks. Bai Xiao, save me. I am going to freeze to death. Once the clamor faded entirely, leaving him behind the door, Bai Qiu finally set down his wine glass. He retrieved another bottle of orange potion from his spatial pocket, gently swirling the liquid within. Ability enhancement that he had discovered this potion while idly browsing the system's potion section. With this enhancement, he could effortlessly elevate a 2nd-tier ability user to the 3rd tier or a 3rd-tier user to the 4th tier. An extraordinary feat in an apocalyptic world where the highest ability level was merely tier 3. However, according to the system, this potion could only enhance his ice abilities and would be of no use to his devouring abilities. Since entering the Tianyuan base, he had not diligently enhanced his abilities due to their already high level. Perhaps, he mused, he had been overly proud. Murmuring to himself, Bai Qiu raised the potion bottle and slowly drank. The variables in this apocalypse had shifted. While his abilities were formidable, there was no assurance that anomalies would not arise. Everything, be it ability users, mutated beasts, or mutated plants, was evolving at an accelerated pace. He could not afford to stagnate. That it was imperative to swiftly break through to the 6th tier of ice abilities. J City. Ungsha County. Yu Qing tightened his thick down jacket and exhaled a breath. Although he had awakened fire abilities, his time since awakening had been brief, and he had barely managed to ascend to the intermediate 1st tier over the past few days. His body instinctively remained sensitive to the cold. Ever since encountering Bai Qiu, he had been coddled. The thick down jacket could not conceal the youth's delicate features and fair complexion. Some ability users cast envious glances at Yu Qing's pristine attire. Many male and female ability users gazed at Yu Qing's pale face with jealousy. Among them, a few wore thin, autumn clothing, while others were bundled up, clearly fortunate enough to encounter a clothing vendor during their tasks. Numerous ability users whispered among themselves that in such cold weather, that down jacket must be quite valuable. Valuable? I've seen that jacket in the store. It's worth that much. One ability user gestured with his fingers to denote a figure. Seriously? The opposing ability user's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course, it's true. This figure is actually a conservative estimate. I've heard that someone high up in the base had their eye on it, but nothing came of it. What does that imply? Just then, another ability user interjected, eager to showcase his knowledge, that I heard that this Yu Qing resides in the Central District, a place even our captain lacks the qualifications to inhabit. What? The Central District? Isn't that reserved for those whose abilities have reached Tier 3? Yet, Yu Qing is merely a 1st-tier ability user, an ability user exclaimed, only to quickly cover his mouth, casting a curious glance at the informant. Who knows? The informant, however, was unwilling to elaborate further. Brother Yu, here that a man with a somewhat dark complexion handed Yu Qing a bottle of water. Chapter 54. The bittersweet thoughts and thank you. Yu Qing was taken aback, clutching the water bottle. Though it was merely a simple bottle of mineral water, the most inexpensive kind, it marked the first act of kindness he had received within the team these days. He had sensed the subtle exclusion from others, yet he never anticipated someone would offer him water at such a moment. You're welcome. I'm Lin Peng. Just call me Pengge. Lin Peng scratched his head, grinning amiably. All right, Pengji. Yu Qing's eyes sparkled as he smiled broadly. Then you can call me Xiao Qing. Just as Lin Peng was about to respond, he noticed his comrades exchanging knowing glances. Brother Yu. Someone is calling for me. I need to check it out. Lin Peng said nonchalantly. Yu Qing nodded, still smiling. Han Ping, why are you calling me? Can't you see I'm chatting with young Master Yu? Lin Peng trotted over, wearing a puzzled expression. Damn it. Han Ping felt his blood pressure rise at Lin Peng's demeanor. You know young Master Yu, and there you are calling him Xiao Qing. Don't you think that might earn you a reprimand from that esteemed individual? Han Ping said, exasperated. Huh. Lin Peng was bewildered, unsure why calling Xiao Qing would provoke ire from that esteemed individual. However, upon hearing Han Ping's stern tone, he could only nod in agreement. From now on, you'll follow my lead. Whatever I do, you do. No, it's more like whatever I instruct, you shall comply. Understood? Han Ping declared sternly. All right, I'll listen to you from now on, Lin Peng replied, feeling slightly aggrieved. Good. That is more like it. Han Ping nodded in satisfaction. Recalling the news from the Central District, he leaned in and lowered his voice. Just now, Fan Yuan stated that as long as we perform well, each of us can receive a bottle of ability-enhancing potion. Ability-enhancing potion? Lin Peng asked, puzzled. Before he could finish, Han Ping explained, I've heard this potion can elevate our abilities by 1 tier without any barriers. Soon, we will both be 3rd-tier users. Han Ping's tone brimmed with longing. Lin Peng gasped, exclaiming, really? After realizing his voice had risen too high, he quickly covered his mouth, asking in a hushed tone, is this potion truly that incredible? His eyes sparkled with fervor. Han Ping looked at him disdainfully. Do you think I would deceive you? This was explicitly stated by Fan Yuan himself. It's a promise from that esteemed individual. Oh, you must listen to me. If we mess this up, not only will we miss out on the benefits, but we might also face dire consequences. Yes, from now on, if you, Han Ping, tell me to go right, I will go right. I will never go left. Lin Peng nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Han Ping finally relaxed, relieved that this simpleton wouldn't ruin his plans. The thought of the ability-enhancing potion, with its miraculous potential, ignited a fervent desire within Han Ping's gaze. Yet he found himself exasperated as Lin Peng, having absorbed his words, sidled up to Yu Qing, continuing to call him Xiao Qing. Others in the team followed suit, and in an effort to blend in and not appear out of place, Han Ping could only helplessly echo that title. Hey, the weather has turned notably chillier, as if a knife is slicing through the air. Under the summons of Qin Mu, the members of the Qing Tao team climbed into their vehicle. Departing from the base, they encountered countless abandoned cars lining the roadside, their bodies encrusted with ice shards, as a frigid gust swept through, lifting debris into the air. Right behind their convoy trailed a horde of relentless zombies, incessantly howling, their eyes grotesquely bulging, instinctively and clumsily pursuing their prey. The wheels of their vehicle mercilessly crushed the zombies attempting to rush forward, and as if venting their frustrations, several of the Team S ability users gleefully hurled their powers backward. Various lights flickered through the air, crashing down into the throng of zombies. With their overwhelming numbers, even random displays of power were bound to find their mark. The deep snow piled on the road was carved into 2 profound tracks by the passing vehicle, soon to be obscured by a layer of repugnant zombie blood. Today, the mission for the Qing Tao team was to raid a pharmacy, gathering supplies while simultaneously eliminating the undead within. Yu Qing sat in the vehicle, arms crossed, his once flamboyant features now subdued. I end this apocalyptic world? He was merely an ordinary ability user, with a power level scarcely above that of a common person. A first-tier ability was only a marginal improvement over being human. Having spent considerable time alongside Ji Hao and Ma Yin, Yu Qing attempted to massage his wrist. Inadvertently brushing against something hard, he looked down to gently pull the red string buried in his sleeve, and awkwardly touched the small button attached to it. This was a gift from Bai Qiu on that fateful day. Lost in thought, Yu Qing's fingers trembled. He recalled the man's repeated invasions, the mocking glint forever present in his eyes. Bai Qiu, Yu Qing murmured. Undeniably, he was deeply enamored with the warmth the man provided. Do you truly care for me? Yu Qing's gaze grew distant. But Bai Qiu, does he genuinely cherish him, or merely his body, his obedience? Bai Qiu was overwhelmingly dominant, leaving Yu Qing feeling utterly disoriented. With immense power, he was proud and indifferent, looking down upon all. And here was Yuqing, utterly insignificant. What could possibly be worthy of Baichio's affection? Baichio had treated him well, providing for his needs, from food to clothing, even offering him freedom. Now to Wei Yuqing did not wish to be a caged canary. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, everyone harbored their own ulterior motives that he yearned for liberation, and after truly departing, a complex emotion, difficult for him to articulate, blossomed within him. Both sour and bittersweet, Wei Yuqing pressed his lips tightly together, remaining silent. Should I note this down? Lin Peng jabbed his hand at the nearby Han Ping. Han Ping shot a sidelong glance at Lin Peng, surprised by his enthusiasm. Noted down, just mention that young master you seems a bit unhappy today. All right. Lin Peng pulled out a notebook and pen from his pocket, meticulously writing each word as if he were a primary school student composing an essay. Today was yet another day dedicated to enhancing their ability potions. Chapter 55. Bitten by a zombie, prepare yourselves. We shall arrive shortly. Chenmu turned to face the group. With a chiseled visage, his expression was grave as he surveyed each member with narrowed eyes. The ability users in the vehicle responded in unison. Yes, Captain, I'm ready. I was ready ages ago. Damn it, let us make these zombies pay, with such a sizable pharmacy at stake if they could claim it all. Even handing half over to the base, they would enjoy a period of luxury. Observing the fervent faces around him, Chenmu frowned. None of us know what awaits us inside the pharmacy. Do not underestimate the situation. Remember, life is singular. Should you perish, your families will not have the kindness to care for you. Understood, Captain. We will heed your words. Those under Chenmu's gaze nodded, though their true thoughts remained concealed. Seeing their reactions, Chenmu ceased to elaborate. He had fulfilled his duties as captain, and the course of action was now theirs to determine that it was not indifference on his part. Far too many ability users had perished on missions before. If someone were to die here, it would simply be a consequence of their misfortune. The vehicle slowly came to a halt at the entrance. Only the logistics personnel remain. The rest of you, disembark. With that, Chenmu stepped off the vehicle, leading the charge point one by one. The ability users followed suit. Ha. The previously scattered zombies, drawn by the scent of human flesh, converged upon them. After months of trials in this apocalypse, everyone maintained their composure. Everyone kill. Chenmu's voice rang out, igniting the battle. Countless abilities erupted in the air, illuminating the surroundings as the ability users surged forward, engaging in combat with the zombies to avoid friendly fire. The battle between the ability users and zombies remained contained within designated areas. Wei Yuqing was among them, conjuring a small fireball in his hand and launching it forcefully at a zombie's head. Although Lin Peng and Han Ping were also fighting, a careful observer would note that they consistently positioned themselves around Yuqing, ready to intervene should anything unexpected occur. Many ordinary people, armed with iron rods and long knives, joined the fray. Among them, a particularly striking young man wielded a Tang Dao, its sharpness unparalleled. With a single sweep, he severed a zombie's head, his speed surpassing that of many ability users. Fortunately, the pharmacy was not situated in the heart of Angshu County. Aside from a few zombies pursuing their vehicle, most were local. With the immense support of the ability users, the zombies surrounding the pharmacy were nearly eradicated under a barrage of water arrows, fireballs, wind blades, and earthen walls. The ground lay strewn with the bodies of zombies, many with missing heads or gaping holes in their foreheads. The members of the Qing Tao team exchanged glances, just as they sought a moment to catch their breath. Captain, I saw Kaming get bitten by a zombie. A timid voice suddenly exclaimed at this revelation. A profound silence enveloped the area. Once they processed the information, anyone aware of who Kaming was quickly retreated, their gazes towards him tinged with wariness and hostility. Really? Chenmu's gaze shifted towards Kaming, that he was indeed the handsome youth, though he appeared somewhat gaunt at that moment, clutching the Tang Dao. His hands were smeared with the brain matter and blood of zombies. Hearing Chenmu's inquiry, Kaming tightened the bandages wrapped around his hand, remaining silent. Yet his eyes were fixed intently on a figure several paces away, revealing a tumult of emotions, surprise, disbelief, and anger, before ultimately culminating in a sigh. Luo Chung, how could you treat me this way? He spoke in a low, calm voice. That zombie was about to bite you. I raised my hand to block it. But unexpectedly, he left the statement unfinished, Yet the implication was clear to all present. Sensing the scornful glances from those around him, Luo Cheng erupted in anger. Ke Yiming, you chose to block for me. I never asked you to. If you've been bitten, you will surely turn into a zombie. Having said this, he anxiously turned to Chenmu. Captain, quickly kill him. Look at his hand. He is about to turn into a zombie. Indeed, the strips of cloth in Kuming's hand could no longer conceal the skin beneath. Chapter 56. Yu Qing's choice. From Yu Qing's perspective, it was evident that the surface of Kuming's hand had turned a sickly pale, with dark veins protruding grotesquely like a spider's web. That a tumult of emotions surged within Yu Qing. He was taken aback by the cold-heartedness displayed by Luo Cheng towards his partner, Kuming. Having recently joined the Qingtao team, he was aware that Kuming and Luo Cheng were long-standing members, albeit of low status due to their lack of abilities, that he had heard whispers of their past from other teams. Before the apocalypse, Luo Cheng was a wealthy scion known for his frivolous ways, while Kuming, hailing from an orphanage, had persevered to earn a place at university. Captivated by the handsome Kuming, Luo Cheng employed various courtship tactics to win him over, but his intentions were merely to indulge in a fleeting romance. Naturally, Luo Cheng's parents disapproved of their son being swept away by a man. But before they could intervene, the apocalypse struck. The entire family, accustomed to a life of luxury, was left paralyzed by fear at the sight of zombies. Ill-equipped to confront such horrors, that it was during this chaotic time that Kuming stepped forward. Having been bullied due to his background, he possessed some skills that he led Luo Cheng, his parents, and his sister to escape to the Tianyuan base, the base, acquiring food necessitated labor. However, Luo Cheng's family, spoiled by their previous lifestyle, was unwilling to undertake such tasks. Consequently, Kuming had no choice but to join the Qingtao team alongside Luo Cheng to secure more food. While Kuming was alone, Luo Cheng had the support of his family, and most of the food source for the Luo family relied heavily on Kuming. Although the Luo family felt sympathy for Luo Cheng, they showed none for Kuming. Even when the rations were sufficient for Kuming alone, he often ended up with only meager portions. Furthermore, due to Luo Cheng's pampered upbringing, Kuming always had to shield him during encounters with zombies, narrowly escaping injury on several occasions. This time, when Kuming saw a zombie lunging at Luo Cheng, he instinctively raised his hand to block it, only to be bitten in the process. Realizing he could no longer hide the truth, Kuming boldly tore away the cloth, exposing his progressively zombifying hand to the onlookers. With a mocking smile, he fixated his gaze on Luo Cheng. Everyone has told me that you and your family are no good, that you exploit me, and I didn't believe it. But today, I do believe it. Luo Cheng, you are nothing but a beast. Luo Cheng, with a face that could be considered handsome, was now contorted with humiliation and rage. Humph. Kuming, no matter what you say now, you cannot alter the fact that you have been bitten by a zombie. Yes, I've been bitten, but do you think that without me, your family can survive? Luo Cheng, your mother and sister will eventually be dragged into the red light district. That I truly pity you. And as for you and your father, perhaps you'll be sold off as well. Maybe someone will take a liking to you. Luo de Gongzi, that a smile broke across Kuming's striking face, yet his words were laced with venom. Many of the onlookers possessing abilities erupted into laughter at Kuming's scathing remarks. Luo Cheng could sense the scrutinizing gazes of numerous individuals upon him, their smiles rife with ill intentions. Tension gripped Luo Cheng as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kuming, panting in fury, at a loss for words to retort. Captain, just kill me, Kuming said languidly to Chenmu, who stood nearby. With a resounding thud, he cast aside the Tang Dao that had accompanied him for so long, the zombie blood seeping into the snow beneath it. As the exchange between Kuming and Luo Cheng unfolded, the infection had spread from one hand to his entire arm. Yiming could feel a force tearing at his mind, threatening to unleash itself, that he was on the brink of becoming a zombie. If there was any hatred, it was not directed at Luo Cheng, but rather at his own gullibility. Kuming thought bitterly. Observing Kuming's state, Chenmu reached a decision after a brief moment of contemplation. Yu Qing stood among the crowd, having contemplated speaking several times, but ultimately chose silence. To Yu Qing's eyes, Bai Qiu was enigmatic and powerful, that he believed that even the zombie virus would be trivial for Bai Qiu, should he choose to intervene. However, he and Kuming were not related. Despite sympathizing with Kuming's plight and admiring his character, was he expected to assist everyone like him in this apocalypse. Relying solely on Bai Qiu had always been his approach, though Wei Yuqing silently lowered his hands. Chen Mu had already prepared to strike, that a simple water arrow was at the ready, and no matter how innocent Kuming appeared. The fact remained that he had been bitten by a zombie .s captain. He could not allow Kuming to escape, despite his admiration for him. Yiming quietly closed his eyes as the water arrow, shimmering with a unique, icy blue hue, slowly pierced through his forehead. Penetrating the forming zombie core, he collapsed to the ground, a hint of mockery still gracing his features. Chen Mu sighed and led the group towards the pharmacy. Witnessing Kuming sprawled on the ground, Luo Cheng felt a surge of satisfaction. All the kindness Kuming had shown him was forgotten the moment he betrayed him, with only the sting of humiliation remaining in his memory. As Luo Cheng prepared to desecrate the corpse further, Yuqing frowned that a fireball landed at Luo Cheng's feet. "Hurry up," commanded Yuqing. "Yes, sir." Chapter 57. Lin Peng's welcome gift. This pharmacy was expansive, divided into 2 levels. The Tianyuan base had dispatched ability users to survey the area, creating a layout map of the pharmacy, which was provided to Chen Mu when the Qingtao team accepted the mission. The first floor housed shelves and counters filled with various medications for sale. At the far end of the shelves was a small door leading to a drug storage area stocked with an assortment of cabinets for storing medicines. The heart of the pharmacy, the second floor, served as the living quarters for the owners. Chen Mu wore a grave expression. Upon entering, he felt an unsettling sense of foreboding that clung to him. Refusing to dissipate, relying on this instinct, he had narrowly escaped numerous life-threatening situations. Thus, Chen Mu proceeded with extra caution. Turning to his team behind him, he declared, "I, along with Yu Yang and Xing Yu, will scour the warehouse." After casting a glance at Lin Peng and Han Ping, who were closely huddled together, he continued, "As for you two, Lin Peng and Han Ping, you shall head to the second floor. The shelves here will be managed by Xiao Wu and his team. Select your members accordingly." Chen Mu's decision was final, and no one dared to oppose him. The individuals chosen by Chen Mu to lead were all level 2 ability users, and as captain, it was only fitting for him to oversee the most resource-rich warehouse. However, sending Lin Peng and Han Ping to the second floor raised some eyebrows. What could they possibly acquire from the owner's quarters that they couldn't from the shelves or the warehouse? The ability users mused that Chen Mu wished to assert dominance over the newly joined Lin Peng and Han Ping. Their suspicions were confirmed when, to everyone's surprise, Lin Peng and Han Ping merely nodded in agreement without uttering a word of dissent. Their expressions betrayed no hint of dissatisfaction, seemingly accepting the arrangement without question. "Well then, since everyone is in accord, it's settled," Chen Mu remarked, momentarily taken aback before regaining composure. "To you. You'll join our group." Han Ping kicked Lin Peng's foot, prompting Lin Peng to understand immediately and step forward. Okay. Brother Peng." Wei Yuqing was caught off guard, momentarily stunned, before he smiled, narrowing his eyes in realization. Wrapped in a thick down jacket, he appeared both fair and innocent. And at that moment, his smile was particularly captivating, drawing the attention of many men within the group. "Indeed, he is fairer than most women," someone remarked. Chen Mu, glancing in their direction, momentarily froze in surprise. Captain, we're leaving." Yu Yang and Wang Xingyu, having gathered their team, called out when they noticed their leader lost in thought. "Yes, let us go." Chen Mu snapped back to reality. Apart from Yuqing, Lin Peng and Han Ping called upon a few others, eager to follow the young master Yu. However, with a limited number of level 2 ability users in the group, the remaining members had to be evenly distributed. Han Ping gestured to Lin Peng and addressed everyone. "Let us proceed. We can head to the stairs first." Lin Peng nodded in understanding. "Yuqing, you go ahead. I'll keep an eye on you." Yuqing's eyes widened in confusion. "Hurry up, follow Brother Han." "Since you called me Brother Peng, I must take responsibility for you," Lin Peng declared earnestly. Meanwhile, Han Ping, who had his back turned to the two and was eavesdropping, couldn't help but twitch his lips. Earlier, he had been quite pleased with Lin Peng's performance, but now he realized the big guy was still a simpleton. If that esteemed individual heard him, would this fool have any chance of survival? Yuqing thus trailed behind Han Ping, with Lin Peng following closely behind him. It could be said that this positioning was impervious to harm, unless a zombie were to spring forth from either side. However, with Han Ping and Lin Peng vigilantly on guard, the prospect of a zombie ambush was utterly non-existent. Observing the three figures ahead, many in their wake harbored feelings of envy. All of them were first-level abilities users. Yet Yuqing received preferential treatment, while they toiled in exhausting endeavors that yielded little reward. Han Ping led the group through the corridor. Suddenly, a middle-aged zombie appeared around the corner, but before it could emit a low growl, Lin Peng sprang forward, wielding an iron rod, and struck the zombie with a decisive blow, shattering its skull as if it were a large watermelon. The grayish-blue brain matter splattered across the ground, yet Lin Peng showed no repulsion. Instead, he plunged his long iron rod into the mess, stirring it about. The zombie crystal core remains intact. Lin Peng extracted the yellow crystal core with his iron rod, then crouched down to pick it up. As he lifted it, viscous brain matter dripped down. Nonchalantly, he grabbed a piece of cloth from a nearby shelf to wipe it off before clasping the crystal core in his hand. He returned to the group, extending his hand towards Yuqing, offering the crystal core with a generous tone. "Brother, you look, a zombie crystal core. Consider it a token of our first meeting." Yuqing, beneath Lin Peng's benevolent smile, Yuqing reluctantly raised his hand, stiffly accepting the somewhat damp crystal core. Haha. Lin Peng's grin widened. Fortunately, Han Ping was diligently observing their surroundings and did not notice the minor exchange between Yuqing and Lin Peng. Otherwise, he might have been driven to the brink of exasperation. Chapter 58. The green glimmer from the door gap. There were not many zombies on the staircase, and the group quickly ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, they found themselves in a living room, where only a few zombies meandered about, easily dispatched by Han Ping and his team. The rooms here were relatively intact. Without needing direction from Han Ping, someone had already stepped forward to twist the doorknob. Aside from a female zombie in one room, the others were empty, covered in a thick layer of dust. Someone exclaimed in confusion, furrowing their brow at the green hue seeping through the door crack. From Yuqing's vantage point, he could see it too. The door was sealed tight, with no gaps around the edges, obscured by a peculiar green moss-like growth. What an odd room. Curiosity piqued, the individual slowly reached out. "Do not open it," Han Ping shouted, lunging forward to intervene. But it was too late. Click! The sound of the doorknob turning echoed clearly. The first-level ability user had already pulled the door open. A deluge of green surged forth from the room like a tidal wave, engulfing the ability user at the threshold. Before anyone could react, it retreated in an instant. This scene left everyone in profound shock. Han Ping abruptly halted his advance, his fingers digging into the wall. The crowd swallowed hard, struggling to voice their thoughts. "What is that?" With the door ajar, they could glimpse the interior. Amidst the verdant expanse stood a bizarre plant. Its stout roots sprouted numerous gigantic, eerie green traps, each composed of two circular plates over a meter long. The plates were a pale red, edged with thick, crimson spines that as they opened and closed, foul, viscous liquids dripped from them, forming sticky strands. "Help! Help me!" The ability user who had opened the door was now half-trapped within the circular plates, only one arm protruding, flailing desperately while he screamed in anguish. The red spines had pierced deeply into his body, ensnaring him tightly. Whether due to the viscous liquid or not, the man's struggles gradually weakened, his arm growing still, twitching occasionally. Did I ask that a Venus flytrap? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. "You recognize it." Han Ping swiftly turned towards the voice, his gaze inquisitive. The individual who identified the plant scrutinized it for a moment longer before solemnly stating, "Indeed, that is a Venus flytrap. I used to cultivate them." "Are you speaking nonsense? How could a Venus flytrap grow so large?" A slender ability user questioned, skepticism evident in his expression. Before the man could retort, Han Ping cut in directly. "Why not? We are in the apocalypse. Nothing is impossible now, but we should focus on how to handle this." As he spoke, Han Ping raised his hand, causing all nearby metallic objects to levitate under his control, hurtling toward the Venus flytrap's jaws that held the man captive. Sizzle! The sharp metal sliced through the surface of the Venus flytrap, oozing forth green, viscous liquid, yet it could not penetrate further. More alarmingly, as if sensing the assault from the onlookers, the green tide in the room surged once more. Several of the Venus flytrap's traps suddenly flung open towards the entrance, then snapped shut again, revealing the nauseating liquid within. This plant was poised to strike, readying itself to deliver a lethal blow. The ability user who had recognized the Venus flytrap, Meng Wenguang, could only offer a wry smile. This Venus flytrap is hunting. After it captures its prey, it digests them that I never imagined we would one day become its quarry. This plant had truly mutated in the apocalypse. This Venus flytrap had grown to a size akin to a man-eating flower. What do we do? Yu Gang has been captured. Hange, we must save Yu Gang. We cannot stand idly by. Amidst the chorus of lamentations, a young man suddenly cried out passionately. His resolute expression swayed many, as Yu Gang was indeed one of their comrades. Han Ping shook his head. The strength of this Venus flytrap surpasses my own. We should first inform the captain and coordinate our attack. As he spoke, he paused, glancing at the ensnared man. His tone turning cold. Yu Gang, we cannot save you. This mutated plant has not yet been provoked. If we unleash excessive force now, regardless of whether we can kill it, it will undoubtedly retaliate. That if that occurs, it will not only be Yu Gang who perishes. More than half of us will meet the same fate. Han Ping's gaze swept across each individual, particularly emphasizing the young man, his words laden with meaning. The gravity of the situation gripped the youth, rendering him speechless, as if a hand had clutched his throat, silencing his earlier bravado. Han Go, let us depart and summon the captain to eradicate this plant. Yu Gang was simply a victim of his own folly for opening that door. He deserved it. Let us leave swiftly. This place is ominous. Who knows what the owner of this house was thinking? Harboring a Venus flytrap in the bedroom. If it grows hungry or feels insufficiently fed, it could go berserk. Indeed, when personal safety was at stake, the group unanimously agreed, their earlier hesitations dissipating, as a single life before them seemed to lose its value. Yuqing remained silent, standing quietly behind Han Ping, his fair face revealing no emotion, but he felt a pang of sympathy for Ko Ming's death, for he was truly a good person at heart. Yet these individuals during a skirmish with zombies. He had witnessed Yu Gang push a man into a horde of zombies, his expression twisted with malice. Did I end this apocalypse? No one could be trusted. Yuqing pondered, unaware of a suspicious green hue gradually seeping from the room. Ahead, Yuqing could see the door to the room closest to Yu Gang, indicating that they were the nearest to it. With Yu Gang captured, Yuqing had become the individual closest to the door. Be careful. Lin Peng, ever vigilant of Yuqing, suddenly perceived a flash of green and instinctively sensed danger, but he reached out to grasp Yuqing's arm. Successfully doing so. Yet, Yuqing's hand was too slippery, and he slipped from Lin Peng's grip drawn in by the plant. Lin Peng stood frozen, staring at his empty hand. Yuqing, like the next Yu Gang, was ensnared by the plant. The difference was that he neither screamed nor shouted. Yuqing found it difficult to articulate the sensation. Even as the plant's red spines pierced his chest and abdomen, he felt no pain. It was merely a tingling sensation. Perhaps his down jacket was too thick, for although he had been pierced, it did not fully penetrate in that moment. His soul seemed to break free from his corporeal form. Soaring into the air, gazing down at himself. Surely, he would meet his end, just like Yu Gang, becoming sustenance, with no one to save him. In the central district, Bai Chiu appeared languid, reclining on the sofa, caressing a small photograph depicting a chubby little boy with a mischievous grin. Fat cat, you need to be fed even more. Little Qing is still too thin. Suddenly, the fingers in the photograph trembled, and Bai Chiu's expression darkened. Fan Yuan. Upon hearing his name, Fan Yuan, who had recently ingested an extraordinary potion and was diligently working to digest it, hurriedly rushed over to tea that moment. He could not help but shudder. Bai Xiao's emotions were typically inscrutable, and it was rare to witness such a display. Contact the Qing Tao squad. I need to know what has happened to Xiao Qing. In the brief interval that followed, regardless of his inner turmoil, Bai Chiu's expression gradually settled into a semblance of calm that he had placed a sensing device on Yu Qing, which would trigger in times of life-threatening peril. The fact that it had not yet activated suggested that his young companion might merely be facing a predicament, or worse, had sustained injuries. Bai Chiu tightened his fingers, a pang of anxiety gripping his heart. Chapter 59. Yu Qing is rescued. Lin Peng and Han Ping stood in place, their expressions grave as they observed the scene within the room. Given their prowess, dealing with this formidable plant was virtually impossible. However, they could manage to set a trap. The dilemma lay in the fact that any offensive action would entail significant risk. None could predict whether the Venus flytrap might suddenly go berserk. You must be insane. We cannot agree to this. Indeed, Yu Qing has already been consumed. It's far too perilous. How can we possibly save him? As anticipated, following Han Ping's remarks, the remaining individuals voiced their dissent. The young man who had previously incited the group to rescue Yu Gang now wore a mocking expression, entering a mode of derision. What is your relationship with Yu Qing? You're all teammates. Yet none of you rushed to save Yu Gang. Could it be that this Yu Qing is simply more handsome? His suggestive gaze flitted between Han Ping and Lin Peng. Fool, slap. Lin Peng delivered a resounding slap to the youth. As a power manipulator, he exhibited no mercy. The young man's face contorted under the force, swelling almost instantaneously. Damn it, you. The young man covered his face, incredulity etched across his features, his words faltering. I still intend to strike you again. Han Ping cast a disdainful glance at the pitiful youth before returning his gaze coolly. Enough, Lin Peng. We must prioritize saving the person in need. Understood. Lin Peng nodded, retracting his hand, which had been poised to deliver a symmetrical blow to the young man. With a second-tier ability user having spoken, and with precedent set, the rest of the group fell silent, wary of earning a similar punishment, standing obediently in place. However, from their expressions of discontent and fear, it was evident that should the flytrap exhibit any movement, they would bolt in an instant. Han Ping and Lin Peng's faces grew stern. There was no time for further contemplation. Lin Peng, assist me. We shall strike directly at the rhizome. When Yu Gang had been captured, Han Ping had previously attempted a direct assault on the trap. Though he had not exerted his full strength, he had applied enough force to merely slice through the plant's outer layer. Thus, they would need to target the rhizome directly to detach the trap. The rhizome, as thick as an adult's arm, was not to be underestimated. Han Ping inhaled deeply, a golden knife entirely forged from his ability materializing abruptly in his hand. The size of a standard fruit knife, under Han Ping's control, its hue deepened, even resembling liquid gold. Due to the excessive use of his powers, Han Ping's complexion turned pale. Nevertheless, his movements did not falter. Go! The golden knife emitted a resonant hum as it surged forth, spinning rapidly through the air before crashing forcefully against the green stem. It cut through with unwavering determination, albeit slowly. Fortunately, just before dissipating, it managed to penetrate more than halfway through. Lin Peng, hurry! Han Ping shouted, "Get on it!" Lin Peng tightened his grip on the iron rod, channeling his energy before striking fiercely at the same spot. Bang! After a series of relentless strikes, the rhizome finally splintered in two, the trap plummeting to the ground like a leaf on water, swiftly redirected by Han Ping's control. Thankfully, the Venus flytrap exhibited no further reaction, allowing its trap to be severed without resistance. Panting heavily, Lin Peng collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Simultaneously, he used both hands to carefully maneuver the trap, cautiously severing the barbs to extract Yu Qing that a red thorn had punctured Yu Qing's rib, becoming lodged while other areas, cushioned by layers of clothing, had only sustained minor abrasions. Brother, you bear with it. Lin Peng's face hardened as he meticulously controlled his strength, gently extracting the thorn. Cough, Pungo, I'm fine, with the thorn removed. The anesthetic effect diminished significantly, allowing Yu Qing to tentatively move his fingers. How can you be fine? Just look at your current weakness. Initially focused on enhancing his powers through potions, Lin Peng had, over this brief encounter, begun to treat Yu Qing as if he were a younger brother, why Yu Qing wished to smile reassuringly, to convey that he was all right. However, at that moment, the wound on his rib resembled a breech dam, first yielding a concave depression the size of a bottle cap, swiftly followed by blood gushing forth, gradually spreading outward, while Yu Qing's complexion grew increasingly pallid, darkness clouding his vision as he fainted. Lin Peng was momentarily taken aback, rendered helpless. This wound is too severe. We must urgently locate a healing ability user or procure medicine to address it. Just then, Han Ping interjected, we've nearly scavenged this area. Let's descend to the next level. Once Han Ping had spoken, many nodded vigorously, eager to vacate this ghastly place. Their return was swift, especially with the looming threat of another man-eating plant. They felt as if they could grow additional legs to hasten their escape. In the verdant expanse of the second floor, only the unsettling sounds of the flytrap's digestion echoed eerily to "At last. We are distanced from that monster," that a commoner sighed deeply before the shelves. Han Ping. You're back so soon? Xiao Wu, a loyal subordinate of Qin Mu, was taken aback to see Han Ping return with his team. So swiftly did oh. What transpired? He noticed Lin Peng supporting someone. Han Ping shook his head, gesturing towards Meng Wenping. Let him explain first. Then he inquired urgently, are there any healing ability users here? Healing ability users, Lin Yi, you go. Xiao Wu raised an eyebrow, observing Han Ping's anxious demeanor, and without hesitation. He called for Lin Yi, who fortuitously remained behind. Lin Yi, an unassuming middle-aged woman with her hair casually tucked behind her ears and a kindly demeanor, promptly responded. All right, she hurried over, locating a space devoid of shelves where one could lie down. Quickly, bring him here. Before Han Ping and Lin Peng arrived, Lin Yi had torn a piece of curtain from a nearby window, swiftly folding it into 2 layers to lay on the ground. Lin Peng carefully placed the unconscious Yu Qing upon the makeshift bed. You 3, go to the supply area and fetch some medicine. Anything for stopping bleeding, alleviating pain, or sedatives will do. Upon concluding her instructions, a halo of white light manifested in Lin Yi's hands, flowing toward Yu Qing's wound under her guidance. Xiao Wu then turned to Meng Wenping. What exactly happened? Suddenly caught in Xiao Wu's gaze. Meng Wenping hesitated before speaking. Brother Wu, on the 2nd floor, we encountered a Venus flytrap the size of the entire room. He spread his arms wide to illustrate the enormity. Yu Gang was devoured whole. And Yu Qing nearly met the same fate, but thankfully, Han Gu and Peng Gu managed to rescue him. Han Gu mentioned that the flytrap's power is immense. We thought it best to return and consult the captain before devising a plan to eliminate it. A Venus flytrap? Xiao Wu was initially taken aback, but quickly realized that in this apocalyptic world, nothing could be viewed through the lens of normalcy. Then he nodded. Very well. Let us await the captain's return. Xiao Wu gazed upward toward the 2nd floor, pausing momentarily, reflecting on Yu Gang's unfortunate fate. Chapter 60. Eradicating the mutated plant in the midst of anxious anticipation, Chen Mu finally led his team back from the warehouse. The joyful expressions of the team members indicated substantial gains from their efforts. Captain, Xiao Wu called out to Chen Mu. Upon sensing Chen Mu's puzzled gaze, he recounted the details regarding the mutated plant. A complex mix of emotions washed over Chen Mu as he remarked, I never imagined that mutated plants could evolve to such an extent that we must remain vigilant. Who knows how many more of these exist outside? Chen Mu's words resonated deeply with the sentiments of the team members, and they nodded in unison, lost in thought. The current apocalypse was undeniably becoming increasingly perilous. What about Yu Qing? Chen Mu suddenly inquired. Yu Qing. Xiao Wu blinked in surprise but quickly recalled he must have sustained severe injuries. I sent Lin Yi to attend to him. Fetch more medicine. We just scoured that pharmacy that we cannot afford to be stingy when our team members are injured. Captain, Han Ping and Lin Peng already came by to collect a significant amount of medicine. Xiao Wu thought to himself, those supplies could last for days if consumed as meals, had it not been for the presence of these 2 second-tier ability users. He would not have so readily parted with them. That I see that I'll go check on him. Chen Mu maintained his characteristic solemn demeanor, akin to an unexpected greeting. Xiao Wu scratched his head, pondering why his captain suddenly exhibited such concern for his team members. After Aunt Lin's treatment, Yu Qing's injuries at his side had gradually ceased to bleed. Fortunately, they were in a pharmacy stocked with various medications. Although Aunt Lin's ability was only at the 1st level, her healing effects were not particularly pronounced, necessitating the assistance of medicine to stabilize Yu Qing's condition. That I'm really fine. Thank you, Brother Peng and Brother Han. Yu Qing lay back, his chest wrapped in layers of medical gauze, while a down jacket, punctured in several places, covered his body. Due to excessive blood loss, his originally fair complexion now appeared pallid. That it's all right. Since you called me Brother Peng, I, as the elder brother, must protect my younger brother. Lin Peng's chest thumped with conviction. Han Ping nodded in agreement. Nonetheless, I truly appreciate your help, Yu Qing said earnestly. Did I end that moment? The youth seemed to shed his immaturity, and a refined, yet one expression began to mature on his face. Chen Mu did not advance, but remained at a distance, observing quietly. Thump, thump, thump. Those were the sounds of his heart beating. Leading the team, Chen Mu was accompanied by a total of 6 second-level ability users. Aside from Yu Qing and Aunt Lin, who was caring for him, he took the rest of the group to the 2nd floor. The mutated Venus flytrap had significantly enhanced its digestive capabilities. The unfortunate Yu Gang, trapped within its jaws, had vanished without a trace. His bones and blood evidently consumed, but a sense of latent threat emanated from the flytrap. casting a grave expression upon Chun Mu's face as he slowly uttered, "High-level second tier." What? This Venus flytrap is actually high-level second tier. The individuals scavenging alongside Han Ping couldn't help but feel immense relief that they had not acted recklessly a moment earlier. Chun Mu extended his palm and forcefully pressed down. Water cascaded from midair. Droplets formed from highly compressed water, spiraling downwards, striking the plant's leaves and roots, creating large holes. The remaining second-level ability users surged forward to attack, with Lin Peng wielding his iron rod to strike down numerous branches, green sap spraying in all directions to AT that moment. The first-level ability users also positioned themselves at a distance, unleashing their powers. The fire ability users showcased their advantages, as their flames naturally countered the plant, burning small holes into its leaves. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Mu decided on a different approach. He manipulated the flytrap's cage to suddenly wilt, akin to losing its moisture. Witnessing the remaining outer layer drooping to the ground, the second-level ability users felt a chill in their hearts that if the plant could absorb moisture, what about humans, whose bodies consisted of 70% water? The realization sent shivers down their spines, as for the first time, these ability users recognized the terrifying potential of water ability users. The water ability user within the team sparkled with newfound understanding. It was enlightening to discover such applications for their powers. Ultimately, the mutated Venus flytrap was vanquished through their combined efforts. Before it succumbed completely, a strange, eerie roar resonated in the air that a plant capable of vocalization. This Venus flytrap had evolved to such an extent. They all felt a wave of relief that it had been defeated in time. Chun Mu retrieved a gleaming dagger, hastening towards the fallen plant's roots. With a decisive thrust, he easily penetrated the outer layer. Inside, a pool of green slime awaited, and he carefully stirred it with his dagger. Suddenly, he felt the blade strike something hard. Found it. Oh, it was green. Chun Mu exclaimed softly, using his dagger to lift out a vibrant green crystal core. After cleansing it with his water ability, the core shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight to his surprise, amidst a plant so vicious. Such a beautiful crystal core emerged, murmured the gathered ability users. Under the covetous gazes of many, Chun Mu stowed the crystal core into his pocket, that as he surveyed the lingering stares of the other ability users. He let out a cold snort. Only then did they retract their reluctant gazes. Although the mutated flytrap was slain collaboratively, as the captain who contributed the most, Chun Mu rightfully deserved it. However, given his disposition, he would likely share some benefits, at the very least improving their rations. Having gathered all the necessary supplies and eliminated the mutated plant, the Qingtao team could hardly contain their eagerness to return to the base. Lin Peng supported Yu Qing, as physical ability users found such tasks quite effortless. Originally, Lin Peng had intended to collaborate with Han Ping to fetch a stretcher, and Chun Mu had agreed. However, Yu Qing firmly declined their assistance. Just as they stepped out of the pharmacy, a group approached them. Chapter 61, Your Brother, the Ice Demon Team. Chun Mu's expression turned serious as he slowly articulated these words. What? The legendary Ice Demon Team? Their captain is a third-level ice ability user. How could we possibly cross paths with them? Cursed be it encountering the Ice Demon. Hopefully, this was merely a chance encounter. Amidst a flurry of thoughts, the Ice Demon Team drew nearer. All eyes initially focused on the leading man, presumed to be the captain, Ice Demon. The name Wuqi was not merely a title for his status as a third-level ice ability user, but also stemmed from his notorious cruelty. Given these 2 points, others in the base secretly referred to him as the Ice Demon. Upon learning of this, he eliminated several ability users and subsequently embraced the moniker, adopting it as his team's name. Wuqi's features were austere, his facial contours sharply defined as if sculpted, clad in a dark long coat. Distinctively, he stood beside a strikingly handsome youth. The young man's pallid complexion contrasted with his gentle demeanor. His warm smile radiating comfort, he stood closely to Wuqi, suggesting a relationship that was far from ordinary. Isn't that the famous star, Lu Zixing? A hesitant voice spoke. However, their focus did not dwell on Lu Zixing's identity, but rather on the uncanny resemblance he bore to the youth beside him. Those standing near Lin Peng shifted their scrutinizing gazes between Lu Zixing and Yu Qing. Hey, have you noticed how similar Yu Qing looks to that young man? One remarked that I think so too. The more I look, the more it seems like it. Another agreed that if not for their differing surnames, One might truly believe they were brothers, while Yu Qing felt the weight of everyone's eyes shifting between him and the young man. Even Hu Qi, the leader, gazing over with keen interest. Zixing, there is indeed a resemblance between you and that young man, Hu Qi remarked in a soft tone, his brow furrowed with tenderness that it was hard to fathom that the infamous ice demon could exhibit such gentleness. Yet, Lu Zixing offered no reply, his gaze fixed intently on the youth across from him. That face, Yu Qing did so. Yu Qing had survived, but as a second-level ability user, Lu Zixing could discern that Yu Qing's ability was merely at the first level. He also observed Yu Qing's current disheveled state, staggering and requiring support. This was the former prodigy. A hint of malice crept into Lu Zixing's eyes, why Yu Qing frowned, sensing an oddity in the way Lu Zixing regarded him. Just then, Lu Zixing released Hu Qi's hand and stepped forward, smiling as he said, "Hello, you must be Xiao Qing, that I am Lu Zixing, your brother. Have you been injured?" He extended his hand, seemingly eager to touch Yu Qing, his demeanor comfortably assuming the role of an elder brother. "Brother." Yu Qing stood frozen, his mind racing. The resemblance had already sparked a suspicion, but Lu Zixing's words shattered any self-deception he clung to. He took a step back, evading Lu Zixing's outstretched hand, and replied, his tone strained, "You are the son of Yu Hongyuan." Lu Zixing feigned ignorance to Yu Qing's expression, nodding affirmatively. "Yes, Xiao Qing, you may not know. But father has awakened his abilities now. He's quite formidable, that's so." Yu Qing murmured to himself, lost in thought. Given that this young man is Yu Hongyuan's son and appears even older than him, it suggests that his father had already strayed during his mother's pregnancy. How ironic. The weight of this revelation pressed heavily upon Yu Qing's chest, a burden that suffocated him. He stifled the urge to scream and cry. Determined to maintain his dignity in front of the crowd as a man, unwilling to subject himself to such humiliation, that moment, his strained expression starkly contrasted with Lu Zixing's benevolent smile, making it seem as if Lu Zixing was desperately trying to appease his younger brother. Yu Qing did in a display of petulance. Yu Qing elicited sympathy for Lu Zixing from those present, particularly from Hu Qi. Before the apocalypse, Hu Qi had collapsed by the roadside due to a sudden illness, and it was Lu Zixing who discovered him and called for an ambulance. After regaining consciousness, Hu Qi vowed to protect this pure-hearted young man at all costs. Following the apocalypse, he finally had the opportunity and means to express his feelings for Lu Zixing, yet this boy dared to treat his Zixing in such a manner, even if he were Zixing's brother. It was unacceptable. To better understand Lu Zixing, Hu Qi had conducted a private investigation and learned that Zixing had grown up in an orphanage, struggling against adversity, while this so-called brother of his had been born with a golden spoon, cherished and pampered. How unfair this was for Lu Zixing. Yet, Zixing remained kind-hearted, forgiving his parents for their actions, even bringing them to the base, and treating this brother with such kindness that Yu Qing noticed the increasingly hostile gaze from the man. He felt inexplicably bewildered. However, there had been no prior interaction. Gazing into Lu Zixing's eyes, Yu Qing calmly declared, "I have severed all ties with Yu Hongyuan. His affairs are not my concern. Furthermore, you are not my brother. My mother bore only one child." The final statement was particularly resolute, as if directly labeling Lu Zixing as a bastard child. Seemingly provoked, Lu Zixing staggered slightly. Hu Qi, quick to react, caught him and shot an angry, disdainful glance at Yu Qing before comforting the figure in his arms. "Zixing, this brat is ungrateful. Why bother with him?" Yet Lu Zixing insisted, "But Qi, he is my brother. My parents must miss him dearly." With a forced smile, a glimmer of hope shone in his eyes. His mother? Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't Yu Hongyuan always been infatuated with that woman, by accident? How could he now be with another woman? Embracing the person before him, Hu Qi frowned, feeling a mix of frustration and concern. "Zixing, can't you think of yourself for once? I would be pained too." Watching the young man's fa-ade of strength, Hu Qi's heart ached. Reluctant to let him endure such a state, he shot a fierce glare at Yu Qing that high-level abilities naturally suppressed those of lower tiers. Moreover, with Yu Qing still nursing injuries, the sudden pressure made his complexion pale. Yet he remained silent, that he would not bow to a bastard child. Witnessing this, Hu Qi's frustration grew, and he contemplated increasing the pressure. Meanwhile, Lu Zixing, who had just been referred to as a brother, seemed completely unfazed by the tension. Bowing his head in Hu Qi's embrace, that I in a place hidden from the crowd's eyes. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Lin Peng had already clenched his fists in anger. But his low-level abilities were equally suppressed. Han Ping shared his anxiety, for this was a person cherished by that esteemed individual. If he were harmed, how could he explain it? Remembering that esteemed individual's promise. He gritted his teeth, ready to step forward. But someone was swifter. Enough! Chen Mu's voice rang out, placing himself protectively in front of Yuqing, facing Hu Qi. Hu Qi, are you disregarding my teammates' well-being? Interrupted, Hu Qi felt displeased. He glared at Chen Mu, his expression unfriendly. What of it? Do you think you, a mere level 2 ability user, can challenge me? Hu Qi's eyes glinted with mockery as he scanned the members of the Qingtao team, causing cold sweat to bead on their brows. Not just you. Even your entire team combined is no match for me. The disparity between ability levels is beyond your comprehension. Under this oppressive atmosphere, Chen Mu did not retreat but slowly raised his hand. Today, I intend to see just how great the difference is between us. Then I shall also witness the offensive capabilities of water abilities. The clash of water and ice caused the surrounding withered leaves to fall in a flurry. It was evident that both individuals were exerting their utmost strength. Protected behind them, Yuqing felt a daze wash over him as he beheld the ice forming in Hu Qi's hands. Images of Bai Qiu's effortless use of abilities flashed in his mind, exuding an air of arrogance that dismissed everyone around him. Now, that was the true essence of ice abilities, Yuqing thought, pursing his lips. Chapter 62. Bai Qiu loses control. Young Master Bai. The registration at Tianyuan base has been completed. Upon the appearance of young Master Yu, we will notify you immediately. Fan Yuan anxiously opened the door to Bai Qiu's room, only to be met with a sight that caused his pupils to constrict. The surroundings seemed to have been ravaged, the room filled with an eerie black mist, forming a bizarre domain. All the furniture had vanished, reduced to dust and void, and the space itself appeared to be crumbling. At the center stood a hazy figure, emanating an extraordinarily chilling aura, gradually enveloped in a profound darkness. Reflected in this darkness was a grotesque outline wailing in despair. Shrouded in overwhelming black mist, in that instant, Bai Qiu's eyes turned a vivid crimson. If hearing the knock, Bai Qiu slowly turned his gaze, his expression one of extreme indifference. The sight sent shivers down Fan Yuan's spine. However, recalling his subservient position, Fan Yuan mustered his courage, straightened his neck, and bravely stepped inside. Why, young Master Bai? Are you all right? Fan Yuan stammered, nervously swallowing his saliva. Bai Qiu scrutinized Fan Yuan for a long moment, and only then did the chilling detachment begin to fade. I'm fine. Just practicing my abilities, what I mentioned earlier. Observing Fan Yuan's eager expression, Bai Qiu smirked. I understand. You may leave now. Once Fan Yuan exited, a haunting voice drifted from behind him. Fan Yuan, should I have not let him go? No matter where he is, with countless eyes watching, there are always aspects I cannot foresee. Bai Qiu's words felt more like a soliloquy than a query directed at Fan Yuan. Not hearing a response from Fan Yuan, Bai Qiu showed no signs of anger. Lost in thought, he did not refrain from seeking Yuqing. Rather, he had lost control at this moment. Bai Qiu touched the strange patterns that had appeared on his left hand. His expression inscrutable. As time gradually passed, the battle between Hu Qi and Chen Mu approached its conclusion. Hu Qi wore a dark expression. As a level 3 ability user, it was a disgrace that he had not been able to eliminate Chen Mu. Moreover, the extreme cold of the weather enhanced his abilities, yet he still could not overpower Chen Mu. This was undoubtedly humiliating. Chen Mu wore a smile, but only he knew the turmoil brewing within him, striving to suppress the tumultuous blood coursing through his veins. Engaging in a battle with a level 3 ability user was never easy, for the natural suppression due to ability levels was profound. Hu Qi's ice abilities had mutated from water, amplifying this suppression. Chen Mu exhaled a breath of frustration. If not for his constant honing of water abilities to dull the sharpness of ice, he might have been pierced through by now. Hu Qi, do you wish to continue? Chen Mu asked calmly. Humph. Hu Qi scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. It seems you are intent on protecting this brat. We shall see if you can indeed shield him. Let's go. Hu Qi moved towards Lu Zixing, carefully cradling him in his arms before leading the team away. Before departing, Lu Zixing turned to glance at Yuqing, a slight smile playing on his lips. I truly look forward to it, my dear brother. Once Wuqi's figure had completely vanished, Chenmu slightly bent forward, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Captain! Captain! Are you all right? The members of the Qingtao team were alarmed, rushing to his side in concern. Yuqing was also drawn in by Lin Prong, for this man had been injured for his sake. Unexpectedly, Chenmu straightened, locking eyes with Yuqing. Yuqing awkwardly turned his head away. Hearing Chenmu's voice, that I'm fine. I merely expelled some tainted blood, that I'm feeling much better now that Yuqing's worry lessened somewhat. However, at that moment, Chenmu unexpectedly inquired, with Wuqi's departure, he certainly won't let this go. Would you like to stay with us, Xiaoqing? Ability user teams were assigned an apartment, which explained Chenmu's question. Yuqing opened his mouth, caught off guard, unsure whether to refuse or accept. Just then, someone spoke up on his behalf, their tone dripping with sarcasm. Captain, why do you care about Yuqing? He lives in the Central District. Indeed, it must be said that Captain sustained his injury for Yuqing's sake. The members of the team began to voice their accusations against Yuqing. Treated in such a manner, Yuqing kept his head bowed in silence, his hands tightly clenched, refraining from retorting. Silence. Chenmu felt the pressure building within him, as if the suppressed anger was on the verge of erupting once more. You lot spend each day not contemplating how to enhance your abilities, but rather gossiping about others. With such fervor, why not direct it towards combating the zombies? Captain, I believe it would be best for me to remain where I am. Yuqing murmured softly, still keeping his gaze lowered. Chenmu nodded. If Yuqing truly resided in the Central District, he would not need to worry about his safety. Yet a question arose in his mind due to the words of the team members. How could someone of Yuqing's rank as a level 1 ability user reside in the Central District? After the Ice Demon Squad departed, Chenmu led his team back to the vehicles, retracing their steps to the base at Oh dear. Where has Kuming's body gone? Someone in the vehicle suddenly recalled that Kuming had perished at the entrance of the pharmacy. Yet nothing was there when they exited. Feeling puzzled, he poked his companion beside him. That I do not know. Perhaps it was devoured by the zombies, replied the poked individual, who was also an ordinary person. Muttering in return, the two spoke in hushed tones, thus no one else in the team overheard them. Chapter 63. No one wants me, young Master Bai. Young Master Yuqing has returned to the base. Fan Yuan exclaimed with excitement. He has returned. Bai Qiu sat on the balcony, shrouded in a veil of shadow, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Only the sudden clenching of his hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Is he injured? Bai Qiu inquired once more. Fan Yuan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Go to the mission hall and see if there are any high-level healing ability users available. Bai Qiu composed himself, speaking softly. Yes, young Master Bai. I shall go at once. Fan Yuan had barely returned when he was off again. Meanwhile, Yuqing stood before the villa. The grand door was wide open, as if anticipating his return. He pressed his lips together, adjusting his outer garments before stepping inside. To his surprise, he found the man in the living room. Bai Qiu lounged on the sofa, casually twirling a thin sheet of ice. A gentle smile gracing his lips. You have returned? Yuqing nodded silently, intending to ascend the stairs. Come here. Upon hearing this, Bai Qiu's expression darkened, his voice hoarse and devoid of jest. Yuqing kept his head lowered, biting his lower lip tightly. That I instructed you to come over. Do you not comprehend? Bai Qiu felt as though a fire ignited within him, his tone laced with anger. Yuqing stiffened momentarily, sensing a twinge of pain at his wound. He slowly approached, moving as sluggishly as a tortoise. When he was a mere foot away from Bai Qiu, the latter swiftly pulled him into his embrace. The movement inadvertently tugged at Yuqing's wound, causing him to let out a pained gasp. Bai Qiu softened his grip slightly, but proceeded to unfasten the boy's shirt without room for debate. Before his eyes lay a series of white bandages encircling Yuqing's chest and abdomen, with blood seeping through at the ribs. The boy's slender frame was ensconced in the bandages, and merely gazing at him filled Bai Qiu's heart with an uncontrollable fury. Does it hurt? Bai Qiu's fierce gaze gradually softened as his hand brushed against the blood-stained area. Not too much. The ability users in the team have treated me, and the bleeding has stopped, truly. Feeling the warmth of the man's touch, Yuqing experienced an inexplicable sensation that overshadowed his physical pain. Not painful. Bai Qiu's hand withdrew from the bandage, lifting Yuqing's chin, his fingertip almost roughly massaging the boy's lips. Why is it that you cannot utter sweet words? Would it not be nice to express a little affection? Is it so difficult to say that it hurts? Are you afraid I will feel pain for you? Bai Qiu chuckled, his gaze deep and enigmatic. Yuqing attempted to press his lips together, but instead brushed against Bai Qiu's fingertips. His body tensing involuntarily. Bai Qiu withdrew his hand, leaning closer, planting gentle kisses upon Yuqing's lips while whispering with a light-hearted chuckle, "Darling, I truly missed you. I missed you to the brink of madness. Alas, you let yourself get hurt. How shall I punish you for this?" Upon hearing the word punishment, Yuqing instinctively shrank back. Bai Qiu chose not to elaborate further, but meticulously examined Yuqing's entire body. Besides this, are there any other injuries? Yuqing felt uneasy, his pallid complexion gradually flushing. No, only this area is injured. What about these? Bai Qiu pointed to other shallow wounds scattered across his body, due to the significant injury beneath Yuqing's ribs. Everyone had unconsciously overlooked the numerous scrapes he bore elsewhere. The boy's fair chest was marred with multiple cuts. Though not deep, their stark contrast in color rendered them somewhat alarming. These are nothing. Nothing? I did not send you out there for you to get hurt. Bai Qiu's frustration was a mix of exasperation towards the boy's obliviousness and concern for his well-being, prompting a bemused laugh. Suddenly, he felt a weight against him and looked down to find Yuqing embracing his waist, burying himself in Bai Qiu's arms without regard for his wounds. Bai Qiu instinctively tightened his hold on the boy. Refraining from harsh words, "Be careful. You are injured." Treated in such a way, the grievances Yuqing had harbored exploded forth. The team's rejection, the suffocating atmosphere within the plants, and the identity of Lu Ziming felt like an overwhelming net constricting around him, leaving the boy gasping for breath. The facade of stubbornness crumbled under a single blow. "It hurts so much, truly." The boy's voice was muffled, tinged with an unmistakable moisture. Bai Qiu chuckled softly, lifting Yuqing's chin. "Did you not just tell me it did not hurt?" Not only did it not hurt, but he had not even thought to inform Bai Qiu that he pulled Yuqing away from his embrace, and from the previous motion, blood began to seep through the bandages. Witnessing this, Bai Qiu's subsequent actions became exceedingly gentle. He turned Yuqing onto his side, positioning the uninjured side down and placing several soft pillows beneath his waist. One could say that Bai Qiu had never tended to anyone in such a manner. Yuqing grasped Bai Qiu's hand, passively allowing him to proceed. The boy's head rested on the man's knee, his eyes gradually dimming with a blush. "No one wants me," Yuqing murmured, tilting his head slightly to gaze at Bai Qiu. His voice laced with a sense of injustice. "Nonsense. How could that be true?" Bai Qiu gently tapped the boy's forehead with one hand. "You have not grown any taller." The boy lowered his head, pouting slightly. Bai Qiu could not help but provoke a smile, reassuringly patting his hand. "Not at all. Qingqing is still growing. Just eat a bit more, and you will grow taller. The joys of youth come easily." And upon hearing this, Yuqing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Bai Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile. This little one, once happy, seemed to forget his pain, his hands absent-mindedly intertwined with the bandages on Yuqing's body, each caress causing the boy to involuntarily tremble. Bai Qiu furrowed his brow as he slowly unwound the bandages. His long fingers moved with precision, like the finest of tools. Once revealed, the ghastly wound lay exposed to the air. The bandage's coarse texture had adhered to the raw flesh, and as it was torn away, the injury appeared a ghastly mess that it was hard to fathom what his young boy must have felt when the wound was inflicted. Bai Qiu sighed softly, placing a few round pieces of ice upon the wound. The chilling sensation prompted Yuqing to let out a muffled sound, his body trembling lightly, yearning to break free. Bai Qiu was quick to press him down, preventing any movement. "Darling, do not move." The sight of the boy softened Bai Qiu's heart, a tenderness crossing his face that he was unaware of. He leaned down, gently stroking Yuqing's back, whispering, "Be good. It will not hurt much longer." Perhaps Bai Qiu's voice was too soft, or perhaps the day's events had taken their toll. Amidst the pain, a profound weariness began to envelop Yuqing from within. His eyelids grew heavy, and he could no longer withstand it. Succumbing to a deep slumber, Bai Qiu lingered, caressing the contours of Yuqing's face, pinching the remnants of his youthful roundness. "You truly resemble a soft little bun." He swept aside the stray hairs from the boy's forehead, revealing his smooth, fair skin. After placing a feather-like kiss upon Yuqing's brow, Bai Qiu turned to retrieve a soft, thin blanket, gently draping it over the sleeping boy. Chapter 64. the little fairy nibbling on biscuits, young master Bai. I found a healing ability user. Fan Yuan burst in, his voice echoing through the space, only to fall silent upon noticing the figure resting on Bai Chio's knee. Bai Chio raised his gaze, casting a cold glance in his direction. Behind Fan Yuan stood a female ability user, seemingly in her 20s, with her hair tied in a ponytail and a lively glint in her eyes. She was wrapped in a light-colored coat and donned a pair of black boots, exuding an air of refinement reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic world. Young Master Bai, this is Pan Zixuan, a healing ability user. Though only at level 2, listening to this, Pan Zixuan, who stood behind Fan Yuan, couldn't help but scoff silently. What does it mean to have only 2 ranks? In this base, there is no one with a higher level of ability than her. Well, come here. Bai Chio nodded and instructed. The coldness in his tone made Pan Zixuan's bravado vanish in an instant. She approached awkwardly, her expression filled with trepidation. This task was merely a coincidence for her. Today, Pan Zixuan was wandering around the task hall, as usual, hoping to join a team undertaking a mission to earn some extra rewards. Unexpectedly, she chanced upon Fan Yuan entering and issuing a remarkably lucrative task that was perfectly tailored to her. Pan Zixuan recognized Fan Yuan. Just a few days ago, this little fairy had bent over backwards for a bag of rice flour and participated in the recruitment of Bai Shi's team. Fan Yuan was the one responsible throughout the process, being the first under that legendary individual. She appeared exquisitely delicate, which was due to her reluctance to indulge in food or clothing, spending all her money on outfits and cosmetics. As an exquisite yet impoverished little fairy, she could only nibble on the base's meager rations or temporarily join small teams for a meal, a TOB addressed respectfully as young master by the grand overseer of Bai Shi's team meant that she was indeed in the presence of a significant figure. Just the thought of this possibility sent a shiver down Pan Zixuan's spine, and soon she found herself filled with excitement, her gaze toward Bai Chio burning with fervor. As Pan Zixuan drew closer, she finally noticed someone resting on the grand overseer's lap. The contact with such a prominent figure made her heart race. How long until he recovers? Bai Chio spoke with a slight tightening of his lips. His words direct, at the same time. He cast an inscrutable glance at the woman who had been smiling foolishly since entering, which struck him as rather odd. This, Bai Chio narrowed his eyes. Pan Zixuan, the little fairy, felt a sudden tension in her heart as she keenly sensed a hint of murderous intent in the Grand Overseer's gaze. Grand Overseer. Grand Overseer. I'll treat him right away. It'll all be all right, Pan Zixuan exclaimed loudly, only to realize afterward that she had completely lost her composure, resulting in an awkward smile. Alas, no one paid her any mind. Bai Chio was wholly absorbed in the youth in his embrace. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan silently scolded her several hundred times in his mind, wondering where this little sprite had sprung from. Fan Yuan, look at my newly learned electric shock, little sprite. Pan Zixuan quietly shifted to the side of the sofa. Under Bai Chio's scrutinizing gaze akin to that of observing a corpse, she lifted the blanket from Yu Qing. This wound must have been treated, right? Thankfully, it was addressed early, otherwise it could have become quite troublesome. At that moment, Pan Zixuan genuinely felt a sense of purpose. Perhaps, as a healing-type ability user, she had become accustomed to various injuries. While speaking, she placed her hand over the wound on the youth's ribcage. Now was the time to focus on saving a life, or rather, treating an injury. If she didn't prove her worth soon, she genuinely feared being extinguished by the Grand Overseer on a whim. A halo of white light gradually enveloped the area. Bai Chio's heavy gaze remained fixed on her, his fingertips rhythmically tapping on his thigh. Stealing glances, Pan Zixuan felt as though each tap resonated within her heart, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, the light surged dramatically. Under the continuous healing, Yu Qing's complexion gradually regained its color. His pale lips began to show a hint of flush in contrast. Pan Zixuan's face turned pale, as if she had overexerted her abilities. Being a healing-type ability user had its pros and cons. The advantage was that she hardly needed to engage in combat with zombies, as she could remain safe while quietly healing others, occasionally earning a favor in return. However, the downside was that healing others equated to continually expending her own abilities, essentially supplying her power to someone else. While she would eventually recover, excessive energy output could lead to overwhelming burdens. Yet some individuals were simply impossible to refuse. Unlike others, Bai Qiu had never pressured her. It was relatively easy to find several healing-type ability users in this space. There was no need to exploit just one, but nevertheless. Even under these circumstances, Pan Zixuan persisted in channeling her abilities, desperately mending Yu Qing's injuries. Deep down, she sensed that this was her opportunity, that if she seized it, it could lead her down a path to greatness, with a bright future within her grasp. That if there were a user with X-ray abilities present, they would see that while the surface of Yu Qing's wound remained grotesque, the muscle fibers within were continuously writhing and regenerating. Pan Zixuan had exhausted the last vestiges of her powers, collapsing onto the ground. She had fantasized about someone coming to her aid, but unexpectedly, the only two people present regarded her with indifference. With this thought, Pan Zixuan cast a resentful glance at Fan Yuan, sending a chill down his spine. Fan Yuan, the promised rewards plus double. Bai Qiu noticed the youth's furrowed brow gradually relaxing, and a hint of a smile finally flitted across his eyes. Although he was unaware of the price Fan Yuan had set in the task hall, it was merely external possessions. Double. Pan Zixuan's eyes turned into symbols of contribution points, as she began to envision purchasing her favorite shop in the street outright. How wonderful it would be to lie amidst heaps of clothing. Grand Overseer, to be candid, I have always admired the strong, especially teams like Bai Qiu that are willing to help each other and unite as one. As a healing-type ability user, I especially hope to continuously burn my light and warmth within such a team. I wonder if the Grand Overseer could grant me the opportunity to join your esteemed team. Pan Zixuan struggled to articulate, pulling herself away from her dreamy visions of clothing piles. Willingness to assist. Mutual aid. United as one. Bai Qiu regarded her with a playful glint in his eyes, making her heart flutter with apprehension, before he slowly replied, "Since you possess such aspirations, I shall naturally grant them." Fan Yuan, retrieve everything back. Retrieve, back. My pile of clothes, my shop. Pan Zixuan felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow engulf her heart, nearly bringing her to tears. In her envious, desperate gaze, Fan Yuan leisurely picked up a sign and began to retract it. It was as if he were relishing the moment, deliberately twirling it in front of her before taking it back. Oh no, my abundant contribution points. They're all gone, all gone. However, soon, the little fairy found herself filled with excitement once more. Chapter 65. Fan Yuan's Bone Soup. Take it. 2 vials of potions were placed on the coffee table by Bai Qiu, one black and one orange. Pan Zixuan swallowed hard, her legs trembling. Am I really going to be poisoned like this as a blossoming young lady? She envisioned a grim scenario of blood streaming from her orifices. Fan Yuan looked at her with disdain and jealousy. What are you thinking? The potion enhances your abilities. Drink it quickly. Enhance abilities. Pan Zixuan's eyes lit up, resembling a protective cub, as she swiftly gathered the 2 glass vials from the table into her embrace. Pulling off the caps, she opened her mouth wide and gulped it down without a hint of elegance. One vial was for enhancing abilities. What about the other? Pan Zixuan didn't ask anything. Isn't it better to leave a good impression on the Grand Overseer? Why must she tempt fate? Bai Qiu appreciated such astute individuals. After finishing the potions, Pan Zixuan gazed at Bai Qiu with sparkling eyes. Fan Yuan, take her to Bai Qiu. All that could be seen was the bandages enveloping her entire body. Yu Qing poked at the bandages on himself. With a poke, it sank in. How many layers had he been wrapped in? You're awake. This is the bone soup that Fan Yuan prepared for you. Just then, Bai Qiu pushed the door open, holding a bowl of soup with one hand, his expression remarkably gentle. Yu Qing responded casually, his gaze drifting as he avoided looking at Bai Qiu. I'll just leave this here. You can drink it yourself once it cools down. Bai Qiu slowly approached, bending down to place the bowl on the bedside table. Sigh, then I shall take my leave. I had news about the Chu couple. But since Qingqing is unwilling to listen, I shall depart. Bai Qiu feigned a sigh. Though he claimed he would leave, his feet remained planted that he knew Yu Qing couldn't resist. Uncle! Aunt, sure enough upon hearing this. Yu Qing's eyes brightened, eagerly looking at Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu chuckled softly, remaining silent, to why Yu Qing grew anxious, sitting up from the bed. Uncle, where are aunt and cousin? Yu Qing was frantic. These were the only relatives who had cared for him after his mother's death. Qingqing, do you understand what it means to reap without sowing? Do you expect to gain everything without giving anything in return? Bai Qiu's face bore a teasing expression to Yu Qing. he silently turned his head away. His gaze fixated on the bed, unwilling to behold the presence of this man any longer. Bai Qiu, however, was not one to easily relent. He bent down close to Yu Qing, reaching out to turn Yu Qing's head back. A flicker of amusement danced in Bai Qiu's eyes. The injuries had nearly healed under Pan Zixin's care, leaving at most a few faint marks. Well, our Qing has been injured. He needs to recuperate properly. Bai Qiu brushed aside Yu Qing's hair and picked up the bowl of bone broth that was set aside. After a short while, the steam had dissipated somewhat. His fair and slender hand scooped a spoonful of the broth, leaving one to ponder which was whiter, the hand or the porcelain bowl. Bai Qiu paused, scrutinizing the color of the broth in the spoon. Why was it brown? Recently, Fan Yuan had been experimenting with recipes. Perhaps he had added something else. With this thought, Bai Qiu dismissed any concern regarding the broth's hue. Open your mouth. Bai Qiu called to the distracted youth. The Yu Qing instinctively parted his lips, and a spoonful of broth was brought to his mouth. The brown liquid cascading slowly down the spoon. Cough, cough, cough. That Yu Qing reacted as though he had ingested something utterly astonishing, his eyes widening as he forcefully swatted the hand in front of him. Feeling this peculiar liquid flow in his mouth, Yu Qing's expression turned ghastly, his brows furrowing deeply. What's wrong? Bai Qiu observed the spoon in his hand, still half filled with broth, his gaze questioning Yu Qing. Yu Qing shook his head vigorously, his hands clawing at the edge of the bed, nearly retching. Bai Qiu's confusion deepened. After a moment's contemplation, he raised the spoon, intending to take a sip himself. Bai Sao? Fan Yuan suddenly burst into the room, shouting as he swatted the ceramic spoon from Bai Qiu's hand. Clatter! The porcelain shattered on the floor, the sound piercing and sharp, glancing at the fragments scattered on the ground. Bai Qiu narrowed his eyes, his gaze heavy on Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, why can't I drink this broth? Fan Yuan grinned obsequiously, rubbing his hands together. Well, Bai Xiao, I thought that since young Master Yu has sustained such severe injuries, a regular bone broth would be too bland, so I added a little something to invigorate the blood and energy. It's not suitable for you, Bai Xiao. What invigorating blood? Bai Qiu, intrigued by Fan Yuan's words, smirked and inquired. Brown sugar. It seemed that Fan Yuan felt his explanation lacked conviction. He puffed out his chest, speaking earnestly. Bai Xiao, brown sugar not only promotes blood circulation but also, given that young Master Yu is rather thin, it can nourish the spleen and stomach, allowing him to regain strength. Too thin, Bai Qiu pondered. Indeed, Yu Qing was excessively slender. Fan Yuan, buoyed by his own rhetoric, noticed Bai Qiu's expression softening and pressed on. Bai Xiao, even if you don't think of yourself, you must consider young Master Yu. Look at those pale lips, those frail arms. This brown sugar concoction was specially prepared by me, using a scientific ratio. Rest assured, there won't be any issues, Fan Yuan. It's just a tad unpalatable. Chapter 66. I will take you there. Yu Qing was bewildered. He unconsciously touched his own mouth and pinched his arm. Feeling utterly unable to refute, Fan Yuan, could you please help me downstairs to fetch a spoon? Bai Qiu was finally swayed by Fan Yuan's persuasion. While the bone broth was sweet, if it was as Fan Yuan described, it might not be so bad after all. All right, Fan Yuan exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he dashed downstairs. That it was unclear whether he sprinted with the speed of a 100-meter dash, but he promptly returned with a brand new spoon. Handing it to Bai Qiu. Here you go, drink up, it's not bitter. Bai Qiu's face seemed to brighten with warmth as he offered another spoonful to Yu Qing's lips. Yu Qing, still dazed, was about to open his mouth when he suddenly realized and clamped it shut tightly. It's unpleasant. I want tea drink. Young Master Yu, although it may taste unpleasant, it's beneficial for your health, and I even added your favorite sugar, Fan Yuan urged solemnly, his demeanor earnest. Putting sugar in meat broth? How could he even think of that? Yu Qing glared at Fan Yuan with wide eyes, then covered his ears with his hands, pretending he could hear nothing. Fan Yuan could only look helplessly at Bai Qiu, his gaze akin to that of a child refusing to take medicine. Bai Xiao, I'll head out now. You must ensure young Master Yu drinks this bowl, that he hasn't eaten much, and his spleen and stomach are quite weak. I've simmered this bone broth for a long time. It will greatly benefit his health. And you may go, Bai Qiu replied leisurely, stirring the broth with a spoon while making a promise that he had intended to inform Yu Qing. But at this moment, to coax him into drinking the broth, he could only use this as an excuse. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Yu Qing acquiesced. He opened his mouth with a sense of resignation, forcing himself to forget it was a bowl of bone broth. Perhaps imagining it as sweet soup would make it taste much better. Yu Qing contemplated snatching the bowl and downing it in one go. Yet Bai Qiu stopped him. Bai Qiu relished this intimate act of feeding him spoonful by spoonful, feeling a closeness that was palpable. Ultimately, Yu Qing lay on the bed, utterly drained, his body limp, feeling worse than death. Bai Qiu chuckled softly, taking a clean towel to gently wipe the sweat from his forehead, offering comfort. Although Fan Yuan had ulterior motives, he spoke the truth. Drinking more was indeed beneficial for his health. Then why don't you drink? Yu Qing murmured softly, the sweetness lingering on his tongue. The rich flavor of the bones, the sweetness of the brown sugar, and the gentle warmth melded together, creating an indescribably delightful experience. Observing the youth's despondent demeanor, Bai Qiu smiled lightly. What's this? Are you not curious about your uncle and aunt? The melancholy youth sprang up from the bed, vibrant and full of energy. Disregarding the white bandages wrapped around him, Yu Qing wrapped his arms around Bai Qiu's waist, looking up at him with sparkling eyes that seemed to scream, "Please, tell me quickly, little rascal." Bai Qiu was most susceptible to the way the youth gazed at him. As though he were everything to him, he encircled Yu Qing's back, whispering reassuringly, "They are currently at Longya Base, located inland. That cousin of yours is quite impressive. He has awakened wind-based abilities and is now ranked higher than you. Having organized a small team of enhanced individuals for the Chu couple, they are doing well at the base. Your cousin is a man of considerable capability, so you need not worry about your uncle and aunt's well-being." Bai Qiu recounted what Fan Yuan had discovered to Yu Qing, that I knew my cousin was alive. After hearing this, Yu Qing's smile was so radiant it nearly blinded Bai Qiu. "I want to go find my cousin and the others." The youth murmured unconsciously. Bai Qiu tightened his grip around Yu Qing, looking earnestly into his eyes. "Sweetheart, if you wish to go, I will take you there. But do not let me catch wind of you sneaking away. The outside world is perilous, do you understand?" Yu Qing realized he had misspoken, having comprehended the extent of the man's possessiveness over these past few days. However, he anticipated that Bai Qiu would not be angered, but instead express a willingness to accompany him in search of his family. The corners of Yu Qing's mouth involuntarily lifted. How wonderful it was. Bai Qiu leafed through a small booklet in his hand. Ever since Pan Zixian had leveled up her abilities, Fan Yuan had cast her into the training squad of the Bai clan, where she undertook missions alongside Shang Yuanxi, Zhang Hu, and other newly recruited members. Pan Zixian had thus begun living the happy life she had always desired. The squad was temporarily led by Shang Yuanxi. Although Bai Qiu was indifferent, Fan Yuan believed that this person was still too mild. Only through bloodshed could he truly grow. Bai Qiu's eyes suddenly fell upon a name in the booklet, appearing only once, as if the recorder had jotted it down casually. Kuming. His gaze sharpened, a light chuckle escaping him. K.E. Ming. Is it? How intriguing. Bai Qiu merely paused slightly before flipping to the next page. Yu Qing. Huiqi. Qinmu. Huiqi, damn it, how could he die? Should he suppress him with his abilities? Little Qing. Bai Qiu's palm tightened slightly, the bizarre patterns on his left hand re-emerging, the entire space seeming to be grasped within his hand. Ready to be crushed, similar in appearance to Little Qing, Lu Zisheng. Lu Zisheng, Yu Hongyuan, and Bai Xian are not dead. Yu Hongyuan has even awakened his abilities. Bai Qiu gazed out the window, his sight penetrating layers upon layers, reaching into the depths of the unknown. Each event and occurrence had transformed since his previous life, that past existence. Yu Hongyuan and Bai Xian had succumbed to the fate of zombies as the apocalypse unfolded. To his astonishment, they had now found safety at the Tianyuan base that a steel pen materialized in Bai Qiu's hand, crimson ink swirling around the name of Lu Zixing, a variable. Bai Xian, though not his biological mother. Her nurturing had stemmed from self-interest. Nonetheless, she had cared for him for over a decade, and even his surname was derived from hers that if he complied, he would be well taken care of, with 3 meals a day provided. Yu Hongyuan. Bai Qiu's fingers gently caressed the sofa, the soft texture evoking memories of his little Qing, who was the epitome of softness. Whenever someone showed him a modicum of kindness, he would readily offer his most cherished possessions. Yu Hongyuan had always been indifferent towards Yu Qing, and now with Lu Zixing as his son, it did not hinder his inclination to exploit Yu Qing. Bai Qiu tapped Yu Hongyuan's name. A languid demeanor tinged with coldness. Chapter 67. Guessed it? A foolish dog lay at Baichio's feet, barking oddly. Perhaps due to its short legs and round body, it appeared no different lying down than standing. Nearly reaching Baichio's knees, Baichio rubbed his forehead and gently kicked it. Little fatty, dogs do not bark like that. A wolf meow truly foolish. After a few days at home, Yuqing could no longer endure it and stealthily removed his bandages. Regardless of the shock on his face upon seeing his unscathed skin, it was evident that he was ready to embark on his task-filled life once more. Last night, Fan Yuan had inexplicably gone out and slept like a log. So Yuqing took it upon himself to prepare breakfast. For reasons he could not articulate, he made 2 servings. Baichio glanced at the oddly shaped fried egg before raising an eyebrow. He flipped it over with a fork, revealing a completely charred underside. Baichio chuckled, envisioning the young man floundering in the kitchen, ultimately believing himself clever as he slyly placed the relatively decent side facing up. Akin to a mischievous little fox, Baichio elegantly finished the tragically presented breakfast, each bite taken with utmost grace. Young Master Bai, I'll go make breakfast now. A bleary-eyed Fan Yuan descended in a green dinosaur pajama set. Only realizing his faux pas upon seeing Baichio seated at the dining table, no need. Baichio intended to observe Fan Yuan speaking, but his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of that garish green. It was the outfit Fan Yuan had purchased during his grand shopping spree, which he claimed to be most satisfied with. Averting his gaze to spare his eyes from the assault, Baichio simply closed them to rest. How can this be? Young Master Bai, you must eat breakfast. Just wait a moment. I'll make it right away. Fan Yuan, adjusting his green sleeves, prepared to dash into the kitchen. That I've already eaten. That statement effectively halted Fan Yuan in his tracks. Only then did he notice the plate on the table. Shang Yuanqi, you've usurped my grandfather Fan Yuan's mission again. Fan Yuan's heart brimmed with indignation. At this rate, he was destined for the cold palace. Baichio's tone was indifferent. Fan Yuan, you should watch fewer melodramas. Just by observing Fan Yuan's gaudy dinosaur pajamas and his colorful face, Baichio could tell that he had conjured up some outlandish notions. As you command, young Master Bai. Fan Yuan tugged at his tail and bowed to Baichio, already deep in a palace intrigue mindset. Baichio could hardly bear to look. Fan Yuan had a knack for rendering one speechless. Go have breakfast. We will head out together shortly. What? Out? On such a cold day. Going out sounds splendid. Young Master Bai, you cannot fathom how stifled I felt at home. I was just longing to get some fresh air. Initially reluctant, Fan Yuan found the thought of facing the frigid outdoors daunting, fearing the cold wind might mar his delicate complexion. However, under Baichio's half-smiling, half-mocking gaze, Fan Yuan quickly altered his stance, nodding vigorously. Going out is indeed preferable. Baichio let out a soft hum. Fan Yuan, seizing the moment, inquired, Young Master Bai, what shall we do when we go out? Where are we headed? Baichio smiled. Today, little Qing has a task. Enough said. Fan Yuan grasped the implication. Rubbing his slightly protruding belly, he sighed and reluctantly retrieved a bag of whole grain toast and a bottle of skim milk from the kitchen. Tasteless, utterly tasteless. Fan Yuan muttered as he nibbled, that I'm done eating, young Master Bai. Let us hurry. Baichio hesitated, staring at Fan Yuan. Just when one assumed this was all there was to Fan Yuan, he managed to surprise once more. Fan Yuan, do you truly wish to saunter about in that outfit? Ultimately, under Baichio's increasingly threatening gaze, Fan Yuan had no choice but to acquiesce. Ahem, young Master Bai, you see, I completely forgot I was wearing this adorable pajama set. Just give me a minute. I'll run upstairs to change. Ignoring Fan Yuan's reluctant expression, there was a sliver of credibility. Let us go. Fan Yuan emerged from the garage with the scared as winter had set in. Shang Yuanqi had prepared in advance, meticulously placing cashmere blankets over each seat. The vehicle glided slowly out of the villa. Hey, isn't that young master you? No, wait. Fan Yuan suddenly exclaimed, pointing at 2 figures nestled together by the roadside. Baichio furrowed his brow and rolled down the window for a better look. Lu Zixing, and beside him. What a coincidence. Recalling the details pinned in the pamphlet, Baichio's gaze deepened, a subtle smile playing on his lips. As if his mouth had formed a line of blood, wild and unrestrained. Zixing, why do you still refuse? Isn't it better to live with me? Though Ho Chi frowned, his tone remained gentle as a level 3 ability user. He could easily command a villa in the central district in addition to the apartment allocated to his team. Chi, in this apocalypse, I wish to rely on no one, that I am not with you for your strength. I do not wish to be your subordinate. You understand? Lu Zixing gently shook his head, that Ho Chi clearly observed the determination in the young man's eyes. Alas, that Ho Chi grasped Lu Zixing's hand. He had forgotten what kind of person Zixing truly was. Zixing had carved out a niche for himself in the entertainment industry. Such a strong-willed, resilient individual could hardly be expected to depend entirely on others. Yet, with the world so fraught with danger, how could he bear to let Zixing remain out there? Ho Chi silently resolved that if Zixing truly refused, he would need to dispatch more subordinates to keep watch. Anyone who dared to cast a lingering glance at Zixing would be met with Ho Chi's fierce intent. They would be rendered incapacitated, or worse, eliminated. Chi, have you forgotten that I am also a level 2 ability user? Lu Zixing, slightly pale due to his innate deficiencies, suddenly broke into a radiant smile. Bright and proud, that Ho Chi found himself entranced, his gaze filled with infatuation, his mouth dry and his hands restless. Zixing. What he failed to notice was that at his actions, Lu Zixing's expression darkened for a fleeting moment. In an instant, it disappeared, replaced by his usual gentle, fragile facade, allowing events to unfold as they may. Bai Qiu observed all with keen clarity, intrigue sparking within him. It seemed that the pamphlet's contents had not been mistaken. Lu Zixing was indeed extraordinary, that as the intensity escalated. Ho Chi and Lu Zixing collapsed to the ground, with the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed, an indescribable scene. Young Master Bai. What a thrill, if it weren't for the fact that I prefer men. Women, I want to try it myself. Wild combat, battle in the snow. I isn't it too cold, listening to the muffled groans around him. Fan Yuan's excitement was palpable, tinged with a peculiar thrill, reminiscent of a seasoned libertine. Bai Qiu shot him a sidelong glance from the car, that a painful sight. What is so fascinating, especially with a face so reminiscent of little Qing. Fan Yuan ran into them. Chapter 68. Ice Mage, useless. What good? Though he knew not why, this undoubtedly ignited Fan Yuan's excitement. Young Master Bai was always right. There was a reason behind every action. He must unconditionally obey any request from young Master Bai. He would never be the one to sabotage this pair of wild lovebirds. Fan Yuan cackled maniacally in his heart, pressing the accelerator and charging forward. Blasted, a fierce gust of wind swept past from behind. After multiple encounters with zombies, Ho Chi's body instinctively tensed. Lu Zixing looked up, puzzled, casting a glance his way. Ho Chi's reflexes were quick, and he hurriedly reached out, pulling Lu Zixing into his embrace and rolling swiftly to the side. Damn it, kid, do you not see there are people here? As soon as Ho Chi realized the situation, he promptly removed his coat to cover Lu Zixing's body, ensuring it was thoroughly concealed. His expression was one of utter displeasure, with mud and melted snow clinging to his face. After brushing off the dust and standing up, he carefully helped Lu Zixing to his feet, angrily rebuking him. Although Ho Chi had noticed the car's unusual nature within the base, aside from the legendary figure, only third-level ability users remained, but he did not believe in the likelihood of such a coincidence. Thus, he assumed the other ability users were also of the same tier, of which he felt no inferiority. How dare they collide with him, especially at such a moment? Did you hear that? Get out of the car. When he saw no reaction from the occupants, Ho Chi's anger intensified. And he unleashed his powers. Countless ice spikes materialized out of thin air, glinting with a sharp radiance as they shot toward their target at this sight. Bai Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly, a fierce glint flashing within. The composed Fan Yuan let out a cold snort. Get out of the car. Who do you think you are to command me? Your grandfather? Before the ice spikes could draw near, each one emitted a flicker of lightning, exploding as they descended. Ho Chi's countenance darkened considerably. His abilities had been so easily neutralized. Who was this sharp-featured man? Regardless of his identity, Ho Chi was determined not to let this humiliation go unpunished. Especially for Bai Qiu addressed Fan Yuan, fully aware of the mission assigned to the Qingtao team today, the rescue of survivors trapped in a farmstead. Aside from the original staff, the remaining individuals were merely tourists who had found themselves ensnared by the apocalypse. Fortunately, the farm had its own vegetable greenhouses and raised some livestock, enabling them to survive thus far. Reports indicated that these stranded individuals had managed to send a message to the base through a passing ability user. The vehicle of the Qingtao team halted before the farm. Chenmu observed two towering trees at the entrance, their gnarled roots evoking an unsettling sensation, adorned with a few red lanterns. The branches were dusted with flecks of white fluff. Following the previous incident with the flytrap, the team had developed a sense of wariness towards plants, particularly those of a gigantic nature. Chunmu consoled them, remarking that these were either mutated trees or simply two ordinary old ones, which somewhat alleviated the team's anxiety. One of the old trees bore a string of red lanterns that hung down with white fabric strips. Inscribed with four prominent characters, Yuhu Farm. The name suggested the presence of a lake, though it remained uncertain whether it had frozen in the current chill. Deep in thought, Chenmu led the team into the farm. Bai Xiao, we have arrived, they announced. Shortly after their entry, Bai Qiu and Fan Yuan also reached the farm's entrance. As winter descended, the farm exhibited a desolate ambience, each step sinking into the snow that on either side of the entrance lay the picking zones. One was open air, where the harsh cold had long left the plants coated in a thick layer of frost, stunting the growth of seedlings that perished in the freeze. The other was sheltered beneath expansive greenhouses. These structures allowed light to filter through, enabling Yu Qing to easily observe the bountiful array of fresh vegetables and fruits within. Despite many having gone unharvested and begun to rot, a considerable number remained vibrant and succulent. Thankfully, this picking area was independently powered, ensuring the abundance of produce. Chenmu smiled with satisfaction. The meat of mutated beasts was also consumable, leading the base to lower the procurement prices for meat. Consequently, such fresh vegetables and fruits were increasingly precious, naturally commanding high prices. The base had cultivated several plots of land, tended by wood-type ability users. Yet the total yield barely sufficed to meet the demands of the higher-ups. Given the large population of the base, resulting in a scarcity of supply, in the black market of the base, even a single cabbage had reached exorbitant prices. Harvesting these fruits and vegetables would mean surrendering half to the base, while the remaining portion would not only satisfy cravings, but also represent a significant fortune. Chenmu felt a surge of contentment. Xiao Wu, take a few people and select a spacious area. Gather all of these for me, he instructed, entrusting this task to his most trusted individual. Understood, Captain, Xiao Wu nodded, turning to gather a few members as they ventured into the picking zone. Watching Xiao Wu's figure gradually fade from sight, Chenmu turned back, saying, "Let us proceed." Along the way, they encountered a few zombies, clearly having wandered in from outside, posing no threat to the Qingtao team, who dispatched them effortlessly with minimal effort. "Where are the survivors? Are we expected to search for them ourselves?" Chenmu remarked. The farm was quite expansive, with two sizable picking zones. They hoped to find some edible livestock, perhaps indulging in a hearty meal. "When Wu Gu returns, we might even treat ourselves to a feast of chicken stew with cabbage," one ability user exclaimed, salivating at the thought. "What are we waiting for? Let us find out where the poultry is raised in this farm." The enthusiasm spread among the group, their appetites piqued. Suddenly, someone interjected with skepticism. "Chicken? After all these months, do you really believe there are still any livestock left? I doubt there is even a living creature to eat here." Though his words were harsh, they bore a ring of truth. However, as the speaker was the second-level ability user Yu Yang, the others who had been stirred by hunger remained silent, that moment. Chenmu spoke gravely. According to the base's intelligence, the survivors are likely trapped in the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, many ability users perked up with excitement. The cafeteria, a place for meal preparation, surely contained frozen supplies of various ingredients. "Even if we cannot eat live chickens, surely we can consume the dead ones." Yu Qing shook her head from behind. "Even if they have been in the cafeteria for months, the food must have long run out. I wonder what they are so excited about." Chapter 70. Numbness, humanity inside the cafeteria. The atmosphere was far from tranquil. A jovial man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, lounged carelessly at a table, laughter spilling forth. Surrounding him were several men sprawled in disarray, their demeanor suggesting they were not to be trifled with. All being ability users, a few women giggled. Reclining against them, in a secluded corner stood several men, heads bowed in silence alongside older men and women. Those who were merely ordinary people, in the furthest corner, A few beautiful women huddled together, their appearances starkly contrasting. They were ragged and expressionless. "Boss, when are we getting out of here?" One inquired anxiously. "What is your hurry?" The man shot him a glance. The question caused the burly figure, Emoda, to flinch slightly. "Boss, we're running out of food here. How could we be out?" "Go eat." The man gestured towards a group of women with a knowing look, leaving it ambiguous whether he spoke in jest or truth. Emoda stood dumbfounded, shaking his head vigorously. No, boss, I was just joking." Seeing his cowardice, the man scoffed that we're staying here, waiting for those fools from Tianyuan base to send someone. Isn't it nice here? Not only is it safe, but there are also people for entertainment. The term entertainment sent a shiver of fear through the eyes of many women in the corner, causing them to shrink further inward. That moment, from behind the man, a middle-aged man reclining suddenly bellowed, pointing at one of the women. "Hey, you come over here and serve me." The short, stout man, with a seemingly kind face yet muscular arms, spoke with a troubling directness that a frail girl's eyes glimmered with humiliation as she gritted her teeth. Reluctantly rising to her feet, propelled by the nudges of other women, as she approached the middle-aged man, it felt as if she were traversing a long and arduous path. "Serve me well, and I'll reward you with something to eat." The man leered, extending his rough hand to grasp the girl's wrist, squeezing it without restraint. The onlookers had grown desensitized to such sights. Only a young man among the ordinary folk felt a pang of anguish. Instinctively clenching his fists, though a flicker of terror crossed his face, and his hands fell limply to his sides. The girl's gaze shifted toward him, filled with hope, only to be swiftly replaced by despair as she turned away. Her expression vacant as tears streamed down her cheeks, eyes closing in resignation that in recent days she had endured countless such humiliations. Her beauty, once striking, only intensified her sorrowful visage, igniting the desires of those around her. Yet, in this place, she was merely one woman, unworthy of contention. The man in charge chuckled, discarding his cigarette onto the ground and grinding it underfoot. Extinguishing its embers, he approached the middle-aged man, patting his shoulder with a smirk. "Kai-Fei, I didn't realize you were so skilled. How is the taste of your little lady?" Kai-Fei ceased his torment of the girl and nodded eagerly. "Chui-Ge, I just wanted to play a bit." You can't deny, there is something exhilarating about doing this in front of her boyfriend. "Why don't you give it a try, me? You think I want your used goods?" No, Chui-Ge. "Once we're out, I'll fetch you a couple of fresh young girls." Kai-Fei hurriedly backtracked, fearing a misunderstanding. "Humph," Chui Liang scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Foolish, only able to think with your lower head." After Chui Liang departed, Kai-Fei unleashed all his pent-up frustration and anger upon the girl. Her muffled cries only heightened the sadistic urges of the men present. It was amidst such depravity that Chen Mu entered, followed closely by Yu Qing and the other members of the Qing Tao team. "Goodness, is this really happening?" One team member gasped, while another frowned, others watching with morbid fascination. Yu Qing clenched his thigh tightly, the pain serving to restrain his impulses, that he had witnessed the struggles of survival in the apocalypse, seen ordinary people barter their bodies for food, and witnessed betrayals among comrades. Yet he had never encountered such a blatant display of moral decay and shattered ideals. Beasts. "A horde of beasts! Oh, look who's here! Don't stop on our account!" the man exclaimed, feigning surprise as he called out to those around him. "Yes, Chui-Ge." Many individuals swiftly donned their garments, while some others nonchalantly left theirs undone, displaying an utter disregard. Chui Liang lit another cigarette, perched it between his lips, tilted his head back, and cheerfully inquired of Chen Mu. "So, you must be the captain, right? Is this all the meager forces your base has sent to rescue us?" He audaciously insulted Chen Mu in front of him, calling him a mere pawn. Chen Mu, unfazed, replied in a low voice, "I am indeed the captain of this mission, but I perceive that your capabilities are quite formidable, rendering our assistance unnecessary. Why bother having the passing ability users relay messages back to the base?" Chui Liang inhaled deeply, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that obscured his features, with his eyes wide open. He spoke nonsense. "Captain, we are utterly powerless and unaware of the outside circumstances. How could we possibly venture out? What if we accidentally fall prey to zombies?" Chun Mu frowned, an unsettling intuition nagging at him regarding this individual. Nevertheless, there was no time for hesitation. "Are all the survivors in this farm present?" Chui Liang responded flippantly. Oh, Captain, why are you asking me so many questions? How would I know, with so many people here? You can simply ask them one by one. Chenmu felt a surge of anger rising within him, but managed to restrain it as long as he could escort this group back to the base. Their paths would diverge. Han Ping, Yu Yang, take the others and interrogate the people in this restaurant. Yes, Captain. The Qing Tao team's members began to separate the individuals in the restaurant, questioning their identities. A few burly men, visibly disgruntled and resistant, were swiftly dealt with by Han Ping, who pierced one of their legs in irritation. The rebellion was ruthlessly suppressed. With an overwhelming display of strength, the process proceeded remarkably smoothly. Given that the Qing Tao team outnumbered those in the restaurant, Yu Qing did not have to interrogate anyone. That he quietly retrieved a thin blanket from his backpack and draped it over the injured, numb-faced girl. Chapter 71. A Precious Gift. Why? Yu Qiuling's voice was laced with confusion. Although she was alive, her heart had long since perished. Even if she were rescued, what could an ordinary person like her hope to achieve in these apocalyptic months? She had already come to understand that. This boy was truly handsome. Why would he save her? She felt she was unworthy. Why Yu Qing gently caressed Yu Qiuling's hair. There is no reason. If no one loves you in this world, you must learn to love yourself. But I am already so dirty. A fleeting glimmer crossed the girl's eyes, only to be replaced by a deepening gloom reminiscent of unbearable memories. Dragging her deeper into the abyss. You will have a better life, as long as you do not give up. Perhaps influenced by the boy's compelling words, or perhaps due to his striking appearance. Yu Qiuling found herself genuinely beginning to hope that my name is Yu Qiuling. Why Yu Qiuling gazed intently at Yu Qing, as if she wished to imprint him in her heart that I am called Yu Qing. Yu Qing quietly sighed in relief, noting that the girl no longer wished for death. His eyes sparkled with warmth. What would you like to eat? I have everything here. Here, a delightful little rabbit. Yu Qing handed her a rabbit-shaped cookie, his gaze clear and sincere. Why Yu Qiuling stared blankly at it, feeling a warmth spread within her, as if she had forgotten the pain in her body. A smile beginning to form at the corners of her mouth. She thought, this person is truly kind, the best she has ever encountered. Clutching the rabbit-shaped cookie, her stomach empty and nearly depleted, she cherished the plastic wrapping. Reluctant to eat it. This is a very precious gift. Do you not like cookies? Yu Qing noticed her hesitation and assumed she was uninterested, so he retrieved a small cake from his backpack. Then how about this? Qiuling? Thank you. Qing. Why Yu Qiuling accepted the bread, softly calling the boy's name. Unquestionably, in that moment, an unparalleled joy blossomed in her heart, akin to discovering her own treasure. Please, eat. Yu Qing was unsure why. Whether it was out of sympathy or compassion, or perhaps because he too had once lived as an ordinary person, he instinctively felt drawn to the girl, upon seeing her lying there in despair and numbness. He felt an overwhelming urge to assist her. Captain, we have completed the count. There are 7 level 1 ability users and 20 ordinary people. As for the leader, aside from knowing that he is called Chui Liang, no one here is aware of his capabilities. I see. Chenmu pondered inwardly. The mission of the Qing Tao team was not to uncover everyone's background. Their goal was simply to ensure safe passage back to the base. Let us depart, Chenmu called out, and his subordinates quickly assembled. However, the survivors exchanged glances, none daring to move, standing submissively behind Chui Liang. Chenmu's brow furrowed. Chui Liang, what is the meaning of this? Are we not leaving for the base? Chui Liang smiled mischievously. Leave? Indeed, we are to depart, but how can we go to the base without supplies? We intend to take everything from this farm with us. Captain, you saw the abundant resources outside when you arrived, did you not? I wonder, are the hands of your men clean, or have they been pilfering from others? Chenmu's lips twitched, to his knowledge. Chui Liang was not the owner of the farm. He was merely another visitor. Now, he audaciously claimed everything within as his own, as if it were his right. This was infuriating. Chenmu fixed Chui Liang with a warning gaze, his tone deadly serious. Gather your belongings immediately and come with us. Do not make me repeat myself. Did I ask that so, my captain? What would happen if you repeated yourself? Chui Liang laughed heartily, his demeanor unfazed, mocking Chenmu with abandon. It was evident that his bravado unnerved those behind him, both ability users and ordinary folk alike, who trembled at the thought of something terrifying. Are you threatening me? Chen Mu's smile took on a dangerous edge. Threatening? I would certainly like to see how that unfolds. Chui Liang finally dropped his playful facade, licking his lips. His gaze towards Chen Mu held a hint of malice. An insidious desire to conquer. This man intrigued him unexpectedly, that he believed this body's endurance to be far superior to that of the weaklings around. Captain, you truly are amusing that I wonder if you would still be like this when violated. You are courting death. Chen Mu was fully enraged, his knuckles cracking ominously. With a furious strike, Chen Mu unleashed his power, delivering a fierce blow without holding back. Yet he was destined for disappointment. Wait, you are level 3? Chen Mu had intended to teach this man a lesson, but was shocked to find that Chui Liang's strength was on par with his own. He could even sense that Chui Liang was holding back. Level 3? I suppose so that I never expected your ability to be water. I wonder if it would turn into a puddle. Chui Liang taunted Chen Mu, all the while taking advantage during their skirmish. Chen Mu stood tall, refusing to allow anyone to associate him with the chaos below. But Chui Liang dared to. He yearned to dominate this powerful man, to reduce him to a whimpering supplicant. The mere thought sent a thrill. A few verdant vines seized the opportunity, striking precisely against Chen Mu's chest. The force of the blow sent Chen Mu hurtling backward, and as the pain intensified, he could only collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Chui Liang wore a smile as he leisurely approached Chen Mu, reveling in the man's expression of suppressed agony that stirred his blood. Towering above, he looked down at Chen Mu and declared, Captain, I've changed my mind. The supplies are of little consequence. It is far more intriguing to have you beneath me. That it was an insult, an egregious affront. Yet the situation was overwhelming. Chen Mu inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. We are here on a mission. You are repaying kindness with malice. Once we reach the base, given your strength, Chui Liang interrupted him with a playful glance. Shaking his head, that Captain, how naive you are. I told you. All I desire is you. That is utterly impossible. Chen Mu's expression darkened as he turned his head away. Oh, really? Chui Liang remained unfazed, slowly crouching to meet Chen Mu's gaze. Do you believe you have the chance to refuse, Captain? You are in my grasp. Let me savor the essence of my captain. That he reached out, gripping Chen Mu's chin with force, leaving no room for dissent, and pressed his lips against Chen Mu's, devouring them with abandon. After a moment, Chui Liang withdrew, observing the blood staining his fingers. Captain, your essence is quite intense. It only heightens my affection for you. He laughed heartily. In the meantime, bolstered by Chui Liang's formidable prowess, the members of the Qingtao team were swiftly subdued and bound, including the ordinary individuals among them. Chui Liang's subordinates cleared the central table in the dining hall, binding the hands of the Qingtao team members behind their backs, one by one, and tossing them into the center. As for Chen Mu, he too was bound, but instead of being cast aside, he found himself ensconced in Chui Liang's embrace. Chen Mu's face bore the marks of bruises, a testament to his resistance, having been violently quelled by Chui Liang. The latter's touch was anything but respectful. Each caress made Chen Mu feel ensnared by a venomous serpent, a wave of nausea rising from the depths of his being. Qing, are you all right? Yu Qiuling crouched beside Yu Qing, her voice laced with concern. Due to the sheer number of captives, she appeared rather inconspicuous. Yu Qing flexed his wrists, tightly bound by the ropes, and shook his head. Qiuling, I'm fine. Please don't come too close. He feared that the girl might be mistaken for one of them and subjected to further ill treatment. Yu Qiuling smiled, her heart buoyed by the boy's concern. That it's all right. As a mere nobody, no one will pay me any mind. The two continued their hushed conversation, oblivious to the young man standing behind them. His expression dark and his fists clenched tightly. Aside from Yu Qing's vicinity, the atmosphere elsewhere was far from tranquil, with Chui Liang's subordinates occasionally delivering calculated kicks, though nothing excessively harsh. So, Captain, if you merely lower your head and appease me, I shall release your comrades. Chui Liang raised an eyebrow, as if negotiating with Chen Mu. Dream on. Chen Mu gritted his teeth, forcing those two words through clenched jaws, his eyes glowering at Chui Liang with a hatred that yearned to annihilate him. Chui Liang chuckled nonchalantly. Did you not hear your captain? Since he refuses, then I shall grant these people to you for your amusement. Male or female, you can play with them as you wish. Chui Liang's words lingered, dripping with malice, as he leered at Chen Mu. Instinctively, Chenmu cast a glance toward Yu Qing, and at that very moment, Chui Liang, who had been observing him intently, noticed. Wow. Chui Liang formed a ring with his fingers and whistled. Following Chenmu's gaze, he clearly saw the pair of young men and women whispering softly to one another. Captain, you have a keen eye. Do you fancy this team member? I must say, she is rather fair and delicate. Under Chui Liang's direction, two men forcibly separated Yu Qiuling and Yu Qing. What are you doing? What do you want? Qing Qing. Yu Qiuling shrieked, her voice piercing as if she had anticipated this turn of events. Even with her arms bound, she struggled fiercely, kicking and striking at the men, but her strength was woefully inadequate. No, please don't. Yu Qiuling pleaded, shaking her head in tears. Having been sullied herself, she could not bear the thought of the boy. So radiant and pure, suffering such indignities. Qiuling, I'm fine to why Yu Qing was roughly propelled forward by one man, yet he turned to comfort Yu Qiuling. However, this only deepened Yu Qiuling's anguish, a tide of resentment swelling within her. Damn it, you all deserve to die. In an unseen corner, tendrils of darkness began to coil around the young girl's heart. The man forcefully shoved Yu Qing forward, presenting him to Chui Liang and Chenmu. Boss, I brought the person. The sensation is truly tender. The man relished as he caressed his fingers, recalling the soft touch of the boy's skin. This sight ignited a flicker of anxiety on Chenmu's face. Chui Liang's smile deepened. Captain, tell me if I were to do something to your little team member. Oh wait, I meant to say what I would do to you, my subordinates, however, may not share my restraint. Chui Liang was not wrong. The moment Chenmu raised his eyes, he saw several men casting greedy glances at the boy. Chenmu ground his teeth. Did I end this apocalypse? You think you can threaten me with others? Chui Liang. How naive can you be? Naive? Yet it proves effective. Are you not afraid? Chui Liang remarked, observing Chenmu's clenched fists. Chenmu felt a shiver run down his spine, wishing he could rend Chui Liang apart. So, if you are willing to bow your head to me, how about I release your little team member? Chui Liang's eyes sparkled with mischief. Captain, I'm fine. Do not bow to such scum. Yu Qing gazed earnestly at Chenmu, his tone resolute. Even in his weakened state, he refused to become a burden. Previously, he had been pampered by Bai Qiu, and while powerful mutants were not uncommon, now even a third-level mutant could push them to this brink. Yu Qing was already handsome, his exquisite features reminiscent of an innocent young lord, and in this moment, he exuded an air of haughtiness that tempted others to shatter his FAAD. Chenmu fell silent. Many began to stir restlessly. Chenmu sighed, about to relent when a chilling voice interrupted. Oh really? You require my permission to release your people. With that, an icy bloom whirled rapidly, piercing through the arm of the man behind Yu Qing. A shrill scream echoed through the air. Bai Qiu and Fan Yuan had finally arrived. Bai Qiu's gaze fell upon the bound Yu Qing, that a flash of fury ignited in his eyes as he made a swift motion with his fingers. Another ice blade manifested, slicing through the ropes binding Yu Qing. Qing Qing, come here. Everything transpired so swiftly that the onlookers barely comprehended the sudden appearance of the newcomers. Bai Qiu was tall and slender. Clad in a thin black shirt paired with clean black trousers, that moment, his expression was frigid, unmistakably laced with anger. Following him was the proud Fan Yuan. It was evident that these two were no ordinary individuals. They exuded an aura of authority. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Who is that? Are your eyes covered with paper? Didn't you see him sever the ropes binding Yu Qing? Yu Qing, who is he? A bespectacled youth from the Qing Tao team rubbed his forehead. Having forgotten that they were enemies, it dawned on him that they were unaware of Yu Qing's identity. Yet excitement surged through him in an instant. Wow, this Yu Qing has such a formidable backing. Many shared the same sentiment. So, the big shot was right beside me all along. Countless individuals lamented, wishing they had clung to Yu Qing's coattails sooner. When faced with bullying, of course, one would seek Bai Qiu to voice their grievances. As the ropes were severed and Yu Qing beheld Bai Qiu, he instinctively ran toward him. However, having injured his leg during his earlier struggles, and now rushing too hastily, he stumbled, landing on the ground. Fool. Bai Qiu had not anticipated that his dear Qing Qing would be so clumsy that he hastened to assist the boy in standing up. Yet as he reached out to help, his hand froze mid-motion when he caught sight of Yu Qing's face, which was adorned with a look of grievance. Bai Qiu immediately disregarded the mess on the ground and knelt beside him. What happened? Where are you hurt? He leaned in slightly, clearly spotting the deep impressions left on Yu Qing's fair wrist, some areas even raw and bleeding. Bai Qiu could hardly fathom what might have transpired had he not acted on a whim. He gently grasped Yu Qing's hand, placing it in his own, and softly inquired, "Does it hurt?" The boy's hand, exposed to the air, felt icy to Bai Qiu, who took his time to knead it gently. Gradually warming it to why Yu Qing's hand was restless. Bai Qiu chuckled softly as he continued to rub it, but he knew that such injuries were trivial for a mutant. Yet concern stirred within him, and the thought of the one he cherished being bullied outside ignited a simmering rage within him. "It's all right. I'm not hurt," Wai Yu Qing smiled joyfully, his tone imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible, dependency unique to youth. Sensing the boy's closeness, Bai Qiu's brows relaxed slightly, that as long as this young man was by his side. Bai Qiu's heart found solace that in the depths of the boy's eyes and heart, there existed only room for him, and him alone. Suddenly, Bai Qiu reached out and enveloped Yu Qing in his embrace. The youth, half-held, stood upright, their bodies pressed closely together. "What brings you here?" Yu Qing asked, wrapping his slender arms around Bai Qiu's lean waist, nestling into his warmth, savoring the heat radiating from the young man's body. "Because I miss you so much, Qing. I can hardly eat," Bai Qiu replied, his voice low and tinged with a hint of melancholy as if recalling something. He continued, "The breakfast you made this morning, Bai finished it all." The contradiction between not being able to eat and having consumed everything was almost comical. Yet, this earnestness was undeniably charming, that it was hard to fathom that a man, so accustomed to dominance, could display such a tender vulnerability. Eliciting a delightful shiver in the heart, Wai Yu Qing felt flustered and shy in response to the man's endearments, his cheeks flushed with warmth. Once he regained his composure, he fixed his gaze on Bai Qiu with utmost seriousness. "I cannot live forever beneath your wings. I will grow stronger," and he was determined to become someone worthy of the man's affection. "Qing, there is no need for that," Bai Qiu murmured softly, his voice trailing off into silence. He had bound Yu Qing for his own selfish reasons, cloaked in the guise of love. Yet he found himself unable to restrain his feelings. "Qing, please do not blame me," Bai Qiu whispered. "Blame you for what?" Yu Qing's eyes reflected confusion. "It is nothing, Qing," Bai Qiu said, covering Yu Qing's eyes. Strangely, he wished to shield himself from the boy's sincere gaze. Bai Qiu's icy demeanor swept over the survivors, pausing momentarily upon seeing Yu Qing, before finally settling on Chui Liang. "What were you attempting to do just now?" Chui Liang had always been the one in control, whether it was with Chen Mu or others. But upon Bai Qiu's arrival, he sensed an impenetrable power that filled him with dread. Chen Mu, equally astonished, realized there was someone formidable behind Yu Qing. Yet he had not anticipated such strength. That it must be said that Chen Mu was indeed a remarkable individual. Upon grasping this fact, he promptly extinguished any inappropriate feelings that had begun to stir within him. "You harmed my people. How do you wish to die?" Bai Qiu cast a cold glance at Chui Liang, his eyes brimming with an unfathomable chill. "Sir, we are valuable to the Tianyuan base. Moreover, I am a level 3 ability user, which makes me important to the base, does it not?" Chui Liang pushed Chen Mu aside. Chen Mu grimaced but silently nodded. Despite his desire to eliminate Chui Liang, he understood that if Chui Liang chose to submit to the base, they would undoubtedly protect him. "Tianyuan base?" Bai Qiu suddenly chuckled, his laughter reminiscent of the warmth of spring, as if the brilliance of the world converged in his gaze. That Wai Yu Qing, entranced by the dazzling light, tightened his embrace. However, the words from the person he held were both cruel and disdainful. "Even if the base learns of this, they would merely offer me a blade." Bai Qiu scoffed that if Su Donglin were to discover that his subordinates had offended him, he might even deliver them as an apology. Not to mention, he dismissed the significance of someone who had not even entered the base. A level 3 ability user was no more than a trivial creation for Bai Qiu. Yet he knew that his understanding did not extend to others. The expressions of those present, whether from the Qingtao squad or Chui Liang's subordinates, were of sheer horror. What level of powerhouse could so casually speak such words? At that moment, Bai Qiu spoke again, his words light and airy. "Han Ping, Lin Peng, you both have done well." Chapter 74. What kind of divine potion is this? Han Ping, Lin Peng. Upon hearing Bai Qiu's words, the boy in his arms stiffened slightly. Bai Qiu shifted his position, now embracing Yu Qing from behind, resting his head lazily on the youth's shoulder. Ching, I arranged for them to protect you out of concern. Please do not blame me, that I truly cannot bear the thought of what I would do if my Ching were to be harmed. That Wei Yuqing had many questions swirling in his mind. Were Lin Peng and Han Ping Bai Qiu's people? Was his notion of freedom merely a fade? Was it genuine concern or mere surveillance? Yet, these questions, on the verge of spilling forth, were stifled by Bai Qiu's words, leaving him caught in indecision. Ching Bai Qiu breathed warm air against Yuqing's ear. Calling out his name once more, he took delight in witnessing the rosy hue spread across the youth's earlobes, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss. The boy's thoughts, already straightforward, were now thrown into disarray, crumbling under Bai Qiu's presence. Leaning against the back of the youth, Bai Qiu lazily raised his hand. The onlookers beheld 2 glass vials filled with orange liquid materialize. Confusion, speculation, and avarice flickered across the faces of different individuals. What is this? I have no idea, but it must be something good. Han Ping, Lin Peng. Who are they? They are from our squad. How do you not know this? Damn, is it you again? Han Ping and Lin Peng, still amidst the crowd of bound individuals, were electrified at the sight of the 2 glass vials suspended in the air, realizing the promise made by their superior. They surmised that this must be the potion to enhance their abilities. Sir, we are here, Han Ping shouted. Lin Peng followed suit, his voice ringing out louder than Han Ping's. Sir, we are here. Bai Qiu gestured for Fan Yuan to come forward. To his surprise, the 2 could hardly wait, clumsily rising despite their hands being bound. With tears in their eyes, they rushed toward Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu frowned. Fan Yuan, take these to them. These 2 vials of ability-enhancing potion were originally intended for them. After learning the full details of the last incident with the mutated plants, Bai Qiu had no qualms about offering them a little preferential treatment. Yet he had momentarily forgotten. Fan Yuan had also remained silent, naturally overlooking this matter until now. Yes, young Master Bai. Fan Yuan nodded and retrieved the potions, begrudgingly walking toward the 2 eager individuals. Upon gathering, Fan Yuan wasted no time. He grasped their chins and poured the vials directly into their mouths. Sir, please take it easy. Glug glug. As soon as the potion entered their bodies, it surged toward their cores, transforming into a unique radiance, rapidly merging with the cores and gradually illuminating them to the observers. It appeared as though the 2 had suddenly become statues, their eyes closing completely. What the hell? Is this some kind of poison that causes instant paralysis? I don't know, but these 2 look as if they've died. No way. Didn't they drink that stuff happily? Are you brave enough to check their breath? You go. I'm too scared. Whispers of uncertainty continued, that as time passed, the crowd's apprehension deepened. Surely, these 2 hadn't truly perished. Just then, both pairs of eyes snapped open simultaneously, sparkling with vitality and occasionally flashing with brilliance. That I've broken through, Han Ping exclaimed, feeling the surge of power within him, brimming with enthusiasm. Me too, Lin Peng echoed, unable to contain his excitement. Oh, it's a potion for breaking through ability levels. An ordinary person remarked nonchalantly. A nearby ability user kicked him sharply, hissing, you wouldn't dare to say that if you knew how difficult it is for us to advance even a small tier. This potion was truly miraculous. He gazed enviously at Han Ping and Lin Peng, knowing that they would soon become intermediate level 2 ability users. Meanwhile, Chenmu's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze as he incredulously exclaimed. Level 3? You actually reached level 3. Level 3 ability. Chui Liang's expression was equally grave. As a level 3 ability user himself, he felt the weight of this revelation more profoundly than Chenmu. He distinctly sensed that these 2 had ascended to level 3 without any side effects, their auras devoid of any weakness. Yet, they had only just been at the initial stage of level 2. They had leaped an entire tier. What? Level 3. The ability users present, whether at level 1 or 2, or even Chui Liang at level 3, felt a surge of heat in their hearts to advance a full level in one go. What kind of divine potion was this? Some ability users eyed the empty glass vials carelessly discarded by Fan Yuan. Their desires ignited, clearly yearning to lick the remnants. Han Ping and Lin Peng had already knelt on one knee before Bai Qiu. Thank you, sir, for the gift of the potion. We are willing to serve the Bai family for life. Bai family. Chenmu murmured, the name striking a chord of familiarity. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. By family squad. The rumored elite group formed by the influential figures above the base, renowned for their formidable abilities and boundless resources. Chunmu's voice was laced with astonishment. He could scarcely believe that he would one day encounter such a formidable figure. Even more surprising was the realization that he had developed an affection for the youth admired by this powerful individual. Since the onset of the apocalypse, Chui Liang had remained at the farm, never venturing to the base, and thus had no knowledge of the Baishir team. However, this did not preclude him from sensing the terror associated with this group through Chunmu's words. A sudden panic gripping his heart. The base, which served as a mere fade, seemed inconsequential in the eyes of such a titan. Han Ping, Lin Peng, incapacitate him, Bai Qiu commanded coldly, casting a glance at Chui Liang. Understood. Han Ping and Lin Peng could hardly contain their eagerness. Though Chui Liang possessed a low-level third-tier ability, the turmoil within him rendered him vulnerable, and he was swiftly overwhelmed by the two. Lin Peng, with his strength-based powers, delivered blows that left him in excruciating pain, while Han Ping, wielding metal abilities, inflicted wounds that drew crimson lines across his skin. Indeed, these two powers were the epitome of torment. Chunmu observed with a sense of satisfaction. That loathsome man. The mere thought of having been nearly coerced by him filled Chunmu with revulsion, nearly causing him to regurgitate his breakfast. Bai Qiu, savoring the scene, found his good spirits short-lived when Yu Qing suddenly slipped from his embrace to join a girl. The warmth that had enveloped him vanished, and Bai Qiu's smile faded. Qing, what is your relationship with that gentleman? Yu Qiuling inquired affectionately, wrapping her arm around Yu Qing's. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, knowing exactly which answer she yearned for. Yet, disappointment was inevitable that he is my boyfriend. Yu Qing replied, suppressing a smile that threatened to bloom. Boyfriend? Yu Qiuling's heart felt as if it had shattered. The dark energy that coiled around her heart thickened, obscuring the once vibrant organ. That's so? Does he treat you well? She asked, her smile strained. Why Yu Qing, oblivious to the girl's naive affections, nodded. Yes, Qiuling, Bai is very good to me, but I feel that I am not worthy of him. Why the end of her statement. A palpable sense of despondence had crept into her tone. How could that be? You are the best person in the world, Yu Qiuling exclaimed, her expression animated. Qiuling, please do not comfort me. I am fine. Yu Qing replied, shaking her head. Just as Yu Qiuling was about to say more, a man's voice interrupted from behind. Qiuling. Instantly, her demeanor darkened. The Jiyu Jinghui. You do not deserve to call my name. Get lost, the young man, possessing a somewhat refined appearance, wore an expression of sorrow. Qiuling, I did not mean for this to happen. You know I love you, love. You stood by in silence while my girlfriend was bullied like a coward. Is that what you call love? Do you think I am a fool, Yu Qiuling? Oh, I forgot. It was you who led me into the hands of those brutes. How does it feel to feast on the food earned at my expense? Yu Qiuling spat, her words dripping with contempt for the weak, irresponsible man daring to speak of love. Qiuling, I did not want this, the young man tried to explain. Slap. Yu Qiuling struck him sharply, her expression scornful. Gu Jinghui, I will say it again. Get lost. I truly do not understand how I could have ever been interested in a man like you before the apocalypse. His face turned to the side from the force of the blow, his expression shifting to one of anger. Qiuling, was it him? Was it this pretty boy? His ire turned towards Yu Qing, accusingly pointing a finger at him. Caught in an unwarranted storm of conflict, Yu Qing wore a resigned expression. Yet, he could piece together the situation from Yu Qiuling's words. His gaze towards the young man growing increasingly disdainful, while Yu Qiuling's beautiful eyes remained fixed on Yu Qing, and as she witnessed his solidarity and animosity, tears threatened to spill. Some shattered part of her began to mend. Should you insult him again, I will undoubtedly kill you, Yu Qiuling warned Gu Jinghui, her voice steady, her eyes glinting with cold, murderous intent. Freezing him in place. Turning to Yu Qing, her inner turmoil manifested as two opposing voices within her. One urged, you should fight for him, regardless of the outcome. Ensure he remembers you profoundly, rather than as just a fleeting encounter. The other cautioned, as long as you can quietly watch over him, that is sufficient. You have been tainted and are unworthy of him. Qiuling, what is the matter? Yu Qing, noticing her dazed state, assumed she was recalling distressing thoughts and shook her hand gently. Suddenly, a hand encircled Yu Qing's arm from behind, pulling him away. Ching. Only my hand is permitted to hold you, Bai Qiu declared, gripping the boy's wrist, casting a scrutinizing glance at Yu Qiuling's hand, which had just been entwined with Yu Qing's. Ching. Yu Qiuling's concern surged as she saw Yu Qing being abruptly pulled away. To her astonishment, she was met with the icy gaze of a distinguished young man. As she passed Bai Qiu, she could only steal a distant glance. His sudden presence felt overwhelmingly oppressive, nearly crushing her spirit. Especially as his gaze lingered on her hand, an icy shiver coursed through her. Bai Qiu wrapped his arm around Yu Qing's shoulder, his eyes surveying Yu Qiuling with keen scrutiny. When his gaze settled on her left side, he narrowed his eyes. His penetrating stare seemed to pierce through her facade, revealing the heart ensnared by darkness. Interesting. After a prolonged silence, Bai Qiu chuckled softly. With a casual gesture, he rendered Yu Qiuling powerless, sending her soaring forward. His grip tightened around her slender neck, his strength both brutal and unyielding. As if he could extinguish her life with the slightest increase in pressure, the Yu Qiuling's expression turned to one of shock. As she regained her senses, waves of suffocation washed over her, and darkness encroached upon her vision. Truly fascinating. Up close, Bai Qiu's perception sharpened. The aura enveloping Yu Qiuling, or rather emanating from her heart, was steeped in an exceedingly dark and sinister energy, relentlessly entwining and clashing. The sole curse ability user in this apocalypse. The cursed celestial maiden. Bai Qiu recalled a mysterious ability wielder from his previous life, forever cloaked in black robes. Yet wherever she appeared, no one survived. Her power was uniquely rare, characterized by the ability to curse, earning her the title of Cursed Celestial Maiden. Apart from her, he had never heard of anyone else possessing such a power. It seemed that this girl was indeed the one. He had not anticipated that his beloved Qing would encounter her under such circumstances. Even more surprising was the clarity of her feelings towards Qing. Rather than reveling in the intimacy shared with the youth, Bai Qiu felt a greater unease at the presence of such an uncontrollable variable near Yu Qing. Curse ability user? Yu Qiuling murmured in confusion, shaking her head. I am just an ordinary person. The pressure around her neck intensified, and with a final longing glance at the boy standing still, her eyes began to flutter closed. Qiu, release her. She is my good friend. Do not harm her. Yu Qing's voice was filled with urgency. Although he was unaware of why the man sought to harm Qiuling, he could not bear to stand by as she faced danger. Under the weight of Yu Qing's earnest gaze, Bai Qiu's cold demeanor flickered, and he slowly shook his head. Yu Qing felt a sense of injustice. He shook the hand that held Bai Qiu. I have no relationship with Qiuling. I only have affection for you. Qiuling would never harm me. The word affection stirred something within Bai Qiu. You certainly care for her, he remarked with a teasing smile, his eyes dancing with mischief. Yet Yu Qing remained unfazed. That is because Qiuling has always been kind to me, but no one could ever compare to you, he declared, successfully appeasing the man. Nevertheless, Bai Qiu's expression remained somber. His silence palpable, as if struck by a thought. He leaned closer to Yu Qing, whispering a few playful words in his ear. The boy's ears flushed a delicate pink, and ultimately, under Bai Qiu's playful gaze, he nodded in a pitiful manner. Bai Qiu, observing the deeply moved Yu Qiuling, gradually released his grip. Chapter 76. I could be jealous too. The girl collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Yu Qing instinctively reached to assist Yu Qiuling, but inadvertently caught Bai Qiu's eye. His hand retreated awkwardly, and instead, he wrapped his arm around Bai Qiu, massaging it in a somewhat ingratiating manner. Bai Qiu let out a soft hum, using his other hand to ruffle the boy's hair. You are quite obedient. This scene pierced Yu Qiuling's heart sharply. Bai Qiu raised his gaze to her, a silent warning in his eyes. Had it not been for Qing, you would be a lifeless corpse. Do not let me catch you harboring any ill intentions again. Yu Qiuling, with a hint of detachment, rolled her eyes, seemingly unaware of whether she absorbed the conversation. However, Yu Qing appeared somewhat perturbed, rendered momentarily speechless. Unpleasant thoughts. What kind of thoughts? Bai Qiu gently pinched Yu Qing's waist, his tone affectionate yet tinged with helplessness. Silly Qing, your reckless attempts to save others have attracted unwanted romantic attention. Unwanted attention. No matter how naive Yu Qing was, he understood the implication of that phrase, and he hesitated, casting a glance at the young woman. Qiuling, I only regard you as a friend. We are not meant to be. I know that Wai Qiuling had already reigned in her earlier emotional turmoil, adopting a composed demeanor. She was acutely aware that she could never possess this young man. With a bitter smile, she confessed, "I merely wish to watch over you, silently supporting you from behind." Her candid admission cast a shadow over Bai Chio's countenance. Wai Yuqing pressed his lips together, though he remained silent. Yet the girl discerned the rejection in his eyes. "I understand." After Yu Qiuling spoke, she turned and walked towards the dining hall's exit. Qiuling. Yuqing recognized that Yu Qiuling was just an ordinary person, even if he could not reciprocate her feelings. He could not bear to see her throw her life away. To his surprise, upon hearing her call, the girl hesitated for but a moment before resolutely continuing her path outward. "You must take good care of him. My young man, one day, I shall return adorned with glory." Without looking back, Yu Qiuling tossed this cryptic remark over her shoulder. Her words echoed in the air. When Yu Qiuling turned her back to them, her eyes had turned pitch black, devoid of any light. Why, beloved? Why would you need to bestow glory upon him?" Bai Qiu asserted dominantly, encasing Yu Qing in his embrace, his tone frigid in his eyes. This so-called cursed celestial maiden, even if she had awakened, remained but a fleeting shadow, easily extinguishable. How dare she speak so brazenly, openly coveting him? Sensing the murderous intent in Bai Qiu's gaze, Yu Qing brushed against his hand in a soothing manner. "I hope so." Wai Qiuling moved swiftly, already at the entrance of the dining hall, her presence enveloped in a thick shroud of darkness. "You shall pay for this," just as she was about to step outside. Her voice, cold and merciless, reverberated in the air, though it was unclear to whom it was directed. To Jiyu Jinghui, standing alongside Yu Qing, felt a sudden, inexplicable inferno ignite within him, a black flame consuming him from the bones outwards, engulfing him entirely, without a single cry of anguish escaping his lips. Those men who had once forced Yu Qiuling to comply felt a sense of relief that it was not themselves facing such a fate. Yet, it was only a brief reprieve, as the same black flames erupted from their bodies. Without exception, is Qiuling truly unharmed? Silly Qingqing, she is far more formidable than you think. Bai Qiu, unwilling to witness the concern for others reflected in Yu Qing's eyes, spoke softly. Wai Yuqing was about to respond when Bai Qiu tilted his chin upward, saying, "Qingqing, do you not realize that speaking of others in my presence might provoke my jealousy?" Their proximity felt overwhelming, and Yu Qing, feeling discomfort, sought to evade the man's heated gaze. Bai Qiu closed the distance further, their foreheads touching as he spoke in a low, husky voice. "With such allure, it is no surprise that so many are enamored with you. You ought to be hidden away, from my eyes alone." The gravity in his words was undeniable. Bai Qiu envisioned a scenario where the youth was confined, permitted to see only him, destined to be his alone. By night he would cling helplessly to him, weeping softly. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, I long to put these thoughts into action, but I cannot, for I do not wish to harm Yu Qing. Tonight, I shall properly punish my Qingqing. Bai Qiu murmured against the side of the youth's ear, uttering words that sparked boundless fantasies. Wai Yuqing's cheeks flushed crimson, recalling the conditions Bai Qiu had previously set. Despite the frigid weather, the warmth in his heart refused to dissipate. Wai Yuqing could only cast a compliant and aggrieved glare at Bai Qiu. Bai Qiu chuckled softly. "My dear, you are tempting me. I must first collect some interest." With a firm grip, he captured the back of Yu Qing's head, pulling him into the protective barriers in the picking area appeared to have been ravaged by some monstrous entity, and its origins remain a mystery. Xiao Wu gestured ahead, and the group's gaze followed his, traversing numerous meticulously arranged greenhouses until a substantial breach came into view. "Let us proceed." Under Xiao Wu's guidance, the group advanced forward, and a few individuals, undeterred, stealthily lagged at the rear of the line, attempting to pry open several greenhouses while the others were distracted. Upon breaking into one, they discovered it was barren, save for a few decaying vegetables, indicating it had been thoroughly harvested. Not a single remnant could be found. After several such attempts, the formation of the group became more orderly, with no one straying to rummage further. The interior of this picking area was independently powered and heated. The interplay between the warmth inside and the frigid outside led to a significant temperature disparity and high humidity, causing the soil to become damp. As they moved, the moist earth clung to Bai Qiu's pant legs, forming conspicuous mud stains on his black trousers. Bai Qiu frowned in displeasure, which did not escape the notice of Yu Qing, whose cheeks were still flushed, aware that men preferred cleanliness. Yu Qing lowered his head and stifled a giggle, reminiscent of a small hamster caught indulging in a treat. How dare he laugh at him? Bai Qiu, disregarding the dirt on his pants, extended two long fingers and playfully pinched the youthful, tender face of the boy. Ow, ow, let go. Yu Qing's eyes brimmed with tears as he gazed pleadingly at Bai Qiu. Just as Bai Qiu loosened his grip, the youth attempted to slip away, only to find himself caught around the waist once more. Bai Qiu seized his small face again, tugging at it teasingly. When Bai Qiu finally released him, a red imprint adorned half of Yu Qing's face, akin to a bite mark. The Wai Yu Qing covered his unfortunate visage, shooting a glare at Bai Qiu, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Stop it! We must hurry. Bai Qiu grasped Yu Qing's hand and entwined it with his own. Who is causing trouble? This is a setup. The picking area was not extensive, and they soon reached their destination. However, the light at the end, as Xiao Wu had mentioned, was indeed broken and non-functional. It was no wonder Xiao Wu and the others could not discern what lay ahead. Fortunately, the group had prepared in advance. A few members of the Qing Tao team reached into their backpacks, and under the beams of several powerful flashlights, the space was instantly illuminated that a collective gasp escaped many as they beheld the scene before them. There truly was a large gash, several meters long, as if something sharp had cleaved through the fence surrounding the picking area. The ground was littered with a chaotic array of footprints, forming numerous depressions in the mud, speckled with traces of blood that had not yet melded into the earth, clearly freshly left. Most striking was a gigantic and intact claw mark. The claw print, curved and with a long, sharp apex, was deeply embedded in the soil, a testament to its razor-sharpness. Captain, this is where we encountered that creature, Chen Mu asserted, nodding as he meticulously surveyed the aftermath of the skirmish. After a prolonged silence, his expression turned grave. The monster Xiao Wu encountered must be quite large. The others responded with a silent agreement, acknowledging his authority as the captain. While the Qing Tao team lingered at this spot, Bai Qiu and his companions gradually approached. Did I ask this it? Bai Qiu inquired coolly. Yes, here is where our Qing Tao team members were attacked by the creature, Chen Mu replied, his somber demeanor quickly shifting to one of relief as he remembered the presence of a formidable ally. Sensing the residual energy left behind, Bai Qiu immediately discerned the nature of the creature, smiling slightly that it's nothing significant, merely a low-level entity. Bai Qiu felt a gentle tug on his hand that he lowered his gaze to find the boy's face brimming with curiosity. What kind of creature is it? Yu Qing's eyes widened with intrigue. Bai Qiu chuckled softly, shaking his head, and playfully squeezed the boy's face again, his tone imbued with youthful exuberance. You wish to know. Qing, well, I shan't tell you, rejected. Yu Qing pouted in frustration, breaking free from Bai Qiu's grasp and kicking at the dirt in discontent. Fan Yuan, equally eager for the revelation, fixed his gaze upon Bai Qiu. Ignoring him, Bai Qiu allowed Fan Yuan to stew in his curiosity. With both Yu Qing and Fan Yuan remaining tight-lipped, Chen Mu's desire to inquire was swiftly extinguished. That in such circumstances, it was unlikely they would divulge any information to an outsider. Let us continue onward. When you see it, you will understand. Yes, Fan Yuan nodded vigorously, his anticipation palpable, nearly shaking his head off. Bai Qiu suspected that if he were not present, Fan Yuan would charge ahead to uncover the true nature of the creature. Let us proceed. Since Xiao Wu indicated they were attacked here, it stands to reason that the creature has not strayed far. The group unanimously crossed over the breach and exited the picking area. Chapter 78. The true form of the mutant beast. According to the distribution map provided by the base, the area adjacent to this picking zone should be the poultry farming district. As Chen Mu walked, he rambled on incessantly about their surroundings. However, he soon realized that not a single team member responded to his lengthy exposition, causing his brow to furrow in annoyance. Just as he was about to turn and express his irritation, a hand poked him from behind. Captain, look ahead. Ahead, Chen Mu faced forward, seeing nothing but emptiness, merely a few sheds. They were teasing him. Even the usually good-natured Chen Mu felt a surge of irritation. The hand poked him once more. Captain, up there. Chen Mu, his patience wearing thin, was about to turn around to scold them, but a fleeting glance caught his attention. High above the closed sheds loomed a colossal chicken, proud and defiant, its gaze wild and untamed. No way. Many rubbed their eyes in disbelief, reopening them to confirm that the gigantic fowl remained, not a figment of their imagination. Its head was held high, crowned with a vivid red comb. The feathers covering its back were a brilliant crimson. And due to its mutation, the black feathers on its tail and belly shone with an oily sheen. Two powerful claws gripped the top of the shed, maintaining its balance as it surveyed them from above. Its beak, sharp and slender, bore traces of blood, likely remnants of its previous attacks on Xiao Wu and the others. This chicken was nearly the size of a shed, and as it stood there, the structure began to tremble under its weight. Among those present, aside from Bai Qiu, who remained composed, even Yu Qing gaped in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Fan Yuan let out a shriek. "That looks just like the stewed chicken I had the day before yesterday." Bai Qiu regarded Fan Yuan with a thoughtful expression. Had they really eaten stewed chicken? To streamline meal preparations and avoid the hassle of retrieving items from his spatial pocket, Fan Yuan had taken the initiative to create a small area outside the villa for raising chickens and ducks. The day before, in a fit of self-indulgence, Fan Yuan had secretly chosen the plumpest chicken from the flock for a private feast. The creature before them was nothing short of a magnified version of that very chicken. Recalling its tender meat and savory broth, Fan Yuan unconsciously swallowed hard, that in stark contrast to his gluttonous demeanor. The Qing Tao team swiftly shifted into battle mode, a mutant beast. Chen Mu's expression grew serious, his eyes fixed intently on the monstrous chicken atop the shed, as if sensing the admiration directed at it. The rooster bent its long neck slightly, casting a disdainful glance, its small black eyes filled with contempt. "In no way. Do I really feel like this chicken is mocking me? Am I losing my mind? You're not alone. I feel it too. Is this real?" "No way." Bai Qiu's brow furrowed as he regarded the chicken, a sense of familiarity washing over him. That it was as if his gaze settled on Fan Yuan, who was on the verge of drooling. It really does resemble it." Noticing Bai Qiu's scrutiny, Fan Yuan straightened up and wiped at non-existent drool. "Young Master Bai, do you have any instructions?" "Nothing of note." Bai Qiu shot him a knowing glance, shaking his head. Fan Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine, uncertain of what was amiss, yet sensing something was indeed off. Just as he was about to voice his confusion, Bai Qiu had already turned back to converse with the young boy. "Fan Yuan, what level of power does this mutant chicken possess?" A faint voice emerged from the crowd that I cannot see through. Chen Mu helplessly shook his head, his gaze filled with hope directed towards Bai Qiu and Fan Yuan. Naturally, Bai Qiu would not take it upon himself to engage in such matters. Fan Yuan, the highest-ranked ability user on the field aside from Bai Qiu, finally shifted his mindset, that he stepped forward, positioning himself at the forefront of the Qing Tao team, striving to forget that he was not facing a mere chicken, but rather began to perceive the situation from the perspective of a mutated beast. It is said that the flesh of mutated beasts is notoriously unpalatable, bitter even. Thus, this chicken must also be unappetizing. Level 3 high tier, my goodness. Fan Yuan gazed incredulously at the chicken, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This chicken was actually at level 3 high tier. It was not that Fan Yuan looked down upon chickens. Well, perhaps he did. Why could a chicken attain such a level of ability? Reflecting on his own arduous journey to upgrade, tears of frustration streamed down Fan Yuan's face. Just as he was fixated on the chicken, the mutated fowl suddenly spread its wings. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Its wings flapped violently in the air, stirring up a whirlwind of dust that charged directly towards Fan Yuan. "What the hell is this thing coming at me?" Fan Yuan pondered, racking his brain, but could not fathom why this chicken, which had presented itself so quietly, suddenly seemed to go mad upon encountering him. As the mutated chicken rushed forward, its sharp beak glinted ominously in the air. Incredibly razor-sharp. It was clear that being pecked by that beak would not end well. Damn it. Today Fan Yuan shall experience the thrill of a level 3 mutated beast. Fan Yuan was incensed. Cracking his knuckles, as a level 4 ability user, could he really be intimidated by a mere chicken? Chapter 79. Strutting out with style, seeing that this man dared to resist, the feathers on the mutated chicken's neck flared up, its aura becoming even more ferocious. With a flick of his hand, Fan Yuan conjured a flickering web of lightning in the air, enveloping the mutated chicken. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The red feathers of the mutated chicken became singed with a hint of lightning. turning charred black, causing it to squawk in pain. A flicker of human-like fear flashing in its beady black eyes, that it began to flap its wings, but instead of charging at Fan Yuan, it flew in the opposite direction. Clearly, it was a bully who feared strong opponents. Realizing it could not win, it attempted to flee. "You think you could just run after provoking me? Fan Yuan. Come here." Fan Yuan had initially underestimated his own strength, coupled with being intimidated by the size of the mutated chicken. Witnessing how easily he could force it back, pride swelled within him. There was no way he would let this chicken, which had almost brought him embarrassment, escape so easily. Fan Yuan's eyes darted around as he unleashed his abilities. Two chains of lightning formed in his hands, each adorned with a circular ring at its end, gazing at the immense silhouette of the chicken. Fan Yuan felt exhilarated. He hurled the rings forward. The two rings sped through the air, securely binding the mutated chicken's two claws, preventing its escape. "Come here," with a firm grip on both lightning chains. Fan Yuan pulled with all his might. The mutated chicken was yanked from the air, landing belly first on the ground. As Fan Yuan gradually applied pressure, the chicken was inexorably drawn towards him, regardless of how much it flapped and rolled. As Fan Yuan's sinister grin drew nearer, the mutated chicken shed tears of regret from its tiny black eyes. Cluck! The incessant clucking echoed into the sky, in a fit of vengeance, or perhaps satisfaction. Fan Yuan subjected the mutated chicken to various forms of torment. Ultimately, the once proud and fierce giant fowl lay gasping on the ground, its feathers nearly plucked clean. Enough! Just as Fan Yuan was about to deliver the final blow, Bai Qiu, who had been observing coldly, interjected at the perfect moment. "Bai Xiao." Fan Yuan halted, scampering over to Bai Qiu. "Fan Yuan, it would be best to keep this chicken. It is quite suitable for you." Bai Qiu's tone was flat, devoid of any inflection, as if stating an undeniable fact. "Suitable. For me?" Fan Yuan hesitated, glancing at the nearly featherless chicken, and then at himself. How could such an unsightly mutated chicken befit someone as handsome, commanding the mutated chicken to squat down? Fan Yuan deftly climbed onto its back. Finding a stable spot on the creature's back, he successfully secured the cage in place after looping the rope several times. Chapter 80. The radiance of stars pale in comparison to you. One by one, Fan Yuan placed the chickens into the cage. Finally, he placed a small red chick which he regarded as a treasure atop its head. Chirp, chirp, chirp. During this time, Fan Yuan had no idea how many times he had ascended and descended. And after completing these tasks, he collapsed onto the rooster's back, too exhausted to lift even a finger. Fan Yuan. Bai Qiu called gently. "Hey, coming!" Fan Yuan tumbled off the rooster's back, kneeling on one knee before Bai Qiu. His expression solemn. "Young Master Bai, do you have any instructions?" "Nothing much, just wanted to inform you that little red chick seems rather extraordinary." "Extraordinary." Bai Qiu actually said the word extraordinary. Fan Yuan raised his head, gazing affectionately at the little red chick, which was no longer the foolish little creature it had once been, but rather a rising opportunity for Fan Yuan. The term extraordinary made the little red chick's status in Fan Yuan's heart soar at rocket speed. "Let's go back." Bai Qiu noticed a trace of fatigue on the youth's face. "Fan Yuan, you should ride your mount from now on. Let Han Ping or Lin Peng drive. Young Master Bai YY." Bai Qiu coldly cast a glance at Fan Yuan, whose head was still adorned with disheveled chicken feathers. Given the scent wafting through the air, it was hard to imagine what would happen when they were confined together in the same enclosed space. Fan Yuan felt utterly desolate. However, how could he refute Bai Qiu's decision? He could only reluctantly go and give instructions to those two troublemakers. After completing everything, Fan Yuan climbed back onto the mutated chicken's back and lay on his back. He gazed longingly at the sky, reaching out to touch the cage, continuing to stay with the flock inside. Without needing his prompting, the mutated chicken followed behind Bai Qiu and the others, and oh wonder, it was called Yuhu Farm. It truly was a jade-like lake. Adjacent to the picking area and the poultry farming zone lay a serene lake. The group returning along the same path happened to stumble upon it. Due to the biting cold of winter, the lake surface was covered with a thin layer of ice, reflecting a myriad of colors under the sunlight, shimmering like jade and appearing even more resplendent. In this post-apocalyptic world where everything was scarred and desolate, the divine had bestowed a treasure. Only this bend of the lake was breathtakingly beautiful, unlike anything found in the human realm. Everyone was entranced by this scene. If you like it, my dear, I shall create for you an unparalleled crystalline kingdom of ice. Baichio wrapped his arm around the young man's shoulders, whispering sweet promises in his ear. What I thought I couldn't forget was the past hardships. What I truly couldn't forget was my longing for you day and night. People often say love is about giving and wishing. Not for me. I wish to seize and confine, that I wish to possess every inch of you deeply. Obsession, madness. What's wrong with that? Without it, I would lose you. The more one possesses, the higher one stands. Only then does one realize that all the brilliance of the stars pales in comparison to you. For you, I shall pour out all my romance, solely to ensnare you within my world, leaving you with no choice but to love me, that in Ice Kingdom. The youth seemed taken aback, his eyes widening. Indeed, do you like ice, my dear? As he spoke, Baichio conjured a round piece of ice, placing it in Yu Qing's hands. Upon touching the icy object, Yu Qing instinctively recoiled, feeling the chill. Do you not like it? Baichio took back the round icy that in his slender fingers. He silently toyed with it. Sensing the youth's anger, Yu Qing, unsure of the cause, could only smile and say, I like fire. That a small flame flickered from Yu Qing's hand, round and topped with a tiny point. Your little flame is truly adorable, though why Yu Qing wondered how Baichio had managed it, as he felt his own powers suddenly spiraling out of control. Baichio extended his hand, capturing the little flame entirely. Normally, once powers are released, they become an attack and then dissipate. Strangely, the tiny flame remained lit in Baichio's hand, not extinguishing nor exploding, as tame as if it were Baichio's own power. Baichio chuckled softly, producing a glass vial. He placed the orb of ice he had been toying with into the vial's opening, followed by the little flame. Ice and fire are traditionally incompatible. Yet within the glass vial, the ice did not melt, and the flame continued to burn. Baichio spread a layer of frost over the vial's opening, permanently sealing it. You're not angry anymore. Yu Qing glanced at his expression. Speaking hesitantly, as long as you remain by my side, I shall never be angry. Baichio's voice was low, tinged with heat, as if reminding, Yu Qing, don't forget your promise to me tonight. Meanwhile, at the Tianyuan base, in the central area, Huiqi lay on a cold platform, eyes closed, with faint breaths escaping him. Lu Zixing stood beside the platform, his expression still gentle, but imbued with an inexplicable sinister aura. Qi, since you love me so much, you ought to contribute something, don't you think? He murmured, his tone soft, his gaze slowly drifting to a row of scalpels nearby. You said you loved me, that you would give your life for me. It was you who said so. You've lost a hand and still, you consider yourself Tier 3. You've become useless, Qi. Tier 3. Why can't it be me? No one responded to Lu Zixing. The silence of the space echoed with his soliloquy. He had intended to treat Qi's injuries seriously, even retrieving the severed hand, but how difficult it was. Thus, in a moment of madness, Lu Zixing produced a powerful anesthetic syringe he had hidden, injecting it into Huiqi's neck as he turned. Huiqi, how could you be so unguarded? Lu Zixing raised his hand, fingertips brushing over the sharp edges of the scalpels, finally settling on one particularly slender blade. This one will do. That a smile revealed itself on Lu Zixing's pale face. The scalpel was tossed into a tray with a clang, a crisp, chilling sound, its sharp blade still stained with flowing blood. Lu Zixing held a pale yellow cry. Chapter 81. Transforming into a chubby cat, I also adore it. As dusk descended, a slender crescent moon hung delicately in the sky, its silvery glow casting a serene radiance upon the world. On the road, Baichio, once again ensnared by Fan Yuan's infatuation, produced a vial of potent elixir designed to enhance mutant abilities. After administering it to the mutated chicken, not only did its plumage restore to its former glory, but it also gleamed with an enhanced luster, its physique noticeably more robust, and its beak sharpened to a fine point. As they approached the base, Fan Yuan deliberately altered his posture, transitioning from reclining to sitting cross-legged atop the mutated chicken, with the immense cage looming behind him. While there was an inexplicable humor in the scene, one could not deny the sheer flamboyance it exuded, having subdued a mutant chicken the size of a house. Fan Yuan became the undeniable focus of attention, while the creature beneath him held its head high, mirroring his expression. The master and his avian companion reveled in a moment of ostentation since their entry into the base. Shrouded in the twilight, they had roamed its corridors, intent on disseminating their air of bravado to in the central villa district, on the third floor of a dimly lit room. Days later, Baichio sat beside the balcony, engrossed in the pages of a book. Today marked a small gathering for the Qing Tao team, and naturally, the youth could not afford to be absent, although Chenmu would hardly take notice, nor dare to intervene. The allure of novelty beckoned the young man. With Han Ping and Lin Peng present, there was no cause for concern within the base that he chose instead to await the youth at home. Just then, a cacophony erupted from outside, causing Bai Chio to furrow his brow in irritation. He set his book aside, rising to his feet to survey the scene below. There stood Fan Yuan, accompanied by a woman. Bai Chio narrowed his eyes. Bai had come alone, that I've stated that I am Bai Chio's mother. Why won't you let me in? Compared to her elegant and gentle demeanor before the apocalypse. Bai now bore the signs of weariness, her once neatly styled hair now disheveled. Yet, her words were sharp and confrontational. Fan Yuan retorted with sarcasm. You say you are, so you must be. If that were true, why has Bai Xiao never mentioned you? He was poised to continue his tirade when a soft voice resonated from above. Fan Yuan. Let her come up. Fan Yuan fell silent, as though grasped by an invisible hand around his throat. Staring in shock at Bai Xian, he wondered if this woman truly possessed connections beyond his imagination, that he remained dazed until Bai Xian passed by him. Chio. Bai Xian stood opposite Bai Chio, her gaze unwavering and glistening with unshed tears. One could not deny that despite being in her 40s, she still exuded a poignant charm that could captivate even Yu Han Yuan. Mother. I should refer to you as Ms. By that I've heard you found your biological son. Bai Chio did not meet her gaze. Instead, he lowered his eyes, casually throwing out a fact. That Bai Xian fidgeted, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Normally, her years of cultivation would prevent such emotional displays. Yet the apocalypse had dealt her an insurmountable blow. Chapter 82. Bai Xian's fear. You need not deceive me. I am well aware of everything, including my origins and your motives for acting as you do. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian's heart felt as if it had been gripped tightly, her complexion paling. How could you possibly know? Her tone was strained. Not only do I know, but I have also encountered him. Luo Zhisheng. Correct? Bai Chio raised his gaze, eager to discern her reaction.